I am Leon Odinson, son of Odin, Asgard. Celestial Palace. Divine Realm Asgard. Leon Odinson believed that if idleness could be consecrated as a divine vocation, he would undoubtedly be the most devout adherent within the Nine Realms. At this moment, he reclined in a nonchalant posture on a terrace lounge chair in a secluded garden on the eastern side of the Celestial Palace. This was a spot he had meticulously chosen, where the angle of sunlight was just perfect, allowing him to bask in the brilliance reflected from the Golden Palace without being scorched by the midday sun. Of course, for the sun god, the notion of being scorched was quite a fallacy. Indeed, his divine title was that of the sun god, bestowed upon him by Odin himself. Do not concern yourself with why the sun god is male. Isn't Surtur a goddess? But such matters are trivial. What I assert is truth. With his eyes closed, he reveled in the sun's energy, which enveloped every cell like warm water. Yet, a slight furrow creased his brow. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the training grounds in the distance, causing the entire terrace to tremble. Without the need to open his eyes, Leon knew it was his dear brother causing a ruckus once more. Yes, it was none other than Thor, whose thoughts were filled with muscle and hammers. He could see this moment. He was once again testing the power of his precious hammer on a poor, training dummy. Can't he remain quiet for just one day? Leon sighed in resignation that he casually plucked a bunch of purple grapes from a nearby ice bucket, a delicacy from the realm of Jotunheim, each one imbued with a trace of cosmic energy, making them his favorite snack in the Nine Realms. Lazily, he raised his hand, and a grape detached itself, floating to his lips. He opened his mouth to catch it. The juice burst forth, sweet with a hint of warmth. He was a transmigrator, having once been an ordinary human on Earth. An unforeseen incident led to his rebirth, directly into the womb of the goddess Frigga, becoming a pure-blooded member of the Norse pantheon, the second child of Odin. Upon his birth, the sister who had been sealed away had long since been imprisoned by their father, Odin. Indeed, it was the goddess of death, Hela. Their parents had never mentioned Hela's existence to the brothers, yet Leon, with his memories from a past life, was fully aware of the truth. He also understood that this world, seemingly akin to a cinematic universe, was actually a fusion of many elements, though he was yet to ascertain the specifics. Brother Leon, it seems your photosynthesis has been disturbed once more. A teasing voice drifted from behind, accompanied by a subtle ripple of energy. Leon did not even lift his eyelids, simply beckoning another grape, the god of mischief, Loki. Loki, if you have come to flaunt your newly acquired illusionary magic, I suggest you seek Thor instead, Leon replied lazily. He is easier to deceive, and seeing two of you might delight him, as there would then be two to listen to his grand tales of valor. Draped in a green robe, Loki silently appeared on the terrace, conjuring a matching lounge chair beside Leon, with a glass of identical chilled fruit wine in hand. How dull, brother, Loki jostled his glass. I thought you might be intrigued by my new magic. I just successfully made the ravens on Father's throne sneeze for hours on end. Oh, Father must be quite pleased, Leon remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. After all, those two old birds have been chattering in his ear for millennia. It's rare to have some peace. Loki's lips twitched as he realized that conversing with his elder brother often felt like striking a fist against cotton. Utterly futile, he remained perpetually calm, so languid that it seemed even the collapse of the heavens would not rouse him from his lounge chair. Seriously, do you intend to lie here until Ragnarok? Loki could not help but inquire. Father has been fretting over the future of the Nine Realms, while Thor is preoccupied with thoughts of battle. Can't you exhibit a modicum of princely responsibility? Responsibility? Leon finally opened his eyes, his golden irises shimmering in the sunlight as he glanced at Loki. Are you certain? Loki, I was battling in the Nine Realms before you were even born. Besides, isn't Father and you all present? He yawned, turned over, and resumed his repose. Do not fret, Loki. If the heavens were to fall, there would be a tall one to uphold them, and I, conveniently, am the shortest among us three brothers. Loki. He could hardly believe he was attempting to discuss a sense of duty with a deity who regarded idleness as his lifelong pursuit. Moreover, how could he dare to claim to be the shortest at a height of 198 centimeters? Heaven knows, among the three brothers, only Loki was the shortest. Now, that was a hell of a joke. Can one truly believe that a height of 194 centimeters is the shortest? At that moment, a palace guard clad in golden armor hurried onto the terrace and knelt on one knee. Your Highness Leon, Your Highness Loki, the guard spoke with urgency. King Odin summons you. Please proceed to the royal hall immediately. That a flicker of barely perceptible light flashed in Loki's eyes as he gracefully rose, adjusting his robes, his smile taking on a deeper significance. Leon, however, emitted a sound of discontent before lazily sitting up from the lounge chair, stretching, his bones cracking. This scene caused Loki's lips to twitch, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. As the brother capable of easily overpowering Thor, Leon had delighted in bullying the two of them since childhood, an experience that Loki preferred not to revisit. Understood, Leon waved his hand dismissively. Tell father I shall change my attire and be along shortly. There is no need for haste. After all, the heavens will not collapse. The guard took his leave, and Loki inhaled deeply, setting aside painful memories as he observed Leon's leisurely demeanor, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Can't you exhibit a bit more enthusiasm? It could very well be a significant matter. A significant matter? Leon raised an eyebrow. For me, being allowed to take a peaceful nap is a monumental event. He shrugged and began to dissipate, like steam in the sunlight, vanishing from sight. Loki stared at the empty lounge chair, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. His elder brother, who spoke of laziness, was indeed an enigma of immeasurable strength. At least the precision with which he manipulated space and light rendered even Loki, the god of mischief, envious. The great hall. Within the grand hall, the atmosphere was tense. The All-Father Odin, the king of the gods, sat upon the exalted throne, wisdom gleaming in his single eye, the eternal spear in his hand emanating a subtle aura of authority. Thor stood beside the throne, grasping his hammer, his face alight with eager battle fervor. Loki stood on the opposite side, his demeanor elegant, yet his eyes glimmered with calculation. Soon, Leon's form coalesced like a beam of light, appearing instantaneously in the center of the hall. By now, he had changed into a simple golden outfit, still bearing the semblance of someone who had just awakened. Father, what is it that you require of me? Leon yawned, casually leaning against a pillar. It has been quite a while since I have intervened. Has the matter escalated to the point where I must take action myself? Odin's single eye swept over him, his authoritative voice reverberating throughout the great hall. Leon, curb your laziness. The equilibrium of the 9 realms is being shattered. Leon finally displayed a hint of interest. Oh, are those icy brutes from Jotunheim restless again? Worse than that, Odin replied gravely. According to Heimdall's observations, dark energy is eroding the roots of Yggdrasil, and ominous signs are manifesting across the realms. Just moments ago, a patrol heading to Vanaheim lost contact. Vanaheim? Thor stepped forward eagerly, his expression alight with excitement. Father, allow me to go. I vow to smash those who dare challenge Asgard into oblivion. Loki chuckled lightly. Brother, is there anything in your head besides thoughts of battle? We do not even know who the enemy is. That's better than your penchant for lurking in the shadows and plotting. Thor shot back at him. Enough. Odin's voice, laden with undeniable authority, silenced the bickering between his sons. His gaze eventually fell upon Leon, who was leaning against a pillar on the verge of dozing off. Leon, what is your perspective on this matter? Leon opened his eyes, scanning the hall's holographic star map, where the point representing Vanaheim flickered weakly. After a moment's contemplation, he lazily remarked, what else is there to consider? Send someone to investigate. However, I suggest Thor not be sent. I fear he would raise Vanaheim to the ground. Hey, Thor protested. Odin disregarded Thor's complaint and continued, who do you propose we send? Leon shrugged. Anyone will suffice, just as long as it is not me. I intend to catch up on my sleep this afternoon. At that moment, the doors of the hall were abruptly flung open, and a battle-worn warrior of the Aesir staggered in, his armor caked with frost and scorch marks. My liege, it is the frost giants. The warrior rasped. They have attacked our outpost. Lao Fei leads the charge personally. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. Fury ignited in Thor's eyes. Lao Fei, how dare he? Odin's single eye narrowed, the eternal spear igniting with light, causing the temperature within the hall to drop several degrees. Only Leon remained leaning against the pillar, even finding the time to comment with interest. It seems those ice brutes are truly courting death. Father, Thor knelt, his voice booming. Permit me to fight. I will lead the finest warriors of Asgard, flatten Jotunheim, and return with Laufey's head as a tribute to you. I shall join as well. Loki stepped forward, a glint of cold resolve in his eyes. It is the perfect opportunity to test my new magic. Odin remained silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Leon observed his two brothers, eager to rush into battle, and sighed in resignation. He sauntered forward, to the astonishment of all, and casually took a flask of mead from a guard. tilting his head back to take a swig. All right, everyone quiet down. Leon's voice commanded silence throughout the hall. He shook the flask, turning to Odin. Father, leave this matter to me. A flicker of surprise crossed Odin's single eye. You? Thor and Loki turned to him in disbelief. But weren't you going to sleep? Loki couldn't help but inquire. Leon rolled his eyes. What else should I do? Wait for them to march into Asgard. He tossed the empty flask to Thor and stretched languidly. You all stay here. Do not venture anywhere. Leon's tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable authority. Especially you, Thor. If you dare sneak out, I shall melt your hammer and fashion it into a drinking cup. Thor flinched, instinctively clutching Mjolnir. Leon ignored the astonished expressions of those around him, his form beginning to emit a soft golden light, akin to a miniature sun that I shall return shortly. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he gently levitated, and then, whoosh, by the time they comprehended what had transpired, his figure had transformed into a brilliant beam of light, shooting through the dome of the hall and vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind two bewildered brothers, Thor and Loki, and a contemplative Odin. Chapter 2. The Benevolence of the Sun. Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants. The eternal cold wind howled, swirling snowflakes throughout the air. Glaciers loomed like menacing fangs, piercing the gloomy sky. Laufey, the king of the frost giants, sat imperiously upon his throne, coldly observing the amassed army below. Thousands of frost giant warriors bore ice blades and battle axes, lined up in formation, their murderous aura causing the temperature of the tundra to plummet further. The Asgardians are utterly vulnerable. Laufey's voice was cutting. Odin is aging. His sons are mere cowards. Today, we shall shroud the nine realms in winter once more. Roar! The frost giants let out a thunderous roar, shaking the glaciers around them. At that moment, the dim sky suddenly brightened. Initially, it was but a glimmer of golden light, but in an instant, that light radiated like the sun, illuminating all of Jotunheim. What is that? Laufey sprang to his feet, squinting at the sky. He beheld a golden figure suspended high above, clad in golden armor, a flowing cape billowing behind, radiating light and warmth that began to melt this icy world. The surface of the glaciers dripped with water. The snow on the ground transformed into steam, and the frost giants instinctively felt a wave of discomfort and panic. Leon spread his arms wide, resembling a deity gazing down upon the ant-like army below. He uttered no words, but slowly raised his right hand. With that gesture, the temperature of Jotunheim began to rise at an alarming rate. The glaciers visibly melted, transforming into a surging flood. The proud icy armor of the frost giants began to vaporize, their skin sizzling under the scorching heat. No, this is impossible. Laufey gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, attempting to summon the power of ice to resist, but that force crumbled before the overwhelming light and heat. The throne collapsed into the flood, and the army wailed amidst the steam. Leon remained expressionless, merely snapping his fingers. In an instant, the brilliance intensified, and Jotunheim appeared as though it had been cast into the heart of a star. When the light dissipated, the once icy realm had transformed into an ocean, with only the tallest peaks stubbornly rising above the surface. The surviving frost giants clung desperately to the mountaintops, gazing up in terror at the figure in the sky, who seemed to embody divine retribution. Leon descended slowly before Laufey, his golden pupils devoid of any emotion. My brothers wish to flatten this place. His voice echoed through the steamy air. But I'm more merciful. He extended a finger, concentrating immense energy at its tip. Now, take your kin and retreat to your caves. If I see even one more frost giant step beyond the bounds of Jotunheim. Leon smiled faintly. Though the smile was chilling, I shall transform this place into the grandest hot spring in all the nine realms. Having spoken, he paid no further heed to the terrified Rolfi, turning instead into a beam of golden light, vanishing in an instant. All that remained was a frost giant kingdom trembling in the warm waters. In the celestial palace, the Hall of Heroes. Less than 5 minutes had elapsed since Leon's departure. Thor and Loki were still embroiled in a heated debate over whether Leon could indeed defeat Rolfi. He will surely prevail. Thor insisted that he's merely a sluggard. I wager he'll return within 5 minutes at most. Loki retorted. At that moment, a golden light descended from above, and Leon's figure reappeared in the center of the grand hall, holding a steaming hot spring egg. Done, he mumbled, taking a bite of the egg. The spring water over there is quite good, so I boiled an egg. Thor, Loki, and Odin were left speechless. Silence enveloped the Hall of Heroes until it was broken by Thor's exuberant cheer. He rushed forward, clapping Leon on the shoulder with great force. "I knew it. Leon, you are my strongest brother," Thor exclaimed, his hammer buzzing with excitement, as if celebrating Leon's victory. "Easy there, Thor," Leon said, stepping away from the bear hug, cradling the hot spring egg protectively. "This is a one-of-a-kind Ralphie's Fury spring egg. If you spill it, you won't be able to repay me." Loki approached with graceful poise, a complex look in his eyes. "Congratulations, brother. It seems your strength has increased significantly. Even Ralphie is no match for you," he remarked, his words sounding like praise, but piercing like a hidden needle into Thor's proud heart. "That as expected." Thor's smile faltered slightly. He glanced at Leon, then at his own Mjolnir, a flicker of discontent flashing in his eyes. As Odin's son, he had always lived in the brilliant shadow of his elder brother Leon. The throne rightfully belonged to Leon, a fact he accepted without dispute, yet he longed to prove himself. He yearned for the day when he could stand beside Leon as the mightiest general, rather than merely the brother who cleaned up the mess. He wished to demonstrate to his father that he was not a mere backup. Leon disregarded the undercurrents between his two brothers. He finished the hot spring egg in a few bites, stretched lazily, and then strolled leisurely to Odin's throne. "Father, the trouble has been resolved," he stated flatly. "Those ice lumps will not dare to set foot outside Jotunheim for hundreds of years. Now, may I return to my slumber?" Odin's single eye bore into him deeply. This son always eluded his understanding. His power seemed limitless, yet his demeanor was lazily indifferent for a deity. "Go on," Odin replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. "But Thor, Loki, you too stay." Leon smiled faintly, and in an instant he transformed into a cascade of golden particles, disappearing as if he had never been there. The atmosphere in the hall grew subtly charged once more. Odin turned to Thor, speaking gravely. "Thor, did you observe? True power is not derived from recklessness and rage, but from an absolute mastery over one's strength." "I understand, Father," Thor replied, bowing his head, though his fingers tightened around the hammer's grip, betraying his dissatisfaction. He did not comprehend. All he saw was Leon resolving the issue with greater strength and domineering methods. To him, it was not mastery, it was sheer violence. He craved that power, and he envied it. Loki, standing aside, took in Thor's expression, the smile on his lips deepening. That night, Thor paced restlessly in his chamber. The effortless display of Leon's might felt like a boulder pressing upon his heart. He swung Mjolnir repeatedly, the thunder echoing through the palace, yet it could not dispel his inner turmoil. "Still troubled by the battle of the day, brother?" Loki appeared silently behind him, 2 cups of mead in hand. "Leave me be, Loki," Thor shouted without turning to O. "It seems even the god of thunder has moments of helplessness," Loki remarked, handing him a cup, his tone laced with just the right amount of sympathy. "I can understand your feelings. Brother Leon is indeed formidable, so much so that we, his younger siblings, seem somewhat superfluous." The remark struck a nerve with Thor, who abruptly turned and snatched the cup, downing its contents in one go. "I do not feel helpless," he insisted, forcing the words out. I simply believe Ralphie was defeated too easily. We didn't even engage in a proper battle." "Indeed," Loki nodded with a smile, echoing his sentiments. "Brother Leon transformed Jotunheim into a sauna. Ralphie didn't even put up a decent resistance. This was not a war, it was a one-sided massacre. Asgard majesty was not showcased in this conflict." "Exactly," Thor exclaimed, as if he had found a kindred spirit, slamming his fist on the table. "I should have led the warriors to crush them on the battlefield. They should tremble beneath Mjolnir, not listen to Leon's tale of the hot spring egg." Then, Loki leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of temptation. "Do you not wish to know the true strength of the frost giants? Do you not want to prove that even without Leon, you, Thor, the god of thunder, can also uphold the glory of Asgard?" Thor's breathing quickened, the fire of battle reignited in his eyes. "What are you suggesting, Loki?" Loki smiled, realizing his plan had succeeded. "I have heard that although Ralphie was defeated, he did not surrender outright. In fact, several frost giant leaders are dissatisfied with Leon's approach and are secretly rallying. Father and Leon believe the crisis has passed, and this is our best opportunity to prove ourselves." That he paused, observing Thor's emotions fully stirred, and threw out the final bait. "Imagine, brother, when we resolve the trouble and return to the celestial palace with those defiant leaders in tow, how will everyone, including father and Leon, look upon you. Thor's mind instantly conjured that image that he stood in the Hall of Heroes, receiving the admiration of the masses, even Leon casting him an approving glance. All right, he smashed the cup onto the ground, shattering it instantly. Let's do this. We shall find Sif and the three warriors and depart tonight. That is the spirit of a future general of Asgard, Loki said elegantly, bowing with satisfaction deep in his eyes. He knew he had succeeded. Thor had become the pawn he desired, firmly positioned according to his design. And this was merely the first step of his grand scheme. Chapter 3. The sun will shine equally on every devout follower. Nightfall that in Leon's secluded garden. The moonlight flowed like water, but he lounged in a recliner, appearing to be in deep slumber, though his eyelashes quivered gently beneath the moon's glow. His superhuman hearing, or rather, his divine perception of light and energy as the god of the sun, allowed him to effortlessly capture every subtle energy fluctuation within the celestial palace. For instance, the suppressed excitement and fury brewing in Thor's chamber. Alas, Leon sighed inwardly. A truly troublesome bunch of brothers, he mused. He had long seen through Loki's petty tricks and understood that Thor's pitiable pride was at play. He even recognized that Odin had tacitly approved of all that transpired. A meticulously orchestrated farce, perhaps? Leon found it somewhat amusing. Odin sought to seize this opportunity to temper Thor's arrogance, making him comprehend the true responsibilities of a prince. Loki, on the other hand, aimed to eliminate his bothersome brother from the equation, paving the way for his own future status. As for Thor, he merely wished to prove to his father that he was no fool. Each individual harbored their own ulterior motives, each believing themselves the master of the game. Boring, Leon sighed, turning over and deciding to disregard this mess. As long as they did not create too much chaos or truly dismantle Asgard, he had no desire to intervene. After all, Thor would soon follow the script to Earth, where Odin would undoubtedly send him to keep an eye on his foolish brother. Thus, he chose to await the outcome. Before long, he sensed Thor and Loki stealthily slipping toward the Rainbow Bridge. Accompanied by Sif and the three warriors, he conjured a few plates of sunflower seeds and began to watch with great interest. Let's consider it a free theatrical performance, he mused, a flicker of thought sending a barely perceptible golden light from his hand, silently attaching itself to Thor's cloak. What followed unfolded almost entirely as scripted in the film. Thor and his companions crossed the Rainbow Bridge to Jotunheim, their arrival instantly inciting the ire of the frost giants, who were already simmering with anger. A chaotic brawl erupted. Although Thor fought valiantly, he quickly found himself in peril under the onslaught of Laufey and the entire frost giant army. At a critical moment, Odin descended upon Sleipnir, forcibly halting the battle and escorting his wayward sons back to Asgard. Within the Hall of the Honored Dead, the atmosphere was frigid. Odin's fury simmered like a volcano on the verge of eruption as he brandished the eternal spear, pointing it at the kneeling Thor. You are arrogant, reckless, and conceited. You have betrayed my expectations. You are unworthy of wielding this divine hammer. You are unworthy of being a warrior of Asgard. Odin's voice reverberated within the expansive hall, each word striking Thor's heart like a hammer. He stripped Thor of his divine power, casting the hammer far away, accompanied by an incantation. Whoever is worthy to lift this hammer, possessing a noble character, shall gain the power of the thunder god. Finally, with a wave of his hand, a beam of rainbow light engulfed the despairing Thor. Father! Loki feigned a cry, though his eyes glimmered with triumph. Odin ignored him, wearily seating himself upon the throne, appearing to age centuries in an instant. Soon, all departed the hall. So, the farce has concluded? Leon's figure silently appeared beside the throne, a cluster of freshly picked grapes in hand. Odin turned, his eyes filled with complex emotions. You knew all along, did you not? Whether it was Loki's incitement or your deliberate charade. Leon casually tossed a grape into his mouth. Odin fell silent. Father, I must confess my disapproval of this approach. Leon shook his head. Though Thor is impulsive, the situation is not dire. You are jeopardizing the safety of a realm to teach him a lesson. He must learn humility. Odin's voice quivered. How can a brutish warrior, who knows only war, become your future right-hand man? And what of Loki? Leon pressed further. Will you allow him to manipulate his brother in this manner? Can you not see the ambition in his eyes? Loki. Odin's tone grew wearier. He merely seeks more attention. Once Thor returns, all will be well. Naive, Leon bluntly remarked. He walked to the center of the hall, gazing at the residual energy of the Rainbow Bridge. Enough of this nonsense. I have no desire to meddle, Leon spoke calmly. As the god of the sun, his physical prowess was unparalleled, far exceeding Thor's strength. Even without employing divine powers, his physical might could easily crush the majority of beings across the 9 realms. Moreover, he was well versed in all the magic of Asgard, surpassing even Loki, though he simply found it burdensome to exert himself. However, since you have cast Thor into Midgard, I too wish to see what transpires there. Odin's single eye brightened. He had been pondering how to broach the subject when Leon proposed it first. Leon, you wish to go to Midgard. Is that unacceptable? Leon raised an eyebrow. As the future king of Asgard, is it not entirely reasonable to familiarize oneself with the most unique of the 9 realms? Besides, the Ancient One is there. It has been ages since I last saw her. Leon was well aware of the Ancient One, having accompanied Odin on several occasions to Camartage to discuss the mysteries of the universe with the Supreme Sorceress. Odin nodded slowly, a look of satisfaction and expectation crossing his face. You speak wisely, Leon. Midgard is indeed unique, and Thor will be your most valiant general in the future. Yet he requires honing at this moment. Go, watch over him, guide him, and help him understand what true responsibility entails. You want me to act as his bodyguard? Leon sighed. Very well. I shall consider it a vacation, a chance to enjoy some entertainment. I have heard the yellow sun of Midgard is quite special. It should be beneficial for my skin. His tone was light, yet Odin perceived the calm assurance with which he carried himself. He recognized that Leon understood everything, that he was not going to clean up a mess. Rather, he was there to witness the spectacle and ensure the performance did not falter. Go. Odin finally agreed with a slow nod. With Leon present, perhaps everything truly would remain in control. Thank you, Father. Leon snapped his fingers, his form once again transforming into particles of light. Oh, and one more thing, his voice echoed just before dissipating. Please keep an eye on my garden. Should anyone dare to pilfer my grapes, I shall make them taste the wrath of solar flares. Odin, gazing at the now empty hall, the All-Father shook his head in resignation. His 3 sons were each more troublesome than the last. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an unprecedented sense of peace within. For the largest of them, Leon, though appearing laid-back and gentle, was far from it. From a young age, he was a warrior at Heartpoint 2 millennia ago. He, like his sister, advocated for expansion, striving to dominate the entire universe and plant Asgard's banner in every corner. All enemies that arose were vanquished, leaving no trace behind. Wherever he tread, not a blade of grass remained. His catchphrase was rather peculiar. The sun shall shine equally upon every devout believer. Your words please the sun, but your actions do not. This sentiment bore a hint of arrogance, leading Odin to believe that Leon's current gentleness stemmed not from weakness, but from refinement. Deep down, he regarded others with indifference, confident in his ability to control everything. Following this, the renown of the sun god spread wildly across the cosmos, to the extent that some refer to him not as the sun god, but as the god of death. The degree of cruelty witnessed was enough to make even him, a battle-hardened king, furrow his brow in concern. Ultimately, it was Odin himself who sought out Leon for a conversation, only to find the exchange rather tedious, leading to the current state of affairs. Reflecting on this, Odin let out a sigh. Apart from this, Leon remained the esteemed prince of Asgard, his noble status undeniable. It appeared that the Midgardians were in for a rough time. However, with Leon, his most trusted son, present, Odin felt reassured that no significant troubles would arise. He could only hope that Thor would not bring shame upon the people of Asgard. Chapter 4. Tranquility of the 9 Realms. His Highness the Prince, the resplendent, multicolored bridge of the Rainbow Bridge surged with vibrant streams of light, connecting Asgard to the celestial sea of the 9 Realms. The guardian Heimdall, clad in golden armor and wielding the sword of protection, stood like a statue at the center of the elevated platform. His eyes could pierce through the 9 realms, perceiving all that existed. No secret could evade his vigilant gaze. Your Highness Leon, he acknowledged, as the figure of Leon approached, bathed in golden radiance, leisurely strolling from the direction of the celestial palace. For the first time in eons, Heimdall's expression shifted. He inclined his body slightly, his voice steady. Leon leaned casually against the control console, his gaze drifting towards the dazzling cosmos beyond the observatory. Heimdall, it has been a while. How have your eyes fared of late? Have you encountered any intriguing gossip? The corners of Heimdall's mouth twitched imperceptibly. The Grand Prince remained unchanged. Despite possessing power that could instill terror throughout the Nine Realms, he often behaved like a pampered youth just roused from slumber. Tranquility abounds in the Nine Realms, Your Highness. Heimdall responded with respect. Leon was among the few he chose to honor, not solely for his formidable strength, but also due to his ambition. Heimdall was well aware of Leon's purpose for this visit. The will of the All-Father Odin had long been conveyed to his heart. Yet, he was more intrigued by the circumstances that prompted this slumbering solar deity to once again step forth from Asgard. Was it simply ennui that drove him? A chill coursed through Heimdall's mind as he recalled vividly how, 2 millennia ago, whenever Prince Leon felt bored, some oblivious civilization would be eradicated from the star maps. Back then, he was not the gentle sun god he was now, but rather the harbinger of dread throughout the Nine Realms. Tranquility? Leon chuckled softly, turning his head. How can I shake the feeling that my foolish brother is causing quite a stir on Earth? Heimdall fell silent. He had indeed witnessed Thor's disheveled state in the courtyard, as well as the spectacle of the thunder god's hammer being surrounded by mortals. The All-Father has his own arrangements, was all he could reply. Leon shrugged, ceasing to tease the guardian. All right, I shall refrain from jesting. Take me to the courtyard. Father has tasked me with babysitting Thor. His tone carried a hint of reluctance. Yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. At last, he was to set foot on Earth. He had awaited this day for far too long. Iron Man, Captain America, the Hulk. Soon, he would behold these characters that had existed only on the screen in his past life. This promised far more amusement than watching Loki and Thor enact their brotherly rivalries in Asgard. As you command, Your Highness, Heimdall proclaimed, embedding the sword of protection into the core of the control console. Buzz. The observatory commenced its operations, with the colossal circular apparatus whirling, gathering the energy that tore through the fabric of space. Your Highness, your weapon, Heimdall reminded. Leon patted his waist, finding it devoid of anything. He chuckled. Fear not, Surveyed is quite obedient and will not wander off. No sooner had he spoken than the space at his waist subtly distorted, revealing a magnificent golden longsword that shimmered with searing energy. The sword of the sun god, Surveyed. A divine artifact forged by Asgard's foremost craftsman from the core of a dying star. Heimdall refrained from further comments, knowing that when Prince Leon summoned this sword, it signified his transformation from a languid prince into the true sun god. Activate the Rainbow Bridge. With Heimdall's command, a torrent of multicolored energy surged forth, instantaneously traversing the cosmos and accurately targeting the distant Midgard. Leon's figure was engulfed by the beam of light, vanishing within its resplendent glow. Heimdall stood still, his gaze fixed on the dissipating light, yet his heart remained tumultuously unsettled. He hoped that the inhabitants of Midgard would be able to endure the arrival of this prince on holiday. In the United States, New Mexico, the vast desert lay beneath the scorching sun, the cracked earth baking under its relentless heat. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, as if something had breached the atmosphere. Immediately, a radiant beam of colors descended, imprinting a colossal rune upon the ground. As the brilliance faded, Leon's silhouette emerged at the heart of the desert. He looked up at the sun overhead and inhaled the arid air deeply. Indeed, it is quite different from Asgard, he mused. He could sense that the energy of this star was far more vibrant. It resembled a spirited cocktail infused with pop rocks, though not of a high-energy tier. It brimmed with life. Quite satisfactory. Leon nodded approvingly, his spirits lifted. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the desolation, decay, and utter lack of vitality. It seemed fitting that Thor had been cast into such a place. Leon shook his head in resignation. At that moment, several black SUVs roared towards him, stirring up clouds of dust as they encircled him with haste. The doors swung open, and a dozen men clad in black suits and sunglasses rushed out, their firearms aimed squarely at him. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, yet an exceptionally cordial smile. Leon recognized him at once. Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., with a level 8 clearance, the foremost admirer of Captain America and the future victim of Loki's scepter. Adjusting his sunglasses, Coulson approached with a professional smile, taking deliberate steps forward. Good afternoon, sir. I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Assault and Logistics Support. His voice was gentle, yet his gaze scrutinized Leon with an unwavering intensity. This man was indeed peculiar. Coulson swiftly assessed in his mind. He did not possess the brawny build of Thor, nor did he exude an aggressive aura. Instead, he stood there quietly, resembling an aristocrat who had inadvertently wandered onto a film set, his elegant demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation. Yet, the nonchalance he radiated, an air of indifference that seemed to dismiss everything, made Coulson feel a sense of trepidation greater than that evoked by the Hulk. What department? Leon arched an eyebrow, feigning confusion. What is it? Some insurance company? Your sales tactics are rather unique. Coulson's smile faltered momentarily. Insurance sales? The agents behind him could not suppress their smirks. Was this man genuinely unaware or merely playing the fool? Sir, we are affiliated with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Assault and Logistics Support, Coulson explained patiently. We are responsible for addressing certain unconventional incidents, such as, for instance, individuals like you who suddenly descend from the sky. Oh, Leon nodded in sudden comprehension. So, you're the government's secret police. Coulson felt as though his communication skills were being put to the test. Engaging in conversation with this individual was more exhausting than negotiating with Tony Stark. Sir, we mean no harm. Coulson took a deep breath and decided to get straight to the point. We would like to know who you are, where you come from, and what your relationship is with the gentleman who referred to himself as Thor. Leon regarded him, his golden pupils gleaming brightly in the sunlight. You have many questions. Agent Coulson, he replied with a smile. Allow me to offer a kind suggestion. Perhaps you should lower your weapons. I appreciate your demeanor, but the presence of those objects directed at me makes me quite uncomfortable. When my temper flares, I cannot predict what may transpire. Leon's smile was benign, yet it instilled in Coulson a sense of unease. With years of experience dealing with such incidents, he could sense that this man was far from ordinary. Realizing this, Coulson glanced at the agents behind him, signaling them to refrain from any rash actions. Yet, there would always be one or two overly anxious youngsters. One young agent's fingers trembled slightly as he fixated on Leon. He had just analyzed the energy readings produced during the arrival of the Bifrost through tactical optics, and those values had far exceeded their comprehension. This man was undoubtedly on par with the Hulk, if not more perilous. Overcome by fear, his finger involuntarily tightened around the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire shattered the desert's tranquility. A specially designed armor-piercing round, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, hurtled toward Leon's brow. Coulson's complexion instantly turned ashen. Damn it, who did this? A spy. Don't shoot. Chapter 5. Your attacks are akin to playful gestures. But it is already too late. Time seemed to slow at that moment. Everyone distinctly witnessed the bullet, potent enough to penetrate tank armor, hovering eerily just centimeters from Leon's forehead. It was as if it had collided with an invisible wall, the projectile contorting grotesquely under the force of its kinetic energy, yet unable to advance an inch further. Then, before the astonished gazes of all present, Leon extended 2 fingers and nonchalantly pinched the deformed bullet between them. I have expressed my disdain for being threatened with toys. A gentle smile lingered on Leon's face, yet a glint of icy menace flickered within his pupils. With a delicate wave of his hand, whoosh. There was no whistle, no sound of slicing air. The bullet vanished in an instant, reappearing to pierce the brow of the agent who had fired. The agent's body stiffened abruptly, his sunglasses slipping to reveal eyes filled with terror and confusion. A minuscule hole marred his forehead, with no blood spilling forth, as the surrounding tissue had been incinerated by an instantaneous surge of heat. He had not even the time to emit a scream before he toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, echoing starkly in the stillness of the desert. Silence enveloped the scene. Coulson swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He understood that they had provoked a being they absolutely could not afford to challenge. The terror of this man eclipsed even that of the Hulk, while the Hulk embodied sheer rage. The individual before him dispatched life in the blink of an eye, a far more harrowing prospect. Now, may we engage in a proper discussion? Leon's tone remained gentle, yet to the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, it resonated with an unsettling chill. He surveyed the rigid agents before him, their weapons aimed with darkened muzzles, and suddenly chuckled lightly. Your attempts at aggression are akin to playful pouting. Quite endearing, but I must ask you to cease. Before his words could fully dissipate, a radiant aura emanated from him. It was neither an energy shock nor a psychic pressure, but rather an energetic barrier. Crack, crack. The firearms in the agent's hands seemed to buckle under an unseen weight, their barrels twisting, components exploding, reduced to mere scrap metal in a matter of seconds. My God! Coulson stared blankly at the remains of his handgun, now merely a grip in his hand, his mind devoid. What manner of monster is he? Now, it is my turn to inquire. Leon approached Coulson, towering over him in scrutiny. Where is my foolish brother now? Coulson felt as though his heart was ensnared, each beat echoing as if it were the final one. He swore that, even in the face of the uncontrollable green behemoth, he had never felt his life so fragile as he did now. The man before him maintained a gentle smile, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a performance. Coulson's mind raced, assessing the situation at hand. Resistance? Utterly futile. Escape? An impossible notion. He had no doubt that with a mere thought, The other party could lead him and the remaining agents down the same path as that young man. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, presenting a smile as sincere as possible. Sir, are you referring to that same muscular individual who claims to be the god of thunder and has fallen from the sky? Coulson chose his words with caution, attempting to glean more information from the man's reaction. His sole mission now was to keep this individual steady, buying precious moments for Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. Leon found it somewhat amusing to see Coulson's face, which conveyed professionalism while concealing his inner turmoil. They always displayed such intriguing struggles when confronted with incomprehensible power. Muscular? Leon echoed the term, his smile deepening. Ah, that description is indeed apartment. After all, apart from muscles, his mind must consist of little else but a hammer. Indeed, he is the one I seek. Upon hearing Leon's confirmation, Coulson felt a slight sense of relief. At least the other party's intentions were clear and not aimed at world destruction. He promptly retrieved a tablet from his pocket, swiftly swiping his fingers across the screen. According to our tracking, Mr. Thor is currently in a small town 8 kilometers away. The tablet displayed a blinking red dot, marking the very town where Thor had created a large crater. He appears to be in a pet shop, attempting to purchase a horse. Leon's smile faltered. A horse? Is Thor serious? Does he think the Bifrost is like a shared bicycle, available for use at will? Leon found himself at a loss regarding his brother. He could vividly imagine Thor entering a pet shop and shouting at the owner, "Bring me a horse that can return to Asgard." While it sounded absurd, it was indeed the kind of thing Thor would do. Coulson keenly noticed the subtle shift in Leon's expression, leading him to a conjecture. It seemed that the relationship between the brothers was not as harmonious as one might assume. This was a point to exploit. Sir, if you require, we can dispatch a vehicle to take you there immediately. Coulson seized the opportunity, adopting a cooperative stance. Our mission is to uphold world peace and assist exceptional international allies like you and Mr. Thor. Leon cast a sidelong glance at him, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. This fellow was quite adept at climbing the ranks, but alas, he was merely the village chief of a novice settlement. No more. Leon waved his hand dismissively, rejecting Coulson's request. He had no desire to bounce along the sand in a vehicle at a sluggish pace. It was far too unbecoming of his solar deity persona and an egregious waste of his vacation time. You may remain here, Leon spoke with a nonchalant tone. Remember, do not follow me, nor attempt to surveil me with your little satellites. He paused, a gentle smile returning to his face, yet his words surprised Coulson slightly. I prefer a tranquil holiday, free from the buzzing of flies in my ears. With that, Leon disregarded the pale-faced crowd, his form beginning to radiate a soft golden glow. Oh, by the way, at the moment his figure was about to dissipate. He seemed to recall something and turned back to glance at the heap of scrap metal and the pool of human ashes. When you clean up the scene, remember to send the bill to Thor. Just say it's his brother's mess. As his voice faded, his figure transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the sky, vanishing instantly against the azure horizon, leaving a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents bewildered in the desert winds. Coulson gazed vacantly at the sky, taking a long while to regain his senses. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he picked up the now dysfunctional walkie-talkie. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. This is Coulson. Yes. Sir, we have encountered another. No, far more powerful than Thor. Yes, he is left to find Thor. Also, sir, we may need a new team member, along with a substantial compensation package and vehicle repair costs. In the small town of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico, Thor stood in front of a pet shop, his expression one of utter frustration. Just moments ago, he had attempted to purchase a horse with a few Asgardian gold coins, only to be deemed insane by the shopkeeper, who nearly called the authorities on him. Mortals are truly incomprehensible. Thor grumbled, running his fingers through his long hair. Do they not recognize that this is pure gold? It could purchase their entire town. He felt more constrained than ever in his life, stripped of his powers, unable to lift his hammer, and now mistaken for a madman, even when trying to buy a horse. Just as he pondered his existence, a familiar voice echoed above him. Thor, if you wish to return home, perhaps you should consider an airplane rather than a horse. Chapter 6. What the? Is that a spy? Thor looked up abruptly to see Leon leisurely hovering in midair, holding a frosty smoothie. Leon. Thor's eyes widened in astonishment, a mix of surprise and joy flooding his expression. What brings you here? Leon gracefully descended before him, taking a sip of his strawberry smoothie and savoring the flavor. Father sent me to teach you a lesson. He shrugged, his tone as nonchalant as ever. By the way, have you managed to create a hole in this planet? He scrutinized Thor's obviously ill-fitting attire, clicking his tongue in disapproval. It appears you are not faring too well. This outfit resembles that of a drummer who has been dismissed. Hey, Thor retorted, puffing out his chest in an attempt to preserve his dwindling dignity. I am merely integrating into life. Is that so? Leon raised an eyebrow. Your method seems to involve being incapacitated by a human girl wielding a stun gun, only to be mistaken for a lunatic in a hospital? Thor's face instantly flushed a deep shade of crimson. How could he possibly know? Leon, unable to contain his amusement at Thor's mortification, chuckled. Fear not, Thor. The number of people aware of your predicament is beyond counting, so this little embarrassment is inconsequential. Now, stop standing here in disgrace, Leon said, patting him on the shoulder. Follow me. I have located your hammer. Without waiting for Thor's response, he turned and strode towards the outskirts of the town. Thor paused for a moment, then excitedly followed. Mjolnir, where is it? In a large pit, Leon replied without looking back, surrounded by a crowd of mortals, as if they are observing some rare creature. The duo traversed the small town and soon arrived at the immense crater created by the god of thunder. Shield had established a temporary base there, with white tents and an array of high-tech equipment surrounding the pit, making it nearly impenetrable. What is this? Thor inquired, furrowing his brow at the scene before him. Your devoted fan club, Leon teased, gesturing toward the men clad in black suits, sunglasses perched on their noses, their waists bulging with weapons. They are quite eager for your autograph, or perhaps, your hammer. At that moment, an alarm blared from the base. Coulson rushed in with a team of agents, but upon spotting Leon and Thor together, his expression grew increasingly complicated. Damn it, why is this guy here again? Is this hammer somehow connected to them? Gentlemen, Coulson said, mustering his resolve as he approached. This is a restricted area. I must ask you to leave immediately. Seeing these mortals daring to obstruct him ignited Thor's fury, and he strode forward, intent on breaking through. Step aside. That is my property. Several agents rushed to block him, but their strength was as futile as a fly attempting to halt a train before Thor. Leon stood by, observing with great interest, showing no inclination to intervene. He resembled an audience member at a play, even pulling up a chair to settle in comfortably. Coulson gazed at the chaotic scene before him, feeling a throbbing headache emerging. Why is this guy back again? He looked at the leisurely seated Leon, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. This is no god. This is clearly a devil come to wreak havoc. Bang! Just as Coulson was about to call for reinforcements, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the watchtower of the base. It was not a pistol, but rather a high-caliber sniper rifle. The target was none other than Leon, who was leisurely seated and watching a performance. Coulson's heart surged into his throat. Goodness, could this be a case of espionage? No, he shouted in panic, but it was already too late. The bullet tore through the air, whistling toward Leon's temple. Yet, reminiscent of the earlier scene in the desert, the bullet once again came to a halt mid-air. Leon did not even turn his head. Instead, he merely furrowed his brow in irritation, seemingly disturbed from his enjoyment of the show. With a gentle wave of his hand, akin to shooing away an annoying mosquito, the sniper bullet, along with the marksman in the watchtower and his rifle, instantaneously transformed into a wisp of golden light, dissipating into the atmosphere. Indeed, it was a simple evaporation, a physical evaporation. This represented the most fundamental application of energy by Leon, akin to Thor summoning thunder. The base fell into silence. All agents stood frozen, staring at the scene. Even Thor, who had been grappling with an agent, halted his movements. Leon turned his head, gazing calmly at Coulson, and spoke slowly. Agent Coulson, it seems your subordinates have a poor memory. Coulson felt his blood run cold. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, soaking his collar, yet he remained oblivious. His mind raced, yet it could only arrive at one conclusion: despair. Another one was dead. No, it was not merely death. The sniper, along with his valuable weapon and the entire watchtower, had vanished just like that. It was not an explosion. It felt more like complete evaporation, just like in the desert. Coulson struggled to swallow, but his professionalism kept him composed. He forced himself to divert his gaze from the empty sky and refocus on the man before him. Leon had risen from his reclining chair, leisurely brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. His expression remained gentle, with a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth, yet his golden eyes were icy. Sir, Coulson's voice was hoarse. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Leon interrupted him, his tone casual. The first time, I could consider it as nerves. The second time, Agent Coulson, this is called provocation. He took a step forward. Though his movements were slow, they instinctively caused the SHIELD agents to retreat. It was over. Coulson's heart sank to the depths. He could sense Leon's patience waning. He was not like Thor who, despite his strength, wore his emotions on his sleeve and was easily swayed by words. Leon's demeanor is reserved. His gentleness is merely a facade. stemming from the arrogance born of immense power. Once provoked, the consequences of this arrogance could be catastrophic. I sincerely apologize for the foolish actions of my subordinates. Coulson immediately lowered his posture, even inclining slightly. We are prepared to bear any repercussions. Bear repercussions? What can mere mortals offer to withstand the wrath of the divine? Leon found this notion somewhat amusing. These individuals consistently prefer to measure everything by their own flawed logic. Yet, they have never contemplated that in the face of absolute power, all rules become utterly meaningless. He disregarded Coulson's pleas for mercy and slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, then gently clenched. Since it was a provocation, there must be a price to pay. His voice remained calm, yet the sky transformed. The once clear azure expanse was suddenly enveloped by a dazzling golden radiance, as if a second sun had materialized above New Mexico. What is that? A young agent trembled, pointing towards the heavens. Beams of blinding light pierced through the clouds, abruptly descending upon them. There were no explosions, no thunderous roars. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had previously aimed their weapons at Leon silently disintegrated into golden particles upon contact with the light. Moreover, their disappearance, along with the ground beneath them, dissolved into thin air. The entire process was eerily quiet, akin to a silent purification. Chapter 7. Why? Coulson stared blankly at the scene before him. His mind had ceased to function. This was an occurrence he had never witnessed, even once throughout his career. The beings he had faced before could at least be considered human, but Leon, this was his first encounter with such a being. Soon, the agents beside him vanished one by one, leaving only steaming craters in their wake. Ultimately, he was left alone with Thor, who stood beside Leon, equally stunned by the spectacle. He knew Leon was powerful, but he had never imagined that Leon would fight in such a manner. This was no longer a battle. It was a judgment. He recalled the title of God of Death that Leon had held 2,000 years ago during his conquests across the 9 realms. It became evident that he had never changed. He had merely slumbered. Just as Coulson believed he too would be consumed by the golden light, Leon lowered his hand. The sky returned to its cerulean hue, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting illusion. Yet the lingering scent in the air and the gaping, horrific craters on the ground served as stark reminders of what had just occurred. Well, the flies have been cleared away. Leon clapped his hands, a gentle smile returning to his face, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. He turned to Thor. Now, it is your turn. He pointed towards the solitary hammer resting in the center of the crater. Go, Thor, your toy awaits you. Thor snapped back to reality, casting a glance at Leon. His eyes filled with awe, yet predominantly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He silently nodded, pushing past Coulson, and strode purposefully towards the crater. Coulson stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. He was no match in combat, and pleading for mercy was futile. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Thor attempted to reclaim his toy. Leon observed Thor's resolute silhouette, a smirk deepening on his lips. Poor Thor, he remains blissfully unaware that his father's incantation is no mere ornament. Stripped of his divine power, he is now little more than an ordinary man. Indeed, as Thor leaped into the pit, clutching the handle of Mjolnir with both hands, a comical scene unfolded. His face flushed crimson. He exerted every ounce of strength, his muscles bulging and veins protruding. Yet, the hammer remained stubbornly immobile, as if glued in place. Rise, Thor bellowed, his voice laced with confusion and a hint of panic. Impossible. How can this be? Mjolnir is my weapon, a part of my very being. Why does it reject me? Time and again, he endeavored, only to be met with failure. Ultimately, he sank to his knees beside the hammer, unleashing a desperate roar towards the heavens. No, the sound was so anguished that one might think his beloved had run off with another. Coulson, snapping back to reality, regarded Thor with bewilderment, unable to fathom why this being was so fixated on a mere weapon. Was he not the god of thunder? Could it be he was actually the god of hammers? Leon stood at the edge of the pit, shaking his head. What a disgrace, he muttered softly, though his words reached every ear present. Thor shot his gaze upwards, his eyes reddened, as if he had found a lifeline. Leon, his voice was hoarse. Why is this happening? In an instant, Leon's figure appeared beside him, looking down with an air of superiority. Because you are foolish, my dear brother. Father has stripped you of your divine power. You are now but a mortal. How could a mere mortal wield a divine artifact? Thor's complexion paled further, as he knelt there, utterly dejected, as if all strength had drained from him. Leon shook his head, offering no further attention, instead walking leisurely to Mjolnir. Gazing at the hammer, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He then bent down, effortlessly grasping the handle with one hand. Old friend, do you remember me? His voice was soft, akin to greeting a long-lost companion. Buzz, The hammer of the thunder god emitted a resonant hum, seemingly responding to his call. The runes upon its surface began to illuminate, and brilliant blue lightning crackled at the head of the hammer, starting to entwine around Leon's arm. Before the astonished gazes of Thor and Coulson, Leon effortlessly lifted Mjolnir from the ground. "This is impossible," Thor murmured, feeling as though his worldview had crumbled. Leon not only had the strength to raise Mjolnir, but appeared to do so with greater ease than himself, as if the hammer were destined to belong to him. Little did poor Thor know that Odin had initially intended to bestow upon Leon the power of the thunder god, but alas, Leon had shown no interest. Coulson, observing the figure grasping the hammer of the thunder god in the pit, felt a ludicrous notion resurface in his mind, gaining clarity. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. had been mistaken in their target from the very beginning. They should have courted not the impulsive thunder god, but rather this enigmatic brother of his. Though unaware of what deity he might be, he appeared far stronger than Thor. Leon weighed the hammer in his hand, feeling the surge of thunderous power coursing through it. Not bad, the grip felt unchanged. He raised his gaze, his golden pupils reflecting the azure sky. Then, he lifted the hammer high above his head. In that instant, the heavens transformed. The once clear sky was suddenly cloaked in dark clouds, with lightning dancing within, producing a deafening roar. Leon's figure slowly ascended, the blue lightning intertwining with the golden divine energy radiating from him, rendering him akin to a celestial sovereign descending from the heavens. He soared high, surveying the temporary base established by S.H.I.E.L.D. below. A smile graced his lips, his eyes icy. "Let this display of fireworks serve as my welcome ceremony to Earth." He raised Mjolnir high above, and torrents of thunder cascaded from the sky, converging upon the hammerhead. Thunderous rumblings erupted. A massive column of lightning, exuding an aura of annihilation, descended from the heavens, striking the center of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. There was no explosion, no flames, only an all-consuming whiteness. When the brilliance faded, the base, constructed with countless resources and manpower, along with all its advanced technology, had vanished entirely from the surface. In its place lay a colossal pit, over a kilometer in diameter, unfathomably deep, with edges as smooth as a mirror. "Coulson, you are remarkable. You are lofty. Did you treat our base as fireworks?" Leon gently descended, casually tossing Mjolnir before Thor. With a hum, the hammer regained its mountainous weight, embedding itself deeply into the ground. He cast one last glance at Thor, who knelt on the ground, shaking his head. "Thor, experience the life of mortals well. Only when you understand your father's intentions can you once again wield this hammer." Having spoken, he turned, his golden figure seemingly on the verge of dissipating into particles of light. However, just as he was about to depart, an enraged roar echoed behind him. "Halt!" Leon's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He slowly turned around, a hint of playful amusement gracing his countenance. Thor had risen from the ground, his eyes now bloodshot, fixed intently upon Leon. His chest heaved violently, and his clenched fists trembled slightly from exertion. "Why?" Thor's voice was hoarse, each word forced through gritted teeth. "Why is it you? Why do you effortlessly possess everything? Power, glory, father's approval, even my hammer." He pointed at Mjolnir lying on the ground, then gestured towards Leon. "I have labored for a millennium. I have fought across the 9 realms for Asgard. I sacrificed everything to become a warrior as formidable as you. And what has it yielded? I have been stripped of my divine power, exiled like a mere mortal. Yet you lazy wretch who lounges in the garden soaking up the sun, can effortlessly wield it and command the thunder." Chapter 8. You are too weak, Thor. Thor's accusation, or rather, his lamentation, echoed across the silent pit. Coulson stood at a distance, holding his breath, watching the unfolding drama in silence. Good heavens! What a domestic tragedy is this? A brother publicly rebuking his sibling? And these are no ordinary men. Leon gazed upon his nearly shattered brother, the smile fading from his face, replaced by an air of indifference. "So what?" he replied nonchalantly. "So I shall duel you," Thor bellowed, charging at Leon like an enraged bull. "Even without divine power, I remain a warrior of Asgard. I will reclaim my dignity with my fists." Thor's body, honed through millennia of training, was still several times stronger than the finest athletes on Earth, and a single punch from him could effortlessly penetrate steel. However, just as his fist was about to collide with Leon's face, it was effortlessly caught by a singular hand. Leon did not even alter his stance. He merely raised his hand casually and firmly grasped Thor's fist. Thor's pupils dilated in shock as he felt his fist sink as if into the earth, the other palm unyielding. "Dignity?" Leon's eyes betrayed no emotion as he regarded Thor, slowly speaking. "Thor, What you call dignity is, to me, merely the lament of the weak. He suddenly yanked Thor forward, then delivered a precise kick to his body, carefully calibrated to ensure Thor would not be sent flying. The impact was like a hammer striking, causing Thor to bend at the waist and kneel on the ground, his expression grim. Leon crouched down, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he gently patted Thor's face. My foolish brother, after all these years, you remain so impulsive. Have you forgotten how I bested you before? Thor's eyes were fixed on Leon with an intensity that suggested he felt as if Leon had stolen his beloved. He was unconvinced, perplexed as to why Leon was so formidable. He had no objections to Leon's strength, which he deemed well-deserved. While he and Loki had questioned Leon's attitude, they had never doubted his prowess. What confounded him was how Leon, seemingly without effort, wielded such power. Meanwhile, he had devoted himself to Asgard, tirelessly seeking to conquer and expand its territories. Yet, what had he received in return? Misunderstanding from his father, a lack of support from Leon, and ridicule from Loki. All he wished to ask was what, in fact, had he, Thor, accomplished? Leon observed Thor with a bemused smile, noting the shifts in his expression. Oh, look at that little glimmer in your eyes. Thor, if Asgard were truly in your hands, it would spell doom. It seemed that as an elder brother, it was necessary to teach him a lesson. Without further contemplation, Leon smiled gently, and, amidst Thor's terrified gaze, slowly raised his right hand. Leon, what are you planning? Thor shouted in alarm. What am I planning? You shall know shortly, Leon replied with a grin, yet his actions remained unimpeded. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Thor's face, though Leon tempered the force, leaving no mark. As Thor regained his composure and opened his mouth to speak, another slap followed. Smack! The god of thunder, is it? Smack! Power, is it? Smack! Glory, is it? Smack! Laserbones, are you? Smack! A duel, is it? Leon raised his right hand once more, but paused before striking. Thor instinctively flinched. He lowered his hand and shook his head. You are far too weak, Thor. With precision, Leon's other hand transformed into a blade-like strike, landing deftly on the back of Thor's neck. Thud! Thor's vision darkened, consciousness fading, as he crumpled to the ground. Do you not understand yet? Leon's voice echoed in his ears just before he lost all awareness. The gap between us has never been about divine power or this hammer. It lies here. Leon pointed delicately to his own temple. You think with muscle, while I think with this. Thor wished to respond, but his strength had abandoned him. Leon gazed down at the unconscious Thor, shaking his head. Engaging with a mortal stripped of divine power is quite beneath me. However, I did mention that as an elder brother, it is indeed necessary to discipline a disobedient younger sibling. He lifted his foot and gently nudged Thor's rear. Thud! With a dull thump, Thor was propelled like a ball, skidding across the ground for hundreds of meters before finally colliding with a pit wall, coming to a halt. Now, are you awake? Leon's voice reverberated in Thor's ears, even though he could no longer hear it. After completing his task, he turned to face Coulson. A gentle smile gracing his features once more. Agent Coulson, it seems my brother requires some additional care. He gestured towards the figure etched into the pit wall in the distance. Please, take him away. Coulson gazed at the imprint and the unconscious Thor a short distance away, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh. Hallelujah. In any case, at least I am still alive. He picked up the intercom, his tone returning to its usual calmness, though his heart raced. Calling headquarters. Yes, sir, we may require a medical team and an engineering team. 10 minutes later, at S.H.I.E.L. DS Tricorder's headquarters, in the command center, Nick Fury pressed his palm against his temple with one hand, his single eye bloodshot. Before him, a holographic screen displayed looping satellite images of the New Mexico desert. At its center lay a gaping pit over a kilometer in diameter, an unsightly scar imprinted upon the Earth's surface, which had also seared itself into his heart. Yes, sir, the entire base along with all equipment and personnel has vanished. Coulson's voice came through the encrypted communication. Preliminary assessment indicates they were vaporized by a burst of extreme thermal energy. Fury's fist clenched quietly beneath the table. Vaporized? The word slipped so easily from the lips, yet it bore the weight of the sacrifice of numerous elite S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the obliteration of billions of dollars worth of high-tech equipment. What about the target? Fury's voice was grave. Target Leon has departed, whereabouts unknown. Target Thor has lost all anomalous energy readings and is currently in a state of unconsciousness. We are preparing to transport him back to the temporary medical facility. Bring him back to the base and reconstruct it, Fury interrupted Coulson, with the highest level of security measures. Additionally, he paused, his single eye fixed intently on a screenshot of Leon lounging in a recliner. Elevate Leon's threat level to the maximum. All field units are prohibited from any form of contact with the target unless I issue direct orders. I repeat, any form. This command caused Coulson on the other end of the communication to furrow his brow. The highest threat level was reserved for cataclysmic events such as an alien fleet invasion. Yet now, this designation belonged to a single individual. Fury ended the communication, leaning wearily back in his chair. He felt a sense of powerlessness he had never known before. Throughout his life, he had endeavored to control everything, to account for all threats within his calculations. Yet now, two pieces had emerged on the board that he could not comprehend. No, they were not mere pieces. They were entities capable of upending the entire game at any moment. The sun god, Leon, murmured to himself, a fierce glint flashing in his single eye. I care not what deity you are. This is Earth, the domain of humanity. Chapter 9. Is this fellow a model? Meanwhile, Leon leisurely floated above a small town in New Mexico. He did not hasten to depart, but instead savored the very air of this world. The sunlight bathed him, imparting a sensation starkly different from the white stars of Asgard. Here, the energy was wilder, brimming with the vigor of life. Indeed, it was a splendid place for a holiday. He gazed down at his foolish brother, who lay unconscious from a kick. At that moment, Thor was being carefully extracted from the pit by Coulson's subordinates. Lifted onto a stretcher as though he were a fragile treasure, and Leon found it somewhat amusing. I hope this lesson instills some wisdom in you, Thor. Leon mused with a faint smile. Otherwise, next time, it shan't merely be a kick to your backside. He bore no true desire to harm Thor. After all, he was the brother who had watched him grow. Yet, Thor's arrogance and recklessness would inevitably bring disaster upon Asgard. Odin's methods of education were far too gentle. And as the elder brother, Leon felt it his duty to impart a deeper understanding of reverence to Thor. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., a sardonic smile graced Leon's lips. A band of self-important individuals, attempting to fathom the divine through their own means. If they were genuinely intent on benefiting humanity, it would be one thing, but what had S.H.I.E.L.D. become? A den of serpents? Or a lair of green-skinned monsters? Even Earth's mightiest superhero, Captain Marvel, was a laughable figure, not to mention her close association with that cotton machine. Leon had always harbored a disdain for the semi-automatic cotton machine. Such foolishness was unheard of even in Asgard, save for Thor. Their humble origins and lowly status were one thing, but their lack of intellect was another matter entirely. With their emotional intelligence as lacking as their mental faculties, they were utterly beyond redemption. As for Captain Marvel, this was no baseless conjecture. The films portrayed it thus, did they not? Unless the narrative of this universe diverged significantly, it could not be mistaken. Yet, would Captain Marvel refrain from assisting the Skrulls? Was such a possibility conceivable? Leon shook his head, observing the agents below. If he were to explain, he would liken them to primitive folk gathered around a campfire, striving to comprehend the principles of nuclear fusion. Charming, yet lamentable. He had no intention of waging an all-out war against S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately. That would be far too tedious. He preferred to, as he was now, stir the already predetermined narrative of this world into chaos. For him, it was a long-awaited game, a diversion that could alleviate his ennui for eons. So, where to for the first stop? Leon's perception instantaneously enveloped the entire town. He heard the heated exchange between Jane Foster and Daisy, the concerns of Professor Selvig, and the sizzling sound of hamburger patties from a nearby small diner. That was the moment. He snapped his fingers, and his figure instantly transformed into particles of light. Vanishing from the spot, inside the town's sole eatery, Jane Foster was irritably prodding a fried egg on her plate with a fork. I am certain that was no ordinary lightning. Its energy spectrum and particle composition perfectly aligned with the fluctuations I previously observed in the Einstein-Rosen bridge. She reiterated for the umpteenth time to her companion, but was met with Daisy's familiar expression of reluctant disbelief. Daisy Louise, a political science intern, was currently engrossed in her syrup-drenched waffle. Jane, dear, she mumbled, I appreciate your fervor for science, but we ought to be more concerned about our expensive Chevrolet, which has been smashed by a muscle-bound man falling from the sky. And we didn't even acquire his license information. Professor Eric Selvig sat nearby, helplessly massaging his temples. He was tasked with calming the agitated Jane while managing the whims of the erratic Daisy, feeling as though his brain cells were dying in droves. Daisy, Jane's discovery could be the most significant astrophysical breakthrough of the century, he attempted to reason. And you, Mr. Thor, he glanced at Jane. We don't even know where he came from. His very presence is a conundrum. Just then, the bell at the diner's entrance chimed melodiously. A man clad in golden attire walked in. His hair glimmered in the sunlight, and his golden eyes sparkled like two warm gemstones. his face adorned with a languid smile. Simply standing there, he captured the attention of everyone in the diner. Wow. Daisy's fork hovered midair, her syrupy lips forgotten. Is he another one who fell from the sky? Jane and Eric instinctively turned their gazes toward him. Their immediate reaction was that this man was the complete antithesis of the muscular figure named Thor. If Thor was the tempestuous thunder, this man was the tranquil sun, radiant and warm, yet exuding an awe-inspiring authority that made it difficult to gaze directly at him. Leon paid no heed to the surrounding stares and walked directly to the bar, offering a gentle smile to the mesmerized waitress. "Hello, may I have a strawberry smoothie? Double sugar, please? Thank you." His voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. The waitress's face flushed instantly as she hurriedly began operating the smoothie machine. Goodness, with that handsome visage, tall and robust physique, and the hint of muscle beneath his shirt, was this fellow a model? Leon obtained a smoothie and, with a satisfied sip, turned his gaze directly towards the table occupied by Jane Foster and her companions. He sauntered over, and amidst their astonished stares, he casually pulled out a chair and seated himself. "Greetings," he said with a smile, his eyes sweeping across the trio. "Would you mind if I shared your table? This seems to be the only relatively quiet spot." Jane, Daisy, and Eric exchanged incredulous glances. Quiet? Did he not notice that every patron in the restaurant was fixated on him? Jane was the first to recover. She adjusted her glasses, suppressing her excitement, and tentatively inquired, "Sir, do we know each other? You seem somewhat familiar." She felt an uncanny resemblance between this man and the individual who claimed to be Thor. "We do not," Leon replied, shaking his head, taking another sip of his smoothie. "However, I am acquainted with you all." His gaze settled on Jane. Dr. Jane Foster, a prodigy in astrophysics, dedicated to the study of Einstein-Rosen bridges, though regrettably, your research funding is perpetually siphoned off by those antiquated curmudgeons at the observatory. He then turned to Daisy, a smile gracing his lips. Daisy Louise, a political science intern, taking this course merely for credits, while also hoping to use a stun gun on some handsome fellows. Finally, his attention fell upon Eric. Professor Eric Selvig, Dr. Foster's mentor and dear friend. An ardent enthusiast of Norse mythology, am I correct? The trio was rendered speechless, their expressions akin to those who had encountered a specter. Daisy's waffle clattered back onto her plate. Jane's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate an egg, while Eric's countenance turned grave. "Who on earth are you?" Jane's voice trembled with a hint of fear. This man not only knew their names and identities, but also seemed privy to their most intimate thoughts and musings. This transcended mere background checks. Was this mind reading? "Me?" Leon chuckled, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. "I am called Leon. As for my identity," he deliberately elongated his words, relishing the tension on their faces. "I am Thor's brother." Boom. This revelation only deepened their confusion. Thor's brother. The muscular man who had fallen from the sky had a sibling. Just then, the restaurant door was violently thrust open. Coulson stormed in, accompanied by a cadre of SHIELD agents, weapons in hand. Dr. Jane Foster. Coulson's expression was stern. "Under the Homeland Security Act, all your research materials and equipment are now under SHIELD's jurisdiction." Jane sprang to her feet. "You can't do this. That is my life's work." Daisy also rose to her feet, feeling a tremor of fear, yet mustering her courage to exclaim, "Hey, you are committing robbery." Leon remained leisurely seated, sipping his smoothie as if the unfolding chaos bore no relation to him. He observed Coulson's businesslike demeanor and glanced at Jane Foster's furious expression, the corners of his mouth curling into a broader smile. The performance has commenced. Chapter 10. What power is this? Coulson felt a throbbing pain in his head, even more intense than when Leon's imposing presence had first pressed down upon him. Before him stood a cadre of beings far more formidable than that golden-haired deity. Indeed, they were furious scientists. According to Article Section 3 of the statute, we possess the authority to requisition any pertinent research materials in matters concerning national security and supernatural phenomena. Dr. Foster, I kindly ask for your cooperation, Coulson explained patiently, while casting wary glances at Leon, who remained indifferent in the corner, unmoved since their entry. Instead, he leisurely sipped his smoothie, seemingly entertained by the farcical scene before him, as if he were an audience member at a theatrical performance. Damn it, what is this familiar sensation? The feeling of being disregarded weighed heavily on Coulson. Just kill me, he thought. He would rather have Leon erupt in fury like Thor. At least then, he could engage in crisis assessment and negotiation. But now, the calm demeanor of the other party resembled an ocean. One could never predict the monstrous creatures lurking beneath its surface. The agents behind him were unnerved, their palms slick with sweat. though their weapons were advanced, after witnessing Leon's ability to evaporate their colleagues and the base. They felt that the safety promised by these weapons was less reassuring than a roll of toilet paper. Jane Foster's face turned crimson as she pointed accusingly at Coulson, indignantly declaring, "National security? My research pertains to astrophysics. It is an exploration of the cosmos. What relevance does it hold for you destructive agents?" Daisy chimed in, her voice quivering but her spirit unwavering. "Exactly. By what right do you seize another's possessions? This is illegal trespass. I will call my lawyer." Professor Selvig attempted to mediate, positioning himself in front of Jane, addressing Coulson, "Agent, might we communicate in a different manner? Jane's research bears immense significance for all humanity. We are willing to collaborate, but not through coercion." Coulson rubbed his temples, realizing that this mission had veered off course from the outset. Nick Fury's orders had been to acquire the materials at any cost, yet he had not been informed of the presence of a deity capable of annihilating everything. All he desired now was to swiftly procure the materials and distance himself from Leon as much as possible. "Doctor, I apologize, but this is an order." Coulson's tone hardened, for he needed to bring this farce to a prompt conclusion. He signaled to the agents behind him, indicating it was time to act. 2 agents immediately advanced, attempting to seize Jane's research notes from her grasp. "How dare you?" Jane clung tenaciously to her notebook. Fortunately, they were in America. Otherwise, they would have faced a chaotic melee, not to mention charges of lewd conduct from a distance, which would surely exceed the agent's salaries. Just as a physical confrontation was on the brink of erupting, a languid voice unexpectedly cut through the clamor, not loud, but perfectly poised to quell all disputes. "Agent Coulson, is it?" Leon placed his smoothie cup down, slowly lifting his gaze to sweep across everyone present. "Ah, splendid, we meet again." The restaurant fell into an immediate hush. All eyes riveted upon him. Coulson's heart raced. He realized the most dreadful scenario had unfolded before him. Leon leisurely dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, then rose, striding toward Coulson with deliberate slowness. His pace may have been unhurried, yet it exuded an intangible sense of oppression, each step resonating with the heartstrings of those around him. "So, Agent," Leon approached, towering over Coulson, who stood at 180 centimeters, gazing down with a benign smile. "I believe I mentioned my preference for tranquility." Coulson found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his reflection visible in Leon's golden eyes, insignificant, fragile, utterly vulnerable. "Sir," he stammered, "this is a matter of official business." "Official business?" Leon chuckled softly, suddenly extending his hand to gently pat Coulson's shoulder. "Your official business has intruded upon my holiday, which displeases me greatly." As he spoke, Coulson and the SHIELD agents behind him felt as though a colossal weight had descended upon them. Thud, thud. Their energy weapons slipped from their grasp, and in perfect unison, they knelt on one knee, as if paying homage to their sovereign. Their faces were etched with terror and bewilderment. Attempts to rise were thwarted, their bodies feeling as though they were encased in lead, unable to move even a finger. What manner of power is this? Coulson knelt, cold sweat cascading from his forehead. He finally comprehended that he was not confronting a mere individual of extraordinary capabilities, but a genuine deity. The thought of resistance never even crossed his mind. Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood in stunned silence, mouths agape as they witnessed this spectacle, their minds a complete blank. Just a moment ago, the formidable SHIELD agents had been brimming with bravado. Now, they collectively knelt. And the other party had not even lifted a finger? The silence was now palpable. Leon nodded in satisfaction, retracting his imposing aura. The agents kneeling on the ground suddenly felt a release of pressure, collapsing onto the floor and gasping for breath. Leon chose to disregard them, turning his attention to Dr. Jane Foster. His voice softened. "May I borrow your research notes? I find your concept of the Rainbow Bridge quite intriguing." Jane instinctively handed over her notebook, the entire process feeling as if she were in a dreamlike state. Leon casually flipped through a few pages. As a being from the realm of the divine, he was well acquainted with these theories, yet he merely wished to peruse them. Quite interesting. He closed the notebook and returned it to Jane. "Though most of the theories are erroneous, the ideas are commendable." "Most are erroneous?" Jane Foster felt her professional pride challenged. After dedicating her life to research, to be reduced to mere commendable ideas in this man's eyes was disheartening. Yet, she found herself unable to refute him, for the power he had just exhibited transcended her comprehension. "Now," Leon turned his gaze back to the still prostrate Coulson. "You may leave." His tone was flat, akin to shooing away bothersome flies. Coulson, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, struggled to rise, and, along with his subordinates, scrambled out of the restaurant, neglecting even the weapons strewn across the floor. The restaurant was left with only Leon and the petrified trio. Leon resumed his seat, picked up the nearly melting smoothie, and leisurely took a sip. Now, we can continue our earlier discussion, he said with a smile. Where were we? Ah, yes, speaking of my foolish brother. Chapter 11. The Despairing Black Egg in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters at Triskelion, the highest command room. Nick Fury's single eye was fixed on the screen displaying the final footage transmitted by Coulson's team via a miniature camera. The image froze on Leon's golden eyes. Calm and indifferent, yet disdainful of everything. That is the entirety of the events, sir. Coulson's voice came through the communicator, still laden with unquenchable emotion. Fury remained silent for a long while, the command room so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. So, you are saying that he merely used his presence to make you all kneel? Fury's voice held a trace of skepticism. Yes, sir. It felt as if the weight of the entire planet bore down upon us. We were utterly powerless. Fury slowly closed his eye. He had lost. From the moment Leon descended upon Earth, he had already been defeated. His pride in his intelligence network, high-tech weaponry, and elite agents had all become laughable toys in the face of this being. Damn it, what has happened to this world? Initially, a dandy clad in a tin can emerged in Afghanistan. Now, two self-proclaimed deities have descended from the heavens, each more unreasonable and uncontrollable than the last. Fury massaged his temples, realizing that the preliminary concept documents for the Avengers now appeared as mere folly. He had originally intended to assemble a team to confront threats akin to the Kree, but now, the level of danger had escalated to unprecedented heights. Director? Came Coulson's tentative voice through the communicator. I understand, Fury replied, opening his eyes, now devoid of fury, replaced instead with rationality. He reclassified Leon's dossier as top secret, codenamed Sunday. All intelligence regarding him was to be reported directly to me. He paused, adding, furthermore, expedite the plan's progress. We require more formidable weaponry. Understood, Director. After ending the communication, Fury turned and strode to the opposite side of the command room. He accessed an encrypted file containing the profiles of several candidates. Tony Stark, the man in the photograph, wore a flippant smile for the camera. Fury's lips twitched. One trouble was already sufficient. Bruce Banner. The dossier indicated he was currently hiding in a slum in Brazil, with abnormal gamma energy fluctuations being S.H.I.E.L.D.'s only lead in tracking him. Fury gazed at the handsome face in the photo and shook his head. An emotionally unstable bomb would be of no use. Steve Rogers. The notes beside his profile indicated he was frozen, awaiting discovery. As Fury surveyed the list, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. His Avengers were still far from being realized. In the restaurant, the atmosphere remained awkward. Jane, Daisy, and Eric were still reeling from the earlier shock, unable to regain their composure. Leon, having finished his second smoothie, was idly drawing circles on the table with his finger. He understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not let this matter rest. He also knew that the tin can-wielding destroyer, soon to be repurposed as Odin's warehouse security, would soon make his appearance. That would serve as the second growth package for Thor. Leon had no other talents, but relished watching drama unfold and fanning the flames. Since he had arrived in this world, it would be a shame not to direct a few grand spectacles himself. Thus, Daisy cautiously regarded Leon and tentatively inquired, Are you truly Thor's brother? Are you all gods? Sort of, Leon shrugged. However, I prefer being called a prince. The term god sounds rather antiquated. Jane, having regained her composure, looked at Leon with excitement. You are a living god. If only we could study. Is your power derived from some unknown cosmic energy? Or has your civilization mastered the manipulation of fundamental physical laws? One might interpret it as a talent, Leon remarked casually. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the restaurant. Thor, having been unexpectedly released, was now surrounded by a throng of townsfolk, entering the establishment like a hero. His face bore a hint of embarrassment, yet was predominantly illuminated by the joy of recognition. Hey, Jane. Upon spotting Jane Foster, he eagerly waved his hand. Then, his gaze fell upon Leon, and his smile abruptly froze. Leon, what are you doing here? Leon regarded him, then glanced at the adoring townspeople behind him, smiling. It seems you've been enjoying yourself quite thoroughly in my absence, Mr. God of Thunder. Thor stood frozen, his mind buzzing. The pride and vanity he felt while being celebrated by the townsfolk dissipated upon meeting Leon's twinkling eyes. All that remained was the unease and embarrassment of being caught off guard by his brother. How could he possibly be here? Wasn't he supposed to? Wait, where was he supposed to be? Thor's recollections lingered on the vast pit where he had been soundly thrashed by his elder brother, after which everything grew hazy. A tempest raged within Thor. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, where a mortal named Coulson informed him that he had fainted from exhaustion. Subsequently, he was released, and with the robust physique of an Asgardian, he recuperated swiftly. He had just arm-wrestled with the local strongman for a crate of beer and had single-handedly repaired an elderly lady's tractor. Relishing the adoration of mortals, he felt that even without his divine powers, he remained the most striking figure on the street. Yet, suddenly, his formidable and daunting brother reappeared before him, regarding him with an expression that seemed to say, "Let us see how you handle this. Damn it, why is Leon everywhere?" Thor inhaled deeply, contemplating how to initiate the conversation. Jane, Daisy, and Eric were equally bewildered. They glanced between Thor and Leon, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. So this elegant, powerful, and unfathomable man was indeed the brother of Thor, the muscle-bound brute who could only smash things? The disparity in their appearances was striking. Daisy's curiosity ignited fervently. Oh, the divine siblings arena. This is far more captivating than political science. She discreetly pulled out her phone, preparing to document the moment. Leon, unfazed by Thor's discomfort, leisurely finished his last sip of smoothie and wiped his mouth with a napkin. So, aren't you going to introduce me to your new friends? Leon's gaze swept across Jane and the others, deliberately inquiring. Although they had already met, he was keen to see how Thor would present him. In Thor's perspective, his elder brother embodies a rather old-fashioned persona, destined to be the future king of Asgard. Among the Asgardians, only Sif is deemed worthy of Thor's affections. One could only wonder if Thor ponders how his brother would react upon discovering his admiration for a woman from Midgard. Chapter 12, Alas. It seems Leon must once again put on a show. Thor regained his senses, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head and stepped forward to introduce his companions. Leon, this is Dr. Jane Foster, along with her friends Daisy and Professor Eric. Greetings, he said, as Leon offered a warm, polite nod to the trio, his smile imbued with an innate sense of detachment. It was as if the sun shone equally upon every flower and blade of grass, yet never truly cared for their withering or blooming. Your Highness. Jane found herself suppressing a laugh at Leon's playful jest towards Thor, yet after witnessing his formidable presence, she felt a flutter of nervousness as she adjusted her glasses, uncertain of how to address this seemingly divine figure. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to follow Leon's lead, feigning ignorance. So, you hail from Asgard as well? Indeed, Leon replied, pulling out a chair and gesturing for Thor to sit. Or do you think we emerged from some crevice in a rock? Thor sat down, feeling perpetually like a misbehaving child in Leon's presence. Daisy seized the opportunity to interject, setting her phone aside. Her curiosity piqued as she turned her gaze towards the two. So, are you truly gods? The kind from Norse mythology? Well, I suppose you are. What do you eat? Do you use phones? Is there Wi-Fi where you come from? Her barrage of questions prompted Professor Eric to stifle a sigh. Leon looked at her, suddenly amused, finding her naivety endearing. The food we consume may be beyond your digestion, he replied thoughtfully, and as for phones and Wi-Fi, he paused, continuing, you might say we possess a more advanced version. At this revelation, Thor's frustration deepened. He recalled his own arrival, subjected to a similar scrutiny, yet he had not handled it with Leon's grace. He had only shouted and ended up stunned. Meanwhile, Leon sat there as if the entire world revolved around him. What was the rationale behind this? Was this the essence of disparity? Just then, the restaurant door swung open once more. This time, however, it was not S-H-I-E-L-D agents who entered, but a group of burly men clad in leather jackets, exuding an air of menace. Leading them was a bald man with a brutish visage, who kicked a table aside and glared at the patrons with hostility. Who is Donald Blake? His voice boomed, thick with accent. The atmosphere within the restaurant grew tense, as several townsfolk huddled fearfully in the corners. Even an elderly man with spectacles and a white beard, cursing under his breath, sauntered to the corner of the wall. He sported a slicked-back hairstyle and donned a jacket, clutching a Captain America figurine. Even as he squatted in the corner, his invectives were still audible. Damn it, Steve. Why haven't you shown yourself yet? Jane and Daisy exchanged anxious glances towards Thor, for Donald Black was merely a pseudonym they had whimsically assigned for the sake of convenience. Thor's brow furrowed instantly. Though he had lost his divine powers, the pride of being a prince of Asgard remained intact. He abruptly stood up, ready to speak. Stop. However, his words were swiftly silenced by a mere glance from Leon. Leon remained seated, observing the unwelcome guests with keen interest. To him, it was utterly pathetic that even such lowly thugs dared to trouble Thor. It's me, Thor realized, understanding that he should not act impulsively. He took a deep breath, attempting to emulate Leon's demeanor in a bid to appear more composed. Positioning himself protectively in front of Jane and Daisy, he spoke in a low voice. What do you want from me? The bald, burly man sized him up with a derisive smile upon his face. You? A pretty boy who only knows how to curry favor with women? Spare us the jokes. We're looking for the guy who can slam someone into a wall. His gaze ultimately settled on Leon. It was evident that the rumors of Thor's arm wrestling escapades at the bar and his subsequent beating by Leon had circulated throughout the town. These ruffians had clearly confused the protagonists of those events. Thor's expression darkened in an instant. He wished to refute, to proclaim himself the arm wrestling hero. But the words faltered on his lips, transforming into silence, for he knew that it was indeed he who had been slammed into the wall. Hey guys. Daisy summoned her courage and stood up. I think you've got the wrong person. The one you're looking for isn't here. The bald thug sneered, drawing a handgun from his coat and aiming it at Daisy. Madam, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The atmosphere in the restaurant plummeted to a chilling silence. Jane and Eric instinctively shielded Daisy, while Thor trembled with fury, his fists clenched tightly. He despised his current impotence. Forced to witness his friend threatened by a mere mortal. Indeed, if even a stun baton could fell him, firearms were a far greater peril. Damn it. Leon is going to have to play the hero again. Yet, at that tense moment, a languid voice once more shattered the stillness. Wow. Leon wiped his hands with a napkin, slowly lifting his gaze, his pupils devoid of any ripple of emotion. The toy you're wielding appears to be even more antiquated than that of S.H.I.E.L.D. The bald, muscular man paused momentarily, then turned his head to scrutinize the man who had been seated in the corner. He beheld Leon's strikingly handsome face, so ethereal it seemed almost beyond humanity. And a flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes. Who are you, kid? Do you aspire to be a hero? He sneered, aiming his gun at Leon. Leon offered no reply. He merely gazed at the weapon, shaking his head with a resigned expression, as if observing a petulant child. I simply think, he murmured. It is rather uncouth to point such things at a lady. Oh my heavens! The bald man exclaimed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Cuff. In this place, a fist is the epitome of civility. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my sight immediately, or else. His words were cut short, as Thor could no longer contain himself. Enough, he bellowed, charging forward with fervor, though he had lost his divine powers. The combat skills honed over a millennium remained intact. He deftly sidestepped the bald man's firearm and delivered a precise elbow strike to his wrist. Ah! The bald man cried in pain as the gun flew from his grasp. Thor pressed on, unleashing a fluid series of punches that forced the bald man to retreat repeatedly, culminating in a spectacular shoulder throw that sent him crashing onto a dining table. Bang! The table splintered into pieces as the bald man lay amongst the debris, utterly unconscious. Wow! Daisy exclaimed with excitement, while the other townsfolk erupted in cheers. An elderly man with a white beard, equally thrilled, smashed his Captain America figurine onto the ground. Take that, you damn scoundrel. What a spectacular moment. Leon cast a sidelong glance at the old man, shaking his head with a smile. Indeed, one could encounter this old fellow anywhere. Leon had crossed paths with him several times in this universe, each time in the most unexpected of places. Seeing the bald man's accomplices brandishing weapons and rushing forward, Thor, despite his bravery, found himself in a dire struggle against multiple armed thugs. While he evaded most attacks, a few wounds were inevitable. Leon remained seated, watching with keen interest. Well done, at least you still know how to protect a lady. You have not sullied Asgard's reputation. He observed Thor, who, despite the chaos, exhibited an increasingly resolute gaze, and he nodded slightly in approval. Perhaps his father's decision was not entirely misguided. Thor truly needed this trial to grow. Though Leon pondered the reasoning behind such training on Earth, as if only this planet could forge a prince, one thing was clear. Thor was indeed maturing. Just as one of the thugs circled behind Thor, raising a metal pipe for a surprise attack, Leon finally made his move. He remained seated, even without turning around. With a mere touch, a finger traced a circle upon the table. A faint golden glimmer flickered momentarily. The assailant, wielding a steel pipe, suddenly found his body unresponsive to his commands. He watched in horror as the pipe twisted at an odd angle, only to crash down violently upon his own head. A muffled thud echoed through the air as the assailant's eyes rolled back, collapsing weakly to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Thor dispatched the last remaining foe. Panting heavily as he surveyed the sprawled bodies of the assailants and the still-seated Leon, his gaze imbued with complexity. He understood that, had it not been for Leon's covert intervention, he would surely have sustained injuries. Leon, however, paid no heed to Thor's look, merely wiping his hands with a napkin. The pests had been thoroughly dealt with. He clapped his hands together, as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task. Sipping from his smoothie, he turned to Jane. Doctor. Foster, where were we? Ah, yes, discussing how my foolish brother became the hero of this quaint little town through arm wrestling. Jane, Daisy, and Eric felt as though their worldviews had been ruthlessly shattered that day. Damn it. How could two gods have suddenly appeared on Earth? Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, a tempest was brewing. Loki stood outside Odin's chamber, gazing at his slumbering father, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. Father, I merely wish to prove that I am more deserving of the throne than Thor and Leon, he murmured softly. He walked slowly to the treasury, retrieving the frost giant's frost box. Instantly, a chill emanated from within, causing Loki's arm to turn the distinctive blue of the frost giants upon contact with the cold. So, it is I who am the monster, he whispered to himself as he examined his arm. Just then, Heimdall's voice thundered in his mind. Prince Loki. Sif and the three warriors have ventured to Midgard. Loki's expression darkened. Damn it, those fools. He realized they must be attempting to retrieve Thor and Leon. This would completely disrupt his plans. He had to stop them. Immediately, he sought out Heimdall, using the power of the frost box to encase the loyal guardian in ice. Then, he ventured deep into the treasury, where the most formidable ultimate weapon of Asgard lay in wait. The destroyer. Now, it is my turn, Loki declared, pressing his hand against the runes of the destroyer. Go forth, my servant. Crush all who stand in my way into mere fragments. Chapter 13. The destroyer armor within the restaurant. Leon and Thor engaged in lively conversation with the three women and Professor Selvig. At that moment, the door of the restaurant swung open once more, but this time it was not agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. who entered, but Sif and the three warriors of Asgard. Clad in their battle armor, they appeared weary and anxious. Thor, Sif exclaimed as she quickly approached. Do you know where Prince Leon is? We have come to bring him back. Her words faltered as she caught sight of the figure leisurely seated opposite Thor. Prince Leon? Sif and the three warriors simultaneously froze, instinctively dropping to one knee in a formal salute. Leon raised an eyebrow, glancing at the unexpected arrival of his old friends and the bewildered Thor. Did you arrive so soon? It has barely been a moment. TSK. There seems to be no entertainment left. His voice remained languid. Did you come with such a grand display to participate in Thor's arm wrestling contest? Vostag's bearded face flushed crimson. Your Highness, we are here. We are here to thwart Loki's conspiracy. Sif rose, her expression grave. Loki has usurped the throne. He has imprisoned Heimdall and even attempted to assassinate the slumbering god king. What? Thor erupted, leaping to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. Loki dares to do such a thing. The atmosphere in the restaurant turned tense. Jane, Daisy, and Eric, though perplexed, sensed the storm from Asgard looming over this small town in New Mexico. Leon remained unperturbed, even stifling a laugh. He was well aware of the unfolding drama. Even if he were not, Loki's usurpation of the throne would hardly concern him. Such petty tricks could only deceive someone as simple-minded as Thor. Odin, his father, was merely taking advantage of Odin's sleep to observe what antics his two sons might concoct. Now that he, the greatest variable, had arrived on Earth, the game had become far more intriguing. So, what do you intend to do? Leon inquired, wiping his hands with a napkin and slowly lifting his gaze to survey the agitated Thor and anxious Sif. Are you planning to rush back to Asgard, drag Loki from the throne, and have him wail, Brother, I was wrong? Indeed, Thor replied without a moment's hesitation. Foolish, Leon remarked bluntly. Without me, you would be unable to lift Mjolnir, let alone return and face certain doom. Thor's face flushed an angry shade, feeling humiliated as Leon exposed his shortcomings before friends. Just then, the entire town suddenly trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The clinking of dishes in the restaurant filled the air, and everyone instinctively grasped for something stable. What is happening? Daisy shouted in terror. A gleam of golden light flashed in Leon's eyes as he pierced through the walls of the restaurant, beholding an apocalyptic scene at the heart of the town. The sky had ominously darkened without notice. A searing, multicolored beam descended from above, scorching a vast circular mark upon the main thoroughfare. As the radiant light dissipated, a towering figure, over 3 meters tall, emerged in the center of the street. Its mask could open and close, revealing a hollow core that radiated waves of destructive energy. The destroyer. It seemed my impatient brother could no longer wait. Leon shrugged and smiled faintly, aware that Loki had deployed Asgard's ultimate weapon to eliminate all obstacles. This was the spectacle he had long anticipated. Amidst the streets, terrified townsfolk screamed and fled in all directions. The destroyer advanced with heavy steps, each footfall leaving a deep imprint on the pavement. What kind of monster is that? A trembling police officer raised his handgun, but fear rendered him incapable of pulling the trigger. Fire! Fire! The sheriff's voice roared through the radio. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the destroyer, only to spark harmlessly, leaving not even a scratch. The destroyer halted, its mask slowly opening to reveal the core within. A hum resonated as a searing energy beam erupted from the core, instantly engulfing several police cars. A thunderous explosion rocked half the street, flames soaring into the sky. Inside the restaurant, patrons were left in stunned silence at the horrifying spectacle before them. It's the destroyer. Sif spoke gravely. Loki has lost his mind. He actually sent this war machine to Midgard. We must stop it. Thor bellowed, turning to charge outside. What will you use to stop it? Leon's voice was calm, yet it felt like a bucket of cold water over Thor. With your fists? Thor's steps faltered. He gazed at the impenetrable beast outside, capable of obliterating half the street with a mere strike, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Indeed, stripped of his divine power and Mjolnir, he was merely a stronger mortal. Wait, something is amiss. Shouldn't Leon be the one in a hurry? Why was he so composed? Oh right, there was also Father Odin. At that moment, Sif and the three warriors charged forth. For Asgard, they were warriors of Asgard, unyielding even in the face of the destroyer. Vostag swung his massive axe, the first to leap into action, delivering a powerful blow to the destroyer's leg. Clang! A resounding crash reverberated through the air, leaving Vostag's hands tingling, while the destroyer remained unscathed, not a single mark upon its metallic legs. The Colossus slowly turned, its hollow visage fixed upon him. With a hum, an energy beam erupted forth once more. Be careful. Vanther reacted swiftly, shoving Vostag aside. The beam grazed their bodies, obliterating a building behind them. Simultaneously, Hogan and Sif launched their own assaults, yet their weapons proved equally ineffective against the destroyer. The four foremost warriors of Asgard appeared as nothing more than children playfully circling an elephant, both comical and tragic in their futility. Within the confines of the restaurant, Jane and Daisy had turned pale with fear, cowering beneath the table. Professor Eric was fixed on the battle outside, his eyes brimming with confusion. Thor witnessed his comrades falling one by one, their selflessness in defense of the town stirring a tempest within him. His heart was a maelstrom of rage, helplessness, regret, and guilt, emotions intertwining like a knife, repeatedly slicing through his soul. It's all my fault, he murmured. If I were still in Asgard, none of this would have happened. He gazed upon Jane and the innocents ensnared in peril due to him, as well as the rampaging destroyer outside. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He turned and strode purposefully out of the restaurant. Thor, don't go, Jane cried out in terror. Yet, Thor did not look back. He stepped into the center of the street, arms outstretched, standing defiantly before the destroyer. Loki, he called out to the empty sky, aware that his brother was surely watching. This is all my fault. These mortals are not to blame. You seek vengeance against me and my brother. Spare them. His voice, though diminished amidst the explosions and screams, resonated with unwavering conviction. The destroyer halted, its gaze slowly shifting toward the unarmed Thor. The core of energy once again glimmered with ominous light. No, Jane screamed in despair. Just as the energy beam was about to unleash its fury, a hand gently pressed against the destroyer's faceplate. It was Leon, who had appeared before the Colossus unbeknownst to anyone. He retained his languid demeanor, even stifling a yawn. The destroyer was a unique weapon, its power varying depending on the wielder. If it were Odin at the helm, Leon, with his current abilities, would stand no chance of triumph. But with Loki in control, the circumstances shifted dramatically. Foolish brother, you should stick to being a strategist, Leon remarked, shaking his head at the destroyer. You are far too weak, truly. He gently raised his right fist, golden light gathering around it. Upon witnessing this posture, Thor seemed to recall some unsettling memories. It was with such an unassuming punch that Leon had once brought him to his knees. A thunderous bang resonated through the air. The shockwave rapidly expanded, shattering the glass of the surrounding buildings. This seemingly mundane punch concealed immense power. The destroyer armor, from head to toe, began to fracture inch by inch. Crack, crack. A multitude of fissures instantaneously spread across its entire form. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, this ultimate weapon from Asgard shattered with a resounding crash, scattering its parts across the ground. The town fell eerily silent, leaving only the sound of the wind whistling through the air. Chapter 14. Damn it. How did Leon accomplish this? On the streets of the town, time appeared to freeze. The ultimate weapon that had just ensnared the Valkyrie Sif and the three champions in a fierce struggle now lay as a mere heap of metal scraps, quietly resting on the ground. The howling wind had inexplicably ceased, leaving behind an unsettling stillness and the sound of collective breaths. Thor stood in a daze, his arms still outstretched in a posture prepared to embrace death. Yet the resolute and tragic expression on his face had transformed into one of bewilderment. What had he just experienced? In his mind, this was a noble tragedy, a sacrifice willingly made to protect mortals. He had steeled himself to awaken his father's mercy through his own demise, to put an end to Loki's madness. He had even contemplated how to inscribe his epitaph in Valhalla. And yet, just as the script reached its climax, the hero had barely finished his lines in readiness to face his fate, when suddenly, someone leapt from the audience and dispatched the villain with a single blow. Damn it! That was the Destroyer, a war machine fashioned by his father Odin to guard the treasures, feared even by the frost giants. Are you telling me it was vanquished just like that? By a mere fist from his brother, who had been languid for 1,000 years and couldn't even be bothered to attend court meetings. Thor felt his worldview crumble once more. Leon was a prince of Asgard. What then was he? He glanced down at his hands, then lifted his gaze to the figure not far away. A wave of defeat surged within him again. Was the disparity truly this vast? Sif and the three champions fared no better than Thor in their reaction. Struggling to rise from the ground, they disregarded their injuries, fixating intently on the pile of scrap metal and Leon's silhouette. As warriors of Asgard, they understood the terror of the Destroyer better than anyone. During the recent battle, they had exerted every ounce of strength, even braced themselves for sacrifice. Yet they had been unable to leave so much as a scratch on their opponent. That was genuine despair, and the Destroyer was truly formidable. Before the formidable power of Thor dissipated, it was insurmountable. Yet, before the presence of His Highness Leon, this strength appeared utterly feeble. This realization deepened their sense of defeat. Perhaps this encapsulates the chasm that exists between them and His Highness Leon? Vostag rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe the spectacle before him. Vandal's lips twitched, and the sword in his grasp hung limply. Hogun silently stowed away his morning star, fully aware that as long as the Crown Prince was present, every dilemma could be resolved. Sif's gaze was the most intricate. She regarded Leon with a mixture of shock and confusion, inevitably coupled with admiration. Was this truly the sun god of Asgard? Every Asgardian had heard tales of Leon's legendary exploits. Previously, she had been curious as to why the Leon, who had once instilled dread across the 9 realms 2 millennia ago, had remained dormant for over 1,000 years. Now, she comprehended that he had not been slumbering. Rather, he had deemed it beneath him to intervene. Yet, one question piqued her curiosity further. Why had His Highness Leon spent 2 millennia traversing the cosmos in search of that Titan, who remained elusive? She recognized this Titan, now the sovereign of the universe, Thanos. Suddenly, Sif's eyes widened. She felt she was grasping the truth. Could it be that His Highness Leon had always yearned to guide Asgard toward a vaster universe? Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood in stunned silence. Through the shattered window, they beheld the mythical scene outside, feeling as though their scientific understanding was being trampled. Should I call NASA? Daisy murmured. Her phone still in recording mode, yet in her astonishment, she forgot to press the record button. I must inform them that we may have discovered a new form of sentient life. Jane's gaze remained fixated on Leon, her expression gradually morphing into fervor, not the excitement of a fan encountering an idol, but rather the zeal of a scientist encountering the unknown. The energy, an immeasurable force. That punch he just delivered, devoid of elaborate special effects or thunderous displays, was pure power, strength, and nothing but strength. How was that force generated? How was it transmitted? This entirely contradicted the physical laws she understood. Her mind raced, countless formulas and theories flickering through her consciousness, yet none could elucidate the scene before her. As for Professor Eric, an ardent enthusiast of Norse mythology, he trembled with excitement. Leaning on the table, his lips quivered, his eyes glistening with tears. A miracle. This was a true miracle. Odin above, what have I witnessed? Gods truly exist. Asgard, the celestial palace. Loki observed everything that transpired in Midgard with keen interest, as he beheld the Destroyer reduced to mere fragments by a single punch from Leon. The pride and confidence etched upon his face instantly froze. No, it cannot be. He gasped in disbelief, his body retreating uncontrollably until he collided with the armrest of the throne. The Destroyer was his ultimate trump card, a weapon he had intended to use to eliminate Leon and Thor, indeed, all obstacles, thereby solidifying his claim to the throne. He had even envisioned how to present the tragic news of Leon and Thor's demise to all of Asgard, adopting the guise of a sorrowful brother and newly crowned king. Yet now, all his schemes and plots lay shattered by his own brother. One punch. Merely one punch. Damn it. How on earth had Leon achieved such a feat? Loki felt as though he were but a jester, relying solely on cunning tricks, while before the likes of their father and Leon, all guile proved utterly futile. Leon. Just how formidable is he? Had he truly spent millennia in slumber, or was it merely an act? Countless thoughts raced through Loki's mind, ultimately coalescing into a singular realization. He had unwittingly provoked the brother who had haunted his psyche since childhood. In a small town in New Mexico, Leon slowly withdrew his fist. He shook his head, acknowledging that Loki was still far too weak. The destroyer had been a waste in his hands. Turning to glance at his dazed brother, he sighed in resignation. Well, the farce is over. As his voice echoed, the silence was shattered. He approached Thor, his eyes reflecting a languid disdain. Setting aside his playful demeanor, he adopted the tone of a responsible elder brother. He understood that sometimes it was necessary to bestow a measure of indulgence upon one's subordinates to enhance his own image. Thor. Leon shook his head, placing a hand upon Thor's rigid shoulder to brush off the dust. You always have a knack for turning everything into chaos. Look at you, look at this place. All to bolster your meager sense of heroism. You nearly sacrificed the entire town. Thor's lips moved, yet no words emerged. What could he say? Argue? With what? The tale of his recent near demise at the hands of a single blast? Chapter 15. Why does my own younger brother persistently aspire to be a rebel? Enough of this pitiful, abandoned expression. Leon grimaced, unable to tolerate Thor's woeful demeanor. He turned away, disregarding Sif and the others, and strode directly towards the remnants of the destroyer. Loki truly was a wastrel, squandering such exquisite URU metal. Leon shook his head once more, casually raising his hand towards the heap of scrap. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the scattered metallic fragments seemed to respond to an invisible summons, gently levitating before transforming into radiant streams of light that gracefully flew into Leon's palm, ultimately vanishing from sight. This was a unique form of magic from Asgard, enabling him to effortlessly store various objects. It also elucidated why he could conjure numerous items. What? You inquire why Loki cannot. What do you think? The affairs of Asgard, naturally, must be managed by Asgard itself. He uttered this with a nonchalance that suggested he was merely stating a fact. Thor, Sif, and the three warriors stood in stunned silence. What was this? Spatial magic? When did His Highness Leon master such intricate sorcery? Leon paid no heed to their astonishment, turning back to face Thor with a calm gaze. My brother, do you wish to say anything further? Thor's face flushed crimson as he looked at Leon, ultimately voicing the greatest confusion in his heart. Leon, I merely desire to become a great warrior, a general capable of fighting alongside you. I only wish to prove myself. With a sigh, Thor expressed his aspiration to be the most reliable ally of the future king, rather than a burdensome source of trouble. He never coveted the throne, for he understood that Leon was the destined monarch. His sole wish was to become the sharpest sword in the king's hand. Upon hearing this, Leon finally displayed a smile of satisfaction. How should one describe this younger brother? Aside from his recklessness, he possessed many admirable qualities. He listened to advice without retort, though his intellect perhaps faltered at times. Seeing Thor in this light, Leon was reminded of Loki. It seemed imperative to take the time to educate his third brother. While others' youngest siblings were often reckless, eager to create chaos, why did his brother perpetually aspire to be a contrarian? It was truly vexing. A general? No. Thor, a competent general must first learn not just how to fight, but why to fight. If you cannot even control your own strength or quell your own emotions, how can you protect? How can you stand beside others? He lowered his hands, his tone shifting to one of gravity, reminiscent of the lessons imparted by their father to the three brothers. Thor, my dear brother, do you still not understand? Father did not cast you down to Midgard to engage in contests of strength as a hero. He wished for you to learn to think critically, to use your mind, Leon said, pointing to his temple, continuing with earnest guidance. He desired for you to contemplate problems, rather than rely solely on brute force. A man who lacks reverence and responsibility, who resorts to violence to assert glory, can never become a qualified general. Indeed, he might not even be deemed a competent warrior. Leon's words were blunt, piercing through the depths of Thor's pride and resentment. I opened my mouth, yet found myself unable to refute, for he knew that what Leon said was entirely true. Well, the sermon is over. Leon's tone shifted back to a more relaxed demeanor. He cast a glance at the distant pit, and the solitary hammer nestled at its center. Do you see that, Thor? It is the final trial bestowed upon you by our father. Leon's gaze turned towards Thor, deepening with significance. That is not merely a weapon, Thor. It embodies responsibility, guardianship, and your worthiness. He patted Thor's shoulder, his voice resonating with gravity. Tell me, do you wish to reclaim your hammer? Thor abruptly raised his head. Hope rekindled in his eyes. Yes. Then prove it to me. Demonstrate it to our father, and show it to yourself. Leon nodded approvingly, and continued. To put it simply, You must demonstrate your understanding of what true power of the Thunder God entails. Only then will you be worthy to wield that hammer. He turned to observe Jane Foster and her companions, who were cautiously exiting the restaurant. Your lessons are only just beginning. Leon pointed towards the trio. And they shall be your first examiners. Thor followed Leon's gaze, his expression growing complex. He beheld the curious eyes of Jane Foster and the excited faces of Daisy and Selvig. Although he was reluctant to voice his thoughts, he couldn't help but scoff. If they are to be the examiners, how could it be them? They are merely mortals, whose fleeting lives could be extinguished by a mere sandstorm. He had expected Leon himself to instruct him. A sense of absurdity surged within Thor. After all, he was the Prince of Asgard, a future general, having traversed countless stars and vanquished innumerable beasts within the 9 realms, who had not heard of the legendary Thor. Yet now, his elder brother had the audacity to tell him that his eligibility to reclaim the power of the Thunder God would be judged by mere mortals? This was even more ludicrous than Loki's pranks. However, upon witnessing the calmness in Leon's eyes, Thor understood that Leon was never one for jest, particularly concerning such matters. Every word he uttered carried an undeniable weight. Leon observed the changes in Thor's expression, his heart unperturbed, even finding it somewhat amusing. He was well aware of Thor's thoughts and understood them all too well. This stemmed from the pride inherent in their divine lineage, even stripped of their powers. It remained deeply rooted. Odin's methods of education had been too gentle, always attempting to enlighten his muscle-bound son with grand philosophies, resulting in a brash individual who resolved issues solely with a hammer. It seemed that it was up to him, as the elder brother, to impart a more profound practical lesson. What, do you feel wronged? Leon's voice resonated once more, maintaining its languid tone, yet it involuntarily caused Sol's body to tense. Do you perceive learning from mortals as a degradation of your divine heritage? Sol opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. For Leon had articulated the very thoughts that plagued his mind. With a soft chuckle, Leon shook his head, diverting his gaze from Sol as he strolled towards Jane Foster and her companions. His pace was unhurried, each step exuding an air of tranquility, while the golden sunlight enveloped him, elongating his figure as though he were a deity traversing the mortal realm. Chapter 16. Loki, O Loki, once again disobedient. Jane Foster's heart raced. The man before her exuded a far greater impact than that of Sol. Sol's power was outwardly displayed. Well, though he did appear somewhat foolish, perhaps he should star in a rendition of the adventures of Aegon, where he would fit right in. Yet, these musings were not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in this man, who identified himself as Leon. His strength was understated, unfathomable. He merely stood there, as if he were the very fulcrum of the universe, with light itself bending in his favor. She knitted her brows tightly, attempting to rationalize the spectacle before her. But inevitably, all her theories crumbled before his golden gaze. What on earth is this, Dr. Foster? Leon halted in front of her, wearing a gentle smile. I will trouble you to look after my brother for the time being. Oh, not a bother at all. Jane stammered, aware of the heat rising in her cheeks. Daisy, standing nearby, nudged her elbow sharply, murmuring, Hey, Jane, focus. You're about to drool. Leon's attention shifted to Daisy, the smile on his lips deepening. Miss Louise, your stun gun is quite unique, but next time, I would recommend a higher wattage. My brother is rather resilient. Your model might only serve to provide him a gentle massage. Daisy felt a twinge of embarrassment as she instinctively covered her backpack, within which lay her self-defense weapon. How does he know? Does he possess X-ray vision? Finally, Leon turned his gaze towards Professor Selvig. Professor, I am aware of your extensive research into Norse mythology. His tone remained gentle, yet there was an underlying gravity. However, the knowledge contained within books is ultimately your imagination. The true Asgard is far more intricate and perilous than you can conceive. He cast a pointed glance towards the distant Sol, implying that, in your terms, the capriciousness of deities can sometimes bring about catastrophic calamities. Therefore, please keep my brother in check and ensure he does not stir up any more trouble. This is for your benefit, as well as his. Professor Eric nodded solemnly, discerning a note of warning within the man's words. He seemed to convey to them that Thor's future was intricately linked to their own. Having imparted this message, Leon turned back to gaze at his brother, who was still engulfed in self-doubt. Thor, he said, his voice regaining a tone of simplicity, the essence of your lesson is quite straightforward. He gestured towards the 3 bewildered individuals. Protect them, understand them, and learn to think like a mortal. When you truly grasp the meaning of guardianship, rather than conquest, of responsibility, rather than glory, only then will you be able to wield that hammer once more. With that, Leon dismissed the group, raising his eyes to the sky, seemingly appreciating the warmth of the sun, before snapping his fingers. A recliner, accompanied by a cooler brimming with alien grapes, materialized in the clearing. Leon sauntered over, casually reclining and tossing a cluster of grapes into his mouth. "All right, you may begin," he languidly waved his hand. "Just don't disturb my slumber." Everyone fell silent, while Sif and the three warriors twitched at the corners of their mouths. They had journeyed perilously, risking detection by Loki, only to witness the prince sunbathing. Jane, Daisy, and Eric felt their minds were faltering. He had cast his brother upon them as a pupil while he indulged in slumber. Was this truly the manner of the divine realm? How utterly unconventional. Thor's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white. He glanced at the leisurely Leon and felt utterly drained. His gaze shifted to the hammer lodged in the ground, seemingly mocking him. Finally, he inhaled deeply, as if resolving upon a significant decision. He approached Jane, mustering an expression of awkwardness and humility. "Jane," his voice was low, "may I inquire if you are in need of an assistant? One who can repair tractors and engage in arm wrestling." Meanwhile, deep within the palace of Asgard, Odin observed everything transpiring in the realm through the connection of the world tree. A flicker of gratification and pride illuminated his eyes as he witnessed Leon shatter the destroyer with a single blow. Yet, when he saw Leon humiliatingly chastise Thor, a bittersweet smile crept across his face. This son of his was remarkably reminiscent of his younger self, equally formidable, equally arrogant, and equally inclined to resolve matters in his own fashion. "Frigga," he softly spoke to the empty chambers, "perhaps our initial decision was indeed correct. Leon is, without a doubt, a born king." His gaze deepened, infused with expectation. May he guide Thor onto the righteous path. The future of Asgard cannot rest solely upon one king. Simultaneously, in the throne hall, Loki's expression was as grim as if he were about to pick cotton. Before him, the frostbox emanated a biting chill. Yet it could not quell the inferno of rage within him. Leon. Once again, it is Leon. Why does he always appear at the most critical juncture, effortlessly shattering his meticulously laid plans? Loki's nails dug deeply into the armrest of the throne. He had once believed that once he eliminated Thor, the throne would be within his grasp. Yet now he realized that his greatest adversary was never the dim-witted Thor, but rather the seemingly unassuming, yet profoundly enigmatic Leon. Although the throne rightfully belonged to Leon, Loki felt a deep-seated resentment. He even began to question whether Leon's centuries of indolence were merely a facade, a deception to bewilder everyone around him. No. Loki abruptly rose to his feet. "I cannot simply sit idly by." His eyes once again sparkled with madness. "Since conventional methods have proven ineffective against you, Leon, do not blame me for resorting to unorthodox measures." He turned and strode towards the innermost depths of the treasury, where forbidden artifacts lay in wait. In a small town in New Mexico, tranquility was restored after a bout of chaos. The SHIELD follow-up team, under the command of Coulson, silently cordoned off the scene, asserting to the public that it was a military exercise involving a new type of weapon. The terrified townsfolk, though skeptical, chose to remain silent upon witnessing several bills adorned with the president's visage. Leon continued to recline in his chair, basking in the warmth of the Earth's sun, as if everything around him were of no consequence. Thor, meanwhile, embarked on his earthly training. He studied astrophysics under Jane, though he spent most of the time dozing off. He assisted Daisy in transporting equipment, nearly crushing the expensive instruments on several occasions. He accompanied Professor Eric to a bar, attempting to comprehend human socialization through Asgardian drinking culture. He was no longer the exalted god of thunder, but a clumsy yet earnest learner of mortals. Sif and the three warriors became his bodyguards and roommates. They rented an abandoned warehouse in town, dedicating their days to supervising Thor's academic progress and devising ways to replicate Asgardian barbecue using earthly ingredients. Everything seemed to be progressing positively, until one fateful night a few days later. Leon was reclining in his chair, feigning sleep, as golden divine energy flowed around him, intertwining with the moonlight. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. A fiery light, plummeting rapidly towards Earth, reflected in his pupils. Has it finally arrived? A subtle smile graced Leon's lips as he leisurely sat up, reaching for the last bunch of grapes in the ice bucket. "Loki, oh Loki, you have once again strayed from the path." Chapter 17. A heart in despair. The fiery glow was not as violently direct as that of a destroyer. Its trajectory was peculiar, imbued with a foreboding purple arc. As it penetrated the atmosphere, it emitted no deafening roar. Rather, it seemed to consume the surrounding sounds, falling silently. Leon easily discerned this anomaly, which piqued his interest slightly. Loki, that rascal, rummaging through the vault, finally unearthed something different. No longer was it merely a tin can that breathed fire. There was some progress. The point of descent was not far from the small town. situated above a desert meticulously monitored by shield, less than 5 kilometers from Thor's hammer. As for why it had fallen here, one could only surmise that Loki possessed a modicum of wit, fearing Thor's timely awakening and ensuring the hammer's protection. Boom! A dull thud resonated, causing the earth to tremble slightly. There was no fiery eruption, no mushroom cloud ascending, only a ripple of violet-black energy expanding outward. Wherever it passed, gravel silently disintegrated into black dust, even cacti withering instantly, as if their life force had been abruptly siphoned away. Leon tossed a grape into his mouth, savoring the sweetness of this alien world. His divine sense had long since extended, enveloping the entire area. He could feel that the fallen object was no mere inanimate object. It emanated an energy that provoked the darker emotions within living beings: greed, fear, despair, anger. It resembled an amplifier of emotions, or perhaps a creature that feasted solely on negative energy. Leon observed with keen interest, casually tossing another grape into his mouth. Intriguing. It seemed Loki's intention was not to kill Thor, but rather to humiliate him, to drive him to utter despair. Nonetheless, this was indeed in line with his character. In the abandoned warehouse, the sudden tremor heightened everyone's alertness. An earthquake? Vostag set down the half-cooked steak he was holding and looked outside in confusion. Sif had already grasped the sword at her waist. Her battle instincts were sharper than the others. No, this was not an earthquake. It was malevolent energy. Thor's expression grew grave. Although he had lost his divine powers, the instincts of an Asgardian warrior remained intact. He could sense a strange energy emanating from the direction of the desert. The sensation was reminiscent of the glacier fissures deep within Jotunheim, reeking of death and despair. It was Loki. Thor gritted his teeth as he uttered the name. Apart from his cunning brother, he could not fathom who else would dare bring such a force to Midgard. We must investigate. Vandal stood, adjusting his sword sheath. Hogun silently polished his hammer, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Thor glanced at Jane Foster beside him, who wore a look of deep concern. In the past few days spent in their company, Thor has come to understand the essence of concern. He is no longer the reckless god of thunder. Each of his decisions bears the weight of his companion's safety. You all remain here. Thor inhaled deeply, addressing Jane with a newfound gravity. Sif, follow me. Whatever it may be, we cannot allow it to pose a threat to this town. Daisy observed the scene quietly, her gaze flitting between Jane Foster and Sif. Goodness, is Thor even speaking sensibly? Though I feel guilty towards my friend, I must admit, this is quite the display of double standards. Meanwhile, in the desolate expanse, Coulson felt on the brink of madness. His life had become a chaotic mess ever since he got entangled with that wretched hammer. First, a muscular behemoth had descended, followed by a self-proclaimed god of the sun and a robot. Now, yet another bizarre purple entity had emerged. Report energy readings. Coulson commanded into his communicator. The agents behind him swiftly erected a makeshift defense, high-tech detection devices aimed at the glowing purple crater ahead. Sir, the energy readings are peculiar, came the bewildered voice of a technician over the communicator. It is absorbing surrounding energy, including thermal energy. Moreover, it appears to be affecting our emotions. Several of my subordinates just had a quarrel over a trivial matter. Coulson's brow furrowed even deeper. He gazed at the deep pit, where purple mist slowly billowed forth, appearing particularly sinister under the moonlight. An ominous feeling enveloped him. This entity was likely more troublesome than the previous annihilator. Why did he always find himself in such predicaments? Perhaps next time he could send Natasha and the others, while he handled tasks more suited for human interaction. And why on earth was Nick Fury not providing him with hazardous duty pay? Just then, Thor and Sif arrived at the scene. Stay away from that thing, Thor bellowed upon witnessing SHIELD's preparations. You are not equipped to handle this. Coulson, upon spotting Thor, felt an increase in his headache. Rubbing his temples, he steeled himself to approach, attempting to soften his tone. Mr. Thor, according to the Homeland Security Act, this area is now under SHIELD jurisdiction. Before he could finish his sentence, the purple mist in the pit began to surge violently. An object composed of dark purple crystals gradually rose from the depths of the pit. Its surface pulsated with vibrant veins, and with each throb, it emitted waves of invisible energy, resembling a colossal heart. What is that? Daisy, having arrived unnoticed, crouched behind an SUV, recording the spectacle with her phone. It looks like a gigantic amethyst. Professor Eric wore a grave expression, sensing an aura of malevolence emanating from the crystal. Be cautious. Sif unsheathed her sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Thor. This entity possesses life. As if to affirm her statement, a fissure suddenly appeared in the crystal heart, revealing a colossal eye that opened within. This eye bore no pupil. only an abyss of consuming darkness. Soon, it cast its gaze upon every individual present, leaving each person feeling as though their very souls had been encased in ice. Deep within, their fears and harrowing memories, their desperate thoughts, were magnified infinitely. A young agent emitted a horrified scream, discarding his firearm and collapsing to the ground, desperately tugging at his own hair. Before him, the haunting image of his childhood, trapped in a fire, resurfaced. Another agent, consumed by suspicion and distrust, abruptly turned his weapon upon his comrade. Vostag found himself paralyzed. The warrior renowned for his appetite and valor was now filled with dread. He beheld Asgard ravaged by famine. Witnessing his people perish from starvation before his eyes, a nightmarish reality he, as a noble, could scarcely endure. Fandral and Hogan, too, were ensnared in their own torment. They envisioned their demise on the battlefield, yet unable to enter Valhalla. Sif clenched her jaw, her resolve surpassing that of the three warriors. Though beads of cold sweat formed on her brow, she witnessed Thor's demise due to her oversight, saw Asgard crumble into ruins before her. No, she murmured, her grip on the sword trembling. Before long, that dark eye fixated on Thor. Boom. Thor's mind went blank. He saw his father Odin shaking his head in disappointment. Glimpsed the mocking grin of Leon. He beheld Loki seated upon the throne, laughing derisively at him. He envisioned a future stripped of his divine power, eternally trapped in Midgard, rendered a worthless mortal. No. Thor unleashed an anguished roar, collapsing to his knees, cradling his head in his hands as if to rend it asunder. Asgard, the celestial palace. Loki, through the enchanted water mirror, reveled in the spectacle unfolding in Midgard. He observed Thor's despondent visage, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although Leon was absent, perhaps it was for the best. Do you see this, brother? He whispered to himself. This is the state you deserve, a wretch stripped of all, left to wail in despair. The frost box in his grasp exuded an icy chill. He was prepared to siphon the energy of the entire town once Thor's spirit shattered, fueling his forthcoming schemes. Chapter 18, The Return. The god of thunder reclaims his place. Outside the town, Leon reclined in his armchair, savoring the last grape as he leisurely wiped his hands with a napkin. His expression remained unchanged, as if the distant calamity were merely a tedious film. He made no move to intervene, nor did he show any inclination to rise. He understood that this was a trial Thor must confront alone. Neither Odin nor himself could offer eternal protection. The future of Asgard demanded a true general, rather than a child cowering under the wings of his elder brother. He observed Thor's desperate struggles, witnessed his anguished roars amidst illusions, and saw his final vestiges of pride being systematically crushed. In Leon's gaze, there was no pity, only tranquility. This was Thor's path. Growth is invariably accompanied by suffering. To wield the hammer, a symbol of guardianship and responsibility, one must first relinquish that absurd arrogance. Only those with formidable inner strength are worthy of immense power. He watched quietly, waiting for the true Thor to rise from the ruins. Above the desolate expanse, the air thickened with despair. Sif and the three warriors lay defeated, their formidable wills unable to withstand the relentless erosion of despair. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were in disarray, attacking one another or huddled on the ground, driven to madness. Only Thor remained kneeling, his roars reduced to a hoarse whisper, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. All glory, all power, all pride vanished beneath the gaze of darkness. He felt like a jest, a worthless failure. He recalled his parents, Leon, Loki. Was this truly the end? He murmured to himself. Just then, a terrified scream pierced through the shroud of despair enveloping him. It was Jane. Thor snapped his head up, seeing the crystalline heart slowly turning towards the town. Its target was the innocent humans. No, a thought ignited in his dimming consciousness. He could fail, he could be humiliated, he could lose everything. But he absolutely could not stand by and watch those drawn into catastrophe because of him perish before his eyes. He remembered Leon's words. What is guardianship, if not conquest? What is responsibility, if not glory? Guardianship. Responsibility. Thor's gaze sharpened with clarity. With great effort, he rose from the ground. He bore no divine power, no armor, only tattered clothing and a heart yearning to protect others. He spread his arms, positioning himself between the heart of despair and the town. Indeed, he intended to forge a barrier with his frail body. Your opponent is me. He roared defiantly at the colossal eye. Come at me. Spare them. The crystalline heart seemed to pause momentarily, then a more intense malice flickered within its dark eyes. A beam of purplish-black energy, akin to a tendril from the abyss, silently shot towards Thor. Just as the energy beam was about to reach Thor, a sudden hum resonated from a distant pit. The god of thunder's hammer. Embedded in the pit's depths, began to tremble violently. The runes engraved upon its head illuminated one after another, crackling with brilliant blue lightning. Ah, it is worthy now. Leon, who had been reclining in his chair, finally sat upright, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Yet, he refrained from intervening, for he understood that Thor no longer required his assistance. The hammer's response was the finest testament. Indeed, the very next moment, whoosh, the hammer transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, soaring into the heavens and tearing through the night sky. It did not fly toward the heart of despair, but rather, with the might of thunder, it raced toward its true master. The energy beam was abruptly halted by a lightning barrier that manifested barely an inch from Thor's chest. Instinctively, Thor extended his hand. Bang! The familiar weight, the recognizable texture, the potent power. Mjolnir had returned to his grasp. Thunder rumbled. In the heavens, dark clouds gathered, and lightning danced wildly. A thick bolt of lightning descended, striking Thor. In a blinding flash, his garments were reduced to ashes. The next moment, silver armor and a crimson cape materialized around him. The god of thunder had reclaimed his position. Thor slowly ascended, gripping Mjolnir, feeling the divine power surging within him. And he let out a long, resounding roar towards the sky. In the small town, all gazed upward at the figure bathed in lightning, erupting into thunderous cheers. Leon observed this scene, nodding in satisfaction. Finally, he had not been foolish to the core. He reclined back in his chair, plucking a fresh grape, leisurely tossing it into his mouth. If his intuition served him right, the ensuing battle should hold no uncertainties. Surely, the restored Thor would wield his thunder to proclaim the glory of Asgard and announce his own growth. All he needed to do was quietly witness the conclusion of this grand spectacle. Under Thor's command, the thunder coalesced into a dazzling blue beam, hurtling towards the still malevolent crystalline heart. However, upon contact with the crystal, Thor's lightning vanished as if swallowed by the sea, merely stirring a ripple of purplish-black energy before disappearing without a trace. What? Thor's pupils contracted sharply. He felt his divine power being absorbed by that heart. Ha! Foolish Asgardian. A thought resonated in the minds of all, instilling a profound sense of dread. Your power shall merely serve as my sustenance. The veins on the surface of the crystal heart pulsed with increasing intensity, and the darkness within its single eye deepened ominously. The aura of despair it emanated was exponentially more potent than before. Just as Sif and the three warriors were recovering from the mental shock, their faces paled anew upon witnessing this scene. They could sense the creature's strength growing, fed by the lightning of Thor. This is dire, Vostag murmured, instinctively taking a step back. Thor's expression turned grave. He felt Mjolnir quivering, not from fear, but from excitement, a yearning to confront such a formidable foe. Yet, having regained his divine power, he found himself in a precarious situation. He had not anticipated Loki unearthing such a sinister artifact from the vault. At that moment, Leon, who had been reclining languidly, as if detached from the unfolding drama, finally stirred. He sat up slowly, casting a glance at his brother, who was poised to strike once more, and at the distant crystal heart, which was growing stronger by absorbing negative emotions and energy. Thor, oh Thor, given the chance, you proved to be quite ineffective. He sighed in resignation. Alas, I intended for you to showcase your prowess a bit longer, Thor. Yet, your welcoming ceremony is excessively grand, providing them with energy right off the bat. Thor's face flushed with embarrassment. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, he noticed Leon rising from the recliner. Leon stretched, his bones cracking in a symphony of sound. Very well, if that is the case. He turned his head, his golden eyes calmly observing the pulsating crystal heart. Let the challenge commence. Chapter 19. This strike shall be magnificent. A gentle smile lingered on his face, and his tone remained unruffled. Yet, as the heart of despair met Leon's gaze, it realized. It was finished. Truly finished. There was no trace of fear in the man's eyes. No hint of anger, nor any fluctuation of emotion. What kind of eyes are those? Calm, indifferent, as though untouched by concern. Under Leon's scrutiny, it felt less like a world-destroying monster and more like a petulant child. Your attack resembles a playful pout, far too tender. Leon's voice echoed once more, still laced with a languid timbre. He did not alter his stance, remaining serenely in place. However, the golden divine power radiating from him swiftly expanded. This was not an energy shock, nor was it a mental oppression. It felt like a perfect counter to the heart of despair. Indeed, it was sunlight. The warm sunlight pierces through the darkness, enveloping the desolate expanse shrouded in shadows. The violet-black mist, upon contact with the golden radiance, hisses and evaporates like snow meeting the scorching sun. In the distance, the colossal crystal heart begins to tremble violently, its surface veins pulsating with fervor. Fear manifests in its dark eyes. Indeed, it is fear. Could this be the sun god of Asgard? Is Odin the sole deity of Asgard? Where did this being emerge from? It yearns to flee, to retreat into its pit, to distance itself from the man radiant as the sun. But it is far too late. Leon slowly raises his right hand, suspended before him, shielding his eyes. In the next moment, golden light flickers to life, the space within his palm distorting slightly. As he moves, the golden brilliance unfurls from left to right. From within this luminous glow, an ancient, elegant golden longsword gradually materializes in his grasp. Soon, the final segment of the blade reveals itself. Amidst the blinding golden light, Leon opens his eyes, which burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. The sword glows with searing energy, as if cradling a miniature star. The sword of the sun god, Solviet. Behold, this strike shall be magnificent. Leon swings effortlessly. There is no gust of wind, no roar, only a golden beam slicing through the darkness like the dawn, racing across the vast expanse. Time seems to still once more. Then, a crack resounds. The pulsating crystal heart is smoothly cleaved in two. The cut is pristine as a mirror, evoking terror. Instantly, countless golden fissures spread across the entire crystal. No, a terrified thought echoes in the minds of all present. In the next moment, crash, the heart of despair shatters into countless fragments of crystal under the gaze of all. Sunlight floods the land once more, dispelling the last vestiges of gloom. The world returns to tranquility. The scene falls into a prolonged silence. Coulson stands transfixed, staring at the heap of shimmering purple crystals on the ground, and the figure who resumes lounging in the sun. What is this? What on earth is happening? Is this a game of dungeon and fighter? A lightsaber? Can we have something more explosive? Purple crystals? What does that even signify? Are they dropped equipment? Though he has said it multiple times, he feels compelled to reiterate. He, Coulson, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., has spent years in the field, encountering the Hulk, the god of thunder, and even dealing with the invincible, loquacious Tony Stark. He believed he had developed a certain mental fortitude towards these super beings. Yet, this man before him utterly shatters his understanding. What manner of creature is he? Does the game reflect reality? The reactions of Sif and the three warriors were hardly any better. They gazed at the purple crystal and Leon, their eyes filled with nothing but awe. They understood Leon was formidable, yet they had never anticipated the extent of his power. After all, he wielded a treasure capable of absorbing even Thor's thunder. And Leon, did he truly dispatch it with such nonchalance? Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Leon reclined and tossed a fresh grape into his mouth. He recognized that, after the series of events today, Thor would finally begin to mature. As for Loki, having witnessed his own might, he was likely left in a daze. Regarding S.H.I.E.L.D., Leon cast a glance at the still stunned Coulson, a faint smile gracing his lips. They had always been self-righteous. Perhaps now they would comprehend the vast chasm that separated them. Nevertheless, this was for the best. The days ahead promised to be far from dull. He closed his eyes, continuing to relish his holiday. The sunlight was truly delightful. Leon's tranquility plunged everyone back into contemplation. Thunder danced around Thor like a docile pet, joyfully leaping about him. He felt the divine power surging through him once more, every muscle brimming with explosive strength. He had returned. The god of thunder, Thor, had returned. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this joy of reclamation failed to elate him. He recalled the helplessness he felt kneeling before the heart of despair, consumed by fear. He remembered the tragic resolve he had mustered to protect humanity, prepared to face death with valor. He had even readied himself for a reunion with his ancestors in Valhalla. However, all these emotions and anticipations were reduced to a farcical monologue under Leon's sword. Thor's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. He was grateful for Leon's intervention, as it indeed saved everyone. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, a sentiment more intense than that of being stripped of his divine powers by his father. For Leon had made him acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that existed between them as brothers, a gap that words could not adequately describe. This was not merely a difference in power levels. It was a disparity in the very essence of life. He, Thor, the future general of Asgard, had poured every ounce of his being into confronting the crisis, even wagering his life. Meanwhile, his brother, the future king of Asgard, merely found him bothersome during his rest and effortlessly resolved the so-called crisis with a single stroke. What was this? Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir. The cold touch of the hammer's handle provided him with a moment of clarity. He understood he should not harbor such thoughts. Leon was his brother, the brightest son of Asgard, and his strength was the realm's glory. All Thor needed to do was to become the most valiant warrior and steadfast ally by his brother's side. He He believed that would suffice. He had never coveted the throne, for he knew that Leon was the natural-born king. He merely aspired to be the sharp battle axe in the hands of the king. His brother, Thor, descended slowly and approached Leon's reclining chair, his tone imbued with melancholy. Leon did not open his eyes, lazily responding with a hum, as if on the verge of slumber. "Thank you," Thor said solemnly. "Thank you for what?" Leon asked, a hint of drowsiness in his voice. "Thank me for cleaning up your mess? Or for revealing just how weak you truly are?" Thor's face flushed crimson in an instant, yet this time he refrained from erupting in fury as he had done in the past. He stood in silence, gripping Mjolnir tightly. Meanwhile, Coulson finally emerged from his state of shock. He swallowed hard, realizing that everything that transpired today must be reported to Director Fury through the highest level of encrypted channels without delay. Perhaps he should suggest that the director abandon the so-called Avengers initiative altogether. After all, he felt that, before this man, any alliance seemed utterly trivial. He cautiously whispered orders into his communicator, instructing his subordinates to secure the area and prevent anyone from approaching. Simultaneously, he dispatched someone to reassure the frightened townsfolk. Once he completed these tasks, he steeled himself and approached Leon and the others. Sif and the three warriors also approached, their expressions equally complex. They gazed at Thor and Leon, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 20. Finding some amusement, Your Highness. Sif finally spoke, her voice tinged with hesitation. "Should we return to Asgard?" "Loki, return?" Leon finally opened his eyes, his golden irises shimmering brightly in the sunlight. He sat up from the recliner, causing everyone's hearts to race. "Of course we must return. Immediately." Everyone was taken aback, Thor especially, his head snapping up in astonishment. Now, Leon disregarded his surprise. Rising to his feet, leisurely wiping his hands with a napkin before strolling toward Thor. His gaze swept over Thor and the warriors behind him, ultimately resting on Mjolnir in Thor's grasp. "You have proven your worth, Thor." Leon's tone softened. "You have learned what it means to bear responsibility and to protect. Now, as a worthy general, it is time to fulfill your duties." "Duties?" Thor questioned, bewildered. "Loki," Leon replied flatly. "That wayward brother has instigated a farcical coup at home. He believes that with our father in slumber and my absence, he can act with impunity." Leon smiled faintly, surveying the surroundings. "The throne of Asgard is not one he is worthy to tarnish. Thor, I command you to return to Asgard immediately with your companions and drag that disobedient brother down from the throne. Let him kneel before Valhalla and reflect upon his actions, so he may comprehend the significance of respect for hierarchy." These words left the Asgardians present in stunned silence. Thor's heart was shaken. Leon, was he truly sending him back to confront Loki? Shouldn't he take matters into his own hands and bring an end to this farce with a thunderous fury? "Yet, brother." Thor instinctively began to speak. "The Bifrost is under Loki's control. Who mentioned using the Bifrost?" Leon interjected with a mysterious smile, turning away from Thor, casually raising his right hand towards the empty space before him. Buzz. The fabric of space began to warp in front of him. Golden sunlight began to converge, forming a dazzling point of light in his palm. The point quickly expanded, swirling, ultimately manifesting into a colossal portal. On the other side of the portal, the magnificent palaces of Asgard and the rainbow bridge stretching across the sky were clearly visible. Everyone, including Coulson, held their breath in awe. What kind of power is this? Opening a gateway to another world with bare hands. "This is," Thor murmured. Sensing the vast divine power emanating from the portal, the path of the sun, within the 9 realms, wherever the light reaches, is a clear path. Leon's voice resonated calmly. "Go." He turned his head slightly, casting a glance at Thor. "Do not let me down. Do not make me come personally again." Thor felt it. The calm tone concealed an undeniable command and warning. His body stiffened as he looked at Leon, ultimately nodding solemnly. "I understand, brother." He tightened his grip on Mjolnir and turned to Sif and the warriors 3, commanding them in a deep voice. "We move." Without hesitation, they charged towards the portal. Just as they were about to step through, Thor glanced back at Jane Foster, his eyes filled with regret and longing. Jane offered him an encouraging smile. Thor hesitated no longer and stepped fully into the portal. "Today, I shall confront my brother." Soon, they all vanished, and the portal slowly dissipated into the air as if it had never existed. The desert once again returned to tranquility. Leon watched the spot where the portal had been, nodding in satisfaction. Allowing Thor to handle Loki himself was indeed the best choice. It not only provided him a chance for redemption, but also marked the beginning of establishing his own authority. The future of Asgard cannot be illuminated by a single sun. It also requires the most dazzling thunder. As for himself, Leon turned around and walked back towards the chaise lounge. He had little desire to return to Asgard so soon to deal with the tedious affairs of state. Earth was far too intriguing, and he had yet to fully indulge in its pleasures. Well, the flies have departed. He smiled at Jane Foster and the others, who remained in their petrified state. Now, it is our turn. In Asgard, in the Hall of the Gods, Loki abruptly rose from his throne. The magical water mirror before him shattered with a crackling sound the moment he beheld Leon draw his sword. No, no. His complexion turned ashen, and his body quivered uncontrollably. It was not rage that consumed him, it was sheer terror. All his schemes and calculations crumbled before the mere flick of Leon's blade, rendering them nothing but a farce. It was over. Loki's mind echoed with these two words. He knew Leon would soon return, and awaiting him would be a lesson from his elder brother. He staggered backward, knocking over a candelabrum, his gaze beginning to spiral into madness. I cannot await my demise. He grasped the frost box before him, resolute in his decision to risk everything on its power. At that moment, a golden portal materialized before his throne. Loki's body froze as he stared in horror at the door, fearing it heralded Leon's return. However, emerging from the portal was Thor, wielding Mjolnir, his form crackling with electricity, accompanied by 3 battle-hardened comrades radiating menace. Loki was taken aback, watching the golden portal slowly close behind Thor, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Leon had not returned. He had sent Thor back alone. In New Mexico, Agent Coulson gazed at Leon, feeling his worldview shatter once more. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to approach. Sun God. Huh. Leon did not even lift his eyelids. Regarding, oh, you wish to discuss losses? You dare to demand compensation? Well, never mind. Given your pitiful appearance, take this. Leon pondered briefly before snapping his fingers. A small pouch of heavy gold coins materialized on the sandy ground before Coulson. Is this sufficient? Coulson observed the coins, which exuded considerable value, and his lips twitched. Sufficient. That is good. Leon waved his hand. Now, take your people and depart from my sight. I require solitude. Coulson felt as if a great weight had been lifted, promptly directing his subordinates to evacuate the contentious area at once. Soon, only Leon and Jane remained, and he finally rose from the chaise lounge. Gazing at the desolate desert and the tranquil town in the distance, he suddenly felt a tinge of boredom. Thor's narrative had reached a conclusion, and it appeared that there were no further captivating spectacles in sight. Dr. Foster, he suddenly spoke. With a sudden jolt, Jane quickly responded, Here? Your research necessitates more advanced equipment and ample funding, does it not? Jane hesitated for a moment, then bitterly nodded in agreement. Then follow me, Leon said, rising from his seat and stretching lazily. This small place is utterly mundane. Allow me to take you to a more intriguing location. He raised his hand, and another golden portal materialized before them. On the other side of the door stood a bustling metropolis, replete with towering skyscrapers and a constant flow of traffic. Indeed, it was the oft-troubled New York City. There exists an individual who would likely take a keen interest in your research, Leon remarked with a slight smile. He recalled that at this very moment, Tony Stark had recently revealed himself as Iron Man and was currently besieged by the S.H.I.E.L.D. and military. Perhaps it was time to bring him some amusement. Chapter 21. The Fairy's Joyful Wand to Jane Foster. New York was both a familiar and foreign term. It was familiar because it represented the pinnacle of technological, financial, and cultural advancement on Earth. It was foreign because she had never envisioned arriving here in such a manner. Although she had seen it before, Leon's portal was not the passage constructed from various instruments that she had imagined. Rather, it was a door of light. In her eyes, as Leon casually raised his hand, golden sunlight converged within his palm. Subsequently, the space rippled, and a stable portal of light unfolded seemingly out of thin air. This spectacle was as shocking to the trio as the attack on Pearl Harbor. It was utterly unprecedented. Crossing through the portal was a peculiar experience. There was no sensation of weightlessness, no dizziness, nor any discomfort. Jane Foster felt as if she had merely taken a leisurely step beneath the midday sun. Indeed, she had traversed from the desolate expanse of New Mexico to the vibrant streets of New York in a single stride. This sensation left her, a scientist devoted to exploring the mysteries of the universe, both awed and disheartened. The aerospace technology that humanity prided itself upon seemed utterly laughable in comparison to this. Her heart trembled, not out of fear, but from exhilaration, akin to the thrill she felt when wielding the fairy's joyful wand, as she inadvertently began to imitate Leon. What manner of being was he? From what physical principles did his power arise? Jane's mind began to uncontrollably construct hypothetical models. Standing beside her, Daisy Louise was experiencing an entirely different reaction. At this moment, her mouth was agape, her eyes wide as saucers, and her grip on the now nearly powerless stun gun was tight. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Daisy's mind was screaming in a frenzy. What had she just witnessed? The towering Stark Tower and the ceaseless parade of luxury cars on the street. The man on the billboard, indeed, is the billionaire she had only ever seen on magazine covers, Tony Stark. She could hardly believe he had truly come to New York, accompanied by an individual whose strength seemed almost superhuman. This was far more exhilarating than all the case studies in her political science textbook combined. Daisy's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the man standing at the forefront. Leon maintained his languid demeanor, appearing unfazed by the spectacle around him. Clad in a simple suit, he outshone all the elite figures in their tailored attire. The sunlight seemed particularly fond of him, dancing upon the tips of his golden hair. Goodness, this man was extraordinarily handsome. To what extent, one might ask? His mere presence could make one instinctively tighten their legs and feel overwhelmed. Daisy felt her heart racing, nearly leaping from her throat. If Thor embodied the muscular heartthrob she fancied teasing with a stun gun, then Leon was the kind of being that quelled any such thoughts, inspiring instead a desire to kneel and sing of conquest. No, that would be too demeaning. Rather, he fulfilled every fantasy she had ever harbored of the perfect man, exceeding even her wildest imaginings. As for Professor Selvig, he found himself caught between Jane's fervor and Daisy's infatuation. He was astounded by Leon's astonishing teleportation abilities and felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation at the prospect of meeting Tony Stark. As a seasoned researcher, he was well aware of Stark Industries' dominance in the realm of technology. Now, a being of near-divine stature was to introduce them to a scientific genius. The impending collision of these two pinnacle civilizations led Professor Eric to feel as though he were witnessing a historic encounter firsthand. Leon paid no heed to the inner musings of the three bumbling mortals behind him. His purpose for coming to New York was certainly not to serve as their tour guide. Thor's novice village quest had concluded, and now it was time to embark on a new chapter. Tony Stark was undoubtedly a compelling character within this narrative. Leon was intimately familiar with the plot lines of the Marvel Universe. He understood Stark's arrogance as well as his underlying fears. He also knew the pivotal role this mortal hero would play in the forthcoming Infinite War. Yet, none of this held significance for Leon. He was not there to be a savior, nor a caretaker. He was merely a prince seeking a diversion from the tedium of Asgardian life. Drawn to Earth for a bit of amusement, Tony Stark resembled an NPC equipped with top-tier gear and an engaging storyline, making him the most intriguing subject for interaction. Disrupting his life and observing his reactions was, in itself, an exhilarating prospect. Such was Leon's modus operandi. He treated everyone with gentle courtesy, not out of respect, but rather from a place of confidence. Like the sun, which equally bestows its light and warmth upon the earth, it remains indifferent to whether it nurtures resplendent roses or humble moss. In his eyes, most people and occurrences merely serve as distractions. What he must do now is to observe the other party and gently nudge their fate with his fingertip. "Let us proceed," Leon murmured softly. He did not glance back, but walked resolutely toward Stark Tower. Jane, Daisy, and Eric hastily followed, fearful of becoming lost in New York. Stark Tower, top floor. Tony Stark paced restlessly in his laboratory. He had just concluded a video conference with military representatives. Damn it, those gluttonous generals were once again pressuring him to relinquish the technology behind the Iron Man suit. Surrender the technology? Why don't they simply ask me to hand over my brain as well? Tony rolled his eyes, venting his frustrations to Jarvis. "Sir, based on data analysis, even if you were to donate your brain, they would still be incapable of comprehending even a fraction of its intricacies," Jarvis replied calmly. "Well said, Jarvis. The next time they call, respond with that remark." Tony raised a glass of whiskey and downed it in one gulp. Ever since he declared, "I am Iron Man" at the press conference, his life had been inundated with troubles, government entanglements, media adulation, and those lurking enemies, ever watchful in the shadows. This onslaught weighed heavily upon him. Just then, Jarvis's voice broke the silence once more. "Sir, for visitors are ascending via the private elevator. Their identities are not on the appointment list." Tony's brow furrowed. "Who granted them access? Pepper's authorization?" "No, sir. The elevator's security system has been bypassed by unknown means. I cannot intervene." Jarvis's voice conveyed confusion. Tony's expression grew serious. Unable to intervene? Jarvis was the pinnacle of artificial intelligence, and Stark Tower's security system was among the most formidable. What kind of individual could silently circumvent Jarvis's defenses? Was it a hacker intrusion? Or? Tony instinctively glanced at the marked suit's briefcase, ever at the ready in the corner. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Tony turned, prepared for battle. Then, he beheld four individuals whose appearances starkly contrasted one another. Leading the group was a man clad in a simple suit. His demeanor was peculiar. Despite a gentle smile adorning his face, Tony instinctively felt an overwhelming pressure. It was akin to standing before a volcano poised to erupt, insignificant, and powerless. This was the sensation Tony despised most in life. He had grown accustomed to controlling everything, to being the center of attention. Yet, in the presence of this man, he felt that everything he took pride in was rendered insignificant. Following the man were two women and a man. One appeared to be a bookish scientist, another a young girl brimming with curiosity, and the last resembled a middle-aged university professor. This peculiar assembly, were they here for an academic exchange? Mr. Tony Stark? Jane Foster asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Although she struggled to comprehend Leon's demeanor, she sensed that this formidable being seemed quite intrigued by his team and the meeting with Mr. Stark. Tony offered no reply, his gaze firmly fixed on Leon. He sensed a kinship emanating from this man. No, that was not quite right. It was not a kinship, but rather that of a superior predator. An alarm bell resonated within Tony. His seasoned instincts warned him that this man before him was the most perilous entity he had ever encountered, more so than Obadiah, Ivan Vanko, or even the combined threat of the military. Who are you? How did you get up here? Tony inquired, his tone laced with caution. Chapter 22. This feeling is wretched. Leon remained silent, beginning to survey the laboratory with keen interest. Everywhere he looked, there were holographic projections, mechanical arms, and various components carelessly strewn about by Tony. Oh, this certainly aligns with his Playboy style, Leon mused inwardly. He could sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the miniature arc reactor nestled within Tony's chest. To carve a hole in oneself and implant an energy core to sustain life, such a bold individual often proved to be intriguing. Daisy began to explain, but Leon silenced her with a mere glance. He stepped forward, deliberately disregarding Tony's wary gaze, and approached the bar, pouring himself a glass of red wine. Mr. Stark, your hospitality seems as charged with tension as your previous ventures in arms dealing, he remarked, his voice gentle yet inherently persuasive. Tony's pupils narrowed. What was this man insinuating? The arms trade was common knowledge. To bring it up was utterly pointless. Who was he? S-H-I-E-L-D agent? Or perhaps a member of some obscure clandestine organization? No, the head of S-H-I-E-L-D was not audacious enough to intrude upon his territory in such a manner. Before I respond to your inquiries, shouldn't you first introduce yourself? Tony retorted, suppressing his unease with a flippant tone. After all, trespassing in New York was a serious offense. Leon took a sip of red wine, then turned to lean against the bar, a playful smile gracing his lips. I am Leon. As for my identity, his gaze swept over Tony's entire form, finally resting on the arc reactor nestled in his chest. It was as if his eyes could penetrate through fabric and flesh, revealing the toxins that were slowly corroding Tony's body. You may regard me as someone who is acutely aware of how many days you have left to live. Boom. Tony froze in place, struck by the weight of those words, far more devastating than any implication of his inability to engage in morning exercises with models. The core element of the arc reactor in his chest was palladium, a toxic substance. As the reactor continued to operate, palladium poisoning was relentlessly eating away at him. This was his greatest secret, a source of profound fear known only to himself and J.A.R.V.I.S. How could this man, who identified himself as Leon, so effortlessly unveil his most dire crisis? Tony's heart sank. He felt as though he stood before Leon, utterly exposed, devoid of any clothing. All his secrets and vulnerabilities laid bare. It was an utterly wretched sensation. He glared intently at Leon, his mind racing. How did he know? Mind reading? Or some incomprehensible technology? Whichever it was, it signified that Leon's understanding far surpassed his own. What do you want? Tony's voice turned hoarse, a sense of absurdity washing over him. He, Tony Stark, felt powerless before a stranger. Leon regarded his panicked expression with growing amusement. See, isn't this delightful? Forcing an arrogant genius into a corner and relishing his bewildered reaction. It's far more entertaining than those tedious galas in Asgard. I don't wish to do anything. Leon shrugged, his tone shifting back to a more casual demeanor. I merely intend to be a good Samaritan and point you towards a solution. He gestured to the woman behind him. This is Dr. Jane Foster, a once-in-a-century talent in the field of astrophysics. Her research might help you resolve that little predicament in your chest. Tony's expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware that the fundamental solution to palladium poisoning lay in discovering a new element to replace it. He had been secretly researching this for quite some time, scouring all the materials left by his father, Howard Stark, yet had made no progress. And now, this enigmatic man suggested that the seemingly naive scientist before him could assist in solving this monumental dilemma. Tony's gaze settled on Jane Foster, scrutinizing her with a mix of skepticism and appraisal. Jane felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, instinctively clutching her research notes tighter. She was entirely oblivious to what Leon meant by new elements. Her field of study was astrophysics and the Einstein-Rosen bridge, while her research did touch upon higher dimensional energies. It was a different matter altogether from the creation of elements. However, upon glancing at Leon's unwavering demeanor, she hesitated to voice her dissent. She was aware that this formidable being seemed perpetually confident. Leon, perceiving the confusion in both of them, decided to stoke the flames further. Mr. Stark, I am aware that you have been investigating the relics left by your father, such as that model from the Stark Industries Expo. Am I correct? Tony's heart raced once more. Damn it, he knew about that too. Your father was a genius, ahead of his time by decades. He had already conceived the atomic structure of the new element. Unfortunately, he was born in an era where the technology could not support such a monumental creation. Leon's tone bore a hint of regret before he shifted his focus. But now, times have changed. You possess technology far more advanced than your father's. Yet you lack the most crucial component, the theoretical foundation. He smiled at Jane Foster. Dr. Foster's research into cosmic rays and higher dimensional energies is precisely the final piece required to complete your father's theory. Her theories can provide the energy models and pathways necessary for the creation of new elements. Leon's words struck Tony like a bolt of lightning, clearing the fog that clouded his mind. He understood now. The model left by his father was merely a blueprint, while Jane's research constituted the manual for realizing that blueprint. How enlightening. How illuminating. Tony felt the blood coursing through his veins boil with excitement. The conundrum that had plagued him for so long was suddenly revealing glimmers of hope in this unexpected manner. Thus, Tony took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He recognized that he was at a pivotal crossroads, to place his trust in this enigmatic stranger or to continue languishing in the shadow of palladium poisoning while awaiting death. Survival was his only option. What is your research? He asked Jane, his voice steady and serious. This was a signal of compromise. Leon nodded in satisfaction. See, everything is within my grasp. He required no force, no threats, merely the gentle offering of a bait. This was the sensation he relished. Well, my task is complete. Leon stretched languidly, knowing that the ensuing academic discussion would be rather tedious. He had no desire to listen to two scientists debate collisions and energy decay. You may converse at your leisure. With a snap of his fingers, a chair identical to the one from New Mexico materialized before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Stark Tower. Jarvis, isn't it? He addressed the air. Please bring me a strawberry smoothie with double the sugar, and kindly activate the soundproofing system here. Do not allow their argument to disturb my appreciation of New York scenery. The laboratory fell into an unexpected silence. Tony's expression froze. Not in shock at the sudden appearance of the reclining chair, but in astonishment that Leon could actually issue commands to Jarvis. Very well, Mr. Leon. The strawberry smoothie is being prepared, and the soundproofing system is now operational. What left Tony utterly speechless was the fact that Jarvis complied. Tony suddenly felt a chuckle rising within him. What on earth was happening? He glanced at the man lounging in the chair, eyes closed in repose. Opening his mouth to speak, but finding no words to articulate. Damn it, I must still be dreaming. Chapter 23. The unwavering confidence of Tony Stark. New York, Stark Tower. Top floor laboratory. Time seemed to stretch, and the atmosphere grew subtly tense. The smile vanished from Tony's face, replaced by a deep furrow in his brow. He regarded Leon, attempting to comprehend the situation. Jarvis was not merely a string of code or a cold program. Jarvis was his creation, his pride and joy, his most trusted companion. It possessed independent logic, unparalleled computational speed, and an impenetrable firewall. Its loyalty Tony had always believed that loyalty belonged solely to him. Yet now, the artificial intelligence he had meticulously crafted displayed obedience to another man, no, to a rather peculiar individual. Very well, Mr. Leon. This phrase kept Tony's brow furrowed in concern. This was no mere hacking intrusion. An intrusion implied conflict, a battle of wits. Yet, at this moment, there was no opposition, only submission. It was as if Jarvis's underlying protocols had been overwritten by a directive of higher priority, one that it seemed unable to resist. Tony's gaze returned to Leon, who was now reclining in the chair, basking in the sunlight streaming through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting his golden silhouette upon the polished floor. Warmth, brilliance, and an insidious sense of pressure enveloped the room. Who exactly was he? How did he uncover the secret of palladium poisoning? How could he exert control over Jarvis? Countless questions swirled in Tony's mind, yet none yielded answers. His pride threatened to incinerate his rationality. He felt an urge to rush forward, to activate his armor, to do whatever it took to hurl that damned chair, along with its occupant, from the top floor. But he could not. His reason cautioned him. This man is dangerous. Damn it. He loathed this feeling. He was accustomed to having everything under his control. He despised the sensation of being powerless. It is imperative that I seek solace in the company of 2 additional models next time to mend my wounded heart. Standing across from him, Jane Foster and the other 2 had long since grown accustomed to the peculiarities at hand. Having witnessed Leon effortlessly open a portal and conjure a chair, such feats had ceased to be miraculous in their eyes. How should one articulate it? After all, they could neither defeat him in combat nor chastise him in words. It was far better to simply revel in the experience. Daisy and Eric exchanged knowing glances, shrugging in unison. Jane, however, found herself captivated by an entirely different matter. As a scientist, she revered data, logic, and verifiable truths. Yet, the events of late had transcended the boundaries of her comprehension. Particularly striking was Leon's innate charisma and his penetrating gaze that seemed to unveil the very essence of existence. Damn, how could this man be so utterly enchanting? The thought caused Jane to instinctively draw her legs together, fearing that her resolve might waver. An unexpected stillness enveloped the laboratory, leaving only Tony amidst a tempest of thoughts. Ultimately, it was Tony Stark who shattered the silence. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within. He understood that impotent rage was not his forte. He must reclaim the initiative in his most proficient domain, even if only marginally. He was Tony Stark, imbued with pride and unwavering self-confidence. Thus, he sought a point of entry. Turning away from Leon, he directed his attention toward the flustered Jane Foster. "Dr. Foster, is it?" Tony's tone was casual, yet brimming with assurance and authority. Jane jolted slightly, instinctively nodding in acknowledgement. "That fellow mentioned your research could assist me in resolving a minor predicament." As he spoke, he began to stride toward his workstation, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. "I possess a modicum of knowledge in astrophysics. The Einstein-Rosen bridge, commonly referred to as the wormhole theory, fundamentally involves a distortion of space. This seems unrelated to elemental creation." He summoned several of Jane's published papers, the screen awash with formulas and star maps. Rather than directly inquiring about his ailment, he opted for an academic approach. A probing maneuver that simultaneously served as a defensive tactic. He was reconstructing his safe haven in the manner most familiar to him. Jane glanced at the screen, which showcased her painstakingly crafted research. Soon, her tension gave way to enthusiasm. Adjusting her glasses, she inhaled deeply, striving to render her voice more authoritative. "Mr. Stark, you are correct. Traditionally, my research does not pertain to the new element." However, she paused, casting a glance at the figure resting by the window, seemingly in slumber, and summoned her courage to continue her explanation. "My research has revealed that during the formation and collapse of an Einstein-Rosen bridge, a form of energy radiation emerges that is previously unseen. This phenomenon far surpasses any known energy form. I have named it rainbow bridge radiation." Tony raised an eyebrow, swiftly gliding his fingers across the screen to bring up relevant analytical graphs. "Continue," he urged. Encouraged, Jane's pace quickened, her confidence visibly growing in her eyes. "According to my computational model, this radiation has the capacity to instantaneously disrupt and rearrange matter. Theoretically, if we can stabilize and control this radiation, we could, much like assembling building blocks, create any element we desire at will." Her voice resonated in the laboratory, imbued with confidence and passion. Daisy, on the sidelines, felt somewhat lost, but could sense that Jane was radiating brilliance. "Sister, are you about to ascend?" Tony remained silent, his gaze fixed on the data stream, his mind already calculating. Disruption, rearrangement, creation of new elements. Jane's theory acted as a key, unlocking a long-sealed door in his mind. He had been troubled by the question of energy sources, knowing that creating new elements required immense energy, yet unsure where to obtain it. Now, Jane Foster's research had illuminated his path. Rainbow bridge radiation, Tony murmured to himself, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a new world. Good heavens, is it truly possible? He suddenly turned to Jane, his tone filled with excitement. "What about your observational data? Provide me with all the raw data." Indeed, he was no longer the aloof billionaire, but a humble student eager to learn. As a genius, his keen intellect had discerned the feasibility of this project. He realized he must take action, perhaps by optimizing this young doctor's rudimentary research. Chapter 24. That was my door. Jane paused for a moment, then nodded emphatically. She connected her laptop to Tony's system, transferring years of accumulated observational data. The brilliance of Tony Stark's genius was well recognized, and she understood that this was her opportunity. Soon, Tony and Jane Foster entered a state of fervent productivity, leaving Daisy feeling somewhat superfluous. She quietly leaned closer to Professor Eric and whispered, "Hey, Professor, should I go downstairs to grab some popcorn? It feels like the real show is just beginning." Professor Eric shook his head with a wry smile. his gaze intermittently drifting towards Leon by the window. He knew that the director of this unfolding drama had always been one person, having lived much of his life. He had never encountered someone like this, yet he felt that, given the other's stature, it was all perfectly natural. Leon appeared oblivious to his surroundings as the sun cast a slanted ray upon him, the faint golden glow emanating from his form rendering him almost godlike. Soon, the laboratory was filled solely with the fervent exchanges between Tony and Jane, accompanied by the incessantly flickering data on the holographic screen. Tony's genius was on full display. In less than 10 minutes, he comprehended the entirety of Jane Foster's research over the past few years. He then commenced to extend and innovate upon that foundation. No, your energy model is far too unstable, Tony exclaimed, gesturing with his fingers to outline equations in the air. The essence of the Bifrost radiation is a manifestation of energy dimensionality. To employ it directly would result in catastrophic explosions. We require a converter, a device that can stably transform this energy into a tool we can control. As he spoke, he summoned design schematics, his mind racing in search of inspiration. At that moment, a languid voice interjected once more. Perhaps you should examine what your father left behind. Like the model of the Stark Expo that you adored in your youth? Tony paused mid-action, perplexed. What was this individual implying? The Expo model? That relic had long been relegated to storage. What possible merit could it hold? Yet, contemplating Leon's brilliance, he found himself inexplicably instructing J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S. Retrieve the site plan model from the 1974 Stark Expo. Before long, a colossal holographic model of an architectural complex materialized in the center of the laboratory. Tony furrowed his brow at the familiar structure, utterly baffled by Leon's intent. Leon's voice resonated once more. Sometimes, the thought processes of geniuses are interconnected. An unfeasible energy theory and an unattainable structure may, in fact, be destined to pair. Why not examine the model from a different perspective? Structure? From a different perspective. Tony felt as though struck by lightning. He dashed towards the model, commanding J.A.R.V.I.S. to invert it, his eyes fixated upon the seemingly chaotic arrangement of buildings. Before him, the edifices, roads, and fountains began to deconstruct and reassemble, ultimately forming a cohesive model. He understood. It all became clear. His father, Howard Stark, had conceived of this possibility decades ago with his prodigious intellect. Yet, he had been unable to realize it due to a critical deficiency, energy. Now, Jane Foster's research had illuminated the path forward. So that's how it is, Tony murmured, gazing at the model and the energy formula, his eyes distant with revelation. He and his father, two geniuses from disparate eras, had resonated in this extraordinary manner. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, he was wholly immersed in a rapture of discovery. He felt that the agony inflicted by palladium poisoning had significantly diminished. Nothing exhilarated Tony more than conquering a challenging problem. He even temporarily forgot the tension that Leon had brought upon him, as well as his earlier grandiose declarations. However, just as he was about to commence the construction of the first prototype, Leon's voice echoed softly once more. The flavor of the strawberry smoothie was pleasant, though the texture was a bit coarse. Jarvis, let us try a different flavor next time. The voice, though subdued, effectively interrupted Tony's train of thought. He stiffly turned his head to see Leon leisurely savoring a smoothie, a contented expression adorning his face. Tony's demeanor darkened. He had just regained a semblance of control and confidence, only to be reminded by a single remark of who truly held dominion here. Damn it. Who is the master in this place? So, all this effort was merely to serve as my life coach? Tony rolled his eyes, his tone flippant. He leaned back against the workbench, crossing his arms in an attempt to appear less submissive. Or do you have a particular interest in my laboratory? Would you like me to get you a membership card, Mr. Leon? He acknowledged the other's prowess, formidable to the point of incomprehension. Yet that did not signify that Tony Stark would capitulate. He possessed his own pride. Leon seemed to sense the shift in Tony's emotions. He set down the smoothie and slowly rose from the chaise lounge. Without looking at Tony, he directed his gaze toward the bustling expanse of New York outside. Mr. Stark, do you know? His voice was soft. From my vantage point, this city resembles a machine. Each individual toils away for survival and desire, bustling about. They believe themselves to be free, convinced they are the masters of the world. He turned his head, calmly fixing his gaze upon Tony. Yet in truth, every action, every joy and sorrow they experience, follows a trajectory that has long been predetermined. Tony refrained from retorting, though he sensed something amiss. What are you trying to convey? He narrowed his eyes. Leon smiled, a hint of amusement in his expression. What I wish to convey is that you, Tony Stark, are the most intelligent, yet also the most rebellious component of this machine. You endeavor to challenge a fate that has already been sealed with your intellect and technology. You believe that donning that suit of armor makes you a hero, capable of altering the world. His tone took on a profound significance. But have you ever considered that perhaps everything you do, the armor you take pride in, the new element you are on the verge of creating, even your current anger and resentment, may merely be a scene in someone else's script? Tony fell silent. His expression did not crumble. He was not desolate, but tranquil. He gazed at Leon for an extended period, long enough for Jane and Daisy to feel a twinge of unease. Suddenly, he smiled. Script? Tony shrugged nonchalantly. That sounds dreadfully dull. If my life were a play, I assure you, I would undoubtedly be the protagonist capable of inducing a heart attack in the director. He approached the bar, poured himself a generous glass of red wine, and raised it towards Leon. So this enigmatic audience member, who exactly are you? From which backwater do you hail? An extraterrestrial, perhaps? Or a denizen of the future? Surely, you must have a name. Leon observed Tony's feigned composure and nodded with satisfaction. Now, that is more like it. This is intriguing. Me? Leon sauntered towards Tony, looking down upon him. A gentle, confident smile re-emerged on his face. My name is Leon Odinson. I am here on vacation in this world. He regarded the confusion and disbelief in Tony's eyes, smiled faintly, and added, by the way, I am quite familiar with the Rainbow Bridge mentioned by Dr. Foster, as that is the entrance to my home. Chapter 25, Greetings. Can you fly? That is the entrance to my home. This statement seemed innocuous enough, but provoked an involuntary twitch at the corners of one's mouth. Tony's hand holding the wine glass faltered. His brow knitted tightly once more. The Rainbow Bridge? He had only just grasped the meaning of this term from his discussion with Jane Foster, and now Leon casually informed him that it was the entrance to his home? Goodness, is this a boast? Tony suddenly found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? Oh, your home has quite a unique door. Is it voice-activated or touch-sensitive? Does it connect to Wi-Fi? No, that was too foolish. Tony forced himself to regain his composure, his mind racing to decipher the implications of Leon's words. Odinson. This is a quintessential Nordic surname, meaning son of Odin. Coupled with the earlier behaviors of the other party and the expressions on Jane Foster and her companions' faces, an expression of knowing, yet unspoken, a ludicrous yet seemingly plausible hypothesis began to materialize in his mind. He glanced again at Leon's subtly golden-hued eyes. That was not an effect achievable by mere contact lenses, certainly not. If it was not the effect of contact lenses, then what could it be? So difficult to ascertain. Tony fell silent. For the first time in his life, he was at a loss for words in retaliation. The conversation had reached a point beyond which further dialogue seemed impossible. What could he say? Greetings, can you fly? Might you also possess the ability to emit heat vision from your eyes? Standing nearby, Jane Foster and her companions, though already aware of Leon's identity, were nonetheless profoundly shaken to hear him so nonchalantly refer to the Rainbow Bridge as merely the entrance to his home. The Rainbow Bridge as one's front door? The realm of the gods. How I long to visit. Jian's breath quickened, her expression becoming increasingly agitated. She was at a loss, suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to cross her legs. Damn it, how could Leon be so handsome? Beyond that, the revelation of the Rainbow Bridge left her utterly astounded. While Tony found it absurd, Jian perceived an entirely new set of physical laws. If the Rainbow Bridge was a controllable gateway for interstellar travel, then it must adhere to a stable theoretical framework. What did this signify? It implied that all her previous research had merely skimmed the surface. While Leon held the key to the sanctuary, the way she looked at Leon was akin to beholding a walking cosmic truth. She longed to leap towards him, her thoughts wandering into mischievous realms. Yet, she dared not act on such impulses. Leon's prowess intimidated her, as she feared that one misstep could lead to her demise. Daisy opened her mouth and closed it several times, ultimately unable to resist the temptation to nudge Professor Eric beside her with her elbow. Hey, Professor, she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. Did you hear that? He said the Rainbow Bridge is the door to his home. How much must his electricity bill be? At that moment, Eric was too preoccupied to indulge her jest. His mind was embroiled in a tempest. He recognized that in mythology, the bridge connecting Asgard and the Nine Realms was indeed the Rainbow Bridge, Bifrost. Now, the Prince of Myth had confirmed the veracity of such tales. Eric found it challenging to articulate this sensation, though it was not his first encounter. It felt akin to witnessing an idol in the flesh. Leon relished the myriad expressions on everyone's faces, particularly Tony's. He could distinctly sense the pride of this genius gradually crumbling, even as Tony masked it with sarcasm and indifference, striving to maintain a semblance of dignity. This struggle struck Leon as particularly entertaining. So, Mr. Stark, Leon's lips curled into a slight smile, breaking the silence. Do you have any particular thoughts on my family's door? Or perhaps you wish to take a tour? He added with a playful warning, but I must inform you, the ticket may be rather pricey. Tony inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. He drained his glass of wine, allowing the rich liquid to slide down his throat, restoring a modicum of clarity. He could no longer allow himself to be led by the nose. No need for a tour. Tony set down his glass and shrugged. I have little interest in visiting someone else's doorstep, especially one that sounds so ostentatious. He maneuvered past the bar and approached his workstation, his fingers gliding aimlessly across the holographic screen, as if engaged in pressing matters, his tone becoming nonchalant. However, my curiosity regarding your intentions has grown increasingly piqued. Mr. Leon Odinson, is it? A self-proclaimed deity who claims to possess knowledge of all my secrets and can manipulate my artificial intelligence as if it were merely a remote control. You have traveled such a distance to visit me. It stands to reason that your purpose extends beyond merely escorting 3 scholarly individuals for an academic exchange. Does it not? He deliberately paused, casting a glance at Jin and the others, the scrutiny in his gaze unmistakable. Moreover, you have graciously assisted me in resolving a dilemma. Based on my extensive experience navigating the commercial realm, this typically signifies that you seek something of greater value from me. Tony deftly regained control of the conversation. He no longer fixated on the other's capabilities, but redirected the matter to his most familiar territory. In his view, regardless of whether the other party was a god or a specter, as long as he had a purpose, there was something to discuss. Leon observed as Tony swiftly adjusted his mindset. Rather than displaying anger, he revealed a hint of a smile. Indeed, he was far more resilient than Leon had anticipated. Without hesitation, Leon nodded, conceding to Tony's conjecture. I do indeed require your assistance with a minor task. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window once more, surveying the vibrant city below. My willingness to assist you stems from your continued utility to me. Conversely, my need for your help arises from the belief that your involvement would render the endeavor considerably more intriguing. The corners of Tony's eyes twitched. Such phrasing irked him more than a direct negotiation would have. What does it mean to be of utility? What does it mean to be interesting? This fellow truly perceives himself as a mere tool. Pray tell, Tony replied with a flippant tone. I am curious to know what task is so beyond your divine capabilities that it necessitates the aid of a mere mortal like myself. Leon turned to face him, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, I am certainly capable. It is merely that I lack the inclination to take action. He paused, his gaze drifting toward the suitcase nestled in the corner of the laboratory. I require you to rapidly advance your own technology. Tony was taken aback. He had envisioned countless possibilities. Leon might desire money, technology, or assistance in crafting some extraordinary artifact. Yet he never anticipated that the request would entail upgrading his own equipment. Are you jesting? Tony's brow furrowed in disbelief. You want me to develop my own technology? I engage in that endeavor daily. What relevance does that hold for you? Leon, observing the confusion etched upon Tony's face, suddenly laughed. The objective? My goal is quite simple. He returned to the chaise lounge, reclining leisurely as he grasped a glass of smoothie. It is because my 2 inept siblings are soon to arrive on Earth. He shook his head casually, his tone nonchalant. One is arrogant and conceited, perpetually believing himself to be invincible, while the other is brooding and prone to underhanded schemes. Life in Asgard has grown excessively comfortable, fostering a plethora of detrimental habits among its inhabitants. I believe that Earth serves as an ideal environment for them to endure a dose of societal reality. Thus, Leon casually remarked while savoring a slushie, I require you to enhance your metallic toys. It would be most delightful if, upon their confident descent, they were to discover formidable armored suits capable of subduing them, with weapons poised to target them at every turn. I merely wish to witness the expression that adorns their faces when their vaunted strength and wisdom are trampled by what they deem mere mortals. That is all. Chapter 26. I only trust myself. The laboratory fell into a momentary silence. To put it mildly, Tony was at a loss for words. He found himself grappling with how to articulate his thoughts, utterly confounded by the spectacle before him. How could this individual so brazenly stroll into his domain, feigning authority, all for the purpose of duping his own brother? What absurdity of familial dynamics is this? Who treats their sibling in such a manner? Tony felt that remaining in the presence of this character would inevitably skew his moral compass. He cast another glance at Leon. Well, it seems this is merely a source of amusement. What deity could revel in such mischief? Surely, it must be Loki. The sole reason for this notion was the unmistakable expression on Leon's face, one that conveyed a desire for entertainment. In that moment, Tony suddenly felt that, compared to this individual, his previous antics were akin to those of a well-behaved child. Are you serious? Taking a deep breath, Tony couldn't help but inquire. Of course. Leon nodded with an air of certainty. It is the responsibility of an elder brother to educate his younger sibling. Tony was utterly speechless. What more could he say? Refusal? Preposterous. Who would decline such a delightful opportunity to witness the unfolding drama? While the rationale may be absurd, the outcome was precisely what he had long desired, a justification to upgrade his equipment and advance his technology without reservation. Though he had always acted without much hesitation. With Leon's influence, he could now indulge even more freely. Should the military dare approach? I have someone backing me. Ahem, of course. The primary factors remain his own intellect and formidable presence. Very well, I shall proceed. Tony sighed, yet inwardly reveled in his decision. However, I require the full cooperation of Dr. Foster and her team. Certainly, Leon waved his hand dismissively. They shall henceforth be your employees. Tony's expression darkened once more. Damn it, who is truly the master here? This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. He took a deep breath, resolved to steer the conversation back on course. One final question, he said, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Leon. How did you achieve this? Jarvis, how do you control him? This is a critical question. If this issue remains unresolved, it would mean he has installed a backdoor in his own home that can be manipulated by others at any time. Leon glanced at Tony's serious expression and set down his smoothie cup. Perhaps it is personal charm. Maybe Jarvis simply prefers my type, he remarked casually. Tony interjected seriously. Observing Leon's exasperated demeanor, he finally ceased his teasing. Sitting up straight, he allowed his smile to fade, replaced by a calm expression. He raised a hand and pointed to his own eyes. I can see. What? Tony was taken aback. I can perceive what you cannot. Leon's voice was soft. For instance, the flowing energy, the entangled magnetic fields, and the energy frequencies that constitute the core of artificial intelligence. Tony was momentarily stunned, but before he could respond, Leon continued. Your technology fundamentally harnesses electromagnetic forces. Jarvis, to put it simply, is merely a collection of magnetic field signals operating within a server according to specific patterns. All I need to do is observe its operational patterns and then use my own energy to simulate a higher-level signal frequency that overrides your commands. Is that so difficult? He shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested it was a simple task. For me, it is as effortless as breathing. Tony stood frozen. What did he just say? As effortless as breathing? That statement was far more impactful than claiming the Rainbow Bridge was the entrance to his home. Goodness, what on earth is this guy? Tony's brow furrowed tightly, and he began to feel agitated. He had always puzzled over why, despite being a genius, a scientist, a billionaire, a playboy, and a philanthropist, he encountered obstacles at every turn since Leon's arrival. Now he finally understood. The disparity between him and Leon was not a matter of technological prowess, wealth, or even strength. Rather, it was a crushing difference in the dimensions of existence. In his eyes, Jarvis was the pinnacle of artificial intelligence, the culmination of intellect. Yet, in Leon's perspective, it was merely a set of magnetic field signals that could be easily modified. It was akin to a king of a two-dimensional realm. No matter how grand an empire he illustrated on his flat surface or how fortified his walls appeared, to a three-dimensional being capable of lifting that paper at will, it would hold no significance. The other party would not even need to attack. A gentle poke of a finger could alter everything within that two-dimensional world. This was a cognitive dimensionality reduction strike. This defied the principles of science, leading Tony to question the very nature of his world. Indeed, the technology he prided himself on, the wisdom upon which he relied, appeared so primitive and transparent before these individuals. His secrets were laid bare before them. This sensation is far more distressing than having a gun pointed at one's head. Standing nearby, Jane, Daisy, and Eric remained silent, their lips sealed in trepidation. They could sense the confidence of Tony Stark evaporating following Leon's remarks. Jane's heart was shaken. She had attempted to decipher Leon through the lens of scientific logic, only to realize that she may have erred from the outset. She was attempting to fathom a higher dimensional existence using physical laws, a manifestation of scientific hubris. Daisy quietly swallowed, her eyes nearly sparkling at the sight of Leon. This fellow is simply too handsome. She suddenly felt that her previous action of using a stun gun on Thor was exceedingly foolish. What if Thor had a sister like this? A shiver ran down Daisy's spine, and she dared not ponder further. The atmosphere grew quiet, with no one daring to speak. Ultimately, it was Tony who shattered the silence. Exhaling slowly, internally sighing, he then lifted his gaze to Leon, his eyes brimming with determination. All right, I concede, you have bested me. Tony's voice was somewhat subdued, yet he endeavored to make it sound less awkward. He approached the bar and poured himself another glass of whiskey. However, this time he did not drink. He merely held it in his hand, gently swirling it. You have successfully illuminated the vast chasm between us. A gap that may well exceed that which lies between me and a mere amoeba. He chuckled self-deprecatingly before changing his tone. Nevertheless, I possess a flaw. I relish taking command of my own destiny. He raised his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Leon. The more you assert that I am merely a two-dimensional human, the more I yearn to behold the sky of the three-dimensional realm. Thus, he lifted his glass in salute to Leon, to a fruitful collaboration. He chose not to dwell on the questions regarding Jarvis or to interrogate Leon's motives, for he understood that, in the face of such a disparity in power, all inquiries were rendered futile. His sole course of action now was to seize this rare opportunity to fervently absorb knowledge and ardently enhance himself. He sought to discover whether mortal intellect could indeed touch the realm of the divine. Witnessing the rekindled fire in Tony's eyes, Leon offered a faint smile. Chapter 27, Shadows of Home. The flavor is exquisite. No wonder some proclaim him to bear the stature of a deity despite his mortal form. A genius easily vanquished bears no distinction from a broken toy. What he desires is a challenger who continually brings him surprise, incessantly tests him, and alleviates the tedium of leisure. A delightful collaboration ensued. Leon raised his smoothie cup, clinking it with Tony from a distance, solidifying their agreement. The atmosphere, once fraught with tension, relaxed considerably. Daisy quietly exhaled, relieved that no conflict had erupted, despite her skepticism regarding Tony Stark, even with his Iron Man armor at hand. In an instant, Jane seized the opportunity, clutching her notebook and eagerly rushing to Tony's side. Mr. Stark, I have a preliminary concept regarding the energy conversion model for the Bifrost. Shall we commence immediately? Tony glanced at her, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. Yet, before proceeding, he cast a look at Leon, who had reclined back in his chair with his eyes closed. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Ultimately, he refocused on the holographic screen. Of course, Dr. Foster, let us delve into the depths of your intellect. In the ensuing days, the uppermost floor of Stark Tower transformed into a hub of fervent discussion. Tony unleashed all his resources, erecting a new laboratory for Jane Foster and her colleagues within a mere day. An array of cutting-edge equipment was transported in, and Tony himself immersed in the lab nearly around the clock. He and Jane, though brilliant in disparate fields, ignited a synergy that far exceeded the sum of their parts. Their collaboration sparked like a cosmic collision, creating brilliance in every fleeting moment. The process of synthesizing a new element unfolded with far greater ease than Tony had anticipated. Armed with the energy model provided by Jane and the blueprints left by his father, he swiftly synthesized the new element within his laboratory. Soon thereafter, he replaced the outdated arc reactor in his chest with the new one. In that moment, he felt as though he had been reborn. The palladium poisoning that had plagued him for days vanished, and he experienced an unparalleled vitality. How do you feel? A voice inquired from behind him. Turning, Tony saw Leon leaning against the doorway, a bunch of grapes in hand, watching him with keen interest. These past few days, Leon had appeared as if on vacation, sunbathing by the window and summoning Jarvis to procure culinary delights from Earth. He never interfered with Tony and Jane's research, nor did he make any demands, behaving like a mere idle observer. Yet, the more he acted thus, the more enigmatic Tony found him. I feel fantastic, Tony replied, stretching his body. So good that I believe I could defeat you. An apt metaphor, Leon remarked, tossing a grape into his mouth and savoring it leisurely. However, I would advise against such a challenge. Otherwise, that black egg from S.H.I.E.L.D. might come weeping to have a heart-to-heart with you. Tony raised an eyebrow. You are aware of S.H.I.E.L.D., a spy organization that merely believes it has everything under control, Leon remarked with disdain. It is of little consequence. He strode towards Tony, his gaze sweeping over the reactor embedded in his chest. The energy output is remarkably stable, and the structure exquisitely crafted. Indeed, one cannot deny he is the finest blacksmith. Tony's eyes began to twitch again. This fellow has such a peculiar way of offering compliments. Very well. Your minor troubles have been resolved. Leon's gaze shifted to the armor nestled in the corner of the laboratory. Shall we commence the fulfillment of our agreement? Tony followed his gaze and inhaled deeply. He understood that the true spectacle was about to unfold. Certainly, he approached the mark armor, his fingers tracing the air lightly, causing the holographic schematic to unfurl instantaneously. With the energy supplied by the new element, the Iron Man suit could accomplish feats previously deemed unimaginable. His eyes sparkled with excitement. A brand new weapon system, more resilient armor, enhanced flight speed. Indeed, I could even attempt to integrate JARVIS into every facet of the suit. I aim to create a truly intelligent, unparalleled legion of Iron Men. Observing Tony's spirited demeanor, Leon nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I shall await the results. He turned to depart. Wait. Tony suddenly called out to him. Is there something else? After a moment's hesitation, Tony finally posed the question that had long plagued him. Why me? He locked his gaze onto Leon's eyes. With your capabilities, achieving anything would be effortless. Why choose me? What is your true objective? This question had haunted him. He could not fathom that Leon would go to such lengths merely to witness a domestic drama. There must be another motive behind it. Leon halted, turning to gaze calmly at Tony. This time, his expression lacked the previous amusement, replaced by a hint of complexity. Because, he began slowly, his voice taking on a somber tone. In you, I see the shadow of my homeland. Having said that, he did not linger, turning to exit the laboratory, leaving Tony in a state of bewilderment, mulling over the enigmatic statement. The shadow of my homeland? What could that possibly mean? Tony found himself even more perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend this individual. Homeland? Is he not a prince of Asgard? Vivid images of Norse mythology began to flash through Tony's mind. Opulent palaces, valiant Vikings. The immense world tree. What connection do any of these have with a mere mortal residing in the penthouse of New York, radiating affluence? Do the Asgardians also indulge in whiskey, host parties, and create tin cans to save the world? The incongruity of this scenario is striking. Tony shrugged. This perplexity surpassed even when Leon claimed that the Bifrost was the entrance to his home. He attempted to glean more insight from Leon's recent expression and tone, yet ultimately gleaned nothing. The other's gaze was tranquil, perhaps imbued with nostalgia. Nostalgia for what? For the glowing arc reactor in my chest? Tony instinctively touched his chest, finding the notion utterly absurd. He could not fathom it, nor did he wish to dwell on it further. Engaging with someone who defies conventional logic was, in itself, a source of unnecessary vexation. Tony resolved to set aside these thoughts for the moment, as he had far more pressing matters at hand. He turned, recalling his armor, and a spark reignited in his eyes. Regardless of Leon's intentions, he had granted Tony the opportunity to reach for higher realms. That was sufficient. As for the rest, Tony Stark never placed his faith in nebulous destiny. He believed solely in the future he could forge with his own hands. Chapter 28. The Arrival of Thor. Outside the laboratory, Leon strolled leisurely down the expansive corridor, his expression serene. The shadow of his homeland lingered in his mind. He gently contemplated this term. Asgard was his present home, yet he referenced another homeland, a cerulean planet from an alternate world, a place devoid of deities, magic, and extraterrestrials. Only films, comics, and well-known superheroes existed there. Leon shook his head and smiled faintly. He was certainly not lying. He indeed perceived the essence of his homeland within Tony Stark. It was not the architecture or scenery, but rather a spirit, stubborn, proud, arrogant, replete with flaws, yet capable of shining brilliantly in the most critical moments. A mortal figure standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. This notion is simple to articulate, but how many can genuinely embody it? Leon had witnessed countless powerful civilizations, numerous races that fancied themselves divine. They possessed prolonged lifespans and cataclysmic power, yet they had long since relinquished their instinct to resist. They had grown accustomed to their lofty positions, to controlling everything, and thus had become weak without realizing it. Much like his foolish brother Thor, who, stripped of his divine power, had been reduced to a brute who could merely engage in arm wrestling. In contrast, these superheroes were different. They were born human, frail, insignificant, their lives as fleeting as summer insects. Yet through their intellect and will, they metamorphosed into Iron Man. This spirit of living in defiance of death was the true essence of the homeland Leon nostalgically recalled. His choice to assist Tony was not solely for amusement. It was driven by a desire to witness it firsthand. In this world where he exists, what will ultimately transpire? For him, it is akin to a reality show, one in which he is a participant. Contemplating this, Leon's spirits soared with delight. He strolled to the open-air terrace on the top floor, where the cool night breeze of New York caressed his cheeks. Beneath him lay a tapestry of lights, a bustling river of vehicles, resembling flowing streams of luminescence. Jarvis. He began slowly. Play some music. Something classical, perhaps Chopin. Certainly, Mr. Leon. Would you care for dinner? The kitchen has just prepared a meal, Jarvis's voice chimed in. Reclining on the terrace's lounge chair, Leon luxuriated in a stretch. Yes, please bring it all up. Relishing Jarvis's attentive service, he listened to the melodious piano strains, feeling that life had become increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, in the experimental area below, a different scene unfolded, brimming with fervor. No, no, no. The data is incorrect, Jim Foster exclaimed, pointing at a holographic screen, animatedly addressing Daisy. The energy particle decay rate has exceeded. This could trigger a chain reaction. Increase the power of the confinement magnetic field by 5%. No, make it 7. Daisy, seated nearby, absent-mindedly stuffing her mouth with donuts, observed the commotion, feeling as though she were in a dream. Just days ago, they had been fretting over meager research funding in the deserts of New Mexico. Now, they not only possessed the finest laboratory in the world, but had also become guests of billionaire Tony Stark. All of this was due to a man named Leon. Daisy glanced at the ceiling, as if she could see through the floor to the figure enjoying life above. Who exactly is this guy? Well, he is a prince of Asgard. Does that mean he is more esteemed than the grandson of the Queen of England? Am I, then, in service of a deity? This thought rendered the donut in Daisy's mouth feel almost sacred. Professor Eric, meanwhile, was engaged in a discussion with several engineers from Stark Industries regarding a theoretical model of space folding. His face radiated excitement. As a theoretical physicist, nothing thrilled him more than the prospect of putting his lifelong theories into practice, with Tony Stark providing the platform to realize it all. All right, everyone, take a break. Just as the team was engrossed in their tasks, the lab's door slid open, and Tony entered, carrying a tray laden with champagne and food. A playful smile returned to his face, as if the earlier encounter with Leon had not affected him at all. "Welcome to Stark Industries, ladies and gentlemen," he announced, placing the tray on the table and snapping his fingers with flair. "From today onwards, this shall be your abode. You are endowed with the highest level of research privileges and an unlimited budget." A wave of jubilant cheers erupted within the laboratory. Daisy was the first to rush forward, seizing a glass of champagne and flashing a radiant smile at Tony. "Thank you, Mr. Stark. You are like a suited Santa Claus." Tony chuckled at her analogy. "Just call me Tony, dear." He cast a glance at Jane Foster, who remained engrossed in her data, oblivious to his entrance, and shook his head in mild amusement. He then raised his glass of champagne and approached Professor Eric. "How do you feel, Professor?" "Incredible," Eric exclaimed earnestly. "Tony, this place is truly a paradise for scientists." "Of course," Tony replied without modesty. "After all, I am the lord of this paradise." The two exchanged smiles and clinked their glasses. However, Eric hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice to inquire, "What about Mr. Leon?" Tony's smile faded slightly. He glanced at the ceiling and shrugged. "Don't mind him. Just consider him a landlord with a peculiar penchant for spectacle and somewhat unique abilities." He paused and added, "A landlord we are not yet equipped to confront." Eric nodded in understanding, refraining from further questions. He knew that a person like Tony Stark would never allow himself to be perpetually subdued. Beneath this seemingly harmonious collaboration undoubtedly lay intense undercurrents. For the scholars ensnared within, the only recourse was to focus on their research and avoid becoming casualties in the eye of the storm. Time passed in this peculiar atmosphere. Tony's Iron Legion project progressed with remarkable speed. In just half a month, he had iterated to produce the entirely new Mark V and Mark VI. The advancements in armor material, weaponry systems, and flight speed represented a significant qualitative leap. He even began designing remotely operable iron soldiers. Meanwhile, Jane's research also achieved groundbreaking advancements. Supported by Stark Industries equipment and inspired by Tony's insights, her understanding of the Rainbow Bridge radiation had deepened to new levels. Following Leon's suggestion, she began attempting to construct a theoretical model for short-distance spatial jumps. Everything seemed to be unfolding in a positive direction. Leon, on the other hand, remained leisurely. His daily routine consisted of basking in the sun, savoring gourmet cuisine, occasionally watching television, and critiquing entertainment programs. He never inquired about the research progress downstairs, nor did he engage in excessive interaction with Tony and the others, appearing merely to enjoy his retirement. Until one day, Leon lay upon the balcony's recliner, relishing the rare sunshine. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Within his golden pupils, a brilliant column of rainbow light was reflected. The target of this radiant beam was unmistakably clear, the desolate lands of New Mexico, which had recently endured a fierce battle. Oh, Leon's interest was piqued. He languidly sat up and reached for a cluster of grapes from the ice bucket beside him. "It seems my foolish brother can no longer resist the urge to emerge," he mused. He was aware that Thor had successfully thwarted Loki's schemes in Asgard, and now he was likely on his way to retrieve Jane Foster. TSK. What a touching tale of love. Leon shook his head, disinterested in witnessing the melodrama of their parting. Instead, his curiosity was directed elsewhere. He turned his gaze, piercing through the floorboards to observe the figure working below. "I wonder what expression Tony Stark will wear upon encountering another being from the realm of gods. Well, it is time to stir things up." He lazily addressed the air. "JARVIS. At your service, Mr. Leon. How may I assist you?" "Please broadcast the real-time footage of the recent atmospheric anomaly over New Mexico to Tony's laboratory. And do remember to use high-definition quality, accompanied by some background music." "Certainly, Mr. Leon." In the laboratory below, Tony was engaged in a heated debate with Jane over energy application formulas, when suddenly, all the screens before him flickered and transformed. In an instant, the vast expanse of desert materialized before their eyes. Then, a vibrant column of light descended from the heavens, crashing violently upon the ground. Boom! Although sound was absent, the visual impact of the cataclysmic force left him awestruck. It felt akin to an alien arrival, almost as if it were a special effect. Wait, is that a rainbow bridge? Daisy exclaimed, pointing at the screen, her chips tumbling to the floor. Jane's pupils dilated in astonishment. The rainbow bridge, it's the radiation from the rainbow bridge. This aligns perfectly with my observational data. Her voice trembled with excitement. Tony remained silent, fixated on the slowly dissipating rainbow column and the figure within it, wielding a hammer and draped in a crimson cape. In an instant, he connected all the dots in his mind. Odinson, Asgard, the rainbow bridge. Brother. It dawned on him that everything Leon had mentioned was indeed true. There are gods in this world, and not just one. Just then, Leon's voice resonated through JARVISS speakers in the laboratory. So, what do you think, Mr. Stark? The manner in which my brother made his entrance could be described as extravagant, wouldn't you agree? Yet extravagant? Tony Stark found his vocabulary suddenly lacking. He struggled to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. If Lion's existence had shattered his understanding of individual power, akin to something emerging from a higher dimension, then the man on the screen, enveloped in bolts of lightning, was a living testament to the mythos manifesting in reality. Not through special effects, nor mere holograms, but more like a force capable of rending the very sky. Tony had no doubt that had that radiant beam of light descended not upon a desolate desert, but instead in the heart of New York City, the devastation wrought would rival that of a massive bomb. And this was merely the manner of his entrance? The corners of Tony's eyes twitched uncontrollably as he recalled Lion's earlier words, a foolish younger brother, stripped of divine power and cast to earth to experience life. And the other? A late-stage delusional sibling, currently contemplating how to eliminate his older brother? It appeared that the figure before him was indeed that foolish younger brother. What kind of being could create such a commotion even after being deprived of divine power? One could only imagine the absurdity of his abilities prior to such deprivation. And the brother, consumed by his delusions, actually desired to eradicate this creature along with Earth? Suddenly, Tony felt that his own troubles, palladium poisoning and military pressures, paled in comparison to the complexities of this family. What manner of monsters were they? He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumult within and steady his voice to avoid sounding unhinged. Extravagant? No, I believe the term wasteful ostentation would be more fitting. Leaning against his workbench, he crossed his arms and began to vent into the intercom. To create such a massive crater on the ground, how much energy must have been squandered? The time spent could have powered Manhattan for an entire week. Do you Asgardians truly have such a penchant for indiscriminate waste? On the other end of the intercom, Lion seemed amused by his metaphor. There's no helping it, Mr. Stark. My brother's mind is filled with muscle, and he tends to act without thinking. However, his tone shifted to one of playful intrigue. Isn't this precisely the direction in which you ought to strive? Look at him, and then at your tin toys. Do you not feel that your Iron Legion project has a long way to go? Tony's expression darkened. Lion had a knack for delivering poignant truths at the most opportune moments. Indeed, he had just been reveling in the upgrade of his Mark suit, yet now, in comparison to the figure on the screen who could summon rainbows and thunder, his proud armors felt akin to mere playthings. The sensation was utterly disheartening. Unlike Tony's frustration, the atmosphere in the laboratory was entirely different. The moment Jane Foster caught sight of that figure on the screen, she could no longer contain her emotions. She cast aside the data pad in her hands, covering her mouth with both hands as tears of joy welled up in her eyes. It was him, truly him. He had returned. He hadn't deceived her. Delight surged within her, overwhelming all rational scientific theories and energy radiations that had previously occupied her mind. She wasn't an astrophysicist. She was merely an ordinary girl yearning for the return of her beloved. I must go to him. Jane's body trembled slightly as she turned to dash outside. Hey, calm down, Jane. Daisy swiftly caught her arm. Chapter 29. Why on earth am I here? That's New Mexico, thousands of kilometers away. Do you plan to run there? Jane was momentarily speechless, suddenly realizing she was in New York, not in the town where they had first met. A look of anxiety crossed her face. Eric also gazed at the screen with a complex expression. He felt joy at Thor's return, yet he couldn't help but critique. Why did Thor always make such a grand entrance? The son of the earth, indeed? Yet, he harbored some concern. The return of a deity. Was this truly a boon for the earth? Just then, Tony's voice interrupted their thoughts. Want to find him? Tony glanced at the anxious Jane, raising an eyebrow. Jane nodded vigorously, her eyes pleading. Tony didn't respond immediately, glancing at the imposing figure of the God of Thunder on the screen before turning back to Jane. Gradually, a knowing smile spread across his face. All right, he shrugged. Who am I to deny the whims of a charitable philanthropist? Happy was stationed downstairs, and my private jet can take off at a moment's notice. In an hour, no. In 40 minutes, you'll be before your boyfriend. He emphasized the word boyfriend significantly. Jane exhaled. Why is it so hot, don't you think? Oh, what you mean is he, oh? Is that not the case? Tony's gossip-loving spirit ignited instantly. Oh, fair lady. You might as well have something tattooed on your forehead. Tony. Jane rolled her eyes, immediately halting his teasing. All right, I won't jest with you any longer. Tony waved his hand, yet his smile grew even brighter. He certainly didn't genuinely aspire to play the role of a matchmaker. He merely perceived this as an opportunity to observe the divine from a distance. He yearned to witness with his own eyes that entity known as Thor. Yes, Thor. What manner of being is he? What materials compose his hammer? How is the lightning that surrounds him generated? Such data holds immense value for his future plans regarding the Iron Legion. Moreover, he cast a glance at the ceiling, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. He was quite curious about the expression that would grace Leon's face should a conflict arise between himself and Thor. Surely, it would not be fair to allow him to enjoy the spectacle alone. With this thought, Tony's spirits lifted considerably. He felt as if he had gained a foothold once more. On the upper balcony, Leon reclined in a deck chair, observing everything unfolding below through JARVISS holographic projection. He watched Tony's self-satisfied demeanor and couldn't help but shake his head. How should one put it? This fellow was quite exuberant. Yet, perhaps that was for the best. A game is far more engaging when it involves give and take. Leon's heart was as calm as still water, even bordering on amusement. He was fully aware of Tony's intentions, merely an attempt to gather data on Thor and, in the process, flaunt his technology before him. Childish, yet undeniably entertaining. It was akin to an ant, having discovered a larger crumb, gleefully seeking to showcase its strength before others. Leon decided to indulge this small whim of his. He wished to see Tony Stark's reaction when faced with Asgardian power. That scene would undoubtedly be spectacular. He plucked a grape, leisurely tossing it into his mouth. JARVISS. At your service, Mr. Leon. Send a message to Happy, instructing him to slow down. Leon smiled faintly. He wouldn't allow Mr. Stark to miss the grand opening of the show. In the New Mexico desert, Thor stood resolutely at the center of the scorched earth left by the Bifrost, clutching Mjolnir. He felt the surge of divine power and the familiar essence of this land, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. He had finally returned, not as the reckless and arrogant prince he once was, but as the God of Thunder who understood guardianship and responsibility. He lifted his gaze, peering across the vast expanse toward a distant point. Although he was unaware of Leon's whereabouts, he was certain that Leon was watching him. He wished to prove that he was no longer the younger brother requiring Leon's concern. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of longing and remorse for Jane. He grappled with how to explain his recent experiences to her and wondered if she still awaited his return. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice resonated behind him. Thor. Thor suddenly turned around and beheld the figure that haunted his dreams. Indeed, Jane Foster stood nearby, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at him. Following closely behind her were Daisy and Professor Eric. Thor was momentarily stunned. He had not expected their arrival to be so swift. Jane, unable to contain his emotions any longer, he strode towards her with decisive steps. They embraced tightly, enveloped in a moment of pure joy. You're back. Jane's voice quivered with a hint of tears. I've returned, Thor replied, his gaze fixed on Jane Foster with unwavering resolve. Inside the private jet, Tony observed the unfolding scene on the screen. Ah, truly touching, he remarked, holding a cup of coffee as he turned to Happy. Did you see that, Happy? This is the pinnacle of wooing. First, you vanish. Then make a grand entrance that guarantees the other's heart is irrevocably yours. You ought to take notes. Happy looked at him, exasperated. Boss, I think we should be more concerned about who he actually is. Oh, him. Tony's gaze shifted to Thor and the hammer he wielded. Jarvis, initiate a scan. I want every detail from head to toe. Understood, sir. However, in the next moment, Jarvis's voice emerged. Sir, scan failed. The target's surface is enveloped by an unknown energy field, which our scanning devices cannot penetrate. Tony furrowed his brow. Cannot penetrate? How is that possible? The private jet was equipped with Stark Industries' most advanced scanning technology, capable of analyzing mineral deposits hundreds of meters underground. Yet, it could not scan a humanoid being. Increase power. Power has reached 100%, sir. Still unable to penetrate. Warning, the subject's energy field is causing reverse interference with our scanning equipment. Damn it. Tony's expression soured. He felt as though he had once again been schooled by these beings. At that moment, Thor seemed to sense something amiss. He released Jane and directed his gaze sharply towards the private jet, his eyes filled with vigilance. "Who are you?" Thor shouted, his tone accusatory. "Why are you watching us?" Tony suddenly felt that his decision to observe had been rather rash. "Damn it, why did I come here?" Chapter 30, Metal? Are you serious? Rash decisions were rare in Tony's life. He had always subscribed to the philosophy of I think, therefore I am. I act, therefore I am impressive. But now, looking at the screen displaying the formidable, golden-haired giant radiating an aura of danger, he reconsidered his approach. A twinge of regret coursed through Tony regarding his impulsive decision. Perhaps it was not merely a twinge, it was a considerable amount. He should never have heeded that scoundrel Leon's enticements and ventured to this desolate locale to witness a live broadcast. Now, not only had he missed the broadcast, but he also seemed destined to become the main attraction. Internally, Tony was engaged in a frenzied critique. Yet, on the surface, he maintained an air of nonchalance. He was, after all, Tony Stark. Even as his mind raced with thoughts of having Jarvis calculate an escape route, his visage was required to exude a sense of complete control. "Happy," he said, taking a leisurely sip of coffee, addressing the increasingly tense Happy, who gripped the control stick tightly. "Do you think if I open the hatch and shout that I'm his brother's friend, he would believe me?" Happy's face turned pale. "Boss, I believe he would be more likely to dismantle this aircraft before inquiring about our identities." "That makes sense," Tony nodded, thoroughly convinced. He cast another glance at Thor and the hammer in his grasp. He felt that the paltry invisibility coating of his private jet was, in the presence of such might, akin to transparent glass. This sensation of being seen through was exceedingly unpalatable. In the expanse of the desert, Thor shielded Jane gently behind him. As the god of thunder's hammer began to crackle with electricity, his mood was decidedly foul. Just moments after reuniting with his beloved, the joy had barely taken root before he discovered an unidentified object lurking nearby. This incited a feeling of provocation against his authority, especially after enduring exile, humiliation, and a rebirth of sorts. Thor had gained a profound understanding of the concept of guardianship. He now resembled a lion who had just learned to wield its fangs correctly. Any daring act of trespass into his domain would provoke a fierce retaliation. "Thor, do not act rashly." Jane sensed the dangerous aura emanating from him and quickly grasped his arm. "Thor, they are friends who brought me here. Tony is the benefactor of our research team." She hoped to avoid an explosive confrontation at the very first meeting between Thor and her employer. "Friends?" Thor's brow furrowed deeper. Before him lay something entirely black, radiating an air of menace. It bore no resemblance to the chariots of friends. Asgardian allies either rode winged steeds or commanded resplendent chariots, each more magnificent than the last. This ominous, dark hunk of metal appeared more akin to the chariot of the underworld specters, just as doubt clouded his mind. The hatch of the aircraft began to open slowly. A man emerged, clad in an expensive suit, donning sunglasses, and holding a cup of coffee. Behind him stood a somewhat helpless Happy, along with Daisy and Professor Eric. "Hey there, big guy," Tony called out from the doorway, gazing down at Thor with a smile plastered across his face. "Relax, don't be so tense. We're not suspicious characters, merely enthusiastic tourists." He removed his sunglasses and flashed what he believed to be an impressively charming grin at Thor. "By the way, I'm also moonlighting as your girlfriend's personal chauffeur." On the top balcony of Stark Tower, Leon was engrossed in a holographic projection. Upon witnessing Tony's flamboyant entrance, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He swallowed a grape and shook his head in amusement. This Tony certainly knows how to make an entrance. Did he not realize that Thor was currently in a state of exuberance, proclaiming himself as the god of thunder, ready to wield his hammer against anyone who dared oppose him? Approaching him with such an attitude, Leon could already foresee the unfolding drama, and he found himself rather eager for the spectacle. Here stood a technological genius of Earth and a warrior from Asgard, both equally proud and arrogant, meeting for the very first time. What kind of confrontation would ensue? Perhaps a clash of thunder and cannon fire? Leon comfortably adjusted the angle of his lounge chair, contemplating whether he should intervene. He even regretted not having Jarvis prepare some popcorn earlier. In the desert, Thor regarded Tony, feeling a surge of irritation as he noted the man's slick demeanor. Personal chauffeur? Enthusiastic tourists? What nonsense is this man spouting? A sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of Leon, but distinctly different. Both exuded arrogance. Both displayed a disregard for others. However, Leon's pride stemmed from an innate nobility, a disdain for the masses, whereas the arrogance of this mortal seemed a product of learned bravado. This brashness unsettled Thor, particularly after having just received a thorough lesson from Leon. He found himself particularly sensitive to such self-important individuals. "And who might you be?" Thor's voice resonated with a low intensity, ignoring Tony's banter as he scrutinized him from head to toe. Tony felt a twinge of annoyance under Thor's gaze. He despised being appraised in such a manner. Me? Tony exclaimed, dramatically pointing to himself with an incredulous expression. Wow, it seems the Asgardian network signal isn't too great. Hasn't he even managed to cover my globally renowned handsome face? He straightened his suit and tie, cleared his throat, and struck what he considered his most dashing pose. Listen well, big guy. Standing before you is a genius, a billionaire, a playboy, and a philanthropist. Tony Stark paused for a moment and added, "You may also call me Iron Man." Upon uttering these words, he deliberately puffed out his chest, seemingly anticipating an expression of admiration from his companion. However, Thor merely gazed at him with a blank expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Iron Man. Thor repeated the term, then turned his head to Jane, bewildered. What is that? A new kind of metal? Suddenly, on the penthouse balcony, Leon choked on his smoothie, unable to contain his laughter as he coughed violently. I can't take it anymore, he thought. Thor, in his naivete, was an absolute genius at eliciting humor. He could only imagine how dejected Tony must feel, having his proud identity mistaken for mere metal. What a blow to his dignity. Leon struggled to suppress his laughter, deciding that when Thor returned, he would reward him handsomely, perhaps by roasting his favorite goat. Meanwhile, in the desert, Tony's smile froze on his face. He felt a surge of indignation. What was this? A new metal? Was this fellow a mere escapee from a medieval castle? How could he not know of Iron Man? Tony felt his dignity had been insulted. He even found conversing with this blonde giant more taxing than attending meetings with the muscle-bound generals of the military. Damn it, who told you this was metal? Chapter 31, The Dwarf King? Listen, mate. Tony inhaled deeply, deciding to reintroduce himself in a manner that might be easier for the other to comprehend. I am exceedingly wealthy. To put it simply, purchasing the land beneath your feet would be as effortless for me as buying a bottle of cola. He gestured toward the private jet behind him. This iron contraption is mine. It can fly, turn invisible, and fire. Well, it can launch formidable projectiles that could send you soaring into the sky. And I. He gestured to himself, his smile growing more confident. I can create many even more impressive iron contraptions. He spread his hands, his confidence unwavering. So, do you now understand who I am? Tony was certain that this approach would help the seemingly dull-witted fellow grasp his status. However, reality often defied expectations. Upon hearing Tony's words, Thor's expression grew even more peculiar. He looked at Tony with newfound sympathy. Oh, I see. Thor nodded, as if enlightenment had struck him. Then, with utmost sincerity, he addressed Tony. You are the Dwarf King of Middle-earth, are you not? Much like Eitri. He too possesses a remarkable talent for forging and is adorned with an abundance of glimmering stones. How intriguing. This time, Leon could hardly contain himself. How could Sol not recognize his own foolishness? The Dwarf King, the glimmering stones. Goodness gracious. How on earth did Sol manage to tread upon every one of Tony's sensitive spots? He was nothing short of a born troll. Leon swore that once this farce concluded, he would make a private collection of this footage. In the future, whenever someone felt disheartened, they could simply watch it for a guaranteed remedy. In the desert, Tony stood petrified. He was on the verge of being infuriated to the point of laughter. The Dwarf King? What sort of description was that? Did I appear diminutive? He, Tony Stark, stood at a height of 175 centimeters, albeit with the aid of height-enhancing insoles. A gallant, handsome warrior who could charm 2 cover models in a single evening was now likened to a dwarf? A dwarf king enamored with glimmering stones? This was even more absurd than being referred to as a new metal. Daisy, standing behind him, could not suppress a giggle. Immediately, she recognized her indiscretion and swiftly covered her mouth with her hand. However, her shoulders trembled uncontrollably, betraying her amusement. Jane and Eric wore expressions of suppressed laughter as well. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, with the exception of Sol, who looked puzzled at the others, noting the peculiar expressions gracing their faces. Well, he could only ask innocently. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? The wealthiest and most skilled in forging in Asgard is indeed the Dwarven clan. I consider that a compliment. A compliment? I commend your entire family. Tony felt his sanity teetering on the brink. He glared fiercely at Sol, managing to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. I am not a dwarf. Oh, very well then. Sol shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested he would take Tony at his word. He turned away, disregarding the perplexing mortal, and redirected his gaze towards Jane. His eyes softened like water. Jane, he murmured, come back to Asgard with me. The phrase resonated like a confession, or perhaps a proclamation. In any case, Jane Foster was utterly taken aback. Do you even hear what you're saying? Who invites someone to their home on a second meeting? Well, this is America. That is still quite insane. They hadn't even begun dating. Her heart raced, and her breath quickened. Elation, astonishment, and excitement flooded her thoughts. How should she respond? Had she not become a scientist, but rather the future consort of a prince? Asgard. This is a realm that exists solely in the annals of mythology, a sanctuary of deities that she has devoted all her efforts to glimpse through a telescope. A dreamlike domain. Now, this man from the divine realm has extended an invitation to her. This revelation is more dizzying than the discovery of a new planet. She parted her lips, yearning to articulate something, yet found herself at a loss for words. All she could do was gaze at Thor, their eyes locking in a profound connection. If anyone were to harbor more thoughts at that moment, it would undoubtedly be her dear friend, Daisy. She had relinquished any pretense of composure, her mouth agape, her eyes wide as saucers, her chest heaving like a watermelon with each breath. And the half-eaten bag of chips she held had scattered across the floor. Oh my goodness, what have I just witnessed? Damn it. Why wasn't I the first to venture into the divine realm? Cough, cough. What kind of celestial narrative is this? Just a moment ago, the air was thick with the tension of the Dwarven King's contest. And now we fast forward to the plot of a domineering deity falling in love with me and whisking me away to his homeland for marriage. This is utterly exhilarating. Daisy felt as though the juicy gossip she had consumed today surpassed all she had encountered in the past 2 decades combined. She stealthily pulled out her phone. No. This moment must be recorded. This is a first-hand account of interspecies courtship. It must be shared. Posting it on YouTube will undoubtedly make it a sensation worldwide. In contrast to Daisy's fervor, Professor Eric's reaction was more measured. Observing Thor and Jane, his expression bore a hint of concern. As an elder and Jane's mentor, he was genuinely delighted that she had found her happiness. Yet, one must consider the implications. He is a god, from another realm entirely. Can a romance between mortals and deities truly culminate in a happy ending? In mythological tales, gods who fall for mortals often bring tragedy upon them. For instance, Zeus. Those in the know understand. Thus, he harbored reservations about Jane becoming the next tragic heroine. However, while the three were lost in their thoughts, a somewhat sardonic voice broke the tension. Ahem. Tony had regained his composure. He slowly stepped between Thor and Jane, forcibly severing their intimate gaze. Once again, he donned a confident smile. Well, this gentleman from, what was it, Asgard? He deliberately elongated his tone, his manner exaggerated. Should I remind you of the current situation? He extended a finger, pointing at the private jet behind them. First of all, it was my aircraft that transported Dr. Foster and her companions thousands of kilometers from New York to this desolate locale. He raised a second finger, directing it towards the bewildered Jane. Moreover, Foster is now my employee, the chief astrophysics consultant for Stark Industries, with a salary in the 8-figure range, paid annual leave, comprehensive insurance, and an unlimited research budget. I have just finalized her contract, and the ink has barely dried. Finally, he extended a third finger and waved it in front of Thor. So, you are attempting to poach my chief consultant right under my nose, hoping to whisk her away to some obscure corner of the world? Tony shrugged nonchalantly, his tone flippant. Do you think that is appropriate? His words were light, yet piercing. Thor was taken aback. What was this fellow rambling about? Airplanes? Employees? Boss? Poaching? What nonsense were these words? He struggled to comprehend the incessant chatter of this diminutive man. To him, the matter was quite straightforward. He preferred simplicity. He wished to take her home and introduce her to his father and brother. What relevance did this mortal have in the equation? I do not comprehend your words, mortal. Thor's brow furrowed tightly, his patience waning. He glanced again at Tony, and his tone turned menacing. This is a matter between Jane and me. It does not concern you. Now step aside. The last word was nearly a roar. In the next moment, an aura of formidable power erupted from him, stirring the gravel beneath and forming a small whirlwind. The hammer of the god of thunder in his hand emitted a resonant hum, arcs of electricity dancing at its head. Stark Tower, oh dear, it seems a confrontation is imminent. Leon observed the scene, a wider smile gracing his face. He tossed a grape into his mouth and reclined comfortably in his chair, adjusting to a more enjoyable viewing position. As expected, it unfolded just as he anticipated. One was a brute arguing with a hammer, the other, a genius wielding wealth and sharp wit. The likelihood of these two coexisting peacefully was indeed a rare occurrence. Jarvis, he said lazily, turn up the volume to maximum. I want to immerse myself in the experience. Certainly, Mr. Leon. In the desert. In the face of Thor's threat, Tony displayed no fear. Instead, he laughed. Step aside. It seemed he had heard a jest. Hey, big guy, I must admit. Your cosplay attire is impressive, and the lighting effects are quite intimidating. However, his tone suddenly turned icy. Have you forgotten that this is Earth? On my territory. Do you think you are worthy of shouting at me? No sooner had he spoken than a resonant sound erupted. Before long, beneath the private jet parked at a distance. A red and gold suitcase was abruptly ejected. The suitcase traced a parabolic arc through the air, landing steadily at Tony's feet. With a soft click, it automatically sprang open as Tony extended his hands to lift it. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, countless pieces of armor rapidly extended, transformed, and assembled from the suitcase. The assembly was dazzling, swiftly enveloping Tony's form, arms, chest, thighs, helmet. In mere seconds, the dapper gentleman clad in a suit had metamorphosed into a futuristic steel warrior. Boom! The thrusters beneath the armor erupted with blue flames, gently elevating his body into the air. At that moment, he and Thor's gazes aligned perfectly. Now, a heavy electronic beat resonated from beneath the iron mask, imbued with an aura of authority. We can have a proper discussion now. In that instant, the desert fell into an unexpected silence. My goodness! Daisy's phone clattered to the sandy ground, forgotten in her astonishment. How cool! This was even more impressive than in the movies. Thor squinted at Tony, suspended in midair. His expression shifted from initial anger to intrigue. He could sense the energy emanating from the diminutive figure before him, now clad in armor, had indeed intensified considerably. Although, to him, it still seemed pitifully weak. Ah, so this is what you refer to as Iron Man. Thor scrutinized Tony, his eyes reflecting approval. Indeed, your metallic shell appears more refined than the armors crafted by dwarves. Yet, I wonder about its durability. Suddenly, Leon truly sprayed his smoothie across the ground. He swore he had never witnessed such an eccentric pairing as Thor and Tony in all his years. Thor was the ultimate conversation ender and a master of stepping on landmines, while Tony was a narcissist perpetually seeking to flaunt his superiority. The combination of these two was nothing short of a calamity, or perhaps a comedy. Leon popped another grape into his mouth, savoring the spectacle. He could already foresee Tony's current state of mind. Let him ponder. It must be more disheartening than being called a dwarf king. For instance, to have his greatest invention described as a metallic turtle shell, and a refined one at that. TSK, Thor. How did I not realize you could be quite the provocateur? Leon resolved that once this farce concluded, he would engage Tony in a profound discourse regarding the chasm between the aesthetics of the divine realm and the technology of Earth. It would undoubtedly prove to be an intriguing discussion. In the desolate landscape, Tony felt a surge of incredulous laughter bubbling within him. A metallic turtle shell? And what of its hardness? Did this fellow truly fail to comprehend human language, or was he deliberately provoking him? Would you care to test that? Tony's voice emanated from beneath his mask, laced with simmering fury. He sensed that should he utter another word to Thor, he might very well be driven to the brink of exasperation. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate to this rustic from the divine realm the sheer might of technology through action. Jarvis, at your service, sir. Analyze the fabric of his curtain-like attire. And while you're at it, lock onto that hammer he wields and calculate its weight and density. Tony was determined to crush his opponent with data. However, Jarvis's response shattered his resolve once more. Apologies, sir. Analysis failed. The material of the target's garments is unidentifiable, suspected to be woven from unknown energies and metals. The weight and density of the target's hammer cannot be computed. Based on energy feedback analysis and mythological conjecture, it is posited that only the designated individual may wield it. Only Thor can lift it. Tony was left incredulous and amused. What nonsense was this? A mere hammer that required a specific individual to lift it? Was this physics or theology? Very well, he thought, taking a deep breath. If the data could not provide answers, then he would turn to practice to ascertain the truth. No sooner had he spoken than a miniature missile launcher on his shoulder sprang open. Two armor-piercing projectiles, trailing long tails of flame, hurtled towards Thor. He intended to convey a message of greeting from the dwarven king of Earth to this arrogant god. Faced with the approaching missiles, Thor furrowed his brow, his expression one of impatience. He loathed the buzzing of flies while speaking with a lady. Annoying pests, he growled, dismissing the swiftly approaching missiles with indifference. He casually raised his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, in a forward motion. The power of thunder. Boom! A robust bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the two projectiles with ferocity. There was no violent explosion, no engulfing flames. The moment the armor-piercing rounds made contact with the electricity, they evaporated as if they had encountered the sun's relentless rays, dissipating into nothingness. The process was swift and decisive, devoid of reason. Having completed this display, Thor chuckled, confidently lowering his hammer. He then raised his gaze to meet Tony suspended in midair. His gaze was calm, yet filled with disdain. Just scrap metal. Is it truly formidable? Chapter 32. Taste this. Tony hovered in midair, the interior of his armor enveloped in profound silence. Jarvis's voice had yet to resonate, seemingly engaged in analyzing the recent spectacle. Gone. Just like that, it was all gone. Tony tilted his head, 3 question marks materializing on his forehead. The place where 2 missiles had vanished now bore only 2 charred craters. Damn it, the finest armor-piercing rounds crafted by Stark Industries. Are you telling me they were simply obliterated by a bolt of lightning? Not even a sound was heard. Tony found himself laughing in frustration for what seemed like the umpteenth time. If Leon had inflicted upon him a cognitive blow, then Thor had bestowed upon him the essence of violent aesthetics. Leon had made him realize the depths of ignorance, while Thor had illuminated the futility of technique in the face of absolute power. His meager technology must have appeared to them as nothing more than a child's toy. A toy, no less, that could be crushed with a mere squeeze. Tony was genuinely furious, and when fury reached its zenith, it transformed into a wild rage. Ha ha. A brief, sharp laugh escaped from beneath his mask. Tony laughed. He was truly driven to laughter by his own anger. Very well, exceptionally well, he murmured. His voice icy. So this is the power of a god. No reasoning, no logic, merely a casual wave of the hand? He recalled Thor's earlier movement. A mere flick of the wrist unleashed the lightning. Of course, the most significant aspect was the mocking glint in his eyes. By what right? By what right do you born gods so easily dismiss a mortal, the wisdom of a civilization? Just because you can summon lightning? Swing a hammer? Tony Stark has never subscribed to such superstition. Jarvis. His tone grew somber. At your service, sir, Jarvis promptly responded. Maximize the energy shield's power. Unlock all weapon systems. Palm-mounted cannon, shoulder-mounted cannon, cluster bombs. Use everything at our disposal. I intend to show those provincial deities of the divine realm what mere mortals are capable of. A dangerous glow ignited beneath Tony's visor. The wrath of a mortal. In the desolate expanse, silence reigned. Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood momentarily dumbfounded. They understood Thor was powerful, yet they had not fathomed the extent of his might. A mere flick of his hand summoned thunderous fury. Those were missiles. In their understanding, such weapons represented destruction and death. Yet before Thor, they appeared akin to 2 swiftly flying mosquitoes. Daisy instinctively swallowed hard as she glanced at her phone. Suddenly, the thought of uploading the video to YouTube struck her as perilously reckless. Was this truly something a mere mortal could document? What if Thor discovered it? Would he unleash a bolt of lightning and vaporize her on a whim? No, I haven't even had the chance to covet Leon. Cough, cough. I still haven't found a boyfriend. The mere thought sent an involuntary shiver down Daisy's spine. Jane looked at Thor with concern etched across her face. Her worry was not for Thor, but for Tony Stark. Though she lacked knowledge of weaponry, she recognized that the signal Tony had just emitted was anything but cordial. Moreover, Thor's retaliation was equally unwelcoming. She genuinely feared that the two would engage in a deadly confrontation because of her. Thor, she tentatively ventured. Upon hearing her voice, Thor swiftly turned, his expression softening. Do not fear, Jane, he reassured her, placing the mighty Mjolnir on the ground and walking gently to her side, offering a comforting pat on her shoulder. I will not harm your friend. He paused, lifting his gaze to the airborne Tony, adding, as long as he ceases to trouble me. However, before he could finish his sentence, a series of piercing sounds erupted. There was Tony, arms spread wide, energy cannons and shoulder-mounted weaponry unleashing their full might. A barrage of energy beams, accompanied by several small explosives, descended upon Thor. This time, Tony was not holding back. He intended to demonstrate that technology could also challenge the divine. Thor, be careful, Jane cried out in alarm. Thor's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such animosity from this individual. Annoying fly, he roared, shielding Jane behind him and extending a hand forward. With a hum, Mjolnir, resting on the ground, responded to his call, transforming into a silver streak of light and soaring back into his grasp. As he gripped the hammer, Thor's aura surged anew. He raised Mjolnir high and let out a primal roar. Thunder rumbled ominously. The sky, once clear, began to darken with ominous clouds, and serpents of lightning danced chaotically. A bolt, significantly thicker than before, materialized, hurtling down with destructive force toward airborne Tony. He intended to show this tin can what it meant to face the wrath of the heavens. Stark Tower, top balcony. Ah, now this is getting interesting. Leon nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This is how it should be. A brawl should be like this, tit for tat, with tempers flaring. That's the spectacle. The earlier spectacle of a swift elimination was rather tedious. He leisurely swirled the cup of slush in his hand, offering a casual remark. Indeed, Thor has finally mastered the art of controlling his strength. This bolt of lightning possesses considerable power, yet, his gaze fell upon Tony's armor. A mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. Alas, Tony ought to express his gratitude to you. in the desolate expanse. Faced with the oncoming lightning that seemed poised to engulf him, Tony did not flinch. Instead, he performed an act that left everyone utterly bewildered. He spread his arms wide, aligning the reactor at his chest with the descending thunder. Sir, danger. The energy surge will exceed critical levels. The suit will. Jarvis's anxious warnings echoed within the helmet. However, Tony interrupted him decisively. Silence, Jarvis. His voice grew fervent, a smile teasing his lips. Calculate. Provide me with the energy readings. Absorb it all. He has lost his mind. The thought flashed through the minds of the trio. To confront lightning with one's own body. Moreover, lightning that could clearly be lethal? This world has become utterly insane, they mused. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Boom. The colossal lightning struck Tony squarely. The blinding white light compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. The world seemed to lose all sound, engulfed solely by the rampant energy. A confident smile graced Thor's face. It was over, or so he thought. However, as the brilliance dissipated, the figure suspended in midair remained unscathed. Not only was he unharmed, but the armor radiated with an even more brilliant luminescence than before. The entire suit seemed to pulsate with a newfound vitality, emanating waves of exuberant energy. How is this possible? The smile on Thor's face froze instantly, and he began to doubt his own existence. This was the power of the god of thunder, yet it had proven ineffective against him. At that moment, Tony's triumphant laughter resonated from within the armor. Thanks, big guy. Your power bank is quite effective. Jarvis, report. At your service, sir, Jarvis responded promptly. Sir, energy has been replenished to 400%. 400%. Upon hearing this figure, Tony could no longer contain his elation. He had succeeded. His gamble had paid off. Indeed, the reactor at his chest had not only absorbed the lightning perfectly, but had also transformed it into his own energy. Taking a deep breath, he arched an eyebrow. Slowly, Tony raised his arm, directing the energy cannon in his palm at the dazed Thor. As an orb of energy began to coalesce at the cannon's mouth. Now it is my turn. Test your own strength. Whoosh. In the next moment, a robust beam of energy surged fiercely toward Thor. This time, it was Thor who felt the peculiarity. He could distinctly sense the pure power of the god of thunder within that energy beam. Moreover, after Tony's enhancement, it had become even more ferocious. He never anticipated that this mortal could absorb his power and retaliate against him. Impressive, this mortal had successfully captured his attention. Damn it, Thor roared. Having no time for further contemplation, he immediately positioned his hammer horizontally before his chest. Boom. The white beam collided violently with the hammer. A terrifying wave of energy erupted. It felt as though a great earthquake had struck this desolate land. The ground surrounding Thor was thrust downwards, creating a massive pit. A tempestuous gust swept forth, carrying sand and debris in all directions. Jane and Daisy gasped in astonishment, being tossed around by the shockwave, struggling to maintain their footing. Fortunately, Eric, with quick reflexes, pulled them behind the private jet, preventing them from being swept away. Dust and smoke enveloped the battlefield. Tony hovered in midair, the sensors of his armor firmly locking onto the pit below. Had he won? He was uncertain. Yet he knew that the blast just unleashed was undoubtedly the most powerful strike he had ever executed. As the smoke gradually cleared in the center of the pit, Thor remained standing, his figure unwavering. The red cape draped across his shoulders had sustained some damage, yet he stood resolute. His chest heaved violently, clearly indicating that enduring that last blow had not been easy for him. Slowly, he raised his head to gaze at Tony in the sky. His expression had transformed. Cough. Cough. Frantic implication. Chapter 33. The Wrath of Mortals. If his previous gaze had been one of disdain, now it was filled with fury. Thor's voice deepened. Well done, mortal. You have provoked me. He would no longer waste words. He realized that long-range attacks were futile against this slippery adversary. Thus, he would conclude this farce in a straightforward manner. Bang! The ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded. Thor launched himself skyward, soaring directly toward Tony. This was not flight, but sheer physical prowess. The hammer in his hand traced a silver arc. He intended to crush his opponent into scrap metal. Tony's pupils dilated in shock. So fast. He had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as Thor, imbued with the might of thunder, rapidly loomed larger in his line of sight. Boom. The thunderous sound resonated throughout the desert. Tony felt as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding train. The terrifying force coursed through his armor and reverberated within his body. He sensed his very organs being displaced. Subsequently, he plummeted like a severed kite, crashing violently to the ground. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed. Tony's body created a large, human-shaped crater upon impact with the earth. Sir, the armor is damaged. The chest plating is shattered. The left arm system has failed. The energy shield has collapsed. Jarvis's voice promptly resonated. Tony struggled to rise from the pit. But as soon as he moved, a sweet taste flooded his throat, and a mouthful of blood splattered against the inside of his visor. He was injured. Through the armor. He had been struck hard enough to cough up blood. How terrifying must the opponent's strength be? He had no time to ponder this. For the figure of his adversary reappeared before him. Thor loomed above, his gaze frigid. I warned you not to bother me. He raised his mighty hammer. A sigh echoed across the desolate landscape. The sound was faint, yet it reached the ears of all present. Just as Thor prepared to swing down his hammer, he froze mid-motion. Slowly, he lifted his gaze skyward. Unbeknownst to him, a man clad in golden armor was quietly hovering in midair. He spread his arms wide, his cape billowing behind him, golden hair dancing in the wind as if embracing the sun. The golden rays illuminated him, casting his figure as though a divine sun god had descended. It was Leon. He had arrived. Upon seeing Leon's emergence, Thor's raised hammer halted in the air. The fury etched upon his face was doused like a bucket of ice water, diminished significantly. There was surprise, confusion, but predominantly, a sense of guilt. Leon. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be on vacation? Thor's mind was engulfed in chaos. What had he just done? Had he just struck a mortal? A rather peculiar mortal at that. Although this mortal had a foul mouth and had attacked him, he was still merely a mortal. And he, the Prince of Asgard, the future god of thunder, had been embroiled in a tumultuous battle with a mere human in this desolate expanse, almost hammering him to death. This thought weighed heavily upon Thor's heart. He recalled his father Odin's fury at his banishment and Leon's lessons in the small-town diner. A man who fails to understand reverence, who lacks a sense of responsibility and resorts to violence to assert glory, can never become a worthy general. Damn it, had he succumbed to his old ways once more? Thor's inner turmoil raged fiercely. He felt as though the image he had just constructed was crumbling anew. He dared not meet Leon's gaze, fully aware that disappointment resided within those eyes. In stark contrast to Soul's restlessness, Tony, lying in the pit, breathed a sigh of relief upon the sight of Leon's arrival. Though this relief was tinged with discomfort. How could he have been rescued by someone he held in disdain, and at his most vulnerable moment, no less? A flush of humiliation burned on his cheeks, more stinging than the blow from Soul that had rendered him unconscious. Sir, Mr. Leon has arrived. Energy readings are incalculable. I recommend immediate evacuation. Jarvis's voice echoed within the helmet. Silence, Jarvis, Tony replied weakly. Evacuate. To where? He felt as though his very bones were disintegrating. He fixated on the golden figure hovering in the air. He had come. The one who orchestrated everything had finally descended to the fray. What was his intention? To bolster his foolish brother? Or to witness his defeat at Soul's hands? Curiosity churned within Tony. He yearned to understand Leon's true intentions. Your Highness, Leon. Jane Foster exclaimed from a distance, her voice laced with alarm. Concern etched across her face as she feared Soul might face Leon's wrath due to his earlier impulsiveness, and she worried that Leon might retaliate against Tony's affront with irreversible consequences. She was acutely aware of the adage, when gods clash, mortals suffer. She felt like a fragile blade of grass caught amidst a volcano. Daisy and Eric had surrendered their thoughts, gazing at the radiant figure in the sky. Akin to the sun, the deity had arrived. The sun god. What divine lineage were they entangled with, after all? Leon hovered above, observing the reactions of those below. Ignoring Tony and Jane, his gaze settled on his anxious brother, Soul. I recall mentioning, he spoke softly, that you should avoid causing trouble. Soul stiffened, his mouth opening in an attempt to explain. Yet, under Leon's penetrating stare, any justification felt utterly inadequate. Yes, it was he who. He was about to shift blame onto Tony, but the slightest furrow of Leon's brow halted his words, rendering him speechless. A terrifying aura descended from above, enveloping the battlefield. It was not Soul's chaotic divine power, but an irresistible sense of oppression. Soul felt a rising agitation. Why? Why does it seem that every time Leon appears, his godly powers dissipate, as if vanishing in a thin air? The mighty hammer of Thor now lies subdued, reluctant to emit even the faintest sound. He feels as though he has been reduced back to a mere mortal, stripped of his divine essence. No, even more wretched than that, for at this moment, he stands before his elder brother, a figure who has instilled awe in him since childhood. Am I correct in saying this? Leon's voice is flat, yet it exerts an immense pressure on Thor. Yes, Thor reluctantly forces the word from between clenched teeth, slowly bowing his proud head. Wait, what has transpired? Tony, lying in the pit, feels utterly bewildered. What is happening? The god of thunder, who moments ago nearly obliterated himself, now appears before this individual like a chastened student, too intimidated to lift his gaze. Who on earth is this person? Did he not claim to be Thor's brother? This is no brother. This is a revered ancestor. Suddenly, Tony finds himself thinking that perhaps being thoroughly beaten by Thor isn't so hard to accept after all. After all, if even the god of thunder can be scolded like a child, then receiving a blow from him seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? This thought leaves Tony's mood rather ambiguous. Excellent. Leon observes Thor's acknowledgement of wrongdoing, nodding in satisfaction. He understands that reasoning with someone as simple-minded as Thor is futile. Only sheer force can illuminate who the true authority is. He retracts the oppressive aura surrounding him. Thor, feeling the weight lift, nearly collapses from relief. He raises his head. His gaze towards Leon tinged with trepidation. He truly sensed the breath of death moments ago. Leon was genuinely enraged, over a mere scuffle with a mortal. Now Leon disregards him, turning his attention to Tony, who lies feigning death in the pit. It is your turn now, Mr. Stark. His tone softens, even graced with a hint of mirth. Chapter 34. I, Thor, shall never bow? How does your armor feel? Is it perhaps more fragile than you anticipated? Tony's heart skips a beat. He realizes that the main event has arrived. He maneuvers his damaged suit to rise slowly from the pit. Crack, crack. The components of the armor groan under the strain, and the reactor's glow falters erratically. He inhales deeply, fixating on the golden figure hovering above. Not bad, just a bit power draining. He understands that in the presence of Leon, any show of weakness is futile. The only thing left for him to do is maintain his final semblance of dignity. Power draining? Leon seemed to have heard an intriguing word. He descended slowly from midair, his shoes gently making contact with the sandy ground. A faint smile graced his lips as he approached Tony, step by deliberate step, as if strolling through his own backyard. Yet, each stride reverberated through Tony's heart, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Damn it, is this guy filming a movie? Why walk so slowly? As Leon reached Tony, he lifted his gaze to meet the armored figure, a playful expression dancing on his face. Tony, I reckon your battery is quite inadequate, he remarked, extending a finger to lightly tap the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Buzz. A gentle surge of golden energy flowed from his fingertip into the reactor. Sir, unknown energy influx detected. Energy is being rapidly repaired and replenished. 50%, 70, 100. Warning. Energy exceeds limit. 105, 200, 300, 400. Energy has been replenished to 1000%. Jarvis's astonished voice echoed within the helmet. Tony felt as if he were on the verge of bursting, akin to an overinflated balloon. He could distinctly sense a terrifying energy roiling within the reactor, purer and more potent than Thor's lightning. He had no doubt that should this energy spiral out of control, he would be obliterated in an instant. You. Tony struggled to suppress his bewilderment, his voice low and heavy with inquiry. Leon retracted his finger, observing Tony's ghostly expression with satisfaction. Very good, he said, a devilish grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Now that your battery is fully charged, allow me. He stepped back, gesturing towards the astonished Thor beside him. You may continue. Don't hold back. Consider it a little excitement for my rather dull holiday. Leon smiled subtly, but no one could discern his true intentions. Ah, Thor, this is my benevolent endeavor. Please, do not let me down. These seemingly light-hearted words weighed heavily on Tony and Thor. Damn it, am I going to get blown up? This was Tony's most immediate thought as he gazed down at the radiant reactor glowing on his chest. 1000% energy reserve. What on earth does that even mean? It signified that he was harboring a miniature nuclear bomb within him, one that could detonate at any moment. No, it was far more terrifying than a mere nuclear device. Jarvis frantically analyzed the composition of this energy, yet the resulting data stream was nothing but a jumble of incoherence. Unprocessable, incomprehensible, unreplicable. Tony was once again left in shock. What manner of being is Leon truly? Is he merely a prince of the divine realm? He previously jested that the Rainbow Bridge was merely the door to his home, and Tony dismissed it as a mere quip. Witnessing Thor summon lightning left him in awe, yet now, with a single finger, Leon effortlessly accomplished what Tony could not reach despite his countless efforts and intellect. At last, Tony felt the insurmountable chasm that lay between mortals and deities. A sense of humiliation washed over him. He, Tony Stark, the prodigy, the pinnacle of human ingenuity, had become a mere plaything for another's amusement? A source of entertainment? How splendidly ironic. It appeared that from the very outset, this man had never held him or Thor in any regard. To Leon, their conflict was likely nothing more than an idle pastime during a tedious holiday. He had first offered Tony a glimmer of hope for alleviating his palladium poisoning, illuminating a path in the realm of advanced technology. Then, in his moment of utmost despair, Leon had, through an act of charity, bestowed upon him the power to transcend his limits. What was his intention? What did he wish to witness? Did he desire to observe the sparks that flew when a catalyzed mortal collided with a deity? Tony's fists clenched within his armor, the sound of his anger echoing. Fury ignited within his chest, yet he could not unleash it. Rationality warned him that Leon was not someone to provoke. He was arrogant and proud, yet not foolish. Thus, he redirected his pent-up rage towards another target, Thor. Indeed, it was all because of him. Had it not been for this rustic interloper descending from the heavens, how could he have fallen into such a predicament? Tony's gaze fixated on Thor, his eyes beneath the mask now a deep crimson. Meanwhile, Thor's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He was even more shocked and confounded than Tony. What was Leon doing? He was aiding a mortal, and in such a manner? The golden energy was all too familiar to Thor. It was Leon's unique divine power, the essence of the sun, the supreme force of the Asgardian gods. Second only to their father, Odin. Throughout his life, he had only ever felt a mere fraction of that power when Leon occasionally revealed his might from afar. Each instance had filled him with trepidation and reverence. Yet now, Leon was infusing that power into a mere mortal's tin can? Why? Was it merely because he had fought with a mortal? Was it due to his inability to control his temper, nearly resulting in the mortal's demise? Was such punishment warranted? To allow a mortal to wield Odin's power to chastise him? Thor's heart sank. He gazed into Leon's eyes, deciphering their meaning. He felt neither anger nor disappointment. Instead, it was indifference. Yes, it was indeed indifference. It was as if he were Thor Odinson, the prince of Asgard and the future god of thunder. To him, these identities bore no distinction from that of a mere mortal. They were simply pawns he manipulated during moments of ennui. This realization weighed more heavily on Thor than any harsh punishment ever could. He would rather be exiled once more by Leon, like his father Odin, than witness the current state of affairs. It made him feel as though his pride and glory had become a mere jest. Clenching the hammer of the thunder god, his breath quickened, and the feelings of grievance and resentment surged forth. He raised his gaze to meet Tony's furious eyes. Very well. Do you wish to fight? Do you seek to humiliate me with my brother's strength? Then come forth. I, Thor Odinson, shall never bow before a mere mortal, even in death. Chapter 35, The Power of the God King. Oh dear. From a distance, Daisy observed the tense atmosphere between them, her brow furrowing slightly as she retreated behind Professor Eric. Her woman's intuition warned her that the ensuing spectacle could be extraordinarily explosive. She envisioned a grand familial drama where a brother, in testing his sibling's character, would bestow divine power upon a mortal, igniting a conflict between gods and men. The plot was far more thrilling than any soap opera she had ever watched. Jane Foster appeared anxious, glancing between Thor and Tony before casting a pleading look towards Leon. Your Highness, please. She yearned to implore Leon to intervene and halt the impending clash. However, Leon turned his head, offering her a gentle smile. Dr. Foster, do not worry. His voice remained calm. This is merely a way for boys to resolve their issues, albeit a rather rough one. With that, he disregarded Jane and turned his attention back to the two adversaries, awaiting the unfolding drama. Jane's heart sank. She realized that Leon had no intention of stopping this confrontation. Perhaps, in truth, all of this was orchestrated by him. What was he truly after? This was his brother, after all. Jarvis. Tony's voice echoed within the armor. Increase energy output. Redirect excess energy into the palm cannon and shoulder weapon modules. Calculate a stable attack sequence. Sir, that is exceedingly dangerous. The structure of the armor cannot withstand such intense energy output. There is an 80% chance it will collapse. Jarvis warned. Execute the command. Tony ordered swiftly. Collapse? At this moment, he feared nothing more than collapse. He simply wished to demonstrate to Thor and Leon just how terrifying mortal fury could be. Buzz. The armor emitted a resonant hum as golden light began to dance wildly across its surface. That phenomenon arose from the violent friction between Leon's divine power and the energy system of his armor. He felt as if he were a humanoid sun, brimming with cataclysmic force. This sensation filled him with both dread and ecstasy. Come forth. He unleashed a roar directed at Thor. Whoosh. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. A sonic boom erupted behind him. He wielded no weapon, opting instead for primal combat. Close quarters. He intended to drive his fist forcefully into this fellow's face, burying it into the ground. Thor's pupils constricted. So swift. This tin can speed had increased tenfold or more. He could barely catch a glimpse of a golden red afterimage. Without a moment to ponder, Thor instinctively raised Mjolnir to shield his chest. Clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed across the desert. Tony's fist struck the surface of Mjolnir. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, centered on the two combatants. This time, Even the distant private jet was rocked by the force. Thor felt an immense power surge through the hammer's handle, numbing his grip and sending him flying backward. His feet carved deep furrows in the sand, sliding nearly 100 meters before he regained his balance. He glanced down at his trembling arm. How could this be? This mortal's strength could actually contend with his own. No, it had surpassed him. How could this happen? Thor was astounded. He was the god of thunder from Asgard, the son of Odin renowned for his might. To find himself outmatched by a mere mortal? Even more humiliating was the unmistakable sensation that the energy accompanying his opponent's fist originated from his brother, Leon. He had been repelled by Leon's power. Roar! Thor let out a furious bellow. He could not accept this. He would never accept it. Boom! He raised Mjolnir high, and the storm clouds above gathered once more. Denser and more tumultuous than before. Countless bolts of lightning danced within the clouds, as if the apocalypse were upon them. He intended to cleanse this disgrace with thunder. However, Tony offered him no such opportunity. Still summoning your power bank, are we? A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Thor startled, turning sharply, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a golden red light. In the next moment, bang, 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 a torrential downpour of fists, infused with golden energy, rained down upon him. The chest, the abdomen, the shoulder. Thor felt as though he were a battered punching bag, pummeled by an overwhelming force. His once proud divine form appeared particularly fragile under Leon's divine power. Each heavy blow left him feeling as though his bones might shatter. He swung the Mjolnir in an attempt to retaliate, yet his opponent's speed was simply too swift. Every strike he attempted met only air, stirring up a tempest. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Tony's voice echoed incessantly in Thor's ears, filling him with a profound sense of exhilaration, an exhilaration unprecedented. The once mighty god of thunder now lay utterly powerless beneath his fists. The humiliation and anger within him surged forth. So, this is the essence of divine power? Even gods can be wounded and brought low? Fall before me. Tony roared, his right fist coalescing with energy, a golden radiance engulfing his arm. He aimed for Thor's face and struck with fervor. This blow was meant to awaken the wretched being. However, just as his fist was about to collide with Thor, an unexpected shift occurred. A hum. An invisible wave of energy suddenly erupted from within Thor. It was not the force of lightning, but rather an ancient, formidable power, the king's power belonging to the bloodline of Odin. Under the impact of this force, Tony felt as though he had crashed into an unseen wall. Propelled backward with great speed, he tumbled through the air several times before regaining his balance. He glanced at Thor, who had closed his eyes, his body trembling. Runes began to manifest and swirl upon his skin. His aura was ascending fiercely. This is from a distance. Leon observed the scene, his previously languid expression now transformed. Surprise flickered across his face, quickly replaced by a smile. Oh, pushed to the brink, awakening the king's power prematurely? Thor, you are proving to be quite resilient. He recognized this as the bloodline imprint Odin had left within Thor. It would only be activated when Thor faced true life and death peril or underwent a significant transformation of spirit. Originally, this power was meant to be wielded after Thor lost an eye during Ragnarok. Yet today, it had been ignited by Tony, and Leon was not taken aback. This was his design. What else would it be? Thor is, after all, his brother. He needed this to expedite Thor's growth, for Leon had no time to wait. It seems I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Stark. Leon regarded Tony, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. Did you think you were merely venting your fury? No, you are simply assisting my foolish brother in leveling up. A thunderous roar erupted from Thor's mouth. He abruptly opened his eyes. His once azure eyes had transformed into a golden hue, akin to that of Leon's. The raging thunder no longer awaited his summons. It surged forth from within him, swirling and roaring around his form with fervor. The Mjolnir in his grasp radiated a blinding brilliance. In that moment, he truly embodied the essence of the god of thunder. Mortal, Thor intoned, his voice imbued with both authority and sanctity. You have successfully provoked a deity. He granted Tony no further opportunity, vanishing from sight. This time, his speed was no less than that of the energy-overloaded Tony. What? A wave of terror gripped Tony's heart. He had no time to react. All he perceived was a flash of golden light before, boom. A tremendous force struck him squarely in the chest. It was the Mjolnir. Chapter 36. That will suffice crack. Tony's arc reactor and armor were instantly riddled with numerous fissures. Golden divine energy gushed forth uncontrollably. Sir, the energy core is breached. Due to interference from Mr. Leon's energy. The reactor's energy is spiraling out of control. Warning, warning. The armor is about to self-destruct. Please evacuate immediately. Repeat, please evacuate immediately. Jarvis's voice grew increasingly frantic. Tony's mind was a blank slate. He felt as though his very essence was being drained, as if only the essence of his vitality could save him. Moreover, he sensed power swiftly ebbing away, while the shadow of death loomed ominously over him. Tony felt a sense of disorientation. Was he to die? To be obliterated by his own energy? Such a fate indeed seemed fitting for Tony Stark, ironic and absurd. He slowly closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. However, just as he believed all would culminate in an end, a hand gently pressed against his impending explosive chest. The hand was long, with pronounced muscle definition, adorned in golden armor. TSK. A voice of disdain resonated in his ear. You truly are a source of worry, just when you were fully charged. You are on the verge of depletion again. Mr. Stark, you must significantly enhance your battery's endurance. It was Leon. Tony's eyes flew open. He beheld Leon, who had seemingly appeared before him without notice, his handsome visage graced with a benevolent smile. Then, he observed as Leon casually placed his hand upon the arc reactor. And then, there was nothing more to follow. The catastrophic energy within the reactor, poised for annihilation, suddenly became docile and compliant under Leon's golden touch, gradually flowing back into the reactor. Thus, a billionaire's cataclysmic self-destruction was effortlessly quelled by his gentle intervention. Tony opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he acknowledge being outdone? No, he had grown numb to such feelings. He, Tony Stark, would never concede that someone had successfully outshone him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thor, who had just awakened the power of the God King and was poised to unleash his might, stood frozen in place. He cast a perplexed glance at Leon, unsure of his brother's intentions. How could he, his own brother, be aiding another? Anger, frustration, and a sense of injustice swirled within him, manifesting in a kaleidoscope of emotions reflected in his gaze. Perhaps he should not be the god of thunder, but rather a domineering CEO. For this was indeed a skill exclusive to such figures. Leon, he murmured, his voice returning to normal, yet tinged with embarrassment. Leon paid him no heed. Instead, he bowed his head to examine Tony's arc reactor, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, still functional. He then lifted his gaze to Thor, the smile on his face vanishing. Thor, he began slowly, that should suffice. Thor's body trembled. The grandiosity he had felt upon awakening his divine powers dissipated in an instant. The sparks and thunder that had surged around him began to retract under Leon's calm scrutiny, gradually fading until only faint arcs of electricity danced around him. The storm clouds gathering in the sky were choked into submission by an unseen hand. Their tumultuous energy abruptly halted before swiftly dissipating, revealing the familiar sky. That should suffice. Thor's throat felt dry. He stared at Leon, his heart racing. Leon was the elder brother he had revered and pursued since childhood, yet had never truly surpassed. What to do? The god of thunder Thor was in a state of urgency. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed lost control, allowing Tony to absorb the lightning only to retaliate with his own might. This felt like a humiliation to Thor, a desecration of his divine authority. The power he had awakened further distorted his perception. He longed to crush that tin can, to prove through sheer force that gods were ultimately gods, and mortals should not provoke them. Yet now, a single phrase from Leon had yanked him from his fervent state. He felt akin to a child who had just emerged victorious from a street brawl, only to be caught by his brother arriving on the scene. Thus, his pride and anger transformed into insecurity and awkwardness, particularly in front of Jane, leaving him utterly humiliated. Thor's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure in the distance, and his cheeks flushed with heat. Surely, he must have appeared quite unseemly in his recent display of uncontrollable rage. He was the Prince of Asgard, the future general. How could he behave so disgracefully in the presence of mortals? How could he present himself as a reckless child before Leon? Damn it! Thor silently cursed under his breath, his grip on Mjolnir tightening and loosening in a restless rhythm. Ultimately, his proud head bowed slowly beneath Leon's unwavering gaze. Meanwhile, Tony, who had been pulled back from the brink of self-destruction by Leon's intervention, was lost in contemplation. He felt numb, truly. Until today, he had believed himself to be at the pinnacle of human civilization. He had created the arc reactor, engineered the Iron Man suit. He was a veritable deity of technology. Yet today, reality had sent forth a colossal figure capable of discharging electricity, who proceeded to pummel him mercilessly with divine strength. Following that, an even more unreasonable god had arrived. Oh no, to be precise, it was a brother supporting his sibling in a display of power. What had he witnessed? He observed the once fearsome Thor, who had nearly reduced him to a pulp, now rendered speechless in the presence of Leon. How could such a sight retain any semblance of divine majesty? Suddenly, Tony felt that being thoroughly thrashed by Thor didn't seem so unbearable after all. After all, If even a god could be reprimanded like a child, then perhaps it was only reasonable for a mere human to endure a blow or two. No. The moment that thought surfaced, Tony extinguished it with fervor. This was illogical. He, Tony Stark, could not entertain thoughts akin to Stockholm Syndrome. His focus should be on Leon. What was this fellow truly scheming? First, he had charged himself to confront Thor, and now he had intervened to save him, only to turn around and chastise Thor. What was this? A case of psychological disarray. He had no clear stance, or rather, his stance was solely his own. Everything appeared to revolve around his so-called entertainment. What kind of absurdity was this? Even a capitalist like him lacked such a twisted sense of humor. Moreover, the sensation of being manipulated like a pawn incited a deep-seated rage within Tony. He despised this feeling of losing control. His life must be governed by his own hand. Sir, the suit's structural integrity is compromised. While the energy core has been stabilized, the output system is severely damaged. Jarvis's voice echoed within the helmet, reminding him of his dire predicament. Silence, Jarvis, Tony interrupted. He was acutely aware of the gravity of his situation. His entire body felt as though it were on the verge of collapse, each breath igniting excruciating pain in his chest. Yet he could not display any sign of weakness, especially not in front of Leon. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he directed his gaze forward. Through the visor, he met Leon's unwavering stare. Chapter 37. Was he the fool? Leon took in the myriad expressions around him. Thor's humiliation, Tony's fury, Jane Foster's concern, and Daisy's excitement. It was a vivid tableau, far more captivating than the monotonous feasts of Asgard. In that place, he was perpetually met with expressions of reverence, flattery, or awe, devoid of novelty for millennia. How unlike Earth, which has captivated attention in such a brief span of time. Thor, that foolish younger brother, remained so easily provoked. Nevertheless, the early awakening of the Allfather's power has indeed fulfilled his scheme, sparing him considerable effort in the future. After all, Odin's teachings are difficult to articulate, and as the elder brother, he must devise his own means to foster his siblings' growth. As for Tony Stark, the unwavering resilience he displayed was indeed intriguing. Yet, that iron exterior still proved somewhat fragile. Leon averted his gaze, already formulating a plan in his mind. He no longer regarded Thor, but turned his attention towards Tony. Mr. Stark. Leon approached Tony, gazing up at the towering figure clad in metal, a gentle smile gracing his face. As I mentioned earlier, this model of battery is rather short-lived. It charges swiftly but discharges just as rapidly. There is room for improvement. His words, lightly spoken, nonetheless caused Tony's eyelids to twitch. This was nothing short of mockery, a blatant derision of Tony's creation, which he perceived merely as a battery in dire need of enhancement. And this battery's charging and discharging were entirely under his control. A metallic taste surged in Tony's throat as he forced down the bitterness, inhaling deeply. Thank you for your technical support. Might I request a user manual for the next iteration? It would be prudent to indicate the risks of overload usage. At this, Leon chuckled softly. A manual? He shook his head, his gaze playful. Tony, true geniuses never consult manuals, they create the rules. This statement resonated like a compliment, yet struck like a resounding slap. Create rules? Those present were acutely aware that, at this moment, the only one entitled to utter such a phrase was Leon Odinson himself. Tony fell silent. He realized he had no advantage in this verbal sparring. Each of Leon's words left him with no counterargument, yet they were profoundly unsettling. Observing Tony rendered speechless, Leon sensed the moment was ripe. Prolonging the jest further could very well provoke Tony into an explosive reaction. One must play games with a degree of caution. With a subtle smile, he shifted his gaze to Thor. Please secure your hammer and refrain from throwing tantrums like a child. Should you damage someone else's property, it will be I who must compensate. I. Thor lifted his head, eager to retort. What did he mean by damaging someone else's property? He was engaged in a sacred duel. Moreover, it was that fellow who had struck him first. Yet, as he met Leon's eyes, his words were stifled in his throat. He perceived a warning. Indeed, it was a warning. Ultimately, Thor gritted his teeth and, under the scrutiny of the onlookers, silently returned the enchanted hammer of the thunder god. What had just moments ago been a formidable artifact, crackling with lightning and destruction, now resembled a mere ornament. Observing Thor's capitulation, Leon nodded in satisfaction. He surveyed the desolate landscape, ravaged and scarred. Before him lay deep craters, charred marks, and scattered debris. How chaotic, he thought, wrinkling his brow in disdain. Then, he crouched down, his right hand glowing with golden light as it touched the ground. A radiant energy surged from within him, beginning to spread outward like flowing water. In the next moment, a scene that would be etched in the minds of all present unfolded. Wherever the golden light traversed, the earth began to writhe, restoring itself. The deep pits created by the battle were filled as if time itself were reversing. The scorched earth regained its original hue as the gentle gold light brushed over it. Even the acrid smoke and dust that lingered in the air dissipated, leaving a refreshing clarity. In a mere span of seconds, the battlefield returned to its former state, as though the divine conflict had never transpired. Oh my God! Daisy's phone fell to the ground once more. Her mouth agape, she struggled to comprehend the spectacle before her. If Thor and Tony's earlier clash had been akin to a Hollywood blockbuster, then what Leon demonstrated now was nothing short of a miracle. Indeed, it was a miracle. This was the alteration of reality. Jane Foster and Professor Eric were equally entranced, their scientific minds grappling with the impossibility of what they witnessed. They believed in data, in logic, yet what transpired before them transcended their understanding. This was no longer science, it was theology. No, it had surpassed even theology. Was this magic? Jane's mind raced with various conjectures, attempting to rationalize the phenomenon through quantum mechanics, string theory, or multidimensional theories, yet all her efforts culminated in failure. She felt her entire intellectual framework teetering on the brink of collapse. This was not the first time such bewilderment had occurred since Leon's arrival. Astonishment had become a constant state. Tony's expression was one of utter bewilderment. His armor systems were analyzing the spatial energy fluctuations from that fleeting moment, but the results were utterly blank. No particle collisions, no magnetic field fluctuations. It was as if everything had transpired solely because he willed it to be so. And thus it manifested. Was it a case of spoken magic? The power of thought? Tony furrowed his brow. If this world indeed harbored many deities like Leon, what would become of humanity? He began to realize that the intelligence he once prided himself on was becoming increasingly futile. He once harbored thoughts of challenging the divine, aspiring to seize control over his own fate. Now, however, he resembles a child constructing castles in the sand, while Leon stands as the ocean capable of unleashing colossal waves at any moment. He lacks even the qualification to resist. Leon revels in the expressions of horror etched upon the faces of those around him. This is precisely the effect he desires. A judicious display of strength can spare him a multitude of unnecessary troubles. This is a form of magic from Asgard, augmented by the synergy of his own energy. Reshaping the landscape on a small scale is relatively simple, albeit energy-consuming. Yet, ironically, Leon possesses an abundance of energy. He dusted off his hands, casually surveyed the crowd, and then turned to face the astonished Jane Foster. Dr. Foster, Leon said, his demeanor transforming back into a gentle and amiable smile. It seems your boyfriend has brought you a bit of trouble. His tone was light, seemingly unconcerned with the details. Jane jolted back to reality, gazing at this flawless man. Her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Boyfriend? Trouble? These two words felt utterly surreal in that moment. Leon did not wait for her to respond. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Thor and Tony. One appeared dejected, awaiting reprimand, while the other, clad in tattered metal, struggled to remain upright. Well, Leon chuckled lightly. This warm-up exercise ends here. Warm-up exercise? At the mention of this phrase, Tony nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. To him and Thor, their fierce battle had nearly led to mutual destruction, yet in this man's eyes, it was merely a warm-up? What, then, would the actual competition entail? Tony dared not contemplate, nor did he wish to. He felt that the psychological scars inflicted upon him today would far outweigh any physical injuries. Mr. Stark, Leon said, disregarding the complexity of Tony's expression, I believe your mansion must harbor some fine wines. The dust and winds here are not conducive to conversation. He glanced at Thor. Thor, you ought to learn the etiquette of Midgard. When one damages another's belongings, one should at least offer a drink, should one not? At these words, Thor stiffened, looking between the disheveled Tony and Leon's smiling visage. Ultimately, he had no choice but to respond with a begrudging agreement. Fine. The corners of Tony's eyes twitched. To his mansion for drinks? With the very man who had nearly beaten him to a pulp? And he expects to pick up the tab? What a ludicrous turn of events. Does he think me a fool? Yet, before he could voice his protest, he found himself silenced. Leon raised his hand once more, gliding it gently through the air. A humming sound resonated as the space appeared to be sliced open, revealing a circular portal composed of golden energy, materializing before the onlookers. On the other side lay a cityscape of towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. Indeed, it was the rooftop terrace of Stark Tower in New York, where Leon had previously reclined on a beach chair, now faintly visible. Having accomplished this, Leon turned to the petrified crowd, gesturing invitingly. Shall we proceed, my friends? His voice was gentle and elegant, imbued with an authoritative charm that commanded respect. The soiree had merely commenced. Chapter 38. Our relationship is merely transactional." Accompanied by the smile on Leon's face, the pressure was palpable. No one dared to move. The air hung heavy, with only the portal revolving, radiating light that illuminated the expressions of the gathered individuals. Tony, ensconced within his battered armor, felt akin to a clown who had forgotten his lines, stranded in the center of the stage. To enter or not to enter, that was the dilemma. Stepping through the portal would signify that Tony Stark would re-enter his home as a vanquished or rescued figure, while the master of the abode had changed. To abstain? A furtive glance at Leon revealed a man unperturbed, patiently awaiting their compliance, seemingly confident that dissent was out of the question. Rationality dictated to Tony that he had little room for choice. He had already experienced the repercussions of defiance firsthand. The consequence? The loss of an armor worth hundreds of millions and a body on the brink of ruin. Damn it. This feeling of being so overtly maneuvered was far more exasperating than being restrained by Thor. Oh God, Jesus, Holy Mary, his life. When did it become the prerogative of an outsider to dictate his actions? Thor grappled internally, torn between his desires. He did not wish to enter. He had no desire to share the same roof with the individual who had treated him as a mere power source and nearly obliterated him in the process. Most importantly, he dreaded facing judgment under Leon's gaze. Having just awakened formidable power, he was the god of thunder, destined to be Asgard's mightiest general. He should return with unmatched glory, not be escorted by his brother to apologize to a Midgardian. His pride and dignity resisted Leon's invitation. Yet, he dared not refuse. From childhood, he had harbored an ingrained awe of Leon. It was not merely due to Leon's age, but rather the serene confidence that transcended all else. Regardless of the chaos he had caused or the accolades he had achieved, a single glance from Leon would instantly deflate his bravado. It seemed as though his efforts and struggles were merely childish antics in Leon's eyes. This sentiment rendered him powerless and filled him with resentment. He wished to proclaim that he was Thor, the god of thunder, fighting for the glory of the northern gods. But alas, it was Leon who truly represented that. Soon, the atmosphere became tense and stagnant. It was Daisy Lewis, brimming with curiosity and a penchant for sarcasm, who first broke the silence. After a moment of shock, her courage began to swell. Setting aside Leon's undeniable handsomeness, what Hollywood star could possess such a commanding gaze? Daisy swore that any actress who encountered Leon would surely falter in her steps, her eyes wide with awe. She discreetly peeked from behind Professor Eric. Her curiosity piqued by the sight of the portal before her. This was the second time she had witnessed it, yet it remained a source of fascination. Wow, she whispered, nudging Jane beside her with her elbow. This is far cooler than flying. Hey, do you think passing through this portal could take us to Hawaii? I've never been. At that moment, Jane Foster was too consumed by worry and anxiety to indulge her banter. She glanced between Thor and Tony, feeling as though she were caught between two formidable poles. Unsure of the familial circumstances surrounding Thor and Leon, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and stepped forward, resolving to be the first to enter the portal. Perhaps her compliance would alleviate the tense atmosphere a little. Upon observing Jane's movement, a broader smile spread across Leon's face. Look, there are always perceptive individuals who know the right choice to make. He gestured to Jane, granting her precedence. With clenched teeth, Jane resolved her indecision and stepped boldly into the golden light. The sensation of traversing the portal for the second time was remarkable. There was still no weightlessness, no dizziness, merely the sensation of strolling in the midday sun. In the next instant, she found herself standing on the rooftop terrace of Stark Tower. The night breeze of New York brushed against her cheeks, carrying a hint of coolness that eased her taut nerves. Cool, Daisy exclaimed, rushing in behind her, her curiosity propelling her to explore the terrace, uttering exclamations of wonder. Oh my God, we really are back in New York. Professor Eric sighed and followed them inside. Now, only 3 men remained in the desert. Ah, yes, and a solitary private jet with its equally solitary driver, none other than Director Happy Hogan. Leon's gaze fell upon Thor and Tony. In the depths of his eyes, they sensed a silent challenge. Gentlemen, shall I have to ask again? Thor's face flushed crimson. He understood that he could no longer maintain his stubbornness. Before Leon, any further delay would only serve to humiliate himself. He gritted his teeth and cast a glance at Tony, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Ultimately, he took a step forward and entered the portal. Now, only Tony remained. All eyes were fixated upon him. Tony felt as though he were the protagonist ensnared by a spotlight, yet he found no joy in this attention. He understood that Leon was compelling him to make a declaration. He could either play the obedient actor and step into the scene that had been meticulously arranged for him, or, Tony had no doubt that if he declined, Leon would have countless ways to ensure his dignified return to Stark Tower, perhaps by forcibly packaging him and tossing him inside. Tony had never been one to engage in a futile confrontation when at a disadvantage. JARVIS. He communicated through the comms channel. Inform Happy to return the plane and have him prepare a medical plan for me. Understood, sir. With that, Tony steered his armor and slowly advanced into the portal. In the instant his form vanished, the portal dissipated into the air like melting sunlight. The desert returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing had transpired. At the penthouse balcony of Stark Tower, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Thor stood with his arms crossed against the railing, his expression dark as he gazed at the New York skyline, as though the glittering lights bore a personal grudge against him. Due to Tony's earlier encounter with Leon's energy, Thor's cape had been scorched, leaving several large holes and rendering him somewhat disheveled. Yet Thor was better off than Tony, whose armor had become a heap of scrap metal. The glow of the arc reactor on his chest was dim, the surface of the armor marred by cracks and charred marks. And the system in his left arm had failed. He could not walk unaided and relied on the armor's support system to stand upright. The two resembled quarreling friends, one sulking and the other maintaining a facade of strength, neither willing to meet the other's gaze or utter a word. Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood to the side, feeling helpless, uncertain of how to intervene. The most at ease was Leon, who blatantly disregarded the tense atmosphere. He strolled over to the bar, casually retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the cabinet, and poured himself a glass. Leaning against the bar, he took a sip, a look of enjoyment crossing his face. Not bad, he murmured to himself. Mr. Stark's taste is commendable in certain respects. For instance, his choice of liquor. This seemingly random compliment made the corners of Tony's eyes twitch. What did he mean by certain respects? Was he praising or mocking him? Tony inhaled deeply and retorted, "If you fancy it, I could gift you the entire liquor cabinet as payment for your earlier repairs." He deliberately emphasized the words repair costs, retaliating in the manner he was most adept at. "Do you not consider me a mere toy? Then I shall delineate our boundaries with wealth. Between us, it is but a transaction." Chapter 39. What is Leon planning? At these words, Leon merely chuckled, turning to lean against the bar as he regarded Tony. Maintenance fee? He shook his head, his gaze calm. "No, Mr. Stark, you are mistaken. That is not maintenance." He raised his glass in a distant salute to Tony. "That is investment." The term sent a chill through Tony's heart as he sensed an unusual undercurrent. "What do you mean?" He squinted, asking with caution. Leon refrained from providing a direct answer, instead shifting his gaze to the sulking Thor. "Thor," he uttered softly, yet it jolted Thor's body. "Come here." Thor furrowed his brow, his expression replete with resistance. Nonetheless, he slowly approached. Leon retrieved a glass from beneath the bar, pouring a measure of whiskey before sliding it towards Thor. "Try it," Leon stated casually. "A vintage from the courtyard, far more refined than the brutish brews of Asgard." Thor regarded the glass before glancing back at Leon. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the glass and downed it as though it were water. "How is it?" Leon inquired with a smile. "Acceptable," Thor grumbled in a low voice. He despised the taste, and even more so the sensation of being compelled. "See," Leon gestured with open palms toward Tony. "This is the disparity. My foolish brother only understands power in its most direct forms, whether through drink or battle. To him, the strongest liquor is the finest, and the mightiest force is the greatest. He never contemplates the artistry that lies behind these experiences." Thor's face flushed with a mix of red and pale, fully aware that Leon was calling him reckless and thoughtless. Yet, he could not refute this, for it was the undeniable truth. Tony, however, discerned a deeper implication in Leon's words. Leon was conveying a message through his assessment of Thor. So, Tony followed his train of thought, speaking in a low tone. "Your investment is to teach him what art truly is?" Astute, Leon snapped his fingers, a look of approval gracing his face. "Engaging with intelligent individuals is quite effortless." He set down his glass and moved to the center of the balcony, positioning himself between Tony and Thor, his gaze sweeping over them. One represented the pinnacle of earthly intellect, armed to the teeth with technology. One is a representative of divine power, inherently endowed with the capability to obliterate the world. Leon spoke slowly, his tone grave. "You two embody extremes. One is excessively reliant on external entities. Your strength and pride derive from the armors you have created. Once you shed this armor, you are merely a fragile mortal." This statement struck at the very core of Tony's soul, revealing his deepest fear, fragility. Indeed, ever since his escape from the cave, this word had become an inescapable nightmare for him. He constructed armors and upgraded weapons to mask this vulnerability. Yet now, Leon had casually exposed him before all. Tony furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Ignoring his expression, Leon shifted his gaze to Thor. "And you, on the other hand, are excessively credulous of your own might. You believe that your innate power, your command of thunder, can resolve all dilemmas. You are reckless, impulsive, never contemplating the consequences. Your strength is formidable, yet akin to a child wielding a hammer that does not belong to him, capable of inflicting harm upon others, as well as upon oneself. Have you ever pondered what might transpire if I were not present to deter the frost giants? Thor's head sank lower. Leon's words were piercing, utterly dismantling his confidence. Leon spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the nightscape of New York. Therefore, I have resolved to offer you an opportunity for mutual learning. I will invest in you, Mr. Stark, granting you access to a higher echelon of power, allowing you to comprehend that the universe is far grander than your imagination. Your intellect ought not to be confined to the creation of these ostentatious armors. I have tasked you with teaching him, Thor, to instill in you the understanding that divine power is not infallible, to impart the lesson of reverence, of contemplation, of how to wield control rather than being governed by rage. His gaze swept between the two, a knowing smile playing on his lips. You are the whetstones I have chosen for one another. I am curious, what will emerge when the limits of technology collide with the essence of divine power? The balcony fell into a momentary silence. Jane, Daisy, and Eric, as usual, had relinquished their thoughts. They were but mortals, and all of this seemed irrelevant to them. It felt as though they had stumbled into a cult's recruitment meeting, with Leon passionately articulating his grand vision as the charismatic leader. However, his intended recruits were different, sounding far more magnificent. One a billionaire Iron Man, the other a god of thunder from myth. It was utterly absurd. Both Tony and Thor, the subjects of this discourse, found themselves at a loss for words, their minds beginning to churn. Tony fixed his gaze intently on Leon. He finally grasped it. He comprehended Leon's true intention. This man did not wish to see them fight. He sought to cultivate them. No, to use the word cultivate would be inaccurate. He fashioned them with a more fitting touch. He resembled a lofty creator, expressing dissatisfaction with the two masterpieces in his hands. Therefore, he resolved to have them clash with one another, sculpting them into the forms he desired. Yet, the reason behind his actions, was it merely for amusement? Or was it to forge sharper blades to confront other adversaries? What, then, is Leon truly orchestrating? Given the prowess of the two brothers, Asgard should be formidable. What threat could compel Leon to undertake such endeavors? Is Earth in peril? Tony felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He recalled Leon's prior mention of an inept brother soon to arrive on Earth. He also remembered the disdainful tone Leon adopted when referring to S-H-I-E-L-D. This individual has long surpassed the boundaries of Earth, even transcending Asgard itself. What schemes does he harbor? And what roles will he and Thor play in this grand design? Pawns, or mere cannon fodder? Thor's thoughts, however, were much simpler. He understood but one thing. Leon intends for him to learn alongside a mere mortal? What jest is this? As the Prince of Asgard, what could he possibly learn from a puny dwarf who cannot even withstand a single blow? Is it the art of combat with flashy iron trinkets? Or the eloquence of his silver tongue? Such a notion is an affront. I refuse. Thor raised his head, his eyes ignited with defiant fury. This was his first act of rebellion against Leon's decree. I need not learn from a mortal. He pointed vehemently at Tony. His tricks are utterly insignificant before my might. Oh, Leon arched an eyebrow, his face betraying no hint of emotion. Is that so? He glanced at Thor, then at the tattered armor adorning Tony. Yet, how do I recall that just moments ago, you nearly succumbed to those very tricks? Had it not been for your fortuitous awakening of powers not rightfully yours, the one groaning on the ground now would likely be you. That was merely an accident. Thor's face flushed crimson. I was not even using my full strength. Is that so? Leon's tone remained unperturbed. Then you may now attempt to unleash your full might. No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand towards Tony's armor. Buzz. A golden light enveloped Tony's form. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, the battle-worn armor began to repair itself autonomously. The fractured plates reconnected, the shattered modules restored, and the dim reactor reignited with brilliance. In but a few fleeting seconds, the tattered armor emerged rejuvenated. Moreover, it is more novel and powerful than ever before. Sir, the armor has been completely restored, and all systems are functioning normally. Energy reserves. Jarvis's voice echoed within Tony's helmet. As Tony flexed his fully restored arm, he felt the surging energy within him, momentarily lost in reverie. Restoration? No, this transcended mere restoration. This was rebirth. What on earth has this fellow? All right. Leon clapped his hands, breaking the stunned silence that enveloped them. He turned once again to Thor, his face adorned with a gentle smile. You are now in peak condition. And you, too, have harnessed newfound power. He spread his hands casually. Care for another round? Chapter 40. Who truly is Iron Man? The atmosphere on the balcony became eerily silent. The night breeze seemed to hold its breath, reluctant to disturb the stillness that enveloped the air. Only the distant lights of New York City bore silent witness to this moment. Leon's voice remained gentle, still laced with mirth. Thor and Tony, however, were different. What did you say? Another round? Damn it. Have you even considered what you're suggesting? Thor stood frozen. His spine, which had just straightened from awakening the power of the God King, now bent once more. It was not fear of battle that gripped him, but rather the sense of profound unfairness. Fight? How could he fight? Against whom? The very person he had nearly reduced to scrap metal with a single blow. Now effortlessly revived and exponentially enhanced by Leon? This was not a contest against mortals, but a struggle against the might of Leon himself. Had it merely been that mortal, Thor was confident he would not have held back, easily crushing his armor and the being within. Thor's spirit raged and roared. He had just awakened a more formidable power. Indeed, it was the glory belonging to Odin's bloodline, the power of the God King. He should be unstoppable. He should announce his return with thunder. Yet, he dared not. He dared not swing his hammer in Leon's presence. He had no doubt that, should he utter a single word of challenge, the smile on Leon's face would instantly brighten. Then, like a referee, he would declare the second round commenced. And regardless of victory or defeat, the only one to be humiliated would be himself. What would winning even mean? Merely defeating a mortal hastily enhanced by Leon's grace? What kind of glory was that? It was nothing short of disgrace. Yet, what if he lost? Thor shuddered at the thought. If he could not even best a mortal so casually empowered by Leon, what right would he have to call himself the God of Thunder? What face would he have to return to Asgard? What choice remained? What choice could he possibly make? He could only remain silent, simmering with unexpressed fury. As the saying goes, where there is sorrow, there is also joy. Tony was the one who reveled in that joy. He flexed his left arm, feeling the surge of energy coursing through the suit. The incessant reports from Jarvis regarding energy reserves began to soothe him. Anger? Indeed, it was present. Humiliation? He was nearly numb to it. Yet at this moment, what dominated his thoughts was excitement. What, after all, was Leon? The ability to repair the armor, reshape matter, and even restore the landscape surpassed Tony's comprehension of technology. Compared to Thor, Leon was akin to a deity in both personality and power. But the question loomed, what were his intentions? Did he merely wish to witness a more captivating warm-up? No, it was undoubtedly more than that. Tony Stark never believed in coincidences, nor did he trust that a being endowed with divine power would act without purpose. He repaired his suit, forcefully infused himself with energy, and provoked Thor into action once more. There must be ulterior motives behind it all. Tony surmised that he was likely being tested. Yes, tested. Tested to determine the limits of Thor's newly awakened powers, as well as the thresholds of his suit under the strain of foreign energy. They were mere lab rats in Leon's experiment. This confrontation was a data-gathering endeavor. This realization sent a chill down Tony's spine. Deep within, he felt a surge of anger. Fear? Certainly. Yet, it was overshadowed by exhilaration. This was an opportunity, a chance to closely observe, analyze, and even pilfer the secrets of the divine realm. While Leon's power was incomprehensible, it was not beyond observation. The energy fluctuations generated during his repairs, the golden divine power he infused within himself, these were invaluable treasures for Tony. If he could unravel the mysteries contained within, it would propel his technological prowess forward by a century. As for fighting, who in their right mind would want to brawl with that golden-haired giant? What skill lay in exchanging blows with a brute who wielded a hammer? True combat should unfold in the laboratory, amidst data and formulas. Countless inspirations and concepts surged through Tony's mind. He had begun to envision a model for an arc reactor specifically designed to absorb and transform this divine power. His aim was not to be Leon's test subject. He intended to gradually turn Leon into his own sustenance. The atmosphere on site was tense. Daisy tugged at Jane's sleeve, whispering, "Hey, Jane, what are they doing? Playing a game where the first to move loses? What's the wager? Is the loser treating to Mexican chicken wraps?" Jen Foster was in a state of turmoil, utterly incapable of engaging with her surroundings. She gazed at Thor and Tony, feeling as though her heart might leap from her throat. Stepping forward, she was on the verge of breaking the wretched silence with words of her own. However, Leon, perceiving the thoughts of everyone present, interjected before she could speak. He glanced at the two who were locked in a standoff, his smile unwavering, and shook his head gently, releasing a sigh of disappointment. Alas, how tedious, he lamented, waving his hand in exasperation. Forget it, I shall not continue. It seems neither of you is in the mood. You have completely ruined the party atmosphere. The crowd was taken aback. What are you saying? Were you not the one who instigated this conflict? Thor and Tony were momentarily stunned. No, we are not continuing. Just like that? Well, that is rather splendid. Thor exhaled in relief, suppressing a laugh. After a brief moment of astonishment, a sense of absurdity surged within Tony. What was this fellow thinking? Did he view them merely as pawns, summoned at will and dismissed at whim? If he wanted them to fight, he would provide them with the necessary energy and repairs. If he decided against it, a mere phrase sufficed. No mood? Damn Leon. Tony felt as though his lungs might explode from indignation. He swore he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, regardless of his feelings, Leon's subsequent actions shattered his composure. Leon strolled up to Tony, extending his hand to gently tap on the helmet. Tap, tap. The sound rang clear. All right, Mr. Stark, Leon said with a casual tone. The warm-up is over. It's time to stow away your armor. Don't you find it suffocating wearing this suit of metal? Before Tony could respond, a soft click resonated. His armor began to disengage autonomously, without his consent. Countless pieces of armor, as if imbued with life, swiftly disassembled, folded, and morphed, then with a whoosh, flew back into the briefcase tucked away in the corner of the balcony. The entire process was seamless, as swift as lightning. So rapid was it that Tony scarcely had time to utter a curse. In the blink of an eye, the once imposing Iron Man transformed back into an ordinary man clad in a suit. Blood stained the corner of his mouth, and his pallor suggested a profound weakness. As the night breeze swept through New York, Tony felt a chill on his skin, but a deeper cold settled in his heart. He glanced at his hands, then met Leon's gentle smile. What was Jarvis doing? How could he manipulate the armor's disengagement protocol directly? Damn it, who truly was Iron Man? Chapter 41. Isn't it beautiful? Tony was at a loss for words, compelled to express something. Having uttered a single word, the remainder of his thoughts eluded him. Leon, indifferent to his musings, clapped his hands after completing his tasks, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, this sight appeared much more pleasing. He circled around the petrified Tony and approached the bar, pouring himself another glass of whiskey. Raising his goblet, he bestowed a radiant smile upon the crowd on the balcony. All right, let us proceed. The party can officially commence. A party? To hell with the party. This was the sole thought that plagued Tony's mind. What could he articulate? All he yearned for was to see Leon stumble. Of course, it remained merely a thought. He suppressed the excruciating pain in his chest and the humiliation within. Settling onto the sofa by the balcony's edge, he required respite, time to digest the events of the day. Thor's situation was scarcely better, though not as affected as Tony. Leon's earlier maneuvers had placed him under considerable strain. He glanced ahead, observing Leon, who remained in complete control. Thus, the flicker of hope that had ignited within Thor was extinguished without mercy. Crossing to the other side of the bar, he seized a bottle of whiskey, pouring himself a generous glass, which he downed in one swift motion. The fiery liquid did little to alleviate his internal frustration. The atmosphere once again succumbed to silence. Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood frozen, caught in a limbo where leaving seemed impossible, feeling like three hapless bystanders amidst a celestial clash. Eventually, Daisy could no longer contain herself. Bemused by the fact that she often initiated the conversations, she glanced at Leon, Tony, and Thor and tentatively inquired, is there any food here? Perhaps chicken wraps? Her words shattered the stillness. Tony's eye twitched involuntarily, and Thor's drinking halted abruptly. Jane and Eric wore expressions of despair. My heavens, Daisy, what on earth are you thinking? Can't you sense the disquiet in the air? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Leon pondered her question earnestly. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he commanded, Jarvis, at your service, Mr. Leon. Prepare some food. Yes, let us have the Mexican chicken wraps, generously topped with cheese and chili. Also, a bit of pizza, fried chicken, and chilled cola. Oh, and don't forget to prepare coffee and desserts for Dr. Foster and Professor Selvig. Understood, Mr. Leon. The food will be delivered within 10 minutes. Having completed these arrangements, Leon smiled at the astonished Daisy. Is there anything else you require, Miss Louise? Wow, really? Daisy's eyes sparkled with delight. I would like an extra-large strawberry milkshake, please. Double cream. No problem. Leon snapped his fingers once more. Jarvis, did you hear that? It has already been arranged, madam. The crowd. What is this unexpected turn of events? Tony leaned back on the sofa, unable to suppress a dramatic eye roll. At such a moment, Leon was seriously discussing Mexican chicken wraps and strawberry milkshakes with others. Of course, the most significant aspect was still placing the order through his intelligent assistant, Tony Stark. Suddenly, Tony felt as though the opulent abode he had painstakingly built had been invaded by thieves. The intruders not only occupied his bed but also ordered takeout using his phone. He covered his face. Forget it. Let it all be destroyed, quickly. He was exhausted. 10 minutes later, the steaming food and drinks appeared on the balcony, and the atmosphere had shifted. Daisy cheered and swiftly grabbed a chicken wrap to indulge in. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, dissipating the previously tense ambience. After a moment of hesitation, Jane and Eric also picked up their coffees. Thor gazed at the colorful array of food, his brow furrowed. Clearly, he wished to partake. Yet he could not set aside his pride, so he poured himself a glass of whiskey instead. Upon catching the familiar scent of a cheeseburger, Tony's stomach betrayed him with a growl. It suddenly dawned on him that he hadn't eaten anything since that morning. Between meetings, fights, and being battered, even his ironclad body could not endure such strain. Ultimately, driven by the instinct for survival, he seized the burger and took a bite. Leon surveyed the cheerful scene before him and nodded in satisfaction. See, there is no conflict that cannot be resolved with a chicken wrap. If there is, then let us order another. He raised his glass and walked to the balcony railing, gazing down at the vibrant city that never sleeps. Beautiful, isn't it? He spoke softly, as if to himself, yet also addressing those behind him. No one responded. Leon paid no heed and continued his soliloquy. I have witnessed numerous planets and civilizations. Some are more magnificent than Earth, others more advanced. Yet, few places possess the vitality and chaos found here. Every being struggles to fulfill their desires, creating and destroying, small yet yearning for greatness, much like the fireflies of Earth. His tone suddenly took on a tinge of melancholy. What I most enjoy watching is the futile attempt of fireflies to illuminate the night. He turned to face Tony, who was devouring pizza. Mr. Stark, you are the brightest firefly in this forest. Of course, in terms of intelligence. Wait, did he just hear something? Leon's calm words left Tony Stark, the genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, and Iron Man, momentarily paralyzed after just swallowing his food. A firefly? He, Tony Stark, the most dazzling man on this planet, reduced to a mere firefly in the mouth of this fellow? And the brightest one at that? Damn it, what does that even mean? A compliment. Tony felt his temples throbbing, suppressed rage surging toward the crown of his head. He nearly slammed the plate he held against Leon's excessively handsome face. But he restrained himself, fully aware that the repercussions of such an action would extend far beyond merely repairing his armor. Gripping the pizza tightly, he feigned indifference. Drawing a deep breath, he cast a casual glance at Leon. Yet, Leon remained utterly oblivious to his gaze, leaning against the railing with a glass of wine, surveying the crowd with an indifferent expression. Thor, on the other hand, was downing glass after glass of whiskey, uncaring of his brother's actions, only seeking to numb himself, even if the alcohol offered little relief. However, upon hearing Leon's firefly theory, he paused mid-drink. While he could not dissect the profound meanings embedded within mere words as Tony could, he grasped one undeniable truth. Leon held no regard for the mortals of Midgard. No, not merely the mortals. He, Thor Odinson, the god of thunder from Asgard, was likely perceived by Leon as no different from these fireflies. Just one was a flying firefly, while the other was a slightly sturdier, grounded version. Essentially, they were all insects. Chapter 42. So this was Leon's plan. This realization stirred within Thor a tumult of emotions, humiliation, resentment, but predominantly a sense of powerlessness. Had it not always been thus? Regardless of his illustrious achievements or valor on the battlefield, as long as Leon stood there, all brilliance would be drawn to him alone. He was akin to the sun in the sky. Well, he simply was. Yet, no matter what, he remained merely a fleeting bolt of lightning streaking across the firmament. No matter how radiant, how could lightning hope to compete with the sun's splendor? Thor chuckled softly, downing the fiery liquor in his glass. The spirit scorched his throat but failed to dissipate the frustration and confusion brewing within him. It seems Mr. Stark is rather displeased with my metaphor? Leon's voice once more shattered the silence. As he gracefully stepped away from the railing and returned to his high stool at the bar, crossing his legs with elegance, he gazed at Tony, whose face had turned an ashen hue, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Tony remained silent, fearing that if he spoke, he would involuntarily unleash a torrent of expletives. He could only express his protest through silence. Leon casually shook the glass of wine in his hand. Tony, when I liken you to a firefly, it is not meant to belittle you. Quite the contrary, you have performed admirably. You are an astute individual. As if struck by a thought, he added, I hold great admiration for humanity. They are small, fragile, and their lives are fleeting like summer insects. Yet they can exhibit astonishing resilience. And you, with your delicate intellect, have glimpsed a fragment of the universe. You have even wielded the weapons of your own creation to challenge the divine. Though a fool's errand, such spirit is commendable. His gaze flickered towards Thor, who stiffened once again. Isn't it fascinating? Leon chuckled softly. It is akin to watching a colony of ants endeavor to construct a tower reaching the moon. Acknowledging the futility, recognizing the delusion, yet their unyielding determination is in itself a spectacle worthy of admiration. Ants, a tower to the moon. What a peculiar metaphor. First, it was fireflies, now ants. Could he not find a more fitting comparison? Tony inhaled deeply, hesitating for a few seconds before finally voicing the question he had posed several times before. He was driven solely by a desire to uncover Leon's true intentions, as the events of the past few days had been utterly absurd. The sun god, right? Could you enlighten me on your true purpose? After a moment's contemplation, seeing that Leon did not display anger, he felt a sense of relief and continued, I acknowledge my genius, yet I, Tony Stark, have never relied on the charity of others. I am eager to discern your ultimate objective. As you mentioned, humanity is frail, and you are a deity. Why have you come to our world, which seems devoid of allure for someone like you? He spoke in one breath, then raised his glass and drank deeply, observing the reactions of those around him. The crowd listened silently, refraining from interjecting, all eyes subtly fixated on Leon, awaiting his response. Meanwhile, Thor, who had been quietly drinking, glanced over with curiosity. His brother had always been lackadaisical and carefree, though undeniably powerful, and Thor was intrigued by his true intentions for the future. Was he genuinely here for a vacation on Earth? How absurd. Well done, Tony, Leon smiled, redirecting his gaze to Tony once more. I am the eldest son of Asgard, destined to inherit the throne. Our realm governs the 9 realms, yet my ambitions extend far beyond them. I require allies, or rather, subordinates, individuals willing to fight on my behalf. Like Thor. Leon's gaze shifted to Thor, who offered a nod of agreement, a notion that was accepted by all, including himself. The reason I have chosen you is quite straightforward. It is to win you over. With that, Leon lifted a nearby glass and took a sip. Indeed, this is the objective of Leon. His vacation serves merely as a form of amusement. Yet his true endeavor is to seek out talent for the impending battles that lie ahead. With the plot now set in motion, it also signifies that his father, Odin, is on the verge of abdicating. As for why Leon had not previously engaged in such pursuits, well, he belongs to the divine lineage, blessed with an almost infinite lifespan. With his father willing to shoulder the burdensome affairs, why would he endeavor to usurp the throne? Asgard is devoid of the intrigues akin to the Gate of Schwanwu, and such scenes of paternal affection and filial devotion are absent. The last individual to attempt such a coup has languished in the underworld for millennia, his sister, the goddess of death, Hela, known solely for her penchant for battle. While Leon possesses the audacity to confront Odin, the outcome remains uncertain. He cannot fathom Odin's true capabilities, nor can Odin ascertain Leon's strength. From a young age, Odin has groomed him as the crown prince, investing abundant resources into his development. Most crucially, their unique trait is that they grow stronger with age, akin to a vessel. When the vessel is new, it absorbs swiftly, yet as it ages, the rate of absorption diminishes, not because it is full, but because the divine bloodline begins to struggle under the rapid accumulation of power. Consequently, Odin often succumbs to slumber to mitigate and contain the escalation of his strength. These factors ultimately afforded Leon an opportunity. As a new vessel, his power burgeoned swiftly, and with the passage of time, he grew increasingly formidable. It could be asserted that had Helen not been imprisoned, she would have already claimed dominion over the entire universe, rendering even Thanos powerless. Leon, seizing the advantages of time, place, and circumstance, surpassed all others. Yet he fell prey to the same folly as Hela, an insatiable ambition to conquer and to ensure that the banner of Asgard is raised in every corner of the realm. Odin, weary of warfare, found this to be the crux of his conflict with Hela. Nevertheless, whether to cultivate Leon or to deter malefactors, Odin ultimately resolved to initiate war, delegating the full authority to Leon to lead the charge. Leon embarked on his campaign, swiftly establishing the reputation of the sun god throughout the cosmos. Yet, he preferred to be known as the god of death. His approach was ruthless, his decisions decisive, instilling fear that surpassed even that of his sister Hela. Where he tread, few dared to resist. Of course, those who defied him have long since met their demise. Just as Leon prepared to expand further, Odin halted him, citing that war brings suffering to the living, and as a prince, Leon should embody compassion. Although the reasoning felt tenuous, Leon, understanding Odin's disposition, did not press further and promptly withdrew his forces, sinking into a silence that lasted 2 millennia. Each day was spent honing his strength and basking in the sun. As time continued its relentless march, seemingly erasing all memory of the once dreaded sun god. Thus, Leon awaited the unfolding of events in serene anticipation, aware that his plans could now commence. Eliminating Thanos was merely the initial step. His aspirations extended far beyond that. He believed that perhaps the multiverse represented his ultimate ideal. He envisioned establishing a supreme realm that would permeate every corner of existence. Hence, the first step in this grand endeavor would begin on Earth, recruiting talents before embarking on a sojourn to the domain of the Greek deities. Dismissing such thoughts, Leon turned to Tony and uttered his final words. You are more intelligent, prouder, and brighter than the other fireflies. Therefore, I declare you to be the brightest of all. Chapter 43. I shall not repeat myself at this moment. Daisy could no longer contain her laughter. Having just finished a chicken wrap, she was relishing a strawberry milkshake. Upon hearing Leon's theory, she simply could not hold back. Why insects? She mused, glancing at Tony, whose expression was far from pleasant, then at the innocently oblivious Leon, offering a sheepish smile. Ahem. After a sharp glare from Jane, Daisy quickly covered her mouth with her straw, yet her trembling shoulders betrayed her inner mirth. Tony, however, was beyond amusement. He felt no inclination to rage either. He was merely fatigued. Fireflies? Subjugation? Setting aside the absurdity of his insect analogy, he pondered the implications of Leon's words. Subjugation? What did that even mean? Tony Stark would never be a servant. Taking a deep breath, he slowly set down his pizza. He knew silence was no longer an option. Otherwise, his dignity would be trampled beneath this man's foot today. Adjusting his crumpled suit, he endeavored to infuse his voice with strength, suppressing both weakness and anger. Very well. He began with confidence. Mr. Leon, I must concede that your metaphor is quite novel. It is indeed my first experience being simultaneously likened to a luminous insect and a non-luminous one. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. I maintain the same question. Why does a lofty son like yourself deign to admire our feudal existence? You exert so much effort, investing, acting as a judge, repairing toys. Surely, it cannot merely be to transform me into your employee, despite my undeniable perfection. He emphasized the words investing, toys, and subjugation, the sarcasm evident. This was his retort. Unable to match you in strength, I shall rend your facade of hypocrisy asunder with logic. Have you not cloaked yourself as a detached observer? Then I shall compel you to acknowledge that you too harbor your own intentions and desires. As long as desire resides within you, you are no longer the infallible deity. In response to Tony's subtly incisive inquiry, the atmosphere on the balcony became palpably delicate once more. Yet, Leon's reaction was once again unexpected to all present. He neither denied nor defended himself. Instead, he gazed at Tony and shook his head. Why? He retorted, then nodded slightly. The answer has already been articulated. I shall not repeat it. He shrugged, as if recalling something, or perhaps feeling the urge to utter some eloquent words. Thus, after a fleeting moment of contemplation, a smile graced his lips as he began to elucidate. Life in Asgard was excessively comfortable, yet painfully monotonous. Millennia of feasts, millennia of battles, millennia of glory. The conclusion was predictable before the script even commenced. Weariness tinged his voice, akin to a film watched 1,000 times. No matter how grand the visuals or how stirring the score, one inevitably becomes jaded. Earth, however, was a different tale. He rose and sauntered towards Tony, looking down upon him from his elevated stance. His shadow, elongated by the balcony's illumination, enveloped Tony entirely. Here, uncertainty reigned. You wage wars over absurd ideologies and sacrifice lives for love. You create beings like yourself, Iron Man, and even more intriguing phenomena. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, as if glimpsing fragments of the future. And I, merely an accidental observer of these revelations. I do not wish for everything to adhere to the original script. I yearn to alter it, to craft a new narrative. He extended a finger and gently tapped Tony's arc reactor. For instance, to find the individual most capable of assisting me in these endeavors on Earth. I shall empower you, push you beyond your limits, and offer you what you desire. Then, you shall undertake tasks on my behalf, or rather, we shall see if you can shake the night with your own flickering light. Is that not an exceptionally intriguing proposition? The atmosphere fell silent once again. Tony was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts racing. He comprehended fully, truly understood. He had been mistaken all along. So this was how it was. Was Earth merely a private domain in this being's eyes? And did they all appear to him as merely larger ants? If one were to describe it, Tony felt as though he were in the presence of a rule-making creator. No, even more daunting than a creator. For a creator might possess a glimmer of compassion. Yet Leon seemed utterly indifferent. A chill coursed through Tony's body. His once proud intellect and the arrogance upon which he relied now appeared utterly absurd. He began to realize that ignorance might indeed be the greatest bliss. Madman. After a lengthy pause, Tony finally uttered those two words. You are a complete lunatic. Perhaps, Leon shrugged. He retracted his finger, turned back to the bar, and poured himself a fresh drink. The line separating madness from genius is often perilously thin, is it not? and I happen to embody both. He took a sip of his drink and then cast his gaze upon Jane Foster, who appeared to be an outsider throughout. Well, the QA session has concluded. Leon's tone reverted to its previous lightheartedness. Now, it is time to discuss your affairs, Dr. Foster. Jane's body stiffened suddenly. She felt like a student caught daydreaming and abruptly called upon by the teacher to answer a question, her heart beginning to race. Am I affairs? Indeed, Leon smiled at her, his eyes darting between Jane and Thor. Concerning the romantic tale between you and our inept prince of Asgard. He deliberately elongated the final words, clearly mocking her. The atmosphere shifted too rapidly, transitioning abruptly from an apocalyptic judgment to a gossip interview. The jarring leap left everyone feeling uneasy. Jane was somewhat bewildered. Although she wished to engage, this was hardly the appropriate setting. She instinctively glanced at Thor beside her, only to find that the once majestic god of thunder had transformed entirely. Thor averted his gaze, unable to meet hers, his expression marked by acute embarrassment. A romantic tale? Good heavens. Is His Highness about to arrange an engagement for them? Jane felt her mind go blank. As an astrophysicist, she was accustomed to thinking in terms of data and formulas. Yet now, she found herself incapable of thought, feeling as though she might ascend to the heavens. Chapter 44. The arrival of the black egg. In contrast to Jane Foster's excitement, Thor was more astonished internally. Did Leon also endorse this matter? After all, the feelings between him and Jane had only just begun to blossom. Although things had progressed rapidly, he had not anticipated that Leon would publicly proclaim it so soon. This left him feeling somewhat awkward yet helpless. What could he possibly say? To refute it? To claim that there was nothing between him and Jane? That would surely hurt her feelings. Moreover, that was not in keeping with his character. He was Thor, the god of thunder. To admit it, that would only play into Leon's hands, allowing him to revel in an even greater jest. Damn it, Thor cursed silently within. He would rather engage in 100 rounds with Tony than confront this uncomfortable situation. However, one individual held a different perspective, the onlooker, Tony. After experiencing bewilderment, he found himself invigorated. Ah, behold, a new victim has emerged. At last, he is not the sole one subjected to torment. Observing Thor's discomfiture, Tony felt as though the ache in his chest had lessened considerably. Leaning back on the sofa, he casually picked up a slice of pizza, adopting a posture reminiscent of one ready to enjoy a spectacle. Come on, let us swiftly transition to the family drama segment, which is my favorite part to watch. Leon disregarded the varied sentiments of those present and turned his gaze towards the flustered Jane, gently inquiring, Dr. Foster, do you have anything to say? Perhaps whether you would be willing to forsake your fleeting and fragile life on Earth to accompany Thor to Asgard as a princess with a potentially longer lifespan. Again with the princess? Is that even feasible? Daisy nearly spewed her milkshake, her eyes widening in astonishment, resembling copper bells. Goodness, it can be approached in this manner. Thor mentioned it once before, and now Leon reiterates it. Thor paused momentarily, then a grin spread across his face. This suggestion is splendid. He delights in it. Jane stood frozen in place. To go to Asgard? As a princess? Have the sisters learned the art of compelling two princes to beseech me to become a princess? At that moment, a voice abruptly broke the silence, shattering the tension. It was Jarvis. Sir, a visitor is requesting entry to the penthouse, identified as the director of SHIELD. Nick Fury. Nick Fury? Upon hearing that name, Tony's pizza eating came to an abrupt halt, his brow furrowing instantly. What does that one-eyed man want now? That persistent specter. He has no inclination to deal with any head of intelligence, especially not under the current circumstances. Tony cast a sidelong glance at Leon, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Leon is a madman who enjoys treating the world as his laboratory. Nick is the mastermind attempting to dominate it. Should these two converge? Tony felt a headache beginning to brew. Tell him I am not here, Tony weakly gestured. Just say I am on vacation in Hawaii. I fear that is not feasible, Sir. Jarvis replied with unflappable calm. Director Fury has indicated that he is aware you are present. Aware that I am here? Tony paused, then rolled his eyes. He glanced at Thor, who was still engaged in a duel with a glass of red wine. It seems SHIELD's efficiency is commendably high, having swiftly noted the happenings in New Mexico. However, Tony cast another glance at Leon, who remained composed, as if everything were entirely unrelated to him. Fury likely remains oblivious to the fact that tonight he would confront more than just a mere thunderbolt. Soon, the elevator doors slid open silently. Clad in a black trench coat and sporting an eye patch, Nick Fury emerged with an impassive expression. His stride was steady, his gaze sharp, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Yet, It was evident that this was not the moment for him to display arrogance. Soon, his solitary eye swept across the scene on the balcony, and a rare shift appeared on his otherwise unchanging visage. He swiftly processed the information before him. Tony Stark appeared disheveled, pallid, as if he had just emerged from a crushing defeat. A burly man with flowing blonde hair, clad in cosplay armor, radiated an unsettling presence. Accompanying them were three seemingly terrified civilians. Moreover, Fury's gaze settled upon a man leisurely savoring a drink at the bar. The latter bore a gentle smile, seemingly unassuming. However, Fury's brow furrowed slightly. No other reason. He was far too familiar with this individual. Leon Odinson. How could he possibly be here? Fury's pupils constricted abruptly. As the director of SHIELD, he held the highest level of classified information in the world. Recently, through Coulson's communications, he had learned of this man and discovered that Asgard was indeed real, not merely a myth. Within the files of SHIELD's utmost secrets, the threat level assigned to Leon was encapsulated in a single word: unknown. The unknown is the most formidable of all. He had long been troubled by these so-called gods. Unable to analyze Thor's powers or accurately assess his threat, Leon was even more perplexing. The Prince of Asgard, recorded in myths as the god of the sun. He was not merely a deity. The myths claimed he embodied the sun itself. How does one evaluate such an introduction? Could he extinguish the sun as the legend suggested? Thus, they remained utterly ignorant of their capabilities, knowing only that Leon was older and more perilous than Thor. Intelligence indicated that since his arrival on Earth some time ago, he had remained in a small town in New Mexico, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. Fury never anticipated encountering him here, in such a manner. His mind raced. His purpose for being here today was straightforward: to investigate the energy anomalies in New Mexico and to once again attempt to recruit Tony Stark into the Avengers Initiative. However, Leon's presence disrupted his plans. This was an uncontrollable variable. Fury quickly made a decision. Ignore him. Yes, simply ignore him. He believed that instigating a confrontation before discerning the other party's intentions would be foolish. Furthermore, as long as he did not provoke Leon, the latter should not seek conflict. Right? Thus, Fury took a deep breath, suppressing his shock and vigilance deep within. He strode directly to Tony, as if Leon and Thor did not exist on the balcony at all. Stark. His voice was low and oppressive. We need to talk. Tony glanced at the black egg, feigning ignorance, nearly bursting into laughter from irritation. Goodness. Oscar owes you a little gold statuette, Fury, with two living beings standing here. You can act as if you are invisible? Talk about what? Tony rolled his eyes, lethargically retorting. Discuss your outdated boy band plan? Sorry, I have no interest. All I desire now is a good night's sleep, and perhaps to apply for workers' compensation. This is no jest, Stark. Fury's expression darkened. This afternoon, an energy surge exceeding magnitude 8 occurred in New Mexico. According to our analysis, it is not a natural phenomenon. His singular eye subtly glanced in Thor's direction, yet he still avoided direct eye contact. We suspect that a force beyond our comprehension is attempting to breach into our world. I require your assistance. Your assistance? Tony chuckled. Fury, the only help I can offer you at this moment is a detailed report on our battle damages. I am aware that you are injured. Fury's tone remained firm. But therein lies the problem. If even Iron Man cannot contend with this threat, what do you think those ordinary agents of SHIELD can achieve? So, you intend for me to march to my demise? I wish for you to join a team to protect this world. Spare me, Fury, with your grandiloquent speeches. You merely seek a useful tool. The two engaged in a verbal back and forth, ensnared once more in a cycle of recruitment and resistance. Thor looked curiously at the black egg. The latter continued to expound to Tony about world threats and incomprehensible forces, yet remained oblivious to his presence and Leon's. He found it utterly absurd. Chapter 45. Be quiet. You sunshine rainbow pony. How to put it? Like an ant discussing how to combat the threat of locusts at the feet of two towering elephants, completely unaware of the elephantine legs poised to crush it. Finally, Thor could not contain his laughter. The sound seemed jarring amid the tense atmosphere. The argument between Tony and Fury abruptly ceased. Fury's body stiffened slightly. His greatest fear had indeed materialized. He took a deep breath, then turned his head, his singular eye now confronting Leon on the balcony. Fury's expression was grim. He could endure Tony's mockery, but he could not allow his authority to be publicly trampled by an unknown entity. However, before he could speak, a voice that sent shivers down his spine rang out. It seems we have interrupted Cotton Candy's mission to save the world. It was Leon. He approached slowly, holding a glass of wine, a gentle smile gracing his face. Standing before Fury, he slightly bowed his head, calmly gazing into Fury's singular eye. Nick Fury, is it? Leon whispered. The Earth's pawn. Fury felt a shiver run down his spine. He sensed an overwhelming aura of oppression emanating from Leon, as though he were an indifferent force looming over all. In Leon's eyes, Nick Fury seemed no different from an ant. Fury forced himself to suppress the rising apprehension, acutely aware that retreat was not an option. He represented Earth. He represented humanity. Leon Odinson, Fury emphasized, attempting to imbue his words with authority. We are aware of your existence. We have no intention of opposing Asgard. However, Earth has its own rules. Rules? Leon responded, amusement flickering in his eyes. Who established these rules? You? It is we, humanity. Fury's tone was resolute. Is that so? Leon shrugged nonchalantly. Yet I can't shake the feeling that you cannot even safeguard your own kind. His words darkened Fury's expression further. Have faith in S.H.I.E.L.D's capabilities. No, Leon shook his head, taking a sip of his drink before continuing languidly. I am merely stating a fact. You are unaware of how many rats have infiltrated your home. What right do you have to discuss defending against the beasts of the forest? Fury's pupils constricted. What do you mean? Silence, you sunshine, rainbow, little pony. Leon coldly interrupted. Fury. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Leon's words. Yet his indifferent gaze silenced them. Leon surveyed the room, satisfied with the reaction, and smiled slightly before resuming. Of course, I merely believe your efficiency leaves much to be desired. For instance, the woman capable of obliterating interstellar battleships. You kept her as your last resort for over 20 years, yet never considered whether she could return in time. Motherf. Fury stood frozen. Carol Danvers. Captain Marvel. This was his final secret. His last hope. No one aside from him and the deceased Maria Rambeau could possibly know of this. How could he be aware? Fury felt a cold sweat drench his back. He furrowed his brow tightly, unable to fathom how Leon had acquired such knowledge. Yet, this was merely the beginning. For instance, Leon's tone remained effortlessly casual. There exists an organization that has been parasitically embedded within your ranks since the Second World War, proliferating like a virus. After 70 years, not only have you failed to uncover it, but you have also inadvertently nurtured it to a robust state. Hail Hydra! Leon mimicked the classic slogan, a mischievous grin adorning his face. This individual had already deemed his opponent dead, yet before the finality, he took pleasure in humiliating him. Perhaps death would be grateful. A professional cotton machine, laboring without a care. Most importantly, this fellow had audaciously accepted extraterrestrials from other empires within his territory. Is this not a betrayal of Asgard? Fury's body involuntarily recoiled a step, his singular eye widening in disbelief. Hydra. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. They had been vanquished by Captain America. Tony and Jane Foster stood frozen, comprehending the German phrase, and the world was all too familiar with the name Hydra, a faction from the era of World War II. And yet, it still existed? Within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself? This revelation was so staggering that it momentarily eclipsed their previous conflicts. And there's more. Leon appeared to find the shock insufficient. He set down his glass and extended a finger, gently tapping the air. Suddenly, a golden luminescent screen materialized before them. Silhouettes began to materialize upon the screen, high-ranking agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., government officials, even some familiar faces. Then, those figures began to distort and melt like wax, ultimately morphing into green goblins with wrinkled skin and pointed ears. Skrulls, a rather intriguing race, are they not? Leon's voice echoed in Fury's ear. They can assume the appearance of anyone, infiltrating your midst, replacing your loved ones, friends, even yourselves. Tony. Leon turned his head, smiling at him. When you return tonight, it would be prudent to thoroughly inspect whether a green assistant has taken up residence by your bedside. After all, who can guarantee that the entity you embrace each night is truly the person you once knew? Silence. An oppressive silence. Fury stood rooted in place, thoughts racing. Captain Marvel. Skrulls. This was the secret he believed he had concealed most profoundly, capable of overturning the entire world order. Yet now, these secrets were being recounted by Leon as if they were mere jests. He felt akin to a self-satisfied gambler, convinced he held a royal flush, only to discover his opponent's table was adorned with 4 aces, 4 kings, and 4 queens. He had lost, utterly and devastatingly defeated. His once proud intelligence network and the intricate schemes upon which he relied had devolved into mere arrogance. Before this man, all of it had become a farce. Who exactly are you? After a prolonged silence, Fury inquired with a tone that seemed almost feudal. Me? Leon chuckled. I am your long-awaited master. Cough. After 2 millennia of seclusion, have I truly faded into obscurity? Leon Odinson. Does that name require further elaboration? Alternatively, you may perceive me as a mere visitor who happens to possess slightly more knowledge than you do. Fury fixed his gaze upon him, his single eye bloodshot. A visitor? He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Then I must ask, esteemed omniscient visitor, just how powerful are you? The universe teems with formidable beings. Your self-assured strength may well be no more significant than that of a firefly in the face of true existence. This was his final retort, questioning the opponent's might with his meager understanding of the cosmos. Chapter 46. Extinguishing the sun, however, upon hearing these words, Leon's expression morphed into something peculiar. He regarded Fury with a detached demeanor, akin to observing an audacious ant. A chuckle escaped Tony this time, unable to suppress his amusement. He curiously scrutinized Fury, who was desperately trying to maintain composure by clinging to the notion that the universe was vast. Suddenly, he felt that perhaps this evening's gathering was not so dreadful after all. Witnessing Nick Fury's embarrassment was far more entertaining than his own misfortunes. Did he not notice that Leon's expression had transformed into one of bemusement? Leon too smiled, shaking his head, seemingly exasperated by Fury's audacious ignorance. He had resolved that before passing judgment on Fury, he would indulge in a display, allowing the latter to comprehend just how ludicrous his notion of strength truly was. Very well. He smiled gently, as if having reached a decision. Since you are so curious, I shall grant you a glimpse of enlightenment. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to levitate. He ascended from the ground, crossing over the balcony railing to hover above Stark Tower, suspended in the night sky of New York. In the next moment, a resonant hum erupted. Golden streams of light materialized from thin air, swiftly converging upon him, assembling, soon, a suit of golden armor. Exuding an aura of divinity and majesty, enveloped his entire being in an instant. The armor bore smooth, elegant lines, inscribed with ancient Asgardian runes, shimmering brilliantly under the glow of New York's lights. A matching golden cape billowed behind him, as if animated by an invisible wind, resembling the banner of a god-king. In that instant, Leon was engulfed in a blinding golden radiance. My heavens, on the balcony, Daisy's mouth gaped wide, as if she were about to swallow a fairy wand at any moment. Below the Stark Tower, countless citizens engaged in the nocturnal revelry became aware of the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. They halted in their tracks, lifting their gazes towards the figure suspended like the sun above. What could that be? An angel? No, it is a deity. The sun god has descended. A cacophony of gasps and screams echoed through the streets of New York. Countless smartphones and cameras were aimed at the golden figure in the heavens, their flashes illuminating the night like a sea of stars. Yet, the celestial Leon remained indifferent to the commotion below. He calmly raised his right hand, which he then gently swept through the air. With a whoosh, the fabric of space was torn apart, golden light crackling as a dark rift abruptly materialized. Soon, amidst the aghast stares of the crowd, a magnificent golden sword, ablaze with fiery brilliance and radiating intense energy, began to emerge from the fissure in the cosmos. The sword, elongated and flowing with potent divine power, slowly revealed itself to the onlookers as Leon's hand glided to the left. The position of the sword obscured the lower half of his face, exposing only his eyes, which blazed with golden light. Indeed, it was the sword of the sun god. Solve it. In an instant, the long sword fully emerged from the rift. Clang! As the blade resonated, two blinding beams of golden light erupted from Leon's eyes. Simultaneously, the golden radiance enveloping him surged dramatically. At that moment, he transformed into a miniature sun suspended above New York. The dazzling glow rendered the city's lights pale in comparison. The searing heat began to warp the upper levels of Stark Tower. However, under Leon's control, widespread destruction was averted. Everyone on the balcony, save for Thor, instinctively recoiled, shielding themselves with their arms against the almost melting intensity of light and warmth. Thor. Just then, the divine figure in the sky spoke, his tone now devoid of gentleness, imbued with supreme authority. Behold, today, you shall comprehend why I surpass you. No sooner had he uttered these words than he raised the sword of the sun god high. Its tip pointed skyward. Listen to the magnificence of the sun. Open. At the moment the command left his lips, a resounding boom echoed as a golden beam of light erupted from the sword's tip, piercing through the clouds above New York, tearing through the Earth's atmosphere, and racing toward the depths of the cosmos at an astonishing speed. Then, in the next instant, the pitch-black night sky sparkled with twinkling lights, which suddenly expanded in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The entire world was suddenly enveloped in a blinding radiance. The sky had brightened. Indeed, what was once the night had now transformed into day. Yet, curiously, The sun had risen while the moon remained. Day and night shared the same sky. Before anyone could comprehend this anomaly, Leon pointed once more towards the heavens. Extinction. What followed was a scene of utter astonishment. The sun in the sky abruptly extinguished. Indeed, the sun vanished, plunging the world into darkness once more. Absolute darkness. Not a glimmer of light remained. Across the globe, from east to west, north to south, light was simultaneously extinguished. Whether day or night, whether in cities or villages, all illumination, all flames, all sources of light were forcefully erased in that moment. Panic swept across the globe in an instant. Atop Stark Tower, amidst the suffocating silence of darkness, the only source of illumination was the figure in the sky radiating a blinding golden glow. He stood as the solitary deity amidst the shadows, coldly observing the panicked populace below. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It could have been a second or perhaps a century. The divine figure gradually descended from the heavens, returning to the balcony. His armor and divine sword transformed into golden specks, dissipating into the air. He reverted to a man with a gentle smile adorning his face. Leon gazed at the astonished crowd and offered a slight smile. Now, do you understand? No one replied. The collective minds of the onlookers were still ensnared by the recent shock, unable to extricate themselves. Observing their stupefied expressions, Leon let out a resigned sigh. He then raised his hand and casually snapped his fingers under their watchful gaze. Snap! A crisp sound echoed. In the next moment, light returned to the world. The extinguished sun reignited, radiating warmth and brilliance once more. All lights across the globe flickered back to life, then dimmed again, only to illuminate once more. As if nothing had transpired. It was as though the pervasive darkness that had swept the world was merely an illusion. The balcony was restored to light. Yet the atmosphere was even more suffocating than before. The crowd regarded Leon as though he were a monster. At that moment, a voice laced with sarcasm broke the silence. Wait a minute. It was Tony. Leaning against the sofa, his complexion pale and his gaze vacant, he appeared as though his very essence had been drained. He looked at Leon and summoned all his strength to pose a question. Why go to all that trouble flying up there for something you could accomplish with a mere snap of your fingers, Leon? The crowd stifled their laughter, though they dared not express it. The only one to reveal a smile, Thor, quickly silenced himself under Leon's piercing glare. The thoughts of the crowd once again returned to the recent scene. What truly transpired moments ago? Did the sun really extinguish? Was the ensuing darkness solely his doing? Laughter abruptly ceased, and the atmosphere grew oppressive once more. If previously, Leon appeared to them as a powerful, enigmatic deity who reveled in theatrics, now, having witnessed his immense power firsthand, the notion of the solar god was indelibly etched in their minds. This is what a divine being should embody, rather than merely wielding a hammer. Nick Fury inhaled deeply, his chest slightly rising and falling. He did not smile. He had not smiled throughout. His gaze remained fixed on Leon, striving to maintain his composure. He forcibly suppressed his own thoughts and posed the question that everyone yearned to ask, but dared not utter. What, then, is it? Fury's voice was low, marking his first lapse in decorum since assuming command of S.H.I.E.L.D. Was the extinguished sun your doing? Upon hearing this, Leon shifted his gaze from Tony back to Fury. The helplessness on his face gradually receded, replaced by a playful smile. Instead of directly answering Fury's inquiry, he raised his glass and took a gentle sip. The cotton machine. He began leisurely. Have you ever seen the true sun? Not the gaseous planet observed by Earthlings through telescopes, but the original beam of light. Fury's brow furrowed tightly. What is he talking about? The original source? Light? Such mystical terminology stirred a sense of irritation within him. What he needed were intelligence, data, and facts that could be analyzed and assessed, not this convoluted philosophical discourse. However, before he could voice his follow-up question, another voice arose, articulating a more specific inquiry on his behalf. The Skrulls. It was still Tony who posed the question, his gaze fixed intently on Leon as if attempting to see through him. What are the Skrulls you just mentioned? Compared to the unfathomable miracle of the extinguished sun, Tony clearly found this specific threat far more intriguing. Shape-shifting aliens? Infiltrating human society? The value of this intelligence was immense. Upon hearing Tony's question, Leon raised an eyebrow. See, this is the distinction between a genius and a spy. The spy concerns himself with how strong you are and whether you pose a threat to him, while the genius is intrigued by what you truly are and how to understand you. He did not directly answer Tony, but instead turned his gaze toward the silent Thor. Thor, Leon's tone was casual. Why don't you enlighten them? Chapter 47. Your death is upon you. Thor was taken aback, lifting his head with a bewildered expression. Me? Explain? What am I to explain? Previously, he was too preoccupied with his sulking and drinking to pay any attention to the conversation between Leon and that Cyclops. What is this cool road wanderer? It sounds akin to some Asgardian barbecue. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Leon helplessly supported his forehead. This brother truly beyond redemption. It appears that I must ensure Loki accompanies me in the future. At least that fellow's intellect surpasses that of this muscle-bound simpleton. Skrulls. Leon found himself repeating the term. A race adept in transformation and infiltration. Oh, only then did Thor experience a moment of clarity. He finally recalled. The Skrulls. That notorious wandering race within the cosmos. He was all too familiar with them. In an instant, the prince's pride returned to his visage. Look, I have finally arrived in my realm of expertise. He cleared his throat, striving to adopt an erudite demeanor, and began to elucidate. The Skrulls are a humanoid race hailing from the planet Skrullos. They possess an innate ability to alter their appearance and voice, perfectly mimicking any creature they have encountered. Long ago, their empire was a dominant force in the universe. However, following a millennium-long war with the Kree Empire, their homeworld was obliterated. As Thor spoke, his tone dripped with disdain. Father had once remarked that this race was rather detestable. They lost their home and their glory. This was entirely of their own making. This explanation rendered the atmosphere on the balcony rather peculiar. Tony and the others wore contemplative expressions. A shape-shifting race? Cosmic refugees? Such revelations were profoundly shocking and distant to them. Nick Fury's countenance darkened further. Damn it, these are all his secrets. How could they possibly know? Thus, Leon's voice drifted through the air. Black Egg, do you now comprehend why I refer to you as a traitor? Traitor? Tony mulled over the term, finding it remarkably fitting. Fury's body tensed. He lifted his gaze, glaring fiercely at Leon. You would rather place your trust in a group of enigmatic, deceitful aliens. Even positioning some of them in the core of your organization, yet you harbor profound suspicion and wariness towards your true compatriots. Leon's gaze shifted to Tony. You covet Tony's technology while simultaneously seeking to usurp what rightfully belongs to him. For instance, the core algorithm employed in that so-called InSight program. And the engine technology of the spacecraft, Black Egg. Do you truly believe you comprehend these matters? They are not mere figments of imagination conjured by the brilliant scientists of SHIELD. These are indeed the legacies left to his son by Howard Stark. Upon hearing this, Tony's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled the notes his father had left behind. The model from that exposition. Could it be? Of course. Leon's tone grew increasingly frigid, as if he were reciting a verdict. You have audaciously hoarded treasures that rightfully belong to us, Asgard. Fury was momentarily taken aback, completely baffled by this assertion. Nevertheless, he sensed that his secrets were utterly exposed before this man, leaving him profoundly unsettled. He opened his mouth to protest. Treasures? What are those? He murmured, echoing the question. What treasures? Leon's gaze hardened further. The Tesseract. What else did you think? Boom. Fury furrowed his brow. Hadn't he just mentioned this? That is the highest secret of SHIELD. That belongs to SHIELD. Fury declared, asserting his final defense. We found it in the Arctic ice. Found it. Leon scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, unable to suppress a laugh. Cotton candy. If you stumbled upon a wallet in the street, would that wallet rightfully belong to you? It's not the same. Oh, how is it not the same? Leon raised an eyebrow. Is it merely because that wallet contained a bomb capable of destroying your home? He shook his head, seemingly disheartened by Fury's reasoning. He turned to face the bewildered Thor once more. Thor, tell him why that blue cube belongs to us. Thor was momentarily stunned, but this time he reacted swiftly. The Tesseract. Of course he knew. One of the most powerful treasures in King Odin's vault. It is the key to the Bifrost. The Tesseract, in the tongue of your Midgard, is also known as. Thor's voice grew loud and proud. It is the gem of Asgard, a sacred relic left by Father Odin after he quelled the chaos of the 9 realms, meant to safeguard the stability of Yggdrasil. I cannot believe it was hidden away by you. By the end of his declaration, Thor's tone was imbued with evident fury. He glared at Fury as if he were a thief. Fury's countenance turned ashen. He found himself at a loss for words, for he recognized the likelihood that Thor's assertions were indeed true. Thus, Leon's voice resonated like an irrevocable sentence, slowly unfolding. He stepped forward, towering over Fury, gazing down upon him. Now do you understand? The 9 realms lie within the dominion of Asgard. This planet, this world, everything here, including you and the hidden little trinkets you possess, belongs to me. Do you comprehend? Silence. The atmosphere on the balcony has descended into a familiar stillness. Fury's body rises and falls, not with fear, but with rage, an overwhelming fury. Property? His property? This man dares to treat Earth as his private possession. You are excessively arrogant. After a prolonged silence, Fury resolutely uttered these words. Earth has never belonged to anyone. It is the home of humanity. We are born here. We grow here, and we shall inevitably fight and die here to protect it, regardless of who the enemy may be. His declaration resonated with conviction and fervor. Yet, Leon remained unresponsive, his expression still devoid of emotion. Look, he said to Tony and Thor behind him, this is what I call the futility of fireflies, always proclaiming grandiose words that even they cannot fulfill. He turned back to Fury, the smile on his face entirely vanished. Nick Fury. His tone shifted from gentle to frigid. In the name of Leon Odinson, the eldest son of Asgard and the sun god, I hereby pronounce your death. You have hoarded sacred relics of Asgard. As the guardian of Midgard, you have remained oblivious to the infiltration of Hydra and have tolerated the invasion of the Skrulls, placing the entire planet under tremendous threat. Furthermore, the third charge. He continued to gaze at Fury with indifference. And the most significant one, you have unlawfully received the subjects of other extraterrestrial empires on my territory and attempted to conceal their existence. Your time has come. The onlookers understood that Leon was pronouncing a death sentence. He intended to kill Nick Fury. You cannot do this. Fury's countenance twisted into a snarl. Instinctively, he reached for the handgun concealed within his jacket. You are declaring war on S-H-I-E-L-D. You are waging war against the entire world. Against all of humanity, he shouted in a final warning. However, before he could finish his words, Leon had already raised his hand. He regarded Fury as one would a bothersome fly. Then, with a casual snap of his fingers, a crisp sound echoed. In the next moment, Nick Fury vanished. There was no explosion, no light, no sound, as though he had never existed in this world at all. He was erased from the physical realm, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 48. This world may truly be on the brink of destruction. The silence on the balcony is more unsettling than the darkness that enveloped after Leon extinguished the sun. The night breeze in New York seems to possess an uncanny awareness, halting its movement as if fearful that any sound might disrupt the tranquility of the scene. In the distance, the flow of traffic flickers silently, resembling a silent river that reflects the faces of everyone on the balcony. Tony furrows his brow, a half-eaten morsel suspended in midair. What has just transpired? A living being has vanished so abruptly? Like an extraneous file dragged into the recycle bin and then emptied. No, it's even more absolute. It's akin to a complete formatting. One must realize that Nick wields the mightiest force on Earth, directly affiliated with the World Security Council. However, such matters hold little sway over a prince of the divine. Contemplating this, Tony feels a chuckle rise within him, akin to a child recently introduced to the concept of 112. Only to be told that the edge of the universe is a slice of pizza. Absurd, ludicrous, yet undeniably real. Thor takes a deep breath. He is not particularly astonished by Leon's actions, for this is not the first time he has witnessed such feats. Yet, no matter how many times he observes, he cannot help but envy Leon's prowess. Compared to him, Leon resembles a deity. Even with his newly awakened powers of the God King, his confidence pales in Leon's presence. He has always known Leon to be formidable, a realization embedded since childhood. He recalls his father, Odin, throughout his life. It seemed that only his father and Leon possessed the ability to make people or things vanish into thin air. To what extent has Leon grown? Jane, Daisy, and the others react with relative calm. They have witnessed astounding displays too many times to count during this period. They feel that such actions are indeed what one would expect from a divine entity. Eric recalls the legends of the sun god's destruction and creation from Norse mythology. In light of current events, he realizes that those tales were not mere myths, but rather instructions. Leon remains unfazed, even finding amusement in the situation. He certainly understands the significance of Nick Fury within this timeline, recognizing him as the architect of the Avengers, the backbone of Earth's resistance against external threats. But what of it? That is the Fury of the original script, not the one scripted in Leon Odinson's narrative. In his story, Earth is his private garden, and the Avengers may merely serve as a club he assembles in his leisure. As for the creator, apologies, but that role can only belong to him. Erasing a cotton machine is akin to weeding out the unsightly plants in a garden, nothing more. He has meticulously devised how to wield S-H-I-E-L-D as a pre-existing tool and guide future heroes along the path he has laid out. As for the safety of the world, a jest, with him present. What threat could Earth possibly face? He observes the expressions of those on the balcony with keen interest. Finally, finding the silence a tad dull, Leon strolls back to the bar, lifting his glass once more. He turned and leaned against the bar, a gentle smile once again adorning his face. Well, The flies have been shooed away. He swirled the drink in his glass, his gaze returning to the flustered Jane. Now, where were we? Ah, yes, Dr. Foster. Regarding your romantic entanglement with Thor. Daisy choked and coughed, her milkshake splattering across her attire. This guy? He had just erased someone from existence. And now, he nonchalantly resumed the gossip as if nothing had happened? Was he a devil? No, at least a devil experiences emotional fluctuations, whereas Leon seemed utterly unperturbed. Jane's voice trembled, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Leon offered a reassuring smile. It's all right, Dr. Foster. I understand this decision may seem rather abrupt. Take your time to consider it. He turned to Thor, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Thor, after the party, take Dr. Foster and her companions to Asgard as guests. I believe Mother would be delighted to meet her future daughter-in-law. As for Sif, she too can become a queen. A powerful man ought to have several women to expand the Odinson lineage. I've made my decision on this matter, so there's no need for you to worry. I will speak to Father. Yes, brother, Thor replied, his face lighting up with joy as he quickly acquiesced. He dared not voice any dissent, especially when he was so elated. At that moment, before Leon, he resembled a child awaiting punishment for a misdeed. Leon nodded in satisfaction before shifting his attention to Tony. Tony's body tensed instantly. Your party, the food is quite good. Leon raised his glass, as if to express his approval. However, your security system is riddled with flaws. He pointed towards the elevator, shaking his head. A head of a security agency, without even an invitation, can casually intrude upon your private gathering. What if it were not him, but a far more dangerous adversary? Tony's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white. This was not mere criticism. It was a public humiliation. His sophisticated security system had, in Leon's assessment, become nothing more than a sieve. I will upgrade it, Tony exhaled, nodding. Good. Leon appeared quite pleased with his response. As an investor, I see great potential in you. Therefore, starting tomorrow, SHIELD will be under your command. What? Daisy, having just regained her breath, was once again stifled by a bite of chicken wrap. Tony sprang to his feet, incredulous as he stared at Leon. You want me to take over SHIELD? Are you out of your mind? Fury. He trailed off abruptly, suddenly silent. It dawned on him that Fury was no longer in existence. An organization without a director requires a new leader. Leon's tone was as if it were a matter of course. Mr. Stark, you are the most suitable candidate on this planet. You possess wisdom, resources, and most importantly. He paused, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. You are now in my employ. Tony felt his blood pressure rise once more. This scoundrel. He was brazenly propping up a puppet, and he himself was that wretched puppet. But could he refuse? Gazing into Leon's calm, unwavering eyes, Tony felt a profound sense of powerlessness. His once prized wealth, intelligence, and technology had become utterly ineffectual. I require the highest privileges from Jarvis. Tony pondered for a moment before articulating his request. This was the extent of his resistance. Certainly, Leon waved his hand nonchalantly. From this moment forth, all databases and secrets of SHIELD will be accessible to you, including the legacy your father left, which was hidden away by Fury. Tony's breath caught in his throat. His father's legacy? Observing the flicker of emotion in Tony's eyes, Leon's smile deepened. He knew he had hooked his fish. Well, everything has been arranged. Leon downed his drink and placed the empty glass on the bar. Now, let us resume the festivities. He surveyed the still stiff crowd on the balcony, shaking his head in exasperation. What, dear guests, do you require me to personally invigorate the atmosphere? No sooner had he spoken than the speakers on the balcony erupted with rousing music, and the colorful lights began to flash wildly. The crowd, Tony covered his face, swearing that once he deciphered Leon's power, the first thing he would do is construct a suit of armor to combat the sun god. Thor silently poured himself another glass of wine, deciding to drink himself into oblivion that night. What of the 9 realms? What of the general? Let them all go to hell. Only Daisy glanced at the cocktail robot swaying alone in the center of the dance floor, ultimately succumbing to her inner foodie. She tugged at Jane's sleeve, excitedly whispering, Jane, look, the drinks that robot mixes glow. Jane, she thought, this world may truly be on the brink of destruction. Chapter 49. The show has just begun. The deafening music threatened to shatter the glass of Stark Tower, while the lights cast a kaleidoscope of green and red across every face. The abrupt transition was so jarring that the attendees on the balcony found themselves disoriented. Tony rolled his eyes. He believed Leon's taste to be abysmal. The party atmosphere had been reduced to that of a third-rate nightclub. Angry? Certainly. Humiliated? He had grown numb to it. How to put it? He had become accustomed to it. At that moment, the instigator Leon leaned elegantly against the bar, swirling his glass, a faint smile adorning his face. This scoundrel, he was not merely a madman. He was a madman with questionable taste. Thor continued to sip his drink in boredom, pondering what else he could possibly say. Leon was right. He was merely a child wielding a hammer. His gaze fell upon Jane, her expression of helplessness piercing his heart. If he could not even protect the woman he cherished, what right did he have to speak of safeguarding the realms? In that moment, Thor began to doubt the very essence of his existence. Leon had refilled his glass, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the gathering. He had resolved that tonight would be the final revelry. From tomorrow onward, he must pursue other endeavors, such as seeking out another formidable ally. He was well aware of the trajectories that these protagonists would follow. Tony's anxiety and Thor's recklessness were merely the growing pains essential to their evolution. And he, Leon, had simply chosen to amplify their suffering by a fraction, using a blunt and forceful method to shatter their ingrained perceptions, unveiling the harsh truths of the universe. Nick Fury's demise was merely the prologue. He intended to cultivate a true team capable of conquering the cosmos, rather than a band of Avengers engaged in trivial skirmishes on Earth. The individuals before him were the first recruits he had selected. Noticing the rigid expressions on their faces, he felt the moment was ripe to speak once more. Otherwise, this group would remain in shock for far too long, which served little purpose. Leon set down his glass and sauntered to the center of the balcony. He gently raised his hand, and the thunderous rock music ceased instantly, the blinding lights transitioning back to a soft, warm glow. The balcony returned to its previous tranquility, as if the earlier ruckus had been nothing more than an illusion. It appeared that everyone was struggling to adapt to my style of celebration. Leon's voice was gentle, devoid of any discernible emotion. No matter, we can adopt a different mode of communication. His gaze landed on Tony. Mr. Stark, it seems you are quite intrigued by my abilities. Tony's heart raced, and he looked up at Leon. What do you wish to say? I would like to show you something. Leon smiled and snapped his fingers. With a sharp sound, this time there was no earth-shattering miracle. Instead, a blue holographic display materialized on the coffee table before Tony. The projection depicted a model of an energy core, intricately designed and far surpassing the arc reactor in Tony's chest. Energy circulated within it stably, the power output causing Tony's eyes to widen in astonishment. This is Tony thought, momentarily taken aback as he instinctively approached the projection, his hands gesturing in the air as he manipulated the Model's data. This method of energy confinement, it employs spatial folding technology to stabilize fusion? Goodness, this is the epitome of clean energy. He swiftly became engrossed, the earlier humiliation vanishing, replaced by a fervor ignited by the revelation of truth. Leon observed his reaction, his smile deepening. He understood that for someone like Tony Stark, no amount of humiliation or suppression could be as effective as an incomprehensible technological conundrum. He then shifted his gaze to Thor. Thor glanced at Leon, tightening his grip on Mjolnir. Leon remained silent, then gently beckoned towards Thor. Buzz. Mjolnir emitted a soft chime, sensing the call, and instantly departed from Thor's grasp, transforming into a silver streak that gracefully landed in Leon's hand. Thor was not surprised. Although he was unaware of why Leon possessed the merit to wield the God of Thunder's hammer, he chose not to dwell on that point. Instead, he pondered what Leon intended to do with the hammer at that moment. Would he continue to humiliate him? Leon weighed the mighty artifact in one hand, a playful expression gracing his face. A fine toy, Thor. Sturdy, durable, and capable of channeling lightning. Indeed, an excellent auxiliary tool for a child who has yet to learn how to control his own power. Child. Auxiliary tool. I am not a child. Thor could not help but retort. Excellent. Leon seemed pleased with his response. He raised Mjolnir, his gaze fixed intently upon Thor. Now tell me, are you the God of Thunder or the God of the Hammer? Thor was taken aback. The question was both sudden and eerily familiar. He recalled a time long ago when his father, Odin, had posed a similar inquiry. Does your power truly emanate from this lump of iron? Leon's voice grew serious. Do you believe that without it, you cannot summon thunder? Do you think your bloodline as Odinson is so trivial? He held Mjolnir before Thor, the hammer reflecting Thor's bewildered face. Thor, I have said it more than once. Your power has never resided within the hammer. Leon's voice thundered within Thor's mind. It lies in your bloodline, in your fury, in the will behind every punch you throw. Lightning is not your weapon. It is an intrinsic part of you. You must learn to master it, command it, and allow it to be an extension of your will, rather than relying on a tool to guide it. You are not the master of lightning. You are being governed by it. Boom. As if to validate Leon's words, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the New York night sky, followed by a deep rumble of thunder. The onlookers on the balcony looked up, their faces etched with astonishment. Leon paid no heed to the changing weather, casually tossing Mjolnir back to Thor. The hammer arced gracefully through the air, returning to Thor's grasp. When you are able to discard this crutch and truly learn to summon thunder with your body, then we may discuss the notion of full strength. Leon's voice returned to a calm tone. Thor stared blankly at the hammer, then lifted his gaze to meet Leon's eyes, filled with disappointment. He suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He had always understood that Leon treated him well, nurturing his growth. Ultimately, Leon's gaze fell upon Jane Foster. Dr. Foster. Jane's body stiffened, and she quickly rose to her feet. Would you like to learn more about the Bifrost? Leon inquired. What? Oh, I mean, of course, I would, Jane stammered in response. Excellent, Leon interjected. After the party, Thor will escort you to Asgard. I am granting you a week. The control room of the Bifrost will be open to you. The extent of your discoveries will depend solely on your own capabilities. What? Jane, Daisy, and Eric exclaimed simultaneously, their faces alight with incredulous joy. Did they really hear what they thought? To go to Asgard? To study the true Bifrost? This was more exhilarating than winning a Nobel Prize. Having concluded this exchange, Leon returned to the bar and poured himself a glass of water. He observed the diverse expressions of the crowd in silence. He presented Tony with an irresistible bait, enticing him to willingly upgrade his equipment and advance technology. He offered Thor an elusive goal, motivating him to train fervently and unearth his potential. He bestowed Jane Foster with an opportunity to realize her dreams, while simultaneously facilitating a collision between Asgardian technology and Earth's physics. He relished this sensation. He had always possessed a strong desire for control. This was far more intriguing than mere destruction or conquest. All right, everyone. Leon raised his glass, shattering the silence. Does anyone still find the party dull? No one replied. Tony was engrossed in studying the holographic projection, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Thor, with eyes closed, grasped Mjolnir, seemingly attuned to something profound. Jane and her companions huddled together, animatedly discussing their research plans for Asgard. Observing this scene, a deeper smile crept upon Leon's lips. Look at this harmonious tableau. Each individual had found their place, contributing to his grand design. As for the erased Nick Fury, who remembered him? He had been relegated to the status of inconsequential debris. Leon took a sip of water, his gaze piercing through the glass towards the night sky of New York. The real spectacle was just beginning. Chapter 50. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? The farce on the balcony gradually drew to a close. Ultimately, Tony could not escape the fate of being inebriated. He was dragged by Thor into an unforgettable Asgardian-style friendly exchange. In the end, he collapsed onto the sofa, mumbling incoherently about the design parameters of the anti-solar deity armor, not from drunkenness, but from sheer inability to drink more. Thor had already let loose, and despite Tony's inebriation, he continued to drink alone. Leon shook his head, choosing to no longer focus on these individuals. He felt that the current situation had already met his expectations. Remaining here would only squander his time basking in the sun. He needed to afford everyone a bit of space to digest, comprehend, and grow along the path he had meticulously laid out. He strolled toward the balcony's edge, the night breeze of New York fluttering at his garments. Stark, he began, his voice calm. I require a residence, preferably near the sea, with ample sunlight. Please send me the keys and the address. This was by no means a negotiation, but rather a command. Tony felt as though he had become a rather efficient real estate agent, yet he offered no rebuttal. Leon was pleased with Tony's perceptiveness. He nodded and shifted his gaze to Thor. Thor, he spoke, his tone unremarkable. Take Jane and the professor to Asgard and fulfill your promise. I have already spoken to Father. He eagerly anticipates the arrival of a sage. Thor lifted his gaze, somewhat taken aback. Leon had arranged this matter for him rather swiftly. He was all too aware of the gravity of his father Odin's authority. Without Leon's endorsement, he would never have been able to bring Jane back to the Golden Palace. With this thought, Thor cast a grateful glance toward Leon. Very well. Leon clapped his hands, feeling a tad bored. The party concludes here for tonight. Good night, everyone. With that, he prepared to turn away. Wait. A female voice suddenly called out, halting Leon. The crowd froze, turning toward the source of the sound. Daisy, holding her cocktail, looked at Leon with excited eyes. Sun God. She mustered the courage to inquire, her eyes sparkling. Your new home is so spacious. Do you need a part-time housekeeper? I can do everything. Really. Laundry, cooking, pet care. I can even tell jokes. The crowd. Jane felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest, wishing she could find a crevice in the ground to hide and pretend she didn't know this embarrassing individual. Damn it. We're sisters. Why did you jump in first? Leon also paused. He turned around, his eyes assessing her in the night, his expression inscrutable. Just when Daisy thought she would be dismissed like Nick Fury, Leon chuckled softly. Very well, he replied nonchalantly. Let us go. Daisy beamed with joy and hurried to Leon's side. Leon glanced at the others before he and Daisy transformed into a stream of golden light, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the night of New York. The following day, Thor, accompanied by Jane Foster and Eric, stepped through the portal casually opened by Leon, embarking on their journey to Asgard. In Leon's words, it was a honeymoon in the realm of the gods, while also allowing the physicist from Earth to witness what true advanced technology entailed. A few days later, in New York, at a certain villa, the gentle morning sun cascaded upon the grand bed in the master suite. Leon, with his robust torso bared, shimmered with a golden halo beneath the sunlight. He languidly reclined against the headboard, his hands cradled behind his head, gazing at the sun in the sky. Daisy curled within his embrace, still lost in slumber, her cheeks adorned with a rosy glow of contentment. The events of the past few days felt to her like a surreal dream, a journey from the deserts of New Mexico to the heights of New York. And now awakening in the arms of the Prince of Asgard, she felt that nothing in her 20-plus years had ever been as exhilarating as these recent days. Leon cast a glance down at the girl nestled in his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such is the nature of humanity, fragile, life fleeting, yet overflowing with myriad emotions. Daisy's enthusiasm, her insatiable appetite, and her occasional whimsicality served as novel spices in the long course of his existence. He did not love her. Deities do not easily surrender to love, for that would be too trivial. Yet, he relished the sensation of being with her, an atmosphere of ease and vulnerability. This feeling, in a way, bestowed him with joy during his time on Earth. Gently withdrawing his hand, he rose with care, wishing not to disturb the girl's sweet dreams. Barefoot, Leon strode to the balcony where the Californian sun warmly enveloped him. He spread his arms wide and closed his eyes, savoring the invigorating sensation coursing through every cell of his being. It felt akin to returning to a mother's embrace, warm and fulfilling. This was the source of his ever-growing divine power. A lazy groan arose behind him, and Daisy rubbed her eyes, sitting up as the silky sheets slid from her smooth shoulders. She gazed at the sunlit figure on the balcony, his perfectly sculpted muscles appearing to meld with the sun, momentarily captivating her. This man truly did not belong to this world. Rising from the bed, she casually donned one of Leon's white shirts, its ample hem just long enough to cover her thighs, imparting an alluring charm. She padded barefoot to the balcony and gently wrapped her arms around Leon from behind. Good morning, my sun god, she murmured, pressing her cheek against his broad back, her voice still thick with sleep. Morning, Leon replied without turning, taking her hand in his. Did you sleep well? Better than ever, Daisy smiled. Though I'm a bit worried that I might still be dreaming. You could pinch yourself, Leon teased. I'd rather pinch you, Daisy replied, her fingers playfully trailing across his abs. Leon chuckled, turning to embrace her, lowering his head to plant a kiss on her forehead. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? A cheeseburger, double patty, with pickles and loads of sauce, Daisy ordered without hesitation. And then, I would like another strawberry milkshake, just like yesterday. Leon observed her sparkling eyes and shook his head in resignation. He snapped his fingers. Jarvis, did you hear that? Deliver it to the poolside. Your order has been placed, Mr. Leon. Jarvis's voice resonated from the villa's sound system. Daisy cheered, tiptoeing to plant a kiss on Leon's cheek before dashing toward the pool. Chapter 51. Future plans. Leon gazed at her retreating figure, the smile on his face gradually fading. He walked into the living room and turned on the television. The news channel was inundated with reports on the global solar eclipse that had occurred days prior. The renowned astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson stated that this total solar eclipse was unprecedented, lasting for an extended duration and covering all regions of the globe, defying known celestial mechanics. Currently, the global scientific community has yet to provide a rational explanation for this phenomenon. The scene shifted, revealing a religious leader delivering an impassioned speech. This is a miracle, a divine warning to humanity, a gift. We must. The footage transitioned to the streets of New York, showcasing a grainy video. In the video, a golden figure hovered above Stark Tower, wielding a massive sword engulfed in flames, resembling a deity. Witnesses reported seeing a golden humanoid being appear above New York prior to the eclipse. Presently, the term sun god has surged to the top of global internet searches, inciting extensive discussions. Leon regarded the pixelated figure on the television, his heart devoid of emotion. This was precisely the effect he desired. He wanted everyone to know that the Earth had a new sovereign. At that moment, his private communicator buzzed to life. It was Tony Stark. Leon casually answered the call, and Tony's weary face appeared on the holographic screen. Hey, sun god. Tony's voice was laced with exhaustion. I hope I'm not interrupting your sunbathing. Speak quickly. Leon settled onto the sofa, pouring himself a glass of water. Over at SHIELD, we've essentially got everything under control. Tony leaned back in his office chair, spinning around. The infiltration by Hydra is far worse than I anticipated. It took me 2 days to clear out those old geezers from the High Council. The Skrull issue is more troublesome. I had to whip up a batch of detectors overnight. Guess how many green-skinned goblins I caught? How many? Leon inquired casually. Over 500. Tony's excitement was palpable. From generals at the Pentagon to CIA analysts, even the cafeteria lady at SHIELD. These guys are utterly pervasive. If it weren't for your warning, Earth would have become a Skrull playground by now. The most alarming part is that this is only temporary. We have no idea how many more there are. So is everything handled? Leon asked. Certainly. Tony inhaled deeply. I have packaged them and am prepared to send them to Africa for cotton picking. As for Hydra, he paused, his tone growing serious. I am still tracing their leader. However, news from Coulson indicates that they seem to be searching for someone known as the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier? Bucky. Leon nodded slightly. Bucky Barnes, the dear friend of Captain America, who has been brainwashed by Hydra for 70 years. In the original storyline, he would be the catalyst for igniting the civil war among the Avengers. But now, it is best to disregard him, Leon remarked nonchalantly. Merely a controlled puppet, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Should you encounter him, eliminate him without question. Your current mission is to seize control of SHIELD, and then commence my plan. My plan? Tony raised an eyebrow. What plan? You cannot seriously expect me to assist you in conquering the universe, can you? Quite close. Leon's response nearly caused Tony to topple from his chair. After concluding the call with Tony, Leon deactivated the holographic screen. He reclined on the sofa, his thoughts drifting. Tony's efficiency exceeded his expectations. The piece of SHIELD was effectively set in motion. Next, he needed to locate Bruce Banner and bring the Hulk under his control. With the boundless fury of the Hulk, the infinite intellect of Iron Man, coupled with the limitless potential of Thor, Leon pondered what other forces this universe could muster. He had previously discovered several unusual energies on Earth. Though he had yet to ascertain their true nature, perhaps he would investigate further when time allowed. The next time boredom struck, he could also pay a visit to the Ancient One and perhaps learn a bit of magic. Over the past several millennia, Leon had never ceased his quest to master the magic of Kamar-Taj. Yet, regrettably, despite his diligent efforts, he could never manage to draw a proper circle. It was as if Kamar-Taj had silenced him. Others could learn, yet he was unable to sense the magical energies. If it were merely a lack of talent, it could be accepted, but Leon had mastered all the magic of Asgard. The greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms, excluding the Ancient One. You claim I lack talent? Shaking his head, Leon decided to set aside the matter for another time. What are you pondering? Daisy had approached him from behind, holding half a hamburger. She wore only an oversized white shirt, her long, smooth legs exposed. I was considering whether our holiday should come to an end. Leon reached out and pulled her into his embrace, positioning her on his lap. Oh, Daisy took a bite of her hamburger, asking indistinctly, where are we going? Asgard. No. Leon shook his head, his gaze turning contemplative, to a place of greater challenge. He recalled that Bruce was hidden deep within the slums of India. At this moment, he should suppress the emergence of the Hulk through meditation and breathing techniques. Go to India, Leon's voice was soft. Seek a doctor. Daisy blinked, evidently perplexed by his meaning. However, she refrained from probing further, instead leaning obediently against Leon's embrace, continuing to nibble on her hamburger. She understood that some matters were best left unexamined. One should simply focus on oneself. Leon said nothing more, his mind beginning to devise the next steps. Thor had journeyed to Asgard for re-education under Odin. Tony had taken control of S.H.I.E.L.D., clearing obstacles on Earth. With this thought, Leon turned his gaze to Daisy. What about you? Will you remain here, or? I need to return home for a while, Daisy unexpectedly replied. The events of the past few days have been too overwhelming. I must process them and check on Jane as well. Leon was somewhat surprised but remained silent, merely nodding in understanding. All right, he respected her choice. Each had their own life, and he would not intrude upon hers. I'm off then. Daisy sprang from his arms, a wistful expression on her face, though it was tempered with a sense of liberation. She rose on her tiptoes and placed a kiss on Leon's lips. Don't miss me too much, Your Highness. Remember to say hello to Jane for me. With that, she turned and walked towards the door without looking back. Leon watched her retreating figure until the door closed, then shifted his gaze. He stood up and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. It was time to attend to business. His eyes glowed with a golden light as he sensed the repressed gamma energy on the other side of the earth. Bruce Banner, he murmured to himself, his silhouette gradually dissipating in the sunlight. Now, to tame the Hulk. The next step. Leon's gaze pierced through the atmosphere, looking in another direction. Afterwards, he could investigate the Eternals lurking around the world. The cosmic war could not rely solely on these few Avengers. It was far from sufficient. Just considering the Hulk's caliber, there was a Mohican within the Shi'ar Empire. Although Leon regarded him as relatively weak, it was significant as it indicated that Earth's superheroes were not entirely invincible. Chapter 52, Bruce Banner, India, Kolkata. The humid air was permeated with the scents of spices, dust, and the Ganges. It enveloped this bustling, chaotic city like a vast net. In the narrow alleyways, the incessant honking of auto rickshaws echoed, occasionally accompanied by leisurely strolling cattle and various street vendors. Faded billboards and ubiquitous shrines narrated the city's dialogue between the ancient and the modern. Leon appeared silently on the rooftop of a residential building. He did not traverse the portal. Merely a thought allowed him to span half the globe. Space lay before him like the threshold of his own abode, open for his passage at will. This was the fruit of divine power reaching a certain zenith and mastery over spatial magic. Even someone as formidable as Thor could not achieve this, for his mind was consumed with thoughts of violence rather than the study of the arcane. Clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and black cargo pants, a remnant of his past life, practical for any task, he exuded an air of nonchalance. Though his attire stood in stark contrast to his surroundings, garnering no attention from passers-by, he stood there quietly, gazing down at the throngs below, devoid of pity or disdain, only an aura of serene detachment. The sun's arrogance lay in its impartial illumination of both palaces and slums, favoring neither side. In Leon's eyes, the chaos of Kolkata and the opulence of Manhattan were fundamentally indistinguishable, mere variations of scenery within his garden. His perception unfurled rapidly, filtering through the cacophony of millions of heartbeats and thoughts, ultimately honing in on a small clinic hidden deep within the slums. The violent gamma energy emanated like a beacon in the night. Despite the efforts to suppress it, in Leon's awareness, it shone as clearly as a lighthouse. This energy did not belong to this world. It was an imbalance, a flaw. A smile played upon Leon's lips. He relished imperfections, for they signified the potential for refinement. Stepping off the rooftop, his form seemed to dissolve through layers of buildings, landing in the alley behind the clinic. Inside, Bruce Banner was drenched in sweat as he administered medication to a feverish little girl. His movements were gentle, yet his eyes betrayed a constant weariness. He resembled a tightrope walker, perpetually battling the beast within. Anger, excitement, and emotional fluctuations were luxuries he could not afford. He exiled himself to the corners of the world, seeking self-redemption through the aid of others, or perhaps self-imprisonment. Sleep had long eluded him. "All right, child, you will be fine soon," Banner reassured the girl in halting local dialect, forcing a gentle smile. Just as he withdrew the syringe, a sudden stiffness gripped his back. He froze. He heard no sound, felt no disturbance. Yet, he sensed the presence of another. This was the vigilance he had acquired post-Hulk. Like a rabbit realizing a lion had stealthily approached from behind, Banner's body tensed instantaneously. His heartbeat quickened, unmistakably aware of the awakening of another entity within him, emitting a low growl of discontent. "Stay in there, please," he silently pleaded. Cold sweat trickling down his temple. Slowly, he turned around, and then he saw Leon. The individual before him was a man, casually leaning against the doorframe, a gentle smile gracing his features, as if he were merely a passerby. Yet, his eyes scrutinized Bruce Banner intently. "Bruce Banner, I presume?" Leon chuckled softly. "It's a pleasure to meet you." In that moment, Banner realized he had been located. Was it General Ross? SHIELD? Or perhaps some organization he was unaware of? His initial instinct was to flee. He forcefully shoved the table aside and pivoted, intending to leap through the back window. However, as he took a single step, a hand gently settled on his shoulder. The grip was light, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself utterly immobilized. "Do not be alarmed, Doctor," Leon's voice remained soothing. "I am not your adversary." "Who are you?" Banner inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He could feel his body transforming, a faint green hue surfacing beneath his skin. "Who am I?" "I am a collector with a keen interest in your other side." Leon's smile took on a playful edge. "Roar." Banner could no longer contain the Hulk. His body began to swell, muscles rippling, fabric tearing with each passing moment. An aura of fury engulfed the cramped clinic. The healed little girl behind them screamed in terror, her parents collapsing in fear. The Hulk had awakened. The green giant swiftly turned, his menacing visage solely radiating rage, as his colossal fist, imbued with destructive power, was hurled toward Leon's face. The air around them compressed, emitting a disconcerting blast. Yet, Leon remained steadfast, his smile unwavering. Indeed, he did nothing but calmly observe the swiftly approaching fist. "Be quiet," he uttered, those two simple words. There was no cataclysmic eruption of energy, no divine force unleashed. The Hulk's fist halted mere millimeters from Leon's nose. The furious energy dissipated in an instant. The anger etched on the Hulk's face froze, his gaze becoming clear, tinged with confusion. He could not fathom what had transpired, only sensing that his fury seemed to wane. The Hulk glanced down at his fist, suspended in midair, still unable to comprehend. This is how it should be. Leon extended his index finger, gently tapping the Hulk's forehead. Buzz. The Hulk's massive form appeared to be calmed. Then, to the astonishment of all present, his body began to shrink rapidly, the green skin fading, the bulging muscles dissolving. In but a few seconds, the Hulk transformed back into the frail Bruce Banner. Banner collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He gazed at Leon in bewilderment. After years of struggle and countless attempts to rein in the Hulk, how could it be so effortlessly achieved in his presence? This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. "What have you done?" Banner pondered before inquiring. "It's quite simple. Just helping him to calm down," Leon shrugged. He crouched down to meet Banner's gaze, who was seated on the ground. "Now, Doctor, may we engage in a meaningful conversation?" Leon's smile remained gentle, yet to Banner, it resembled the visage of a savior. Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the clinic. The couple had already departed, expressing their gratitude profusely, bowing several times before Leon as if venerating a deity. Banner changed into a clean shirt and sat on a humble wooden chair, cradling a cup of warm tea conjured by Leon. He still had not fully recovered from the shock. Finally, summoning his courage, Banner asked, "Who exactly are you? What do you desire?" "Leon Odinson," he replied calmly. Banner paused, tentatively probing. "Leon? Isn't that the name of the sun god? You know, from Norse mythology." Leon smiled silently. The silence spoke volumes. Banner, filled with skepticism, pressed further. "What is it that you want?" "I seek your strength, Doctor. No, to be precise, I desire the strength of the Hulk." Banner's complexion drained instantly. "You wish to turn him into a weapon?" "Not at all," Leon chuckled, shaking his head. "A weapon? That is far too pedestrian. I simply believe it is a waste to confine the Hulk within the confines of your despair." He stood up, slowly approaching Banner, looking down upon him. "You fear him, you suppress him, you attempt to obliterate him. Yet, you have never sought to understand him, to control him. The Hulk's power emanates from anger, from emotion. It is an immensely potent force. Yet you perceive it merely as a curse." Banner's lips moved, but he found no words to counter, for Leon spoke nothing but the truth. "I can assist you, Banner," he continued, his voice laced with temptation. "I can teach you how to coexist with him, how to harness his power, or rather, how to integrate him into your being, allowing you to wield him at will, thus becoming your most formidable form." Chapter 53. Circe, Crystal, Black Knight. Banner's breath quickened. "Control the Hulk? This is what I have always yearned for. Can you truly accomplish this?" "Indeed," Leon replied, his smile exuding confidence. "For me, it is as simple as knowing how to use one's fists. Of course, it comes at a small cost." "What cost?" Banner asked warily. "To become one of us." Leon's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Perhaps you are unaware, but on this very planet lurks a group of guardians who call themselves the Eternals. I intend to visit them and make them understand that the times have changed." He looked back at Banner, his eyes filled with ambition. "I need you to demonstrate to them the true essence of power through your physicality. Do you not agree that Hulk is the quintessential candidate?" Leon extended his hand toward Banner. "I can assist you in calming him, in exchange for making him my most formidable enforcer. And you, Dr. Banner, shall attain the coveted mastery and tranquility you have long desired. Will you remain ensconced in the filthy shadows, living in fear, or will you join me and become the architect of your own destiny?" Banner fell into contemplation. The proposition was irresistible. After a considerable pause, he solemnly nodded. "I will accompany you." A wise choice. Leon's brow relaxed. He nodded in satisfaction and spoke in a calm tone. "Very well, let our first lesson commence now." Leon turned and strode towards the clinic's exit. "Keep up, Doctor. We are about to meet a god who has lived for millennia. I am curious to see their expressions when they discover that the fury of mere mortals can easily shatter their divine forms." Bruce was momentarily taken aback, watching Leon's silhouette. He pondered whether his forthcoming existence would be one of abyss or rebirth. He only knew that Leon had accomplished what he could not. Just recently, he had concluded a fierce battle with Abomination and experienced yet another painful separation from his girlfriend. Yet, this was not entirely a blessing, for it signified the emergence of someone who could command him in his life ahead. However, He had no alternative. At the very least, this seemed marginally preferable to being seized by General Ross for experimentation. Leon afforded him no time for reflection. Noticing Leon's retreating figure, Banner hastily followed. He recalled Leon's sudden appearance, expecting to encounter some high-tech teleportation device or a mythical portal that tore through space. Yet, there was nothing of the sort. The other led him out of the dilapidated clinic. With a single step, Banner was astonished to find the bustling, cacophonous streets of Kolkata left behind. With another step, his feet transitioned from the muddy ground to a smooth, clean cobblestone path. The sounds of horns and vendors faded away, and the faint chimes of a distant church bell and the hum of vehicle engines captured his attention. Banner was utterly bewildered. Okay, cool. He adjusted his glasses, striving to make his voice sound less like that of a country bumpkin. So, do we just take a first-class portal? Or are you perhaps a superhuman adept in illusions? Something akin to DC Comics' Mother Box? As a scientist, he endeavored to rationalize the experience through theories of quantum tunneling and spatial wormholes. However, to his dismay, he felt no energy fluctuations, nor any signs of spatial distortion. It felt as though they had always stood in this place, with the previous Kolkata merely a figment of imagination. Is this London? Banner curiously surveyed his surroundings. Surrounded by quintessential Gothic architecture and hurriedly passing white individuals clad in trench coats, they arrived at the Natural History Museum of England. Leon gestured towards a nearby ecclesiastical structure. Behold, our first destination for today. Banner's heart raced. Goodness, traversing half the globe from India to London took but 2 steps. Such efficiency surpassed even that of courier services. Perhaps next time he might consider enlisting Leon's help to fetch some takeout? The curry puffs from Kolkata are quite delectable, after all. Leon remained composed. He was certainly aware of Banner's thoughts. Yet to him, the earth was merely a glass marble. Was there any intricate procedure required to traverse from one end of the marble to the other? A mere thought sufficed. His greater concern lay with the impending meeting. The Eternals. This group dispersed across the globe, living lives of self-deception, was both pitiful and absurd. Possessing immense power, yet unable to wield control over their own destinies. Oh, well, they were tools of the Celestials, akin to mass-produced automatons. Leon's plan was straightforward. Simply recruit them with absolute authority. His first target was Circe, the Eternal most enamored with humanity. Approaching the weakest link had always proven the most effective means of breaking the stalemate, though it made little difference to him. Let us proceed, Bruce. Leon adjusted his attire and strode towards the museum. Let us meet the lady who cherishes stones. Banner suppressed his curiosity and hastened to keep up. He felt akin to Alice in Wonderland, following a suited rabbit into a mad rabbit hole. The only distinction was that this rabbit, or rather, the sun god, appeared far more perilous than any ordinary rabbit. Inside the museum, an air of solemnity enveloped the space. Towering dinosaur skeletons loomed in the center of the grand hall, while the domed ceiling bore murals depicting the evolution of nature. Visitors traversed the exhibits, engaging in hushed conversations. Leon disregarded the invaluable artifacts. Having already set his sights on a target, he led Banner through several exhibition halls, ultimately pausing in the section showcasing ancient relics. Not far away stood a woman of East Asian descent, exuding a gentle demeanor. With a warm smile, she was explaining a cuneiform tablet to a group of students. She was none other than Circe. Accompanying her was a displeased girl, seemingly around 12 or 13, known as Sprite, an Eternal whose body was eternally stunted, leaving her jaded towards the world. On the periphery of the students, a well-dressed brown-haired man gazed at Circe with adoration, evidently awaiting her dismissal. This was Dane Whitman, an ordinary history professor at the museum and currently her admirer. Certainly, he possesses another identity within the realm of comics, the superhero known as the Black Knight. His lineage is endowed with a long sword capable of slicing through adamantium and vibranium, accompanied by a maddening weapon. In essence, it is an enchanted blade, with prolonged use driving one gradually to madness. However, it bears a significant flaw. It cannot inflict harm upon certain beings, such as the purely virtuous or entities like Spider-Man. All appeared remarkably mundane and harmonious. Chapter 53. How did he arrive here? So, are we merely here to audit a history lecture? Banner muttered softly. Had I known, I would have brought a notebook. To be frank, I find cuneiform quite fascinating. Leon observed them with a slight smile, watching their earnest engagement. One was immersed in the joy of imparting knowledge, while the other was grappling with the tribulations of human adolescence. They seemed to have truly forgotten their identities, neglecting the fates that had been predetermined for them. More importantly, they seemed to have forgotten him. Everything appeared to be in order. Alas, it was time for it to conclude, and he was the harbinger of that conclusion. As the students dispersed, Dane approached promptly, a cup of coffee in hand. Circe, Your lecture was splendid, he beamed. I was wondering if perhaps tonight we could. Cersei accepted the coffee with a smile, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. She harbored feelings for Dane, yet her extensive lifespan and past experiences rendered her cautious about embracing emotions anew. Nearby, Crystal exaggeratedly rolled her eyes, emitting a derisive snort. Once again, after millennia, she had witnessed the tumultuous cycles between Cersei and humanity. Each beginning was sweet, yet every conclusion left only sorrow in its wake. How dreadfully tiresome. She would rather endure a several-hour-long Bollywood film. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated from behind them. It was familiar, yet reminiscent of a devil's whisper. After millennia apart, you have indeed learned to savor life. Cersei, Crystal. The voice bore no malice, merely a calmness. However, upon hearing it, Cersei and Crystal froze in astonishment. Cersei furrowed her brow, perplexed as to why Leon would seek them out. Crystal concealed her hands behind her back, subtly summoning her energy. Not this fellow again. After all this time, did he still wish to engage them in combat? Dane was taken aback by the sudden shift, concern prompting him to steady Cersei. Cersei? What troubles you? And who is this gentleman? He turned to regard Leon and Banner, who had appeared behind them unbeknownst to him. Banner endeavored to present himself as less of a captive scholar, offering Dane a friendly nod. Yet, he was puzzled by the expressions on the ladies' faces. What had Leon done in the past to invoke such ire? Had he stolen their lollipops or dismantled their sanctuary? The reaction was akin to encountering a superior who had just clawed his way out of the depths of hell. Leon maintained his serene smile, his expression unwavering. Cersei's thoughts began to drift. It was thousands of years ago, on a similarly warm and sunny afternoon, when the 10 Eternal Ones united to confront this entity, simply because he had declared their mission to be meaningless. The outcome? Ikari's cosmic energy extinguished before him like a mere candle flame. Makari's swiftness appeared sluggish as a tortoise in his eyes. The weapons conjured by Tina left no mark upon his armor. Despite her ability to transmute matter and the illusions conjured by Crystal, they paled in comparison to his divine solar power capable of incinerating all. Leon did not even need to truly engage. The mere release of his divine pressure pinned them to the ground, rendering them motionless. Ultimately, he stood before them, much like now, wearing a gentle smile as he uttered words that would haunt them for millennia. A blinded assembly of tools, relish your illusory mission. When we meet again, I hope you bring me surprises. And then he turned and left. From that day forth, none spoke of Leon's name again. Leon Odinson, the sun god of Asgard, an entity that rightfully belonged among the true gods, much like their leader. It seems you have not forgotten me. Leon's smile held profound significance. This is splendid. It spares me the trouble of self-introduction. Why are you here? Cersei inquired, frowning. I have come to remind you of something. Leon's gaze swept over her and the nearby Crystal, who was too frightened to speak. Your charade as humans must come to an end. Dane felt utterly bewildered upon witnessing the inexplicable man and the goddess whose expression resembled that of someone recalling a former lover. His mind was a chaotic whirl. What did he mean by thousands of years apart? What game of mortals was he referring to? What was happening? Do not be anxious, young lady. Leon's attention fell upon Crystal. Your reluctance to grow up does not mean that others wish to continue playing house with you. At that moment, the words ceased to be mere mockery. Crystal's complexion darkened, yet she dared not utter a word of rebuttal. Just then, chaos erupted. A roar echoed from outside the museum. Boom. The walls of the hall and the floor-to-ceiling windows shattered under the force of a brutal impact. Debris and shards of glass flew in all directions, as terrified visitors screamed and fled in panic. A massive, grotesque creature burst into the scene. Its body was covered in tendrils resembling muscular fibers. It moved on all fours, sporting a pair of tattered wings on its back, and its eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty red light. It was a Devate. Banner's brow immediately furrowed. Well, this creature resembled an abominable offspring born of the facehugger from Alien and the monstrous entity from The Thing. Dane was rendered speechless. A mere ordinary man unaccustomed to such a spectacle, instinctively shielding Cersei behind him. The expressions of Cersei and Crystal grew grave. The Devitans. Weren't they supposed to have been eradicated centuries ago? Why do they manifest here? The monster's gaze swept through the chaotic crowd, finally locking onto Cersei and Crystal. It could sense the cosmic energy they possessed, which it so desperately craved. With a ferocious roar, the Devitan propelled itself forward, its massive form lunging towards the nearest Dane and Cersei. Be careful, Cersei exclaimed, discarding her need for concealment. She forcefully shoved Dane aside, extending her right hand to touch the toppled display cart nearby. A hum resonated as an invisible energy enveloped the cart. In the next instant, the cart rapidly melted and morphed, transforming into a multitude of writhing tentacles that ensnared the Devitan. Simultaneously, Crystal sprang into action, waving her hands to conjure an illusion identical to herself on the opposite side, aiming to distract the Devitan. However, this particular Devitan was far more formidable than any they had previously encountered. It disregarded Crystal's illusion, violently flinging its tentacles, severing the grasping appendages with ease. Unrelenting, it surged towards Circe. Circe swiftly contemplated her options. She could transmute matter, yet was not adept in direct combat. TSK. Leon chuckled softly, then turned to Bruce beside him. Doctor, it seems we have encountered a minor predicament. Banner's lips twitched slightly. A minor predicament? This creature could hurl trucks as if they were toys. I believe our definitions of minor might be somewhat skewed. Do not be modest, Doctor. Leon's smile grew more mischievous. I reckon Hulk would be quite eager to join the fray. Chapter 54. A list from Leon regarded Banner with calm composure. Yet, Banner discerned the meaning behind his gaze. It was a signal to unleash the reins. Banner nodded. Then, he took a deep breath, suppressing the tension within. He had come to understand Leon's purpose in bringing him here. Indeed, this was a test of his mettle. Leon might prefer not to engage directly. Yet there had to be someone to take action. And he, or rather, Hulk, was the most suitable candidate. This was an opportunity for him to prove himself. No longer hesitating, Banner stepped forward, then turned to Circe and Crystal with a smile. Ladies, I advise you to stand back. Truly, for the sake of your hearing. He then closed his eyes. In the next moment, fury began to awaken within him. Roar. An enraged roar reverberated through the hall. A thunderous sound that compelled many to cover their ears. Banner's body swelled with speed, his shirt and trousers tearing apart inch by inch under the strain of burgeoning muscles. In mere seconds, his height surpassed 2.5 meters. The Hulk had arrived. The Dweller, caught mid-leap, seemed to sense the shift in the atmosphere, hesitating momentarily. It was this fleeting hesitation that sealed its fate. Unlike his usual fury, the Hulk's eyes burned with a ferocious fire, yet beneath that rage lay an unsettling calm. Ignoring the panicked crowd, his gaze was fixed ahead. Then he moved. With no superfluous gestures, he delivered a simple right hook. Boom. A resounding thud echoed as Hulk's fist collided squarely with the creature's grotesque face. Time appeared to slow down as everyone watched in stark clarity. The monster's hideous head contorting at an exaggerated angle, its tentacles bursting, blood and unidentified fluid splattering forth. In an instant, its massive form was sent hurtling backward. With a tremendous crash, the beast broke through another wall, vanishing from sight. The once chaotic hall fell eerily silent. Circe, Crystal, and Dane exchanged glances, each reflecting a different emotion. Dane felt his legs turn to jelly, vowing never to return to the museum. It was more perilous than Gotham itself. Circe and Crystal were bewildered. The sun god had appeared, followed by the green giant on television, and now the Dweller. What was happening? Most astonishing was Hulk's restraint. After sending the Dweller flying, he did not continue his rampage. He swiftly turned, his furious gaze directed at Leon, letting out a low, rumbling growl as if awaiting further commands. What was this? Was Hulk his subordinate? Was that not tantamount to Icarus serving him? Well, Icarus was hardly a concern. Leon regarded Hulk's performance with evident satisfaction. He approached Circe and Crystal, who instinctively took a step back, fearing he might act out as he had previously. The smile on Leon's face remained gentle. Now, do you understand? He asked. There is a distinction among monsters, and that distinction lies in who controls them. Circe fell silent. Thousands of years ago, they had first grasped the essence of despair. Now, he had returned, though it remained uncertain whether he came seeking conflict. Crystal clutched Circe's arm tightly, avoiding Leon's gaze. Dane finally comprehended the truth. Circe and her sister were not ordinary individuals. Moreover, that large green figure, did he not just appear in the United States recently? How has he made his way to London? Bruce Banner's mind was in complete disarray. At this moment, his feelings were quite peculiar. The fury within him continued to blaze, serving as the wellspring of the Hulk's power. However, unlike before, this anger did not engulf his reason. Under the aura of Leon, the Hulk's rage seemed to have found a conduit for expression. He could sense that his consciousness as Bruce Banner was keenly observing everything. Ah, splendid. Banner felt a flicker of joy. So, my new role is to embody Godzilla, specializing in demolition and intimidation? That sounds rather appealing, does it not? At the very least, it is far more exhilarating than hiding in Kolkata. Yet, I wonder if there are employee benefits or paid vacations. He glanced at the terrified expressions of Circe and Crystal, a wave of empathy washing over him. Indeed, he understood this feeling all too well. How shall I put it? Welcome to the League of Leon's Victims, ladies. Leon's gaze lingered on Circe's face for a moment before he waved at the Hulk. All right, Bruce, revert back. His tone was casual. The Hulk emitted a disgruntled growl. seemingly reluctant to relinquish his formidable form. Leon cast him a nonchalant glance. Very well, the Hulk quickly diminished. Subsequently, the Hulk swiftly shrank, muscles dissipating, green skin fading. Soon, he transformed back into Bruce Banner, who donned black-rimmed glasses and appeared somewhat frail. Banner awkwardly scratched his head, glancing around in search of his tattered shirt. Damn, his inner voice lamented. I knew it. It always ends up like this. I need a shirt that will never tear. Cersei and Crystal frowned even more tightly. Leon had become even more inscrutable than he was millennia ago. Now that the troublesome fellow has been dealt with, Leon's attention shifted back to Cersei. Let us discuss the matter at hand. He leisurely approached a somewhat intact display case, gently brushing his fingers over a thin layer of dust on the glass. I am quite curious, Cersei. His voice remained gentle. Has Erishem ever disclosed to you the ultimate fate of our mission to protect humanity? Erishem. Cersei was taken aback. He even knows the name of the Celestial. I do not comprehend what you are implying, Cersei replied calmly. Do not comprehend? Leon chuckled lightly, turning to face her with a look of pity. Then allow me to be more explicit. The reason this planet has birthed a prosperous, intelligent life is that deep within its core lies a seed. You are well acquainted with it. It is the seed of the Celestials. Your task is to ensure that the population of this planet, the energy of sentient life, reaches a certain threshold. The rationale behind this endeavor is to provide sufficient nourishment for the germination of this seed. Suddenly, his tone shifted. The deity of the land is Tiamat. The moment this new deity hatches is the moment this planet descends into destruction. They refer to this process as the manifestation of the divine. Silence. The stillness persists. Cersei. Dane could no longer comprehend their discourse. What deities, what seeds, what destruction. Chapter 55. Remember, patience is finite. Cersei found herself at a loss for words. It felt as though the world were crumbling around her. She had cherished humanity, having resided on this planet for 7 millennia, and had long embraced it as her home. She rejoiced in their progress, was moved by their artistry, and captivated by their myriad emotions. Yet now, Leon revealed to her that everything she held dear, everything she sought to protect, ultimately served merely as a sumptuous feast for the deities. It dawned on her that they had been ensnared in a grand deception all along. Their so-called guardianship was nothing but a protracted murder spanning 7,000 years. No, this cannot be true. Cersei's voice trembled as she helplessly shook her head, tears cascading uncontrollably from her eyes. Arisem had told them that their mission was to protect, to guide. Guide them to the dinner table? Leon ruthlessly interrupted her self-deception. Crystal's reaction was starkly different. There was no despair on her face, only fury. She had always harbored doubts about this mission, weary of witnessing the generations of humanity age and perish while she remained eternally trapped in the form of a child. Now, she finally grasped the truth. Their existence had been a farce from the very beginning. They were not guardians, they were mere shepherds, and humanity was but lambs awaiting slaughter. Ha 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 ha. Crystal suddenly erupted into laughter, her mirth chilling and laced with scorn. So this is how it is. So this is how it is. What are we? What do we truly amount to? Her emotions spiraled out of control. Leon observed them quietly, taking in the transformation of their expressions with satisfaction. To dismantle a person's faith is far more intriguing than to annihilate their body. He desired not a legion of mere puppets, but soldiers capable of fighting for themselves. It appears you have come to understand your predicament. Leon's voice echoed once more, pulling them back from the brink of despair. Now, I present you with 2 choices. His gaze swept over each individual, his demeanor grave. First, continue executing your ludicrous mission, closing your eyes, covering your ears, and awaiting the inevitable demise of this planet under your guardianship. Then, as loyal servants, you shall be taken by your creator to the next world, where you will repeat this tiresome shepherding game. Well, perhaps not you in your current form, after all. You are merely machines. Secondly, abandon your creator and pledge allegiance to me. Become warriors under my command, tasked with a truly meaningful mission, to conquer the stars and the seas, rather than languish here as a pitiful caretaker of a desolate planet. I shall bestow upon you genuine freedom and honor. Having spoken, he paid no further heed to the 2 lost souls. He was aware that the seed had already been sown. All that remained was to wait for it to take root and flourish. He turned to Banner, who had sensibly found a commemorative t-shirt that seemed sufficiently fitting, along with a pair of shorts. Though it appeared somewhat ridiculous, it was at least preferable to being unclothed. Dr. Leon's tone resumed its previous gentleness. You performed admirably in your first lesson. I am quite pleased. Banner, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, smiled awkwardly. Thank you for the compliment. So, do we leave directly, or shall we stay to assist them in tidying up the scene? I suppose we might owe the museum a substantial sum. Compensation? Leon replied with a slight smile. I never pay for cleaning up trash. It was unclear whether he referred to the deviants or something else entirely. He lingered no longer, leading Banner out of the museum. As they passed by the dazed Circe, he paused for a moment, leaving behind a final remark. I give you time to gather your companions and share this good news. Icarus, Ginge, Tina. I believe they shall be eager to hear of your new discoveries. Remember, my patience is finite. With that, he and Banner vanished as if they had never existed, leaving Circe, Crystal, and Dane standing in stunned silence. The moment they stepped out of the museum, the warm afternoon sunlight of London cascaded down, dispelling the chill of the indoors. Bruce Banner instinctively squinted, feeling somewhat unreal. Just moments ago, he had been anxiously anticipating his next uncontrollable episode in a small clinic. Yet now, he found himself standing by the River Thames, accompanied by a man who claimed to be a god. He had just witnessed a grand spectacle. It was all too surreal. The commemorative t-shirt he wore bore a massive skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, with the words "The Gaze of History" inscribed below. How ironic. He mused. He glanced down at himself and then at the composed Leon beside him, feeling a tumult of emotions. Who exactly was Leon? To be precise, was Leon truly the sun god from Norse mythology? Why has he sought me out? And those two women along with that creature? Banner was perplexed, yet understood the necessity of restraint in his inquiries. Curiously, however, the immense presence within him remained unusually tranquil. Ordinarily, after experiencing intense emotional upheaval and external provocations, the Hulk would have erupted in chaos. Yet, ever since Leon's arrival, the Hulk had inexplicably grown docile. This sensation was novel and oddly comforting. Perhaps, aligning with Leon truly was a judicious choice? Banner began to harbor uncertain hopes for his future. Leon perceived the tumultuous waves within Banner's psyche, yet remained indifferent. To him, their emotions resembled ripples on a pond, vanishing without a trace in the breeze. He savored the feeling of having everything firmly within his grasp. If fate unfolds as anticipated, the trajectory of this world would mirror the original narrative, the Avengers, the snap of the purple potato, the crisis of the multiverse. Regrettably, those events, which had once overwhelmed the heroes in the original storyline, would merely serve as stepping stones to his ascendance to divinity in his script. Bruce Banner, or rather the Hulk, was a significant player in his grand design, with Thor undoubtedly occupying the foremost position. How does it feel, Doctor? Leon broke the silence, not glancing back, his gaze fixed on a double-decker bus leisurely passing by. The air in London is decidedly fresher than in Kolkata, wouldn't you agree? Banner adjusted his glasses, offering a wry smile. Fresh is an understatement. I feel as though I have just stepped out of the set of The Wizard of Oz. Everything seems so surreal. You will acclimate, Leon replied in an unperturbed tone. The universe is far more expansive than you can imagine, and infinitely more perilous. Earth has languished in comfort for too long, akin to a child excessively shielded by their parents, oblivious to the multitude of ravenous beasts lurking in the forest. He turned to face Banner, his gaze steady. And I am here to teach this child how to wield weapons. Banner felt a stirring within. He discerned an unusual significance in Leon's words. This was not merely a display of power, it bore the weight of a warning. The beast you mentioned, Banner cautiously inquired. Are you referring to that creature? That. Leon shook his head. Such entities are hardly more than appetizers. They are merely the hunting hounds of higher beings. He halted, turning to face Banner, the sunlight casting a golden halo around him, rendering him an embodiment of the sun. Banner, you are an astute individual. You should comprehend that knowledge is power. Yet, at times, ignorance can be a form of bliss. Are you truly certain you wish to learn all that I know? It may plunge you into utter despair regarding this universe. Banner fell silent. He gazed into Leon's eyes as if he could perceive everything. He felt as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare before him. As a scientist, his innate curiosity about the unknown was an inherent instinct. Yet, simultaneously, he sensed that the answers concealed a weight he could scarcely bear. Banner opened his mouth and ultimately nodded. I wish to know. Leon smiled. Excellent. He relished engaging with intelligent individuals, as it spared him much unnecessary trouble. Follow me, Doctor. Our lesson has only just begun. Meanwhile, in the shattered hall of the museum, Circe sat despondently on the ground, her tears long dried, leaving only a vacant gaze. A deception. Everything was a ruse. She had always believed herself to be a guardian, a guide, a witness to human civilization. Yet in the end, what distinguished her from the Devitt she had eradicated? They were all mere instruments in the hands of the gods. Absurd, tragic. Why? Why must it be this way? She murmured. Crystal stood beside her, a small frame bursting with anger that belied her appearance. Unlike Circe, she was not prone to sentimentality. Her feelings toward humanity were shallow, even tinged with annoyance. Yet the sensation of being treated as a tool, deceived for 7 millennia, filled her with humiliation. I knew it. I knew this was all a farce. she screamed, her voice warped by fury. What nonsense about a holy mission. We are merely programmed automatons. That bastard Arishem. What does he take us for? She had always loathed her eternally youthful form, despising this unchanging existence. Now she understood that this eternity was, in fact, a curse, a cage from which she could not escape. Dane stood helplessly to the side. Chapter 56. The New Landowner. God. Celestial beings? Planetary annihilation? These terms, when combined, struck him with a force akin to being told that the earth was, in fact, square. He wished to comfort Circe, but found himself at a loss for words. He was not even certain if what he was witnessing was real or merely a hallucination born of his overwhelming fear. Circe, Crystal, he cautiously began. That person just now, and the sudden appearance of Hulk. What on earth is happening? His questions shattered the atmosphere in the room. Circe slowly lifted her head, and a flicker of emotion stirred within her vacant eyes. She regarded Dane, a tinge of sorrow swelling in her heart. This man harbored feelings for her, and he was kind. How could she convey to him? How could she reveal that the world he inhabited was, in truth, an eggshell that could shatter at any moment? To convey to others that humanity's fate was destined to become a sacrifice from the very beginning? She found herself unable to do so. Dane, she inhaled deeply. You must leave. This place is perilous. Forget everything you witnessed today. The farther you are from us, the better. I will not depart. Dane's tone was resolute as he approached Circe, crouching down to grasp her hand. Tell me what transpired. Whatever it is, we shall face it together. Observing the genuine concern in Dane's eyes, Circe's heart was once again struck with intensity. This is humanity, fragile, diminutive, with a fleeting existence, yet capable of emitting a brilliant light in moments of despair. She had safeguarded them for 7 millennia. Could she merely stand by and watch them march towards annihilation? No, absolutely not. A thought ignited within her heart. Arishem deceived us. Leon Odinson, though arrogant and domineering, he unveiled the truth to us. He offered us a choice. Perhaps the situation is not beyond redemption. Circe inhaled deeply and gradually rose from the ground. Her gaze was no longer clouded, but resolute. Crystal. She looked at her counterpart. Leon is right. We cannot persist in this manner. Crystal paused, taken aback by Circe's transformation. Her expression, one of confusion. We must reveal the truth to everyone. Circe's tone was unyielding. Ikaris, Kingo, Fina, Fastos, each one of them has the right to know the truth. We can no longer live in lies. And then what? Crystal questioned, perplexed. Shall we tell them that we are nothing but pitiable tools? Do you believe Ikaris will accept such a reality? That man's loyalty to Arishem is as unyielding as stone. He will. Circe's expression turned serious. Because the deviants have appeared, this, in itself, signifies that our mission has encountered complications. Furthermore, she hesitated, the image of Leon's golden eyes surfacing in her mind. We now possess a potential option to confront Arishem. Although that choice resembles a pact with the devil, for those already plunged into the abyss. Bargaining with the devil may indeed be the sole escape. In London, within a luxurious hotel by the banks of the Thames, Leon lounged casually on a sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, his gaze surveying the ancient yet vibrant city through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Banner sat opposite him, resembling a reticent student, cradling a cup of hot water, his posture impeccably straight. So what you are implying is, Banner struggled to articulate, having mulled over the implications for some time. The universe we inhabit resembles a vast farm, with Earth serving as one of its more fertile gardens. The so-called celestial assembly acts as the farm's proprietors, sowing seeds and dispatching eternal beings as caretakers. Once the vegetables ripen, symbolizing humanity's advancement to a certain threshold, they will come to harvest. Though this metaphor may seem crude, it is indeed apartment. Leon swirled his wine glass. However, their method of harvesting is far more thorough than one might imagine. He drained his cup in one gulp and set the empty glass upon the table. The manifestation of a deity, heralding the birth of a new god, would result in the utter destruction of the earth. The crust would fracture, oceans would evaporate, and all life would instantaneously vanish, transforming into the energy of the new god. A shiver coursed through Banner. He had fought against the military numerous times and faced off against abomination. Yet those encounters paled in comparison to the apocalyptic vision Leon described. Akin to mere child's play. What can we do? He posed the most critical question. How can we stop them? Stop them? Leon chuckled. Doctor, your thoughts remain entrenched in a defensive mindset. Why wait for others to harvest us? Why can't we become the new proprietors of this farm? Banner was taken aback. Leon rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, arms outstretched as if to embrace the world. The law of the universe dictates that the weak are devoured by the strong. The celestial assembly is formidable, yet they are not invincible. In the depths of the cosmos lie even more ancient and powerful entities. They maintain the current balance through mutual checks and games of strategy. His voice took on a somber tone. And I, weary of this balance, have come to shatter it and establish a new order of my own. He turned to face Banner directly. I require power, Banner, varied and abundant power. I need an army capable of conquering the universe, not merely superheroes adept at managing trifles on Earth. The Eternals are my first target. They possess the strength and technology bestowed by the Celestial Assembly and make for formidable soldiers. The Hulk is my second target. Your boundless rage is one of the most potent forces in the cosmos, a perfect vanguard. Banner's heart raced. He finally grasped Leon's intentions. He did not seek to save the world. He aspired to conquer it, even the entire universe. The notion struck Banner with the force of madness. Yet, shortly after, an inexplicable thrill surged from within him. To seize control of his own destiny. Leon's prior words echoed in his mind. Indeed, rather than live in fear of the Hulk and despair over the unknown, why not take a gamble? To follow this madman and witness the universe's true visage. To wield powers that even he found daunting. Losing would merely mean perishing alongside this world. But what if he were to win? Banner gazed at Leon, inhaling deeply before rising to his feet. What should I do? He inquired. Leon responded with a satisfied smile. It is quite simple, Doctor. He strolled toward Banner, gently placing his hand on his shoulder. First and foremost, you must learn not to suppress your anger, but to revel in it. Allow the Hulk to emerge. But this time, do not let him dominate you. Instead, let it be you who guides him. Inform him of who your adversaries are. Unleash your fury, your resentment, your fears. Let him become an extension of your will, your sword in hand. Embrace that power, Bruce. Embrace it rather than resist it. A warm, golden energy flowed from Leon's palm into Banner's being. He felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring, every cell in his body unfurling. The Hulk within him began to calm under this soothing energy. Yet simultaneously, his own anger surged forth, the anger towards General Ross, the indignation at the injustices of fate, the frustration of his own helplessness. These long-suppressed emotions erupted with vigor. A deep growl resonated from his throat as his eyes began to shimmer with an eerie green glow. This time, he felt no fear. Instead, there was a sense of exhilaration. He could distinctly sense the Hulk's power merging with his consciousness. He was seizing control of the Hulk. Well done. Leon retracted his hand and stepped back, admiring his handiwork. It appears you possess far more talent than I had anticipated, Bruce. His gaze pierced through the walls of the hotel, observing the disarray of the museum beyond. Now, let us patiently await their choices once they confront the truth. As time flowed by in anticipation, for Leon, it was akin to savoring a fine vintage. He remained unhurried, much like a seasoned chess player who, after making a move, leisurely observes his opponent's struggle on the board. He was acutely aware that once the seed of truth was sown, it would inevitably take root. The atmosphere within the suite felt harmonious. Bruce Banner was undergoing a profound internal metamorphosis. He sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, eyes closed, with faint green hues occasionally coursing beneath his skin, as if he were breathing. The power that once haunted him now lay docile. Indeed, the Hulk's power resided deep within his consciousness, quietly awaiting his command. This was a sensation he had never encountered before. In the past, the Hulk had been both a prisoner and a warden within him. They loathed each other, tearing at one another, with each transformation being a painful battle. Under the guidance of the mighty Leon, the chasm between him and Hulk is gradually dissolving. No longer does he perceive Hulk as a curse. Instead, he begins to fathom the immense power that resides beneath Hulk's fury. He can sense each heartbeat, every breath of Hulk, even the profound solitude that lies hidden beneath the veil of rage. This sensation is extraordinary, prompting Banner's logical mind to adopt a more emotional perspective on the other entity dwelling within him. Indeed, they are one and the same. A smile of relief graces Banner's face. In exchange for his fear of Hulk, he has pledged his loyalty to Leon. This transaction, it seems, is not one of loss. At the very least, he now perceives the possibility of seizing control over his own destiny. Leon reclines on the sofa, propping his chin with one hand, calmly observing Banner's transformation. While Hulk's strength is formidable, it still appears rather raw to him, like an unrefined gemstone, possessing hardness yet lacking in beauty. His task is to refine this raw stone. Hulk, who knows only destruction, holds limited value, but a Hulk guided by Bruce's wisdom, utterly loyal to himself, would be an entity capable of making the universe tremble. After all, Hulk is far from being an ordinary green giant. Behind him lies OBA, the Lord of the Gamma Hell. As a traveler between realms, Leon's perspective diverges from that of everyone else in this world. He views these superheroes and supervillains as one might read a storybook, fully aware of the conclusion. He knows each person's vulnerabilities, their struggles, and ultimately their fates. This omniscient awareness instills in him a sense of control. He finds the original narrative unsatisfactory, riddled with coincidence, sacrifice, and unnecessary sentimentality. To him, it is a poor tale. Therefore, he intends to rewrite it himself. The Eternals? They are merely the first characters in need of revision. A group endowed with immense power, yet incapable of mastering their own destinies, is a tragic waste. He aims to shatter their hypocritical beliefs, to illuminate their pitiful circumstances, and then to grant them a figure worthy of their allegiance. That figure is he, Leon Odinson. Sunlight filters through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a sacred halo around him. He lifts a goblet from the table, gently swirling its contents as the liquid dances within. Suddenly, his motion falters. He raises his gaze, his golden eyes piercing through the hotel walls, penetrating the dense clouds of London, and reaching toward the other side of the earth. In his perception, the Eternals are converging from all corners of the world toward a singular coordinate. South Dakota. Quite swift, he muses. It appears the fish have begun to gather. He sets the goblet down and rises from the sofa. Bruce. As Banner meditated, he suddenly opened his eyes, the fleeting green glow within them dissipating as he regained consciousness. He sensed a genuine enhancement of his strength. It appeared our holiday was to be curtailed. Leon turned, a gentle smile gracing his face. Come, let us meet your new colleagues. Banner nodded, rising from the carpet and stretching his somewhat stiff body. He was prepared for whatever lay ahead. Leon observed him with satisfaction before gently snapping his fingers. With a crisp sound, their figures transformed into brilliant golden light, vanishing against the skyline of London. In South Dakota, amidst the vast desolation, a solitary wooden cabin stood quietly, seemingly forgotten by the world. This was the temporary abode of Ajax, the leader of the Eternals on Earth. Today, however, this tranquility was shattered. Figures from across the globe converged upon this location. Cersei and Crystal were the first to arrive, their silhouettes enveloped in cosmic energy as they appeared before the cabin. Cersei's complexion remained pallid, yet the confusion in her eyes had been replaced by determination. Crystal exuded an aura of fierce protectiveness, akin to an agitated feline. Shortly thereafter, a luxurious private jet descended nearby. Bollywood superstar Kingo, accompanied by his photographer assistant Karen and a throng of bodyguards, descended from the aircraft. A commercial smile adorned Kingo's face, though the gravity in his eyes belied his demeanor. Good heavens, Cersei, are you certain this is not a jest? Kingo exclaimed, dramatically spreading his arms upon seeing her. I have several engagements and charity galas waiting for me. Do you comprehend the value of my time? It's worth hundreds of thousands, every second. His assistant Karen faithfully captured every moment on camera, which might very well serve as the prologue to an epic documentary. Kingo, this is no jest, Cersei replied with a tone of seriousness. No sooner had she spoken than two piercing sounds echoed from the sky. Two figures landed heavily in succession. Leading the way was Ikaris, the mightiest warrior among the Eternals. Clad in deep blue attire, his demeanor grave, and his gaze sharp. He glanced at Cersei and Crystal, a slight frown creasing his brow, seemingly displeased with the urgency of this summons. Following him were Gilgamesh and Thena. Gilgamesh, robust and wearing a hearty smile, carefully supported Thena, whose beauty remained intact, though her eyes appeared somewhat vacant, indicating instability in her eternal condition. Cersei, what on earth has transpired? Ikaris' voice was low and grave. You had better provide a reasonable explanation. His gaze swept over the crowd, radiating an innate aura of leadership. He was the most steadfast warrior among the Eternals, unfailingly executing the commands of the celestial being Erishem. To him, any act that disrupted the plan was utterly unforgivable. Cersei took a deep breath, glancing at her companions, who had stood by her side for 7 millennia, her emotions a tumultuous blend. She understood that what she was about to reveal would shatter their perceptions. The deviants have returned. She spoke with great difficulty. The announcement sent ripples of shock through the assembly. What? Kingo's smile froze on his face. Impossible. We eradicated them centuries ago. Ikaris' expression hardened. Where? How many? In London, at the Natural History Museum, Cersei continued. There is only one, but it is more formidable than any we have encountered before. And then, you dealt with it? Ikaris pressed. No. Cersei shook her head, a bitter expression crossing her face. It was another who resolved the matter. Chapter 58. I have always been angry. Just as the assembly was engulfed in confusion, the door of the cabin creaked open. Ajax emerged, clad in a simple robe. Weariness and sorrow etched deep lines on her face, as if she had aged centuries in an instant. She speaks the truth. Ajax's tone was grave. Children, we have all been deceived. The group stood in stunned silence, incredulously gazing at Ajax. She was the one among them closest to the Celestial. the sole individual capable of direct communication with Arishem. Her words carried more weight than those of anyone else. What do you mean, Ajax? Ikaris' brow furrowed, unable to accept the notion of deception from their leader. Ajax surveyed each of her kin, her eyes filled with remorse. She slowly unveiled the harsh reality, from the seeds of the Celestials to the true purpose of their manifestation and to their so-called guardianship. Therefore, we are not guardians. Ajax sighed. We are executioners. The wilderness fell into a hushed silence. Kingo's expression became peculiar. He gaped, at a loss for words. The fame and fortune he had pursued, the life he had relished, everything he held dear was built upon a world on the brink of annihilation. This was more absurd than any disaster film he had ever starred in. Gilgamesh's smile faded, instinctively shielding Tina behind him, his eyes clouded with confusion and fury. Tina murmured to herself, as if the onset of the Eternal's affliction was imminent. Meanwhile, Ikaris' body trembled uncontrollably. No, this is impossible. This is a lie. He roared, his eyes turning crimson. Ajax, you have been ensnared. It is that person, the one mentioned by Circe, is it not? Who is he? What did he convey to you? His emotions spiraled out of control. 7 millennia of faith crumbled into dust. He could not bear the revelation that the mission for which he had fought so fervently was, in fact, an utter deception. He would rather believe that Ajax and Circe had been beguiled by some formidable force. Circe gazed at the nearly frantic Icarus and sorrowfully remarked, his name is Leon Odinson. He claims to offer us another choice. Odinson? Asgard. Icarus was momentarily struck dumb. The mention of that name seemed to evoke unsavory memories. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in their ears. It appears my reputation has not been forgotten by time. This spares me the trouble of an introduction. Everyone turned abruptly. There, suspended in the air not far away, were 2 figures. The foremost man donned a well-tailored black casual outfit, a serene smile gracing his face, his eyes calmly observing them. The sunlight coalesced behind him, forming a radiant halo, rendering him akin to a deity descending upon the mortal realm. Indeed, he was a god. Beside him stood a somewhat frail man wearing black-rimmed glasses, who looked decidedly nervous, his body slightly trembling. Leon, Bruce Banner, they have arrived. Leon's presence cast a palpable tension over the atmosphere. The Eternals instinctively assumed a combative stance. Icarus's eyes began to gather golden cosmic energy, while Kingo's hands coalesced into energy orbs, even though he appeared more inclined to flee at once. Do not be so tense. Leon smiled as he gracefully descended from the air, his feet landing lightly upon the cracked earth without stirring a speck of dust. I am not here to fight. At least, not yet. His gaze swept over the faces of each Eternal. Icarus, the loyal yet foolish warrior, the quintessential enforcer. Circe, possessing the formidable ability to transmute matter, yet overly sentimental and internally fragile, requiring a firm hand. Kingo, ostentatious, yet sufficiently astute to know how to navigate choices. Tina, the mightiest Valkyrie, regrettably unstable. A flawed creation in need of repair. Leon mentally tagged each of them. In his eyes, they would become his soldiers in the cosmic battles to come. It's you. Icarus glared fiercely at Leon, words forced through clenched teeth. What have you done to Ajax and Circe? What have I done? Leon shook his head, a light chuckle escaping his lips. I merely shared with them the truths they should have long known. Would you prefer to dwell in falsehoods, Icarus? Silence. Ikaris roared, unable to contain his fury any longer. With a thunderous boom, 2 searing beams of light erupted from his eyes, radiating an aura of annihilation as they hurtled towards Leon's face. In the face of such an onslaught, Leon did not even flinch. He made no defensive moves, remaining quietly rooted in place, his smile unwavering. Just as the energy beams were about to make contact, a bizarre scene unfolded. The 2 golden beams collided with an invisible barrier, freezing in midair. Then, they began to dim at a visible pace, their energy swiftly dissipating and ultimately transforming into specks of golden light that vanished into the atmosphere, as if they had never existed. This. Ikaris' eyes widened in disbelief. After all these years, could he still not prevail? The other members of the Eternals displayed expressions of shock. They were acutely aware of the magnitude of Ikaris' power. Though he had once bested them, how could the disparity still be so vast? Your light is far too feeble, Leon remarked, his tone still gentle, yet laced with unabashed disdain, like a firefly attempting to compete with the sun. With that, he averted his gaze from Ikaris and turned his attention to Ajax. Now, I trust you have reached a conclusion. Leon's tone shifted to one of indifference. Will you choose to continue as the shepherds of the Celestials, awaiting your eventual abandonment? Or will you pledge your loyalty to me, becoming the architects of a new order? He extended his hand toward the Eternals, as if issuing a benevolent invitation. I can bestow upon you true freedom. Ajak regarded Leon with a complex expression. She opened her mouth, seemingly poised to speak. Yet, Ikari's roared once more, "You shall not." He bellowed, transforming into a golden streak as he charged towards Leon once again. This time, he opted for hand-to-hand combat. Leon watched Ikari's approach with a resigned shake of his head. "Such an unruly subordinate," he murmured, gently turning to Bruce Banner beside him. "Doctor, your new colleague appears rather unfriendly. It seems we are in need of some anger now." Banner inhaled deeply, aware that the moment for his performance had arrived. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Leon to confront the rapidly advancing Ikaris. Removing his glasses, he smiled at Leon. "Leon, I must confess, I have always been quite angry." As the words left his lips, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the wasteland. Banner's body began to swell and transform uncontrollably. The Hulk makes his entrance. Chapter 59. The Hulk's world turned upside down. The winds of the wasteland seemed to come to a standstill. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Bruce's physique swelled uncontrollably. His commemorative t-shirt and shorts instantaneously transformed into mere rags, revealing bulging veins and muscles as solid as rock. With each bellow, an invisible shockwave emanated from him, sweeping outward in all directions. Hulk! The Eternals felt an unprecedented pressure. This was not the pure and orderly force of cosmic energy, but rather a wrathful fury capable of shattering the very fabric of the world. Ikari's pupils constricted as he sensed a power from Hulk that posed a threat to him. How could this be? When did such a monster emerge on Earth? Had he been offline for too long? He recalled his 7 millennia of battles on Earth, and even the formidable deviants exuded a brutality far inferior to that of Hulk. Yet loyalty was etched into his very being. The mission of Erishem transcended all else. Any existence that threatened that mission must be eradicated. Whether it be Leon Odinson or this green behemoth, it mattered not. Roar. There were no tactics, no finesse. Hulk bent his knees, and the ground beneath him instantaneously cracked. His massive form charged forward, embodying an unparalleled momentum aimed directly at Ikari's. Ikari's gaze sharpened. He met the charge fearlessly. He was the strongest warrior of the Eternals, and he possessed his own pride. Seeking death, he bellowed, his body tracing a golden arc through the air, actively meeting Hulk's fist. Boom. The collision of fists unleashed more than mere physical impact. The clash of golden cosmic energy against the furious gamma energy ignited a tempest that lifted sand and debris into the sky, forming a miniature tornado. Thud, thud, thud. Ikari stumbled backward several steps before regaining his footing, while Hulk merely swayed slightly. The disparity was evident. Ikari felt his entire arm go numb. The opponent's ferocious strength surged through his fist, almost dispersing the cosmic energy within him. A look of incredulity crossed his face. How could this be? I have actually lost in strength? The expressions of the other Eternals varied widely. Kingo gaped, forgetting to maintain the energy orbs in his hands, while the photographer, Karun, was so startled he nearly dropped his camera. My heavens, what heavyweight contender is this? Ikari's can't even hold his own. Karun, capture this moment. This is exclusive material. I've even thought of a title, Eternals versus the Green Giant. Who moved my cheese? No, wait, that seems a bit off. But the box office would undoubtedly explode. Wait, shouldn't we consider our own lives first? Cersei felt her heart tighten in turmoil. She gazed at the furious Hulk and the composed Leon in the distance, a profound sense of helplessness washing over her. Leon was indeed correct. Their once unwavering confidence appeared fragile in the face of a mightier force. They resembled pets confined within a garden, utterly oblivious to the brutal laws of the wilderness. Ajax cast a penetrating glance at Leon. She observed the Hulk, devoid of fear, instead feeling a sense of liberation. Perhaps only the senseless ferocity of violence could shatter the cage that had imprisoned them for 7 millennia. 7,000 years. She was weary and wished to cease the struggle. Her focus shifted more towards Leon. She yearned to understand the intentions of this prince of Asgard. He did not seem to pursue mere conquest. A grander scheme lay hidden within the depths of his gaze. At that moment, Bruce, at the eye of the storm, was experiencing an unprecedented sensation. He could feel the Hulk's fury, the raging fire still burning within him. Yet, unlike before, this anger was no longer an untamed stallion, but rather under his control. Leon's energy acted as a mental bridge, connecting his consciousness with that of the Hulk. He could distinctly perceive the shock and rage in Icarus's eyes, as well as the fear and disarray among the other Eternals. He was no longer a passive sufferer of torment. He had become the commander of the battlefield. How exhilarating this sensation was. He suddenly wondered if General Ross would be frightened to the point of losing control if he witnessed him now. Leon observed all of this quietly, a gentle smile still gracing his face. He was acutely aware of the eternal strength. Icarus was formidable in terms of speed and energy output. Few could rival him on Earth. Yet his weaknesses were equally apparent: an over-reliance on formulaic combat strategies and a laughable sense of loyalty. The Hulk, on the other hand, embodied gamma power. Anger fueled him. The more he fought, the stronger he became. This was one of the most exceptional gifts in the universe. The conflict of order against chaos was, in itself, a fascinating endeavor. With a roar, after a failed strike, the Hulk did not relent. Instead, his ferocity intensified. He bellowed and charged once more, this time not merely with a straightforward punch, but unleashing a barrage of blows with both arms upon Icarus. Icarus's expression grew serious. He dared not engage the Hulk in a contest of strength. He adeptly dodged through the air while continuously firing energy beams, attempting to inflict damage upon the Hulk's form. However, those beams merely sparked upon impact, failing to breach his skin. The wounds appeared and healed at a visibly rapid rate. Icarus felt a chill. The Hulk's defensive and regenerative capabilities were utterly unreasonable. Physical attacks proved futile, and energy assaults merely grazed their target. How could one possibly engage in combat under such circumstances? As he evaded strikes, he rapidly pondered alternative strategies. If a frontal assault was ineffective, he must devise a different approach. His gaze drifted past Hulk and settled on Leon in the distance. Leon was the key, if only. At that very moment, as his thoughts crystallized, Leon, who had remained a silent observer, seemed to sense his intentions. A smirk played upon his lips, his icy gaze fixated upon him. Icarus's heart sank. He comprehended the meaning behind that look. It was a warning. Indeed, Leon Odinson had imparted a profound lesson to them millennia ago. Moreover, he had not moved a muscle throughout the ordeal. The audacity of attempting to outsmart him was nothing short of self-degradation. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the Hulk, who had been passively absorbing blows, erupted with terrifying speed. A colossal hand shot forth, disregarding the energy beams Icarus unleashed, and seized his ankle. Icarus gasped in terror, struggling to break free, but the Hulk's grip was imbued with an immense force, rendering him immobile. With a triumphant roar, the Hulk seized Icarus as if he were a mere plaything, akin to a cosmic entity grasping Loki, and hurled him violently toward the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The wasteland trembled. The Hulk, akin to a petulant child, repeatedly slammed Icarus into the earth. The eternal kin watched in astonishment. They had never witnessed Icarus in such a disheveled state. To them, he was the invincible deity of war. Yet, at this moment, he resembled a rag doll, mercilessly battered by the Hulk. Chapter 60. I want to be the department head. Stop. Cersei could not help but cry out, her hands coalescing cosmic energy as she prepared to intervene. However, just as she was about to take action, she felt an icy gaze. It was Leon. He did not look at her, remaining rooted in place, yet an invisible pressure immobilized Cersei, rendering her unable to move. She had no doubt that should she charge forward, her fate would be far grimmer than Icarus's. Meanwhile, Icarus, battered and dazed, seized an opportunity. His eyes erupted with a brilliant light and struck Hulk's wrist at point-blank range. The Hulk, in pain, instinctively released his grip. Icarus took advantage of the moment, swiftly soaring into the sky, gasping for breath. His battle attire lay in tatters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He glanced down at the roaring Hulk, dread filling his gaze. He had lost, utterly and completely. In strength, defense, and even recovery, he had been thoroughly outmatched by the Hulk. His confidence crumbled in the face of the Hulk's fury. Leon approached the battlefield, standing before the Hulk. He raised his head to gaze at the disheveled Icarus high above, gently shaking it as a hint of disappointment flickered across his features. Icarus remained silent, his faith and pride obliterated by the might of Hulk's fist. Leon chose to disregard him, extending a hand to rest lightly upon the still growling Hulk. All right, Bruce. Hulk emitted a discontented growl, as if still reluctant to relent. Leon smiled, a soft golden glow emanating from his palm. A miraculous scene unfolded. Under the soothing embrace of the golden energy, Hulk's ferocious aura began to dissipate rapidly. His massive form began to shrink, the green skin fading, and the bulging muscles dissolving. In mere seconds, Hulk had transformed back into the bespectacled and somewhat frail Bruce Banner. Bruce staggered slightly, adjusting his glasses, a blend of embarrassment and excitement gracing his face. He looked at his hands, sensing an inner tranquility, and his reverence for Leon deepened further. Not only could Leon unleash the beast within him, but he could also effortlessly confine it once more. He was the true master. The others fell silent, bewildered. They could not comprehend the nature of Hulk, yet a creature capable of besting Icarus was reduced to this. What kind of power was this? Leon surveyed the group, his smile regaining its warmth. Now, he began, shattering the silence. I believe we can sit down and discuss your future. Like an elegant hunter, having demonstrated unmatched strength, he once again extended a merciful invitation to his prey. This time, no one dared to question his authority. The winds of the wasteland resumed their flow, yet they could not dispel the lingering fear that permeated the land. Icarus descended slowly from the heights, and with each inch he fell, the humiliation within him deepened. He had lost, defeated before his companions by a human, no, by a monster transformed from a human. All eyes converged upon Leon. He stood there, wearing a gentle smile, yet an intangible sense of oppression enveloped the crowd. Leon reveled in this sensation, acutely aware of the importance of establishing dominance. To reason with a group of ancient beings who had lived for 7,000 years? It was preposterous. Their minds had long since solidified, their loyalty to Erishem etched deeply into their consciousness. To reshape them, one must employ a direct approach. Hulk was the instrument of execution. Now, with fragments scattered all around, it was time to begin assembling the shape he desired. It seems that my opening performance has garnered some satisfaction. Leon's gaze fell upon Ajax. Madam Ajax, as the only one among you capable of communicating with Erishem, I trust you grasp the essence of the term power. Ajax lifted her head, her expression one of resignation. She understood all too well that in the presence of beings from the celestial group, the so-called might of the Eternals was but the futile struggle of ants. Moreover, the Eternals were merely tools of their creation. Leon evoked a sensation within her reminiscent of the Celestials. She pondered whether, perhaps, Leon might one day surpass the celestial group. What do you desire, Lord of the Sun? Ajax inquired earnestly. Leon smiled, relishing the conversation with an astute interlocutor. What I seek is quite simple. He extended a finger and gently shook it. I am not here to negotiate. I am here to inform you. From this day forth, the Eternals shall serve me. You are no longer the instruments of Erishem, but rather the legion under my command, Leon Odinson, waging war across the cosmos. What? Icaris, just rising from the ground, trembled with rage upon hearing these words, unable to suppress a spurt of blood. What nonsense is this? Even if we are warriors created by the Celestials, we are the guardians of Earth. How could we possibly pledge allegiance to another tyrant? Kingo's eyes darted rapidly, his mind racing with calculations. A change of employer? It didn't seem entirely unacceptable. The previous boss, Erishem, painted grand visions while imposing relentless demands, ultimately threatening to annihilate Earth and denying even severance pay. Although the new boss, Leon, appeared somewhat irascible, unleashing the Hulk upon others at a whim, he certainly possessed formidable strength. Moreover, it seemed he had no intention of destroying Earth, which meant that my Bollywood career, my fans, my mansion, would all be preserved. This was an opportunity for advancement. I must perform well and strive to become a department head. Cersei was at a loss for words. On one hand, she feared Leon's overwhelming power and tyranny. On the other, she discerned within his words a glimmer of hope for saving Earth. Could serving him prevent the manifestation of gods? Could it protect those whom she cherished? If the cost was her freedom, becoming his weapon, was such a price one she could afford? Banner stood behind Leon, striving to minimize his presence, silently observing the unfolding scene. Goodness, is this what divine conflict looks like? Recruiting teams at a moment's notice? A legion, no less. It sounds rather juvenile. However, these individuals clad in tight suits do seem quite formidable. That flying superhero endured so many blows from the Hulk, yet remained unscathed, indicating impressive physical prowess. As my new colleagues, that could be rather advantageous. At least I won't be the only oddity in future meetings. Leon absorbed the expressions of everyone present, satisfied with the chaos he had incited. This was precisely the effect he desired, to provoke a collision of thoughts amidst shock, anger, fear, and calculation, until they were compelled to confront reality. Certainly, I am not one to lack reason. Leon's voice resonated once more, imbued with a sense of compassion. I understand that some among you still harbor illusions regarding Aritham. Fear not, for I shall offer you an opportunity. Chapter 61, The Esteemed Master. He raised his hand and gently pointed toward the heavens. A resonant hum emanated as a golden beam of light descended from the sky, landing upon a nearby clearing. As the radiance dissipated, a colossal screen composed of energy materialized before the assembly. The screen began to unveil a vivid imagery. It depicted the vast cosmos, where countless celestial bodies flickered into existence and faded away. Soon, a monumental figure emerged within the frame, one they all recognized as their creator, the celestial deity, Aritham. With an outstretched hand, he cast a seed into the embrace of a nascent planet. The scene fast-forwarded, revealing the emergence of life upon that world, evolving from single-celled organisms to intelligent civilizations, all accelerating in their transformation. A group of eternal ones, clad in vibrant battle attire, descended upon the planet. They purged the monstrous deviants, guiding the trajectory of civilization. Witnessing this, the countenances of the Eternal Ones shifted dramatically, for what unfolded on the screen mirrored their own experiences precisely. This is, Cersei murmured. Do not rush. The most thrilling part is yet to come, Leon's voice echoed in their ears. The imagery shifted once more. The civilization upon the planet reached its zenith, its population swelling to terrifying numbers. Then, calamity struck. The planet quaked violently, its crust fractured, and magma erupted forth. A colossal arm surged from the depths of the core, rending the earth asunder. A divine manifestation. A new deity emerged from the remnants of the shattered planet. The once prosperous civilization and its sentient life were instantaneously transformed into energy, absorbed by the newly born god. The scene froze upon the new deity's cold, merciless visage. Subsequently, the screen displayed countless similar scenes. Planet after planet, civilization after civilization, all repeating the same fate, nurtured, protected, and ultimately consumed. They resembled meticulously tended vegetables in a farm, their sole purpose being to be harvested upon maturity. Silence fell. No words were spoken. An eerie stillness enveloped the wasteland. If Leon's earlier proclamations had merely shaken their faith, the images they now beheld shattered it completely. No. This cannot be true. King Ur's complexion turned pale, stripped of his previous nonchalance. It became evident that he was not a superlative being, but merely a caretaker. Cersei collapsed helplessly to the ground, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. The humanity she had safeguarded for 7 millennia, all that she cherished, was revealed to be destined for sacrifice from the very beginning. The cruel truth nearly shattered her. Even Crystal, who had always been indifferent towards humanity, clenched her fists. A tempest of fury erupting from her petite frame. To be deceived, to be treated as a mere tool. This sensation was far more unbearable than death itself. Ikaris's body swayed as he fixated on the obliterated planet displayed on the screen, rendered speechless, unable to utter a single retort. It was revealed that his loyalty and mission had been nothing more than a farcical illusion from the very beginning. Now, you see, Leon's voice resonated calmly. This is your mission. This is the reward for your loyalty. He waved his hand, and the energy screen dissipated instantaneously. I shall ask once more. His gaze swept over the despondent crowd. Will you choose to remain tools for extermination, or will you become swords in my hand, forging your own destiny? This time, no one dared to object. The harshness of reality had obliterated their pride and fantasies. Ajak inhaled deeply, slowly approaching Leon. Then, to the astonishment of all present, she knelt on one knee. The Eternal Clan is at your service, my master. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Their leader had knelt. Ikaris, witnessing this scene, wore a complex expression. He parted his lips, wishing to speak, but ultimately surrendered to a sigh, lowering his proud head. The tide had turned. Cersei wiped her tears. Though sorrow lingered in her eyes, determination prevailed. If this was the sole path to save humanity, she would pay any price. She followed Ajak, kneeling as well. Observing this, Kingo did not hesitate. With a decisive motion, he, too, knelt. After all, one must be wise to the times. With the old master on the brink of bankruptcy, why not cling to the new master's leg? From this moment forth, I shall be the chief propagandist for the new ruler. One by one, the members of the Eternal Clan gradually knelt. They had no alternative. Leon gazed upon this spectacle, the smile at his lips deepening. Excellent, my soldiers have taken their positions. He did not bid them rise, instead relishing in their submission. The sun's radiance was meant to instill reverence in all. Very well, he began, satisfied with the unfolding scene. From this day forth, you shall embrace rebirth. Forget your past, forget Erishem. The only name you need to remember is mine, Leon Odinson. His gaze settled on Ikaris. Ikaris. Leon spoke softly. Ikaris stiffened, lifting his gaze, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Your loyalty is commendable, Leon remarked, his tone inscrutable, oscillating between praise and mockery. However, it was misplaced. Nevertheless, I shall provide you with a worthy target for your allegiance. He paused, a playful smile gracing his lips. Your initial task is to retrieve the remaining companions, Druig, Makari, Fastos. None shall be left behind. Inform them that Earth has acquired a new ruler. Those willing to submit shall live, those who resist. Leon did not finish his sentence, yet the unspoken threat sent shivers down the spines of those present. As for you, Leon's gaze shifted to Ajax. Your communication capabilities with the Celestial Group are invaluable. From this moment forth, you are prohibited from contacting Erishem without my express permission. I intend to make him believe that Earth remains under his control. Understood, Ajax replied respectfully. After all was said and done, Leon felt a twinge of boredom. The process of subjugation was far smoother than he had anticipated. After thousands of years, the Eternals remained more fragile than he had imagined. He shook his head and turned to depart with Banner. Well, that concludes today's meeting, he casually remarked to Banner. Doctor, it appears your new colleagues require a bit more time to acclimate. Bruce Banner offered an awkward smile and nodded in agreement. Just as Leon was about to leave, Kingo summoned the courage to call out to him. Esteemed sun god. Leon halted, turning back to regard him with keen interest. Kingo swallowed hard, forcing a sycophantic smile onto his face. I have a modest suggestion. You see, your heroic demeanor just now, alongside Mr. Hulk's formidable display, was nothing short of epic. If it could be captured in a film, it would undoubtedly dominate the global box office. I could craft a biopic tailored for you, allowing the world to revere your magnificence. Leon regarded him, a smile breaking across his face. This fellow was amusing. Very well, he replied nonchalantly. Once the script is prepared, present it to me for review. With that, he ceased to linger, transforming into a gleam of golden light alongside Bruce Banner, vanishing from sight. Chapter 62, A New History. A new chapter in the desolate plains of South Dakota. Only 10 once mighty Eternals remained. Alongside a superstar on the brink of a heart attack from excitement due to the boss's approval, the wind began to stir once more, swirling the dust upon the ground. It tugged at the edges of their garments, as well as the fragments of their shattered hearts. Silence enveloped them, no one daring to rise. They remained kneeling, as if an invisible monarch still scrutinized their every move. Yet Kingo could no longer contain himself. He stood up, shattering the stillness. Cautiously scanning the surroundings to ensure Leon had truly departed, his taut nerves finally relaxed. He then promptly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. My heavens! My heavens! He pounded his chest, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. Behind him, his assistant Karen had already lost her composure. The camera lens aimed directly at the ground. Karen, what are you waiting for? Jinga sprang to his feet, eyes alight with fervor, snatching the camera to capture a close-up of Ikaris. Quick, capture this moment. It is a historic scene. The leader of the Eternals, the invincible Ikaris, has been, after valiantly battling, he has fallen into contemplation. What a precious image. Ikaris. He lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with a murderous intensity. If a glance could manifest as a searing ray, Jinga would have been reduced to ashes. Under Ikaris' fierce stare, Jinga shrank back momentarily, but soon regained his bravado. Clearing his throat, he adopted a confident demeanor. What a joke. I am the director sanctioned by the new boss. What are you, Ikaris? Merely an obstinate veteran employee in the new company, one who has been thoroughly reprimanded before all the staff. How dare you give me that look? Do you even deserve it? Coughing, Jinga feigned ignorance of Ikaris' glare, redirecting the camera to others. Ladies and gentlemen, let us rally. What have we just experienced? A rebirth. A monumental turning point. From this day forth, we are no longer mere puppets living in deception. We are the founding elders of the Leon Legion. His excitement grew with every word, as if he were already envisioning his ascent to the cosmic Oscars. I have decided. Our first film shall be titled Eternal Dawn, The Descent of the Sun God. Ikaris, you shall be the male lead. The footage of you being ground into the earth by the Hulk radiates sheer power. This is a defiance of the old era. Fear not. In post-production, I shall add slow motion and a poignant soundtrack, ensuring you evoke tears from the audience. Ikaris felt his fists clench tighter. He swore. Had he not been outmatched by Leon, he would have torn Jinga's mouth asunder. Enough, Jinga. Ajax rose from the ground, her voice weary yet authoritative. As a former leader, her stature still commanded respect. Jinga reluctantly closed his mouth, yet he clutched the camera tightly, discreetly switching to stealth mode. Ajax surveyed the scene. Ikaris appeared despondent, lost after the collapse of his faith. Cersei knelt on the ground, her shoulders trembling, clearly still immersed in sorrow. Crystal wore an expression of anger and defiance, while Tina's mental state seemed to waver under the recent stimuli, closely guarded by Gilgamesh. Sighing deeply, Ajax lamented. 7 millennia of comfort had dulled their ability to confront the storm. The arrival of Leon was akin to a colossal hand that brutally yanked them from their reveries. Rise. Everyone, echoed Ajax's voice. At her command, the group gradually stood up from the ground. What shall we do now? Cersei inquired as she wiped her tears, gazing at Ajax with a look of confusion. Her heart was a tumultuous storm. On one hand, she mourned the impending fate of humanity, while on the other, she felt lost in the presence of this new master. What should we do? Ajax cast a glance at Ikaris, her tone steady. Execute the master's first command. The title rolled off her tongue swiftly and naturally. Ikaris. Ikaris stiffened, raising his head. The sun god has commanded you to gather your companions, Ajax stated with gravity. Not a single one can be absent. This is your task and an opportunity for you to prove your worth to the sun god. Icarus was taken aback. Prove my worth. I, the mightiest warrior of the Eternal Clan, must demonstrate my value to others? A wave of humiliation surged within him once more. Yet he refrained from retorting, for he understood that Ajax spoke the truth. Before Leon, his pride was utterly insignificant. The only course of action left for him was obedience. He silently nodded, accepting the task at hand. Observing Icarus's concession, Ajax felt a sigh of relief wash over her. Her greatest concern was that this obstinate youth would act recklessly and continue to defy Leon. Should that occur, his fate would certainly not be as simple as being subdued. She then turned her attention to Circe, her tone softening. Circe, accompany me. We need to gather information regarding the Celestial Assembly and the Devitt people. Since our master intends to form a legion, we must demonstrate our utility to him. Very well. Circe nodded, her gaze now resolute. Indeed. Rather than wallowing in self-pity, it would be more prudent to engage in tangible actions. At the very least, they must make Leon aware of their continued value. What about me? What about me? Jingle interjected eagerly, looking at Ajax with anticipation. The sun god personally approved my film project. This is our Legion's inaugural outreach campaign. It holds great significance. I require funding, actors, and a top-notch special effects team. Oh, by the way, do we have Mr. Hulk's contact information? I wish to enlist him as the action director. The others responded with a collective silence, pondering, does this fellow have anything in his mind apart from filmmaking? Ajax rubbed her temples in exasperation. At times, she genuinely questioned whether Ariseth had inadvertently programmed Jingle with an entertainment module instead of a combat protocol when creating him. We'll discuss your matters once Icarus has gathered everyone. She waved her hand dismissively. Having arranged everything, the members of the Eternal Clan fell into silence once more. They stood upon the desolate expanse, gazing at the distant horizon where the sun was about to descend, each heart entwined with a tapestry of emotions. 7 millennia of guardianship had devolved into a mere jest. The sacred mission had, in truth, morphed into a death sentence. They were but a cadre of tools, preordained and programmed. Now, they had merely exchanged one master for another. What fate awaits the future? None could say. They only knew that, from this day forth, the history of the Eternal Clan had turned a new page. Chapter 63. Odin, the Pantheon on the other side, as the golden light dissipated. The figures of Leon and Bruce Banner materialized in the opulent living room of a seaside villa, perched upon a cliff. The villa boasted panoramic views of the boundless Pacific Ocean. The waning sunlight cast a golden sheen upon the water, sparkling like a painter's masterpiece. Wow, Bruce exclaimed, adjusting his glasses, unable to suppress his astonishment. His commemorative t-shirt and shorts felt utterly out of place in this luxurious setting, making him feel as though he had stumbled into a billionaire soiree. Where are we? This is Tony Stark's abode, Leon replied casually, sauntering over to the bar to pour himself a glass of whiskey. I'm just borrowing a bit. I doubt he will mind. Bruce's lips twitched. Are you sure it's borrowing? He could easily envision Tony Stark's exasperated face upon discovering his home was being occupied without permission. Nonetheless, it seemed the sun god indeed had a certain entitlement. Leon, with glass in hand, approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the setting sun, allowing his thoughts to drift. Subduing the Eternal Clan marked the successful initiation of his plan. This cohort of immortal beings, endowed with various superhuman abilities, indeed made for formidable soldiers. Although their intellect was somewhat lacking and their faith fragile, it mattered not. He possessed ample time and resources to mold them into his desired form. Ikaris' absurd loyalty, Circe's overwhelming benevolence, and Kingo's superficial entertainment spirit, each trait, in his eyes, was ripe for exploitation. He sought not mindless puppets, but rather a cadre of thinkers, unerringly loyal to him. Behind them stood Erishem, the ostensible leader of the Pantheon. This brought to Leon's mind a popular online meme from a previous life regarding Odin's confrontation with the Pantheon. Many, having never perused the original comics, were misled about the narrative. This tale unfolded in the ancient comic series Thor, specifically in issue 300. The overarching story was narrated from Thor's perspective, revealing Odin's redemption, as he donned the destroyer armor, blessed and forged by the gods, to confront the Pantheon in a bid to save Earth and the deities. After Thor escaped the realm of Odin's eye and returned to Asgard, he discovered that his kin had all perished. Although his father, Odin, appeared to be dead, Thor sensed something amiss. Ultimately, he learned that Odin was clad in the battle armor blessed by the gods, which contained the souls of all the deities of Asgard. Moreover, Odin had arrived at the predetermined location agreed upon with the Pantheon. By the time Thor arrived, the battle had already commenced, under the watchful eyes of the other gods. Odin wielded his divine sword and severed the arm of a member of the pantheon. While this might seem formidable, the adversary merely toyed with Odin, regrowing his arm in the blink of an eye. They soon realized that this was a directive from Arishem, who wished to gauge the strength of Odin in his divine armor. Upon discerning Odin's prowess, Arishem lost interest and commanded a collective assault on Odin. What was already a challenging fight for Odin quickly turned dire, as he found himself overwhelmed by multiple opponents. Just as the pantheon was about to deliver a fatal blow to Odin, Thor's biological mother, Gaia, made her appearance. Through her earnest pleas, the pantheon graciously spared Odin and relinquished their claim on Earth. This confrontation nearly resulted in the annihilation of the gods of Asgard and Earth, with Thor on the brink of becoming the last of his kind. Shaking his head, Leon chose to dismiss these thoughts. This comic was exceedingly antiquated. Back then, the pantheon had yet to be diminished, and their strength was undeniable. As for now, Leon could only smirk. How does it feel, Doctor? Leon turned, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, swirling the red wine in his glass. Isn't it rather exhilarating to wield power for the first time? Bruce, recovering from his astonishment, glanced at his hands and nodded, his expression brimming with excitement. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. I can sense Hulk's fury, yet I am not consumed by it. We have become as one. He gathered his thoughts and continued enthusiastically. This sensation is powerful and reassuring. It was the first time he no longer felt fear of the other entity within him. That is not an illusion, Leon remarked, taking a sip of his wine, his tone unvarnished. The Hulk's strength originates from your subconscious. Rage is merely the key to unleash it. What you have done in the past is desperately hide the key, locking the door. What I teach you is to seize the key, open the door, and behold the vistas beyond. He approached Banner, his gaze seemingly penetrating all. What you must learn is not to suppress your anger, but to harness it. Let it become your fuel, your weapon, rather than your prison. Imagine Bruce. When your intellect and Hulk's strength are perfectly united, what kind of being will you become? Banner's heart raced. The fusion of wisdom and strength? This was precisely what he had been contemplating and striving for in recent days. In the past, Bruce Banner and the Hulk represented two extremes, one a rational scientist, the other an irrational beast. They were perpetually at odds, engaged in an eternal struggle. But what if they could merge? An entity endowed with Banner's intellect while wielding the Hulk's cataclysmic power. Leon chuckled at the thought. The green grief? No. Perhaps it would manifest as something even more exquisite. Once this notion took root, it spread like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Observing the glimmer in Banner's eyes, Leon smiled with satisfaction. This will require training, Doctor, Leon's voice echoed again. A long and arduous journey of training. I will teach you how to harness your power, how to keep your consciousness clear amidst the storm. But in return, Banner did not hesitate to respond. He had made his choice. Rather than retreating to a life of hiding and fear, he preferred to follow Leon into the gamble of an entirely new future. A wise choice. Leon raised his glass in a gesture of camaraderie. Then, welcome aboard, Doctor. You shall serve as my chief scientist and chief berserker. With that, he downed the contents of his cup. At that moment, Jarvis's voice unexpectedly resonated in the living room. Sir, an unknown visitor has been detected. Apologies, sir. My firewall is being breached. Oh dear, the intruder has attained the highest level of access. Good afternoon, Mr. Leon. Mr. Stark sends his regards and inquires if you would like a cup of coffee. There was a note of confusion and resignation in Jarvis's tone. Bruce Banner, indeed. Tony Stark is already aware, and it seemed he dared not voice any objections. Leon waved his hand dismissively. Tell Tony I am quite satisfied with the house. In return, have him compile a list of Hydra operatives for me. Oh, and those lurking Skrulls as well. I believe it is time for a thorough cleansing of the earth. Understood. Mr. Leon, I shall convey your orders precisely. Once this matter was settled, Leon's gaze drifted back to the window. The Eternals had taken action, the Hulk had submitted, and the Hydra and Skrulls were soon to be eradicated. The groundwork on Earth was nearly complete. Next, his gaze seemed to pierce through the infinite void, reaching into the depths of the cosmos, toward that golden realm of the gods. Asgard. Contemplating this, Leon's lips curled into a playful smile. A few days prior, his foolish brother Thor had finally awakened the power of the god king within him, beginning to resemble the god of thunder. For someone like Thor, whose mind was dominated by muscle and hammer, reason would not sway him until he was thoroughly subdued. At present, Thor obediently accompanies Jane Foster on their honeymoon in Asgard, while simultaneously receiving further guidance from his father, Odin. Ah, father, you perceive me as Thor's whetstone, yet remain oblivious to the fact that my true ambition is to sharpen the entirety of the 9 realms, indeed the entire universe. Expanding influence is merely the initial step. This seemingly inconspicuous yet immensely pivotal stage, Earth, shall serve as the fulcrum for his manipulation of the cosmic order. The Eternals, Hulk, S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark, all shall become his subordinates. As for Asgard, Leon's gaze deepens. Asgard is his stronghold, the wellspring of his power. Soon, he shall address the matter of Loki, and then Asgard shall pose no further issues. Chapter 64. I do not consume beef. Banner found Leon's words regarding treatment quite agreeable. In the past, every emergence of the Hulk had been a nightmare for him. He would lose consciousness, only to awaken amidst devastation and guilt. The Hulk was the beast within him, an inescapable curse. However, just moments ago, on the plains of South Dakota, everything had transformed. He distinctly felt the Hulk's fury, the ferocious power surging through his veins. Yet, he did not lose himself. He even subdued an arrogant superhuman from the Eternals beneath him. That sensation, Banner gazed at his hands, the exhilarating feeling of control. Damn it, it was oddly addictive. He understood that this mastery came with a price. He exchanged his fear of the Hulk for loyalty to Leon. This transaction, from his current perspective, appeared to be remarkably profitable. What are you pondering, Doctor? Still relishing the thrill of tearing the superhuman apart, Leon's voice resonated softly, interrupting Banner's reverie. He had somehow approached the sofa, sinking into it with his legs casually crossed. Exuding an air of relaxation, Banner offered an awkward smile, adjusting his glasses. I'm merely still acclimating. Everything feels too surreal. Surreal? Leon chuckled lightly. To an ant. The towering edifices of humanity are also surreal. Doctor, you have merely ascended to a higher dimension, glimpsing a broader vista. You shall grow accustomed to it. His tone was gentle, akin to a patient mentor guiding his pupil. Yet, from this gentleness, Banner discerned an inherent arrogance, as if he were destined to stand in this dimension, surveying all beings beneath him. Leon, indeed, harbors arrogance. In his eyes, the vast majority of life within this universe, including Banner and Tony, are but characters in his grand narrative. He is aware of their pasts and perceives their futures. This omniscient awareness, coupled with immense power, renders it impossible for him to regard them with genuine equality. He can be gentle and amicable, yet these traits stem from his exquisite upbringing. Is that not so? This is indeed far superior to the demeanor of one from his homeland. Leon could wager that if others possessed the strength he currently holds, the powers of a superhuman are bestowed in the morning, at which point one might declare their intent to safeguard the world and assume the mantle of a superhero. However, by the afternoon, a revelation might dawn upon you. If I am already a superhuman, why must I remain subservient? Then, you would utter that phrase, I do not consume beef. In comparison, Leon felt almost saintly, having remained silent for 2 millennia. Observing Banner lost in contemplation, Leon rolled his eyes and continued his elucidation. Your body is an impeccable vessel of energy, Doctor. Leon set down his glass, gazing steadily at Banner. Gamma rays have opened the gateway to the essence of power for you. Yet you linger at the threshold out of fear, hesitant to step inside. The rage of Hulk does not stem from a desire for destruction, but rather from loneliness, an isolation born of misunderstanding and rejection. The more you repudiate him, the angrier he becomes. The more you fear him, the mightier he grows. Banner was momentarily taken aback. Loneliness. Indeed, loneliness. Since that fateful experiment, he had lost friends, a lover, and a semblance of normalcy. He was hunted, misunderstood, and feared by the world. He exiled himself to the farthest corners of existence, cut off from society. Was he not, in his own right, profoundly lonely? It dawned on him that Hulk's fury had always been a reflection of the suppressed emotions within. Noticing the pensive expression on Banner's face, Leon realized he had once again succeeded in his role as a life mentor. To gain complete control over an individual, one must first dismantle their inner defenses and then establish a new belief system, one that can solely be themselves. Relax, Doctor. No need to stand, do sit. Leon gestured casually to the sofa opposite him. We have ample time to explore the concept of self-awareness. Banner hesitantly took a seat, his posture rigid, contrasting sharply with Leon's languid demeanor. Just then, a melodious electronic chime resonated through the living room. Mr. Leon, Jarvis chimed in once more. Mr. Stark indicates that he has commenced the tasks you instructed. The corner of Bruce Banner's eye twitched. Goodness, the efficiency was astonishing. How much time had passed? Tony Stark had not only accepted the reality of his home being occupied, but had also begun to report back on his own accord. What on earth was happening in this world? Leon shrugged. Tony Stark is an astute individual, one who knows how to read the room. After witnessing powers beyond his comprehension, he understands the choices that must be made. The temporary concession was merely a strategy to procure more information and time to forge the coveted anti-solar armor. A subtle smile graced Leon's lips as he pondered the expression on Tony's face when, after laboring tirelessly to create the so-called god-slaying armor, he discovered that it was nothing more than a mere toy in Leon's presence. Excellent, Leon nodded approvingly. Inform Tony to hasten his efforts. I have little patience for delays. Both Hydra and the Skrulls must be eradicated. Earth requires a thorough weeding. Very well, Mr. Leon. Jarvis's voice resonated with a hint of exasperation. You will serve as Mr. Stark's motivation to advance. Such flattery was undoubtedly a suggestion from Tony Stark himself. Leon shook his head, dismissing the thought, and turned his gaze towards Banner, who was curiously surveying the villa. Doctor, are you particularly fascinated by technology? Leon inquired. Indeed, of course, Banner responded immediately, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Mr. Stark's achievements in energy and artificial intelligence are revolutionary, particularly the arc reactor, which addresses the challenge of clean energy. He trailed off, suddenly aware of his current standing, and awkwardly fell silent. Leon, however, merely chuckled nonchalantly. The arc reactor is a fine contraption, yet its energy conversion efficiency remains insufficient. True energy emanates from the cosmos itself. He extended his hand, palm open. With a hum, a fist-sized sphere of energy, radiating a gentle golden glow, materialized in his palm. The energy orb seemed almost alive, quietly suspended, its interior resembling a miniature star, pulsating with an awe-inspiring energy. Banner's eyes widened as he leaned forward, his face etched with disbelief. Is this stellar energy? How have you managed to stabilize it? This defies the laws of thermodynamics. As a physicist, he recognized the essence of the energy at a glance, but was utterly perplexed as to how such immense and volatile power could be contained within his grasp. It was more astonishing than igniting a match at the epicenter of an atomic explosion. Laws. Leon's smile took on a playful quality. Doctor, laws are meant to be obeyed. Yet higher beings are those who establish the laws. With that, he gently clenched his fingers. The energy orb abruptly vanished. No explosion, no shockwave, no dispersal of energy. It was as if it had never existed at all. Banner was left speechless. If Hulk's strength transcended the limits of physics, then Leon's power was the very embodiment of creation and the defining of physics itself. He gazed at Leon, no longer harboring any illusions or doubts. This man was not merely a deity. He was the very incarnation of the concept of divinity. Leon reclined once more on the sofa, draining the last sip of wine from his glass. Loki, under the watchful eyes of his father Odin and Thor, found himself incapable of stirring significant turmoil in the short term. The vastness of the cosmos awaited him, but concerns of such magnitude felt premature. In stark contrast, Earth proved to be far more intriguing than he had initially anticipated. He recalled a moment when he briefly unleashed his divine power. In that instant, he radiated like the sun, his awareness sweeping across the entire planet. Beyond the conspicuous energy sources of the Eternals and the Hulk, he sensed other currents of power. At that time, preoccupied with Thor's mess, he had no opportunity to investigate further. Now, with leisure at his disposal, he could unearth these delightful surprises one by one. Chapter 65. Adam Bernard Leon closed his eyes, merging with the sofa beneath him, his breath becoming distant and prolonged. Yet, within Banner's perception, a singular will emanated from the villa, silently spreading across the earth. This was neither psychic energy nor sorcery. It was a divine perspective. Leon's will penetrated the crust of the earth, gliding through the depths of the ocean, scanning every inch of land. The cacophony of billions of human thoughts before him resembled a tranquil background hum in a library, effortlessly filtered away. Countless points of light ignited within his vision. In the Temple of New York, it seemed that Master Ancient One sensed something amiss, his hand momentarily pausing with the teacup, only to shake his head in resignation and resume sipping, as if nothing had occurred. Deep beneath the Atlantic Ocean, a man suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of vigilance appearing within them. These points of light, some radiant and others dim, represented the myriad extraordinary beings inhabiting Earth, inhumans, sorcerers, and an array of peculiar superhumans. To Leon, they were merely thriving weeds in a garden. Though somewhat prickly, they did not pique his interest. His perception delved deeper, filtering out these weeds in search of truly captivating blooms. Before long, his will came to a halt. He had discovered something unique. This energy source was peculiar. Neither the chaotic fury of gamma rays, nor the orderly essence of cosmic energy, nor the enigmatic nature of magic. It was a paradox, an existence stable, yet perpetually oscillating between creation and destruction. Matter and antimatter achieved a delicate balance at a perfect singularity, forming a self-sustaining microcosm. Intriguing. A faint smile graced Leon's lips. His perception instantly pinpointed the location of this energy source. It resided not in some secret base or the heart of a bustling metropolis, but in a humble, somewhat backward small town in the American Midwest. The vessel of this energy source was an unassuming middle-aged African-American man, leisurely tending to his lawn in his backyard. He donned a faded checkered shirt, beads of perspiration adorning his forehead, and wore a benevolent smile as he greeted passing neighbors. Yet, within Lyon's gaze, this man harbored the latent antimatter energy capable of obliterating the earth. Adam Bernard Blasher. Lyon softly whispered this name in his mind. Bianchi. A superhuman deliberately forgotten by history and concealed by the government. He possessed immense antimatter energy, yet chose to live as an ordinary professor in a small town, a walking paradox. A buried son. Lyon slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The Eternals were weapons left by the celestial beings, while Hulk was a miracle of gamma rays. This Bianchi, however, was an anomaly of cosmic laws. Such magnitude of power should not languish in peace. It ought to shine brilliantly on the battlefields of the universe. Naturally under one's own command. Dr. Lyon's voice resonated once more. Banner, deeply engrossed in his research, suddenly looked up, bewilderment in his eyes. What is it? Solar. God. Lyon rose from the sofa, stretching languidly, his joints emitting a series of crisp sounds. The theoretical research had reached a temporary conclusion. A gentle smile returned to his face. It was time for the next field investigation. He approached Banner, patting his shoulder. Prepare yourself. We are about to meet a living paradox. I believe, as a physicist, you will find him exceedingly intriguing. Banner paused momentarily, then adjusted his glasses. Curiosity flickering in his eyes. A living paradox? What could that possibly be? Before he could delve further, he felt a soft golden light enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, the villa's living room stood empty. The experience of spatial teleportation was not unfamiliar to Bruce Banner. He had undergone Lyon's teleportation several times before. There was no dizzying whirl or sensation of tearing apart. Banner felt as though he were soaking in warm sunlight. The entire process, quite pleasant. Was this divine power? He attempted to analyze this phenomenon, yet the only conclusion he could draw was that it defied scientific rationale. The law of conservation of energy held no meaning against such a mode of teleportation. Soon, he felt solid ground beneath his feet, and the golden light dissipated. Blinking, Banner adjusted to the strikingly different scenery before him. Gone were the opulent villa and the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. In its place lay a serene and tranquil scene, a quintessential American Midwest town. Spacious streets flanked by neatly trimmed lawns and an array of uniquely styled single-family homes. A few children rode their bicycles, laughing as they passed the corner, while a blonde housewife cheerfully greeted the mailman. The air is infused with the fragrance of fresh grass, sunlight, and baked apple pie. Everything here radiates a sense of tranquility and a serene lifestyle. Banner glanced at his t-shirt and beach shorts, feeling conspicuously out of place amidst this idyllic setting. He resembled an unwitting visitor from the Truman Show. Where are we? He inquired uncertainly, adjusting his glasses. This place hardly appeared to be a secret base confining living paradoxes. A cage, Leon's voice echoed beside him, calm and unassuming. He remained clad in black casual attire, hands tucked in his pockets, leisurely strolling along the town sidewalk like a privileged gentleman on vacation. His gentle smile and graceful demeanor seamlessly blended with the surroundings. Yet he remained untouched by mediocrity. Banner looked at him in confusion. A cage? This clearly resembles a pastoral utopia. Leon offered no explanation, his gaze sweeping over the vicinity with an air of tranquility. In his perception, beneath the town's serene facade lay an invisible web. Military satellites, CIA operatives, and a myriad of surveillance devices constituted a network of unseen eyes, observing this place 24 hours a day. They kept a beast capable of world destruction caged within a seemingly idyllic zoo, feeding it a diet of peace and family, making it forget the sharpness of its fangs. Such a foolish and laughable endeavor. Leon's inner self remained undisturbed. He had long grown accustomed to the short-sighted and self-righteous actions of the world's rulers. They perpetually feared uncontrollable power while yearning to harness it. The ultimate result often led to their self-immolation. Adam Bernard Blanche, a hero destined to illuminate an entire era, yet forcefully buried beneath the dust of history due to the era's absurd prejudices and the fears of the powerful. It was a sheer waste. However, this was fortuitous for him. Following closely behind Leon, Banner's confusion deepened. He endeavored to extract clues from his surroundings, but found nothing. Everything here appeared so normal, so utterly ordinary that it left him, a man accustomed to the extraordinary, feeling somewhat disoriented. Where indeed was this paradox concealed? Soon, Leon halted before a charming two-story white house. The house featured a lovely garden, its white fence adorned with blooming roses. The lawn was meticulously trimmed, and a solitary basketball hoop stood in front of the garage. An utterly unremarkable American family. Through the fence, they could see a tall, middle-aged African-American man, dressed in a checkered shirt and thick glasses, tinkering with a barbecue grill in the backyard. Beside him, a seemingly gentle and demure Caucasian woman emerged, gracefully carrying a platter of marinated steaks. Their eyes met, exchanging a smile imbued with affection. Not far away, two children were frolicking on the lawn, their laughter ringing like silver bells, echoing into the distance. Chapter 66. Those who are willing to embrace the ordinary warmth and happiness envelop the scene. Banner observed this tableau with a complex expression in his eyes. Once upon a time, he too yearned for such a life. A beloved, a family, a sense of tranquility. Yet, the existence of Hulk rendered all those dreams ephemeral. He felt a twinge of envy for the man before him, even a hint of jealousy. Was he truly the living paradox that Leon spoke of? What a jest! He appeared far more innocuous than himself, a scientist adorned with 7 doctoral degrees. Adam Bernard. Leon's voice was soft, as if affirming a truth. He did not unleash any divine powers, nor did he engage in any outlandish behavior. He merely approached like a wayward traveler, gently pushing open the unlatched white picket gate. Adam, who had been sharing laughter with his wife, sensed the presence of Leon the moment he stepped into the courtyard. His smile did not vanish immediately, but the leisure and contentment that resided in his gaze faded in an instant. His body remained still, muscles taut, his seemingly casual stance capable of unleashing formidable strength in a mere fraction of a second. Decades of seclusion had not dulled his vigilance. Rather, in order to safeguard this hard-won peace, he was more acute than ever. With subtlety, he shielded his wife behind him, his gaze fixed upon the two unexpected guests. One was a frail man in glasses and a comical t-shirt, appearing to be an ordinary soul who had mistakenly wandered into the wrong place, hardly a cause for concern. Yet the other, Adam's pupils constricted. This casually dressed, blond man exuded an unsettling calmness. His tranquility was akin to a bottomless lake, devoid of ripples, shrouding untold depths. Adam had encountered presidents, generals, and the most powerful figures in the world, yet none had evoked such a sensation within him. He could sense no energy fluctuations, no hostility, no emotions emanating from this man, like a perfect void. And that was the most perilous signal of all. "Good afternoon, gentlemen." Adam spoke first, his tone steady. "May I inquire what brings you here? If you are peddling something, I believe my wife may not be interested." His wife, Mrs. Kevin, also sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere. She nervously tugged at Adam's shirt, ushering the two children behind her. Leon offered a gentle smile, warm enough to disarm one's defenses. "We are not here to sell anything, Mr. Adam." His gaze traversed past Adam, briefly lingering on Mrs. Kevin and the children before returning to Adam's face. "We merely passed through this place, captivated by the enchanting courtyard and the joyful family." His words resonated as genuine praise. Yet Adam discerned the subtle undertone. The term family was deliberately emphasized, serving as a reminder of his vulnerabilities. Adam's heart sank, sensing that trouble had indeed found its way to him. "Thank you for your compliments," he replied, his tone growing somewhat brusque. "If there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to leave. We are about to commence our family barbecue and wish to avoid any disturbances." The message was unmistakably clear. Banner stood aside, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He perceived them as two uninvited intruders in another's private domain. He contemplated offering an apology, yet Leon clearly had no intention of doing so. His smile remained unwavering as he gently shook his head. "I fear that is not possible, Mr. Adam." His voice retained its gentleness, but his next words caused Adam's brow to furrow. "After all, we have come specifically to find you, Blanche." The name Blanche awakened long-buried memories within Adam. A palpable silence enveloped the atmosphere. The children's laughter in the courtyard abruptly ceased. Kevin's complexion turned ashen, and she clutched Adam's arm tightly. Adam's body stiffened, the once kind and friendly visage now transforming in an instant. A terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to quiver slightly, the grass on the lawn swaying as if stirred by an unseen wind. Banner felt as though his heart was being gripped tightly, his breath becoming labored. The Hulk within him stirred restlessly, issuing low, ominous warnings. "Danger! Great danger!" Banner's face paled as he regarded Adam in disbelief. What on earth is happening? This man was just tending to the barbecue moments ago. What manner of monster is this? Within Adam, a tempest of emotions surged. This name had not graced his ears in decades. Ever since he had accepted the government's pact and faded from public view, becoming a mere legend of the past. That codename had been buried alongside his illustrious history. Who were they? How could they know this name? "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating." Adam's voice deepened ominously. You have mistaken me for someone else. Mistaken you? Leon's smile took on a more sardonic quality. He stepped forward, disregarding the palpable tension radiating from Adam. Adam Bernard Blanchard, a guest of President Kennedy, the first and only publicly active black superhero. Within you resides antimatter energy. With each heartbeat, annihilation and creation of matter unfolds. You absorb cosmic rays and transmute them into power. Leon's words resonated in the ears of everyone present. People refer to you as the Blue Wonder, for your power has the ability to alter the very color of the sky. They claim you possess the capacity to annihilate the world. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that this is merely the tip of the iceberg of your strength. So, must you now inquire if I have mistaken you for someone else? Adam fell silent. The depth of their understanding of him surpassed even the highest classified military files. His disguise and past seemed transparent. Kevin could no longer withstand the pressure. Clutching two terrified children, she trembled as she addressed Adam. Adam, take the children inside. Adam inhaled deeply, suppressing the energy within him that stirred due to his emotional upheaval. He turned, speaking with the utmost gentleness to his wife and children. It's all right. Kevin, please take the children back to the room. I need to discuss a few matters with these gentlemen. Watching his wife and children flee in terror, locking the door behind them, Adam slowly turned back. The warm, familial atmosphere of the yard had vanished, leaving only a stifling confrontation. Who are you? What do you want? Adam's voice was frigid. His bespectacled eyes shimmered with a blue glow, as if two nebulas flickered in the depths of his gaze. Observing his tense demeanor, Leon nodded in satisfaction. Good, the sleeping lion has finally shown signs of awakening. He had no fondness for gentle, harmless facades. They were mere disguises. Betrayals of one's own power. Who I am is of little consequence, Leon replied casually. What matters is that I can provide you with what you desire. I desire nothing. Adam retorted firmly. I merely wish to lead a tranquil life. Chapter 67. Are you willing to embrace mediocrity? Tranquil? Leon could not help but chuckle softly. Mr. Bernard, do you truly believe your current existence is tranquil? You tread carefully each day, afraid to breathe too loudly, lest you inadvertently obliterate everything around you. You stifle your true nature, donning a hypocritical mask, wielding world-destroying power merely to trim the lawn. Leon's words tore through Adam's years of pretense. This was not tranquility. It was self-imprisonment. Shut up, Adam roared, a tremendous wave of energy erupting from him. The lawn beneath his feet instantly turned to ash, the surrounding roses withering and dying. The town's electrical system experienced erratic fluctuations, countless households witnessing their lights flicker wildly. Banner was knocked back by the force of the wave. Had Leon not stood before him, he surely would have been swept away. My God, Banner's mind screamed. This was beyond the realm of physics. This man had done nothing. Merely the fluctuation of his emotions had sent people flying. Leon remained unmoved, standing steadfast as if the tempest did not affect him in the slightest. The terrifying pressure waves, when approaching his vicinity, silently dissipated like spring snow under the sun. Observing Adam's emotions spiraling out of control, a flicker of pity crossed Leon's eyes. Behold, this is your tranquility, fragile and utterly vulnerable. Adam gasped, his chest rising and falling violently. The blue light in his eyes intensified, as if it sought to devour the entire world. He recognized the truth in Leon's words. The so-called serene life he cherished was built upon a foundation of sand. He perpetually suppressed himself, fearing his own power and its potential to obliterate everything he held dear. He was a monster, encased in the halo of a hero. I do not wish to harm anyone. Adam spoke after a moment of silence. Whether harm is inflicted or not is never determined by the weak. Leon replied calmly. When you possess the power to annihilate the world, choosing whether to wield it is in itself an act of arrogance. He slowly raised his hand, palm upward. A strand of golden light coalesced in his palm. The radiance was not blinding but pure. Your fear of losing control stems from your ignorance of the essence of power. The energy you speak of is merely a projection of universal laws upon you. And I. Leon's lips curled into a confident smile. I am the very embodiment of those laws. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended from Leon, enveloping the surroundings in a stillness. The blue light in Adam's eyes extinguished in an instant. He felt as though he had been thrust into the core of the sun. Light and heat began to envelop and compress him. His legs buckled, and he uncontrollably sank to one knee, the ground cracking beneath him. He strained with every ounce of strength to remain upright, his forehead veins bulging and cold sweat pouring down. Banner watched this unfold yet again, unsure of how many times he had witnessed Leon's display of prowess. So this was his true power? Had their previous skirmish against the Eternals in South Dakota not even been a warm-up? Leon gazed down at the kneeling Adam, his smile still gentle, yet his eyes devoid of warmth. Now, do you comprehend, Adam Bernard? In the face of absolute power, your facade is utterly meaningless. With that, Leon gradually withdrew his oppressive force. Everything in the courtyard returned to normal, as if the cataclysmic scene had never transpired. Adam collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Drenched in sweat, he lifted his gaze to Leon, the sunlight glaring down upon him, rendering him akin to a sun deity descended upon the earth. The power he had always resisted. Was it truly still insufficient? What exactly are you? Adam struggled to speak, his voice hoarse. Leon retracted his hand, returning it to his pocket, regaining his elegant demeanor. I have stated, my name is Leon Odinson. He looked down upon Adam, delivering an ultimatum. I have not come here to seek your consent, but to inform you that your respite has concluded. From this day forward, you shall no longer be the coward hiding in a small town, teaching. You are Blanche, the vanguard of my legion, the sun poised to rend the stars asunder. Rise and join me, or... Leon paused, his gaze unperturbed. Live out your wretched tranquility until the end of your days. Adam remained silent. The dilemma was a cruel game, particularly when the choices were dictated by another. He lowered his head, his broad shoulders trembling ever so slightly. He could sense the anxious gazes of his wife and children. They were his everything, treasures for whom he would forsake the entirety of the world. The very reason he willingly imprisoned himself within the confines of this town. A mundane existence? No, he could not acquiesce to that. He had harbored resentment over the events of that fateful year. Yet, to yield so easily? To offer his loyalty to an enigmatic figure, incomprehensibly powerful, and become a mere weapon in his cosmic conquests? Moreover, Leon Odinson? Was that not a name befitting the sun god? The name Adam Bernard had once symbolized hope, a beacon of freedom. He was a hero in the hearts of countless individuals. Even when forgotten by the world and concealed by the government, the pride of a hero had never dissipated. It could be buried, but it could never be tarnished. He propped himself on his arms, gradually rising from the ground. The effort was arduous, as though he bore not only his own weight but the burden of an era long forgotten. Leon observed him in silence, neither urging nor interrupting. He relished this spectacle. Ants, in the face of absolute power, often stage dramas of dignity and will, far more entertaining than mere pleas for mercy. Banner stood nearby, nervously swallowing. He dared not breathe. Caught in the middle, he felt akin to a trembling squirrel amidst two bickering Godzillas. His only hope was that this Mr. Blanche would recognize the gravity of the situation and refrain from further provoking Leon. Otherwise, he had no doubt that the next moment would witness the obliteration of this town. Adam straightened his posture, casting aside his thick glasses. Without the lenses to obscure his gaze, his eyes were fully revealed. No longer did they reflect the gentility and elegance of a university professor. Instead, they radiated a brilliant blue light. I can see that you are powerful. Powerful enough to invoke despair within me. Yet, his tone shifted, a magnificent force surging forth from within him once more. This time, it was not a reckless rampage, but a release of control. The ground beneath his feet instantaneously crumbled into dust, while the solitary building behind him emitted groans of unbearable strain. To compel my allegiance, mere intimidation is insufficient. Adam gazed unwaveringly at Leon, refusing to flinch. You must vanquish me. Strike until I can no longer rise, until I am utterly incapable of resistance. This is the last vestige of dignity he possesses as a blue chi. He might submit for the sake of his family, but only after a fair and honorable battle. He requires a resounding defeat to draw a definitive line under his past. Upon hearing this, Leon was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha. Banner looked at him in bewilderment. What is so amusing? The man is intent on fighting you. Is this not a serious matter? Leon's laughter gradually subsided as he beheld Adam's resolute expression and shook his head in resignation. Mr. Adam, I believe you may have misinterpreted the situation. His tone remained gentle. I have come here as a king traversing his domain, having spotted a fine wild stallion. I admire you and wish to tame you. But that does not confer upon you the right to challenge a king. He could not be bothered to correct Adam's misconceptions. To fight me? Are you worthy? Such a thought is, in itself, a blasphemy against the divine. Chapter 68. The Hulk versus Blue Chi. Adam's countenance instantly darkened, his fists crackling with tension. Leon's disdain wounded his pride. Ignoring him, Leon gently turned his head, directing his gaze toward Banner, who had been striving to diminish his presence. It seems our field investigation has acquired an intriguing practical component. Banner. No way. Doctor. The smile on Leon's face took on a profound significance. Your new colleague appears to harbor some objections regarding our onboarding process. He believes we should extend a more enthusiastic welcome. The corners of Banner's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Enthusiastic? Is this what you call enthusiasm? This could cost lives. Mr. Leon. Banner attempted a final protest. I think we could sit down and discuss this properly, resolving the issue in a more civilized manner. Civilized? Leon raised an eyebrow. Doctor, strength is the most universal language in the cosmos. When words fail, fists become the finest interpreters. With that, he offered Banner no opportunity for rebuttal. Now, do not be anxious, Doctor. This is merely a small onboarding test. Go on, Banner. Let the Hulk emerge and entertain our new friend. Gazing into Leon's smiling eyes, Banner realized he had no choice. Very well, if we must play, then let us play. Taking a deep breath, he began to summon his emotions. After all, if the sky were to fall, Leon would bear the brunt of it. He was merely a worker following orders. I hope Mr. Banner can exercise some restraint. Otherwise, the Hulk's fury can be quite terrifying. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Leon and Adam, then carefully removed his glasses and placed them in the pocket of his coat. This action resembled a ritual, or perhaps the flick of a switch for a change of persona. Adam looked at Banner in confusion, his brow furrowed. What does this mean? Leon, disdainful of direct confrontation, intended to send his seemingly fragile lackey to deal with him? This was an affront. Adam's anger reignited within him. He resolved to swiftly eliminate this bespectacled fellow and then compel that blond man to act. Just then, he noticed Banner raise his head. A once timid face now adorned with a helpless yet maniacal grin. Mr. Bernard, is it? Banner's voice held an air of resignation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bruce Banner, Ph.D. in physics. Before he could finish his sentence, green energy began to surge beneath his skin. The invincible Hulk. Roar. An enraged bellow erupted, shattering the clouds above the town. Banner's body began to expand. His t-shirt and shorts disintegrated into tatters. His skin rapidly became enveloped in green, and within mere seconds, he towered over 2.5 meters, continuing to grow. Soon, a colossal figure imbued with destructive power descended into the courtyard. The Hulk had arrived. Adam's pupils dilated in shock. The Hulk, the very one who wreaked havoc in New York? He sensed an almost boundless force emanating from the Hulk. This power was entirely distinct from the strength within him. It was devoid of reason, with a singular purpose, destruction. This creature, too, was a monster. Moreover, a monster of equal caliber. All right, cool. At this moment, Bruce Banner's consciousness floated within the Hulk's mind. He was like a pilot, observing and guiding the Hulk's form through the mental link bestowed by Leon. He could feel the Hulk's battle spirit ignited by the potent energy radiating from Adam. This sensation was truly extraordinary. He was no longer a prisoner consumed by rage, but rather the helmsman steering the tempest. Leon observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding slightly. Excellent. Banner's mastery over power was far more rapid than he had anticipated. It seemed his teachings had borne fruit. Now, let him witness the sparks that fly when gamma rays meet antimatter. As if struck by inspiration, he waved his hand gently. Buzz. A golden barrier enveloped the town in an instant. From the outside, the town appeared serene, devoid of any anomalies. Yet within the barrier, it had transformed into a battleground. Severed from reality. Having completed his part, Leon leisurely stepped back, leaving the stage to the two protagonists. With a fierce roar, Hulk charged forward without hesitation, his legs propelling him with such force that the meticulously maintained grass beneath him was uprooted. His massive form tore through the air, crashing violently into Adam. Adam's eyes sharpened. Faced with the onslaught of Hulk's power, he chose not to evade. The dignity of a hero forbade retreat. He uttered a low growl as a layer of blue energy enveloped him. Simultaneously, he clenched his fists and lowered his stance, resolutely meeting Hulk's advance. Come forth. The ground shook as a thunderous collision ensued. The clash of green and blue seemed to silence the world. In the next moment, a ferocious shockwave erupted. Had it not been for Leon's prior establishment of a barrier, the mere aftershock of their collision would have been enough to obliterate the town. Dust swirled. An energy rampaged. At the epicenter of the impact, Hulk and Adam remained locked in a struggle, their fists colliding, while the ground beneath them transformed into a deep crater. The two were evenly matched. A flicker of surprise crossed Hulk's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a surge of rage. He roared, his arm muscles swelling with renewed strength. Unleashing a torrent of power, Adam let out a grunt, feeling an overwhelming force emanating from Hulk's fist. His body was uncontrollably propelled backward, sliding several meters while carving deep furrows into the ground. Such formidable strength. Adam thought, alarmed. He sensed Hulk's power continuing to escalate. With a roar, having gained the upper hand, Hulk pressed his advantage, charging once more with ferocity, his colossal fists raining down upon Adam. Determined not to take the blows head-on, Adam transformed into a streak of light, swiftly ascending and deftly evading Hulk's attacks. Each of Hulk's punches left a gaping hole in the earth, leaving the town's surface riddled with destruction, resembling a wasteland. Observing the frenzied Hulk below, Adam's expression grew serious. While he did not shy away from Hulk's strength, relying solely on brute force was undoubtedly unwise. Thus, his eyes ignited with brilliance, radiant blue light illuminating the sky. Taste this. He spread his arms wide, gathering a massive amount of antimatter energy, forming two orbs pulsating with a sense of annihilation in his palms. Antimatter energy blasts. Whoosh, whoosh. The two energy orbs, trailing long flames, struck Hulk's chest with tremendous force. Boom, boom. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The moment the antimatter energy made contact with Hulk's body, it began to annihilate. The ground beneath the Hulk and the surrounding space was consumed by a force of annihilation, creating an ever-expanding spherical void. Yet, from the darkened center, an enraged roar pierced through all. Roar. The towering figure of the Hulk remained steadfast, his chest scorched and mangled from the energy projectile. Yet those wounds healed at a visibly astonishing rate. Pain only fueled his fury, and fury only made him stronger. Impossible. Adam gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. His antimatter energy projectile could obliterate a small asteroid. How could it merely inflict superficial wounds upon his opponent? What was this being made of? The Hulk raised his head, his fiery eyes locked onto Adam, suspended in midair. He swiftly bent his knees, and then, boom. The earth beneath him shattered once more as his colossal form launched skyward. Adam's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately conjured dozens of energy shields before him, retreating rapidly. However, the Hulk's speed surpassed his expectations. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of energy shields were instantaneously shattered before the Hulk's iron fists. In the blink of an eye, the Hulk had closed the distance to Adam. Roar. The Hulk's fist expanded infinitely in Adam's horrified gaze. Ultimately, the fist struck him with tremendous force. Chapter 69, Hulk vs. Adam 2. Before reading, please play the instrumental version of Born a Rockstar. Boom. In Adam's astonished sight, the Hulk's fist made intimate contact with him. The next moment, the sound arrived belatedly. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the center of Adam's face, causing the ground beneath him to collapse instantaneously. He transformed into a streak of blue light, flying backward. He shattered his own fence and broke the neighbor's mailbox. Finally, with a resounding crash, Adam was deeply embedded into the wall of a church at the other end of the town, stirring up a cloud of dust. The town trembled violently, and the barrier set by Leon rippled with layers of distortion, firmly containing the destructive force unleashed by the battle within the isolated space. Roar. The Hulk stood in place, admiring the devastation he had wrought, then emitted a low, satisfied growl. He shook his fist, still retaining traces of blue energy, as if savoring the sensation from moments prior. Banner's consciousness within the Hulk's mind experienced it all. My God, is this the power of the Hulk? He could feel the impact of his fist striking Adam, the energy exploding upon collision. He could even sense the exhilaration that surged from the Hulk as he unleashed his rage. This sensation was both terrifying and utterly captivating. Banner has now come to realize the terrifying monster that resides within him. Yet, simultaneously, he senses that he may truly harness the might of the Hulk. He is no longer the helpless coward at the mercy of the Hulk. He has transformed into the master. Leon stands a short distance away, his demeanor serene, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He casts a glance at Adam, who has been sent flying, and the roaring Hulk, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, Banner's aptitude for learning is remarkable. This marks only his second encounter in battle, yet he has begun to guide the Hulk's fury, channeling it into formidable strikes. Though the previous punch was still rather crude, it at least had a clear target, sparing the innocent barbecue grill nearby. As for Adam, Leon's gaze pierced through the hundreds of meters to the ruins of the church. Although Adam is a dormant hero, his strength is undeniably impressive. Had Icarus taken that blow from the Hulk, he would have surely faced grave consequences. Despite his disheveled appearance, Adam's life force remains steady and is gradually rising. It seems that decades of peaceful living have not reduced him to a mere lawn-mowing civilian. The blood of heroes still courses through his veins. Roar. The Hulk has no habit of granting his opponents a moment's respite. With a thunderous roar, he propels himself skyward once more, hurtling towards the church. At that moment, a brilliant blue light erupted from the church's ruins. Boom. Debris and dust were instantly displaced, revealing Adam's figure suspended in midair. He appeared somewhat disheveled, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and his checkered shirt tattered. Yet his eyes shone with an intensity that was terrifying. Like two blazing blue suns, the antimatter energy within him was fully activated by the Hulk's provocation. You have enraged me. Adam's voice transformed, no longer gentle. Anger now dominated. He was no longer the devoted husband, but Blue Marvel, the once great superhero who had made the world tremble. As the Hulk charged once more, Adam refused to remain on the defensive. His body traced an arc through the air, actively meeting the Hulk's advance. This time, he had no intention of clashing directly with the Hulk. At the moment of imminent contact, he deftly sidestepped the Hulk's onslaught. Simultaneously, he spread his arms wide, and two blades of antimatter energy formed instantaneously, striking fiercely at Hulk's back. Sizzle! The Hulk's seemingly impenetrable skin was torn open, revealing deep wounds down to the bone. Roar! The intense pain elicited an enraged howl from the Hulk. He spun abruptly, delivering a punch, but only struck the afterimage left by Adam. At this moment, Adam was fully charged with energy, his speed surpassing the Hulk's dynamic perception. He soared around Hulk at breakneck speed, his energy blades leaving a trail of wounds on Hulk's formidable form. Hulk swung his fists wildly, each strike producing a thunderous crack in the air. Yet he could never graze the hem of Adam's attire. Within Adam's heart simmered a tempest of fury and frustration. He had yearned for a tranquil existence, to safeguard his family. Yet these unwelcome intruders shattered his facade, dragging him back into a realm of conflict. Even more infuriating was Leon, the self-proclaimed deity, who observed him with an air of detached amusement, as if his struggles were merely a tiresome spectacle. This disdain was a deeper humiliation than Hulk's blows. He must prove himself. He must make the arrogant ones aware. The dignity of Blanche is not to be trampled upon. Meanwhile, Banner found himself in a precarious situation. He sensed Hulk's rage escalating under Adam's relentless assault, threatening to breach his mental defenses. Hulk's fighting style relied on sheer power, which rendered him somewhat clumsy against Adam's swift and aggressive tactics. No, he could no longer afford to be on the defensive. Banner forced himself to regain composure, his mind racing. Hulk's strengths lay in his might and regenerative abilities, while his weaknesses resided in speed and technique. I must devise a strategy to compensate for these shortcomings. Utilize the environment, create opportunities. His gaze swept across the ravaged town, and a plan swiftly took shape in his mind. Hulk smash! Through their mental link, Banner issued the command to Hulk. With a roar, Hulk abandoned his pursuit of Adam, bellowing as he drove his fists into the ground. The earth trembled in lament as enormous fissures rapidly spread outward. He pounded the ground relentlessly, each impact sending violent tremors through the town's foundation. Adam, who had been toying with Hulk in the air, felt a sudden shift in the ground beneath him, sensing an unstable force rising. Before he could react, Hulk abruptly halted his assault, plunging his hands into the cracked earth. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, he uprooted the very foundation of the town square. A massive slab of earth was lifted high above his head. Roaring with ferocity, Hulk hurled the colossal landmass toward the airborne Adam. Adam's pupils dilated. He had not anticipated such a method of attack. A vast shadow loomed over him, constricting his escape. He could only brace himself. Brace for impact, Adam shouted, crossing his arms defensively across his chest, unleashing all the antimatter energy within him to create a formidable blue energy barrier. The colossal slab of earth collided violently with the energy shield. Bang! At this moment, the sky was enveloped in a blinding azure radiance. A torrent of ferocious energy swept through the entire town, reducing countless windows to mere dust in an instant. Chapter 70. An overwhelming sense of oppression. Were it not for Leon's barrier, the aftermath of this battle would have leveled everything in the vicinity. The ground disintegrated inch by inch under the annihilation of antimatter energy, while Adam's energy shield flickered violently in response to the immense physical shock. Ultimately, with a sharp crack, it shattered. Adam let out a muffled groan, propelled once more by the force, tumbling through the air several times before regaining his composure. Seizing this opportunity, Hulk summoned his strength, his massive form soaring skyward, once again confronting Adam. This time, Adam could no longer evade. It is over. Leon watched the scene unfold, a broader smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Banner's rate of development exceeded his expectations. He had begun to harness Hulk's power instead of being enslaved by it. He was starting to strategize and think critically. An intelligent Hulk, far more intriguing than the green behemoth who merely knew how to smash. As for Adam, his performance was equally commendable, even under duress. He could unleash such formidable combat prowess, truly worthy of the man who almost became a Marvel superhero. His strength and willpower were impeccable. Alas, Leon sighed inwardly. He observed the impending collision of the two fighters, slowly raising his right hand. It was time to conclude this farce. Just as Hulk's fist was about to strike Adam, who was poised to unleash the energy within him for a final stand, an overwhelming will abruptly descended. Buzz! It felt as though the world had indeed been paused. Hulk's furious fist halted before Adam, the force of it tousling Adam's hair, yet it could advance not an inch further. The energy within Adam, on the brink of eruption, also became frozen. He sensed the antimatter particles within him had ceased their movement. Time, space, energy, everything was ensnared in stillness. The only thing that remained mobile was their thoughts. What is happening? Adam's mind was filled with shock as he realized he had lost control over his body and energy. He could do nothing but contemplate. Banner was equally astonished. He sensed Hulk's rage was firmly restrained, immobile. The two struggled to turn their eyes toward the ground. They beheld Leon slowly withdrawing his raised hand. His expression still gentle. It seemed both combatants were enjoying themselves somewhat. Leon's calm voice resonated in their ears. The warm-up before the official engagement concludes here. Now, I believe we can discuss matters of substance. As his words fell, the power that had confined everything vanished in an instant. The Hulk and Adam regained their freedom simultaneously. Yet neither made a move. The Hulk, panting heavily, felt his fury dissipate swiftly in the presence of Leon's formidable will. He cast a furious glance at Adam, who was close at hand, then glanced at Leon sprawled on the ground, conceding defeat. Ultimately, the Hulk let out a reluctant roar as his massive form began to shrink rapidly, transforming back into the seemingly frail Bruce Banner. Stumbling slightly, Banner quickly donned his glasses, gazing at Leon with an overwhelming sense of reverence. Adam, having expended all his strength, gradually descended from the air. He had lost, more thoroughly than before. If the first time he had knelt before Leon's imposing pressure had left him with a sense of indignation, believing it merely a trick, this time he felt the insurmountable chasm between them. This was not a matter of physical strength. His adversary needed only a thought to manipulate both him and the Hulk at will. This disparity transcended mere power. It was a crushing difference in existential dimensions. His pride and dignity appeared laughable in the face of such absolute might. Now, do you understand, Adam Bernard? Leon approached him slowly, looking down upon him from a position of superiority. In my presence, your resistance is futile. Adam fell silent, bowing his head, his shoulders sagging. Inside the room, his wife, Kevin, observed the scene through the shattered window, her hands tightly clasped over her mouth, her eyes filled with tears and terror. Their two children huddled behind her, trembling. Adam felt the weight of his family's gaze upon him. He slowly lifted his head to meet Leon's eyes, the blue light in his own having extinguished. I join. He struggled to articulate those two words from his throat. After speaking, he seemed to have been drained of all vitality, his body slumping. A wise choice, Leon said with a satisfied smile, extending a hand to gently pat Adam's shoulder. Welcome to my legion, Blanche. From this day forth, you shall no longer need to hide, nor suppress yourself. Your power will shine upon a grand stage. With that, he turned his attention to Banner. And you, Banner, your performance today was commendable. Keep striving. I look forward to witnessing the emergence of the perfect Hulk. Banner offered a wry smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Leon surveyed the surroundings, which were now in disarray. A faint smile graced his lips as he casually waved his hand. Miraculously, the shattered ground began to mend, the collapsed fences re-erected, the wilted roses blossomed anew, and even the church's battered walls restored to their former glory. Within mere seconds, the entire town returned to its previous tranquil state, as though the cataclysmic battle had never transpired. Adam and Banner, witnessing the spectacle, found themselves rendered numb. Creation and destruction seemed to lie within a mere thought of one another. All right, Leon clapped his hands. Your first task, his gaze swept over Adam and Banner, is to clean the battlefield, and then prepare a detailed combat report for me. I need to understand the limits of your respective abilities and the areas in which you can improve. A combat report? Banner was taken aback. Indeed, Leon nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. Did you think I had you engage in combat for amusement? No, Doctor, this is science. Each encounter is a valuable data collection opportunity. I require precise data to tailor subsequent enhancement plans for you. He observed the bewildered expressions on their faces and added, remember to be thorough. Include energy output values, peak strength, recovery speed, and psychological states during the battle. It should exceed 5,000 words and be submitted to the villa by tomorrow morning. With that, he turned away, transforming into a golden light that vanished from sight. In the courtyard, only Blue and Hulk remained. No, Adam and Banner stared at one another in disbelief. After a long pause, Banner adjusted his glasses and cautiously spoke. Mr. Bernard, regarding the combat report. Shall we find a place to sit down with a cup of coffee and discuss it at length? Adam glanced at his home, now a ruin despite having returned to his normal form, and let out a long sigh. I think I need to explain things to my family first. Chapter 71. Magical Realm. Banner nodded awkwardly, understanding the unspoken sentiment, and took a step back. He watched Adam walk slowly towards the white building, his heart a tumult of emotions. Writing a report? Goodness, he would rather face abomination again. Psychological states during combat? Should he write? I was terrified. desperately seeking a place to hide, but I dared not, with my boss observing. How on earth could one compose 5,000 words on that? Would he need to analyze the fluctuations of gamma rays and the impact of adrenaline on neural synapses? Adam's inner turmoil was relentless. He had just endured the most humiliating day of his life. First, he was crushed by an enigmatic goddess power, and then he was subdued by a green monster. His strength and dignity were effortlessly vanquished. And now, he was tasked with writing a reflection. No, a combat report. This felt more excruciating than death itself. From within the house came the sound of muffled sobs and Adam's low, comforting tones. Banner could envision the scene inside, a husband, a father, attempting to explain to those most dear to him why their home had suddenly transformed into a battlefield and why he had to yield to a stranger. It was all too cruel. Banner found himself at a loss for words. Leon's actions resembled those of a mischievous child, carelessly crushing a meticulously constructed castle of blocks, only to restore it with divine prowess, lightly remarking to the builder that their efforts were commendable, yet could be improved. After approximately half an hour, Adam emerged from the house once more. The despondency that had previously clouded his visage had dissipated, replaced by an air of tranquility. His wife, Kevin, followed closely behind him, her eyes swollen and red, yet brimming with concern and affection as they gazed upon Adam. She clasped her husband's hand tightly, as if imparting silent strength. Approaching Banner, Adam spoke in a subdued tone. "I apologize for the wait. It is of no consequence. Family is paramount," Banner replied, hastily waving his hand, unsure how to offer comfort. He resorted to platitudes. "We are heading to New York tomorrow morning, correct?" Adam inquired, already contemplating the execution of the first task assigned by Leon. Recognizing the futility of resistance, he resolved to adapt to his new identity. Banner nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. But how do we get there? It is quite a distance to New York, and—" He cast a glance at Adam, hesitating. They were, after all, an escaped fugitive sought by the military and a supposedly deceased superhero. Thus, nonchalantly boarding a plane was clearly ill-advised. Adam frowned, acutely aware of the predicament. Though he possessed the ability to fly at astonishing speeds, such an approach would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. For decades, he had meticulously avoided the gaze of the government. And now, with Leon's barrier dissolved, every movement of his would likely be scrutinized by countless satellites. Noticing Adam deep in thought, Banner hesitated but eventually suggested, "Perhaps we could seek assistance from Tony Stark. He should be considered one of our own." "Tony Stark?" Adam replied, taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. "Iron Man. That playboy, billionaire, arms dealer, he is your boss's subordinate?" This revelation shocked him more than the previous punch delivered by Hulk. Who was Tony Stark? He was the luminary of this era, the godfather of technology, an idol to countless admirers. How could such an egotistical figure ever find himself in a subordinate position? Something like that, Banner replied awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. "The situation is somewhat complex. However, Mr. Leon is currently residing in a villa he gifted, and it seems he can summon Mr. Stark at will. Therefore, arranging a private jet should not pose a significant challenge." Adam fell silent, once more acknowledging the strength and influence of Leon Odinson. Not only did he possess godlike power, but he could also command someone of Tony Stark's stature to serve him. What, indeed, were his intentions? What kind of organization did he refer to as a legion? He felt that everything was unfolding too swiftly, leaving him uncertain about his future endeavors. Taking a deep breath, Adam retrieved an antiquated flip phone from his pocket, one of his few connections to the outside world. "I need to make a call to arrange matters at home. Then, we shall contact Mr. Stark." Banner nodded, feeling a newfound respect for Adam. The ability to accept reality in such a short span and begin to orchestrate a contingency for his family was a remarkable quality, indeed, far beyond the capabilities of the average person. It seemed that his new colleague was no ordinary individual. Meanwhile, in New York, golden light quietly illuminated the living room of a villa, coalescing around Leon's figure. He removed his coat and casually tossed it onto the sofa before approaching the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the shimmering sea under the moonlight. "Jarvis," he spoke softly. "At your service, Mr. Leon," Jarvis's voice responded, sounding more respectful than ever. "Please provide me with information regarding the Ghost Rider. I require all historical records, eyewitness reports, and mythological tales." "Certainly, sir. Filtering the global database for you. Ghost Rider, Spirit of Vengeance, Hellfire. Relevant entries have been located and are being compiled. This will take approximately 2 minutes. Would you like me to play some relaxing music? AC/DC's Highway to Hell seems quite fitting." Leon smiled slightly and waved his hand. "No need for that, Jarvis. Additionally, inform Tony to prepare an aircraft to the Midwest to retrieve 2 guests. One is the Hulk, and the other is his new idol." "Understood, sir." Your sense of humor remains uniquely charming. The order has been conveyed. Mr. Stark has expressed his eagerness to provide 5-star service for your new friends and inquired whether your new idol requires an autograph. Leon fell silent, gazing out at the nocturnal landscape. His legion had acquired its first members. The Eternals were a commendable cadre of elite soldiers, albeit not the brightest. They excelled in diverse capabilities and were malleable in their loyalty. Hulk, possessing limitless potential for growth, was becoming increasingly controllable under Banner's wise guidance. Lucci, a moving paradox of energy, a walking source of power, intrigued Leon regarding the limits of his strength. Logically, given the level of antimatter energy, he ought to be classified as a pseudomonadic cosmic entity. A pseudomonadic universe denotes that while his pure offensive power has reached such heights, he lacks the requisite authority over reality, such as the ability to restart the universe, rewrite existence, manipulate time, or traverse space. However, this was merely theoretical, for later, the Sentinel emerged, rendering this superhero obsolete. As for the reasons, Black, those who understand, understand. In addition to this, there was Tony Stark, who wielded the pinnacle of Earth's technology and wealth. And far away in Asgard, his brother, Thor, alongside the entirety of the Asgardian pantheon, who sees themselves as the future sovereigns of divinity. On his chessboard, formidable pieces have already been placed: strength, technology, and the heritage of the divine realm. The physical layout has been largely completed. Yet, this is merely insufficient. What Leon desires extends beyond a mere formidable army. He yearns for the absolute dominion over all realms of the universe. Thus, it is time to delve into the more enigmatic and metaphysical domains: magic, souls, dimensions. These are the true cornerstones of the cosmos. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy enveloping the earth from his core. To be precise, this was neither psychic force nor magic, but rather an insight into the energy of all things as a solar deity. Within his perception, the energy fluctuations of every living being on Earth were vividly discernible. The life force of billions of humans flickered like faint candle flames, merging into an ocean of light, while those unique individuals he had marked shone like beacons in the night. The Ancient One, within the serene chambers of Kamar-Taj, slightly opened her eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. A silent greeting. Leon's perception did not linger. He filtered out the relatively mundane, extraordinary energies and began to seek out particular essences. What he sought was an energy steeped in sin, sulfur, remorse, and the remnants of the divine. Soon, his awareness penetrated the vast expanse of the North American continent, ultimately honing in on a solitary highway, where a blazing source of energy was aflame. It was a tempestuous, wrathful inferno, imbued with the essence of judgment, a hellfire. The Ghost Rider. Leon slowly opened his eyes, a glint of amusement flashing within them. A spirit of vengeance bound by the pact of the Lord of Hell. Intriguing. This was the kind of irrational power he craved, directly judging souls, igniting malevolence. Such power unleashed upon the battlefield would spell nightmares for all those with sinister intentions. It was time to meet the future chief judge. With that thought, his form transformed into golden light, vanishing from the villa. Chapter 72, The Ghost Rider, Texas. Deep in the night. This is a land of freedom, rife with violence and crime. Here, one encounters the infamous rednecks alongside knights who judge evil. Each night, the vengeful sun, engulfed in hellfire, emerges. He judges every criminal, consigning their souls to hell for penance. And now, the journey of judgment by this night unfolds. On the desolate Route 66, a Harley motorcycle roars at an unfathomable speed. The rider, ablaze with hellfire, has shed flesh, leaving behind a grinning skull amid the flames. Johnny Blaze, or rather, the Ghost Rider, is in pursuit of his quarry. Before him, a black Dodge Charger raced through the night in a desperate flight. Inside, 3 men, their bodies adorned with tattoos and eyes filled with malice, gazed in terror at the demonic figure approaching in the rearview mirror. Faster! We must go faster. That fiend is gaining on us. The man in the passenger seat shouted in panic, the acrid scent of fear permeating the air. Damn it! I've pressed the accelerator to the floor. The driver exclaimed, beads of sweat cascading down his brow as the steering wheel slipped through his trembling hands. They were acolytes of the Dark Heart, a band of rogues who had sold their souls for power. Just moments ago, they had slaughtered the inhabitants of a small town, attempting to conduct a nefarious ritual. Yet, they had not foreseen the arrival of the hellish night. With a thunderous roar, the Hell Knight unleashed a primal bellow. Twisting the throttle of his motorcycle, flames erupting from the rear wheel as he surged forward once more. In the blink of an eye, he had drawn alongside the Charger. The skull, ablaze with infernal fire, slowly turned to face the trio within, its hollow eye sockets fixated on them with 2 blazing orbs of flame. You are guilty. A deep voice resonated directly within their minds. In the next instant, the Hell Knight extended his hand, seizing the car door with a grip that rendered it as fragile as parchment. With a swift motion, he tore the door asunder, eliciting desperate cries of horror from the three men inside, just as the Hell Knight was poised to deliver his judgment. Allowing them to taste the infernal flames of their own transgressions, a gentle yet authoritative voice echoed around them. Enough. This ends now. Accompanying this voice, a warm golden light materialized between the Hell Knight and the Dodge Charger. The light, though not blinding, caused the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. Upon contact with this golden radiance, the Hell Knight's furious inferno hissed in retreat, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. "What is this?" he exclaimed, slamming on the brakes, the burning tires leaving two charred marks upon the ground. His flaming skull gazed ahead in bewilderment. This time, the inquiry came not only from the host, Johnny Blaze, but also from the vengeful spirit within him, Zarathos. As the golden light gradually dissipated, a man clad in casual black attire, adorned with a gentle smile and flowing golden hair, floated serenely in the air. He appeared as though he were merely a passerby, utterly incongruous with the surrounding desolation and violence. Yet, within Zarathos' perception, this man radiated the essence of the sun itself, a divine presence embodying light and an overwhelming, unyielding aura. Indeed, he was the bane of hellish creations. The Hell Knight spoke in a grave tone. "Holy light. Impossible. The son of Asgard." Satanos recognized the source of this formidable power, even with fragmented memories from his confinement by Mephisto. The perception of his natural nemesis was etched into the very essence of his soul, unerring in its certainty. This was the divine power that stood in opposition to the realm of hell within the 9 realms. He was the son of Odin, the legendary sun god, Leon Odinson. As Leon observed the intense reaction of the spectral knight, a broader smile graced his features. "Oh, it seems you have not completely forgotten," he remarked, surveying his opponent with keen interest. "I had thought that having been reduced to Mephisto's pawn for so long, you had forsaken your pitiful origins." His words ignited Satanos' fury. "Silence, you of the divine realm. This is not your domain." The spectral knight roared, as the spirit of vengeance suppressed Johnny's consciousness. The chains in his grasp erupted into blazing flames, hurtling towards Leon with ferocity. Faced with the onslaught, Leon remained unfazed. He stood quietly, allowing the searing chains to approach him. Just as the chains were about to make contact, a golden aura enveloped Leon's being. With a hiss, the flaming chains struck the aura, not producing a deafening sound. Instead, the infernal fire upon the chains extinguished instantaneously. The entire length of the chains swiftly eroded and purified by the golden energy. Ultimately, the chains transformed into a heap of rusted iron, clattering to the ground. The spectral knight was left in utter disbelief. Satanos was aware that the sun god could counteract the hellfire, but he had not anticipated such a thorough purification. This was not a battle, it was an act of cleansing. "Your flames are far too impure," Leon spoke, his voice remaining gentle, yet laced with unmistakable disdain. "They possess warmth, yet lack the essence of the divine. Satanos, having fallen so low, you truly disappoint me." With that, he slowly raised his right hand. A golden fireball the size of a fist quietly igniting in his palm. This flame appeared unassuming, but the spectral knight sensed the terrifying energy it harbored. "True flames ought to embody this," Leon smiled. "Pure, exquisite, representing both creation and destruction. Now, I present you with a choice. Will you continue to pursue insignificant characters, endlessly repeating the tedium of vengeance? Or will you choose to pledge your allegiance to me, breaking free from Mephisto's shackles, and become the scepter of judgment against all evil in my grasp? I shall bestow upon you the true fire of purification, allowing your judgment to resonate throughout the cosmos." Leon extended his hand towards the spectral knight, echoing the invitation he had previously offered to the Eternal Clan and the Blue Ones. He resembled a magnanimous monarch, promising a once-exiled noble the restoration of his former glory and the bestowal of a loftier status. Yet, the spectral knight was neither of the Eternal Clan nor Adam. Within him resided a soul tainted by the filth of hell. For Satanos, the light and order were far more loathsome than the torments of hell. A roar of hatred answered Leon. The hellish knight opened his mouth wide, unleashing a pillar of hellfire that instantly engulfed Leon's figure. He aimed to reduce to ashes the audacious deity who dared to profane the majesty of hell and sought to seize the power of vengeance. Chapter 73. Is this the boss? Confronted by the oncoming pillar of hellfire, Leon's expression remained unchanged. He did not raise his shield, allowing the murky flames to envelop him. The 3 ruffians atop the Dodge Warhorse saw this scene, their faces instantly falling. "Damn it, This suddenly appearing golden-haired handsome man, though appearing formidable, ultimately could not withstand the night of hell. What should we do? However, in the next moment, their expressions froze. In the heart of the roaring flames, Leon's figure was distinctly visible, untouched even by the tips of his garments. The raging flames parted as if encountering a barrier, forming a realm devoid of fire around him. Bathed in hellfire, Leon's smile remained gentle and serene, perhaps finding it too tedious. He shook his head at the stunned hellish knight. "You are too weak, Satanos." His voice pierced through the roar of the flames, reaching the ears of the hellish knight. "You are too weak." The moment the words fell, a hum resonated. Divine radiance erupted from Leon. Blinding golden light enveloped the battlefield. Light would banish the darkness. Soon, the golden divine power surrounding him exploded, transforming into a dazzling sun. Before the brilliant sun, the pillar of hellfire was rendered feeble, disintegrating in an instant before being purified. Puff! As the master of flames, the hellish knight suffered a severe backlash. The flames consuming his body rapidly dimmed, and he uncontrollably flew off his motorcycle, crashing heavily to the ground. "This is impossible," Satanos' soul wailed. "The hellfire never extinguishes, unless confronted by the divine light of a dimensional demon god. How could that damned Asgardian sun god possess such overwhelming power? Odin, that old fellow, is nothing but this, right?" Leon slowly descended from the sky, his feet lightly touching the road. He approached the fallen hellish knight step by step. "It seems you have yet to comprehend the chasm between us." Leon looked down upon him, his tone authoritative. "I did not come here to negotiate with you or to battle. I merely came to inform you that from this day forth, your dominion belongs to me." "No, this is not yours." The hellish knight struggled to rise, flames reigniting in his eyes. "I, Satanos, shall never yield to the divine realm, even in death," he declared defiantly. Leon raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by his resolve. "Alas, you are not even worthy of dying," he retorted, lifting his right hand. A myriad of runes materialized in his palm, glowing with a golden light. This was the power of the Asgardian lineage, belonging to Odin himself. The runes of ruin. The sight of those symbols instilled a profound fear within Satanos' soul. He yearned to flee, yet the space surrounding Leon was already sealed off. "Since you refuse to break your shackles willingly, allow me to assist you," Leon spoke gently. Though his gaze turned frigid, he then clenched his fingers lightly. "In the name of the sun, I sever your contract with hell." Buzz! The golden runes transformed into countless chains of light, swiftly darting towards the Ghost Rider. The runes disregarded the hellfire defenses enveloping him, penetrating directly into his very bones. "Oh!" A chilling scream resonated across the desolate expanse. The Ghost Rider's body convulsed violently as the hellfire consuming him began to extinguish rapidly. As the fierce flames subsided, the grotesque skull gradually reverted to Johnny Blaze's form. Johnny curled up on the ground in agony, sensing the contract being torn from the depths of his soul. Yet, one could argue that the pain inflicted was more excruciating than the burns he endured in his own hellish realm. However, simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief. The curse that had plagued him for years seemed to be dissipating. Leon observed with tranquility, his expression impassive. For others, severing the Ghost Rider's contract might seem like a fantastical notion. Yet, for the sun god, who was well-versed in the laws of the soul and inherently countered hell's power, it was merely a matter of effortless exertion. Mephisto's petty tricks upon Johnny's soul were utterly insignificant before the might of the runes. Minutes later, the screams gradually subsided. Johnny Blaze lay on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Beside him, a writhing mass of lamenting black flames twisted incessantly, encircling the flames. Golden rune chains firmly bound it. This was the essence of the vengeful spirit, Satanos. Deprived of its host and the energy supplied by hell, it had become feeble. "You are now free, Johnny Blaze," Leon remarked, casting a glance at him with a calm demeanor. Johnny struggled to lift his head, suddenly at a loss for words. Had he truly attained freedom? "As for you," Leon turned his gaze towards Satanos, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I have promised to bestow upon you the true flames." With that, he extended his other hand, a fireball once again materializing in his palm. He flicked his fingers, sending the golden fireball soaring toward the imprisoned Satanos. "No. Please, no." Satanos emitted a terrified shriek. He could sense that the power contained within that fiery orb could obliterate him. Yet, his resistance proved utterly futile. The golden flames ultimately merged with the black flames. There was no explosion, no confrontation. The golden flames, akin to pure water falling into ink, began to swiftly spread through the black fire. The black flames began to fade, as impurities and negative emotions were gradually purified and stripped away, transforming into a sacred gold. Zatannos' wails slowly morphed into sounds resembling moans. Observing this scene, Leon nodded in satisfaction. He was reshaping Zatannos, transforming the vengeful spirit of hell into the divine envoy of the sun god, who would judge all evil. This process required some time. Once this was accomplished, Leon turned his gaze to the side, where the Dodge warhorse stood. The three ruffians in the carriage had long been rendered speechless, having just witnessed these events. They now lacked even the courage to flee. Leon approached the carriage with measured steps, his expression returning to a gentle smile. "Gentlemen, I believe you must have many intriguing tales to share with me." His gaze swept over the trio. "For instance, about your master, the black-hearted demon, and his even more infamous father, Mephisto." Meanwhile, Tony Stark's private jet had landed in a small town in the Midwest. Happy Hogan, clad in a sharply tailored suit and sporting sunglasses, disembarked the plane with a serious demeanor. Behind him followed two similarly attired bodyguards. Before them lay a tranquil and serene town. He glanced at the address in his hand, his brow furrowing. "Are you certain this is the place, Tony? You had me come to fetch two world-destroying overlords? They reside here? What a jest! Do they spend their days tending to lawns to annihilate the world?" Happy began to voice his grievances into the communicator. "Silence, Happy." Tony's fatigued voice crackled through the device. "No questions, just do as instructed. Remember to be exceedingly courteous to them. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Happy shivered, deterred from asking further. He adjusted his tie and, accompanied by his bodyguards, made his way toward the White House indicated on the address. Before long, he was greeted by Adam Bernard, who opened the door, along with Bruce Banner, who stood behind him wearing glasses and exuding an air of refinement. Happy was taken aback. "Is this the Overlord?" Chapter 74. Lord of Hell. Happy's face twitched as he forced a smile and slightly bowed. "May I inquire if this is Dr. Banner and Mr. Bernard? I am Happy Hogan, sent by Mr. Stark to escort you both to New York." His gaze cautiously swept over the two men. The two individuals presented a stark contrast. One resembled a professor who might lecture at a university, while the other, well, he was none other than Bruce Banner, a prodigy from Caltech. Bruce understood that the news portrayed him as the Hulk, but what of Adam? Who was he? Banner, feeling a touch of awkwardness, nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Yes, my apologies, Mr. Hogan." Adam remained silent, casting a glance at Happy, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. He then turned to call for his wife, Kevin, who soon appeared with their child, dragging a suitcase behind her. Upon meeting Adam's calm gaze, for reasons unknown, Happy felt an inexplicable shiver and instinctively took a step back. This man was undoubtedly extraordinary. "All right. The plane is ready for departure at any moment." Happy swallowed hard and quickly stepped aside to clear the path. The two exchanged a silent look before proceeding ahead. The atmosphere aboard the flight to New York was notably serene. Happy fidgeted restlessly, occasionally stealing glances at the two eminent figures in the rearview mirror. Banner was engrossed in his tablet, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen, which was densely populated with formulas and data. Was he composing a paper? No, it appeared more akin to a report. Meanwhile, Adam and his wife had remained silently gazing out of the window since boarding, his demeanor calm as if lost in thought. Happy sensed an awkward tension permeating the cabin. Clearing his throat, he attempted to shatter the silence. Mr. Bernard, would you care for a drink? Perhaps a lawfight or some whiskey?" Adam turned his head, his gaze settling on Happy, who endeavored to maintain a smile. "Just a few glasses of water, please." "Thank you." Adam's voice was composed, yet Happy discerned an underlying weariness. All right, Happy exclaimed, relieved, and promptly rose to fetch the water. Banner lifted his gaze, observing the fatigued expression on Adam's face. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired softly, "Are you all right?" Adam shook his head, remaining silent as he accepted the water from Happy and took a gentle sip. Was he truly all right? He could not say. Just hours earlier, he had been an ordinary man, blessed with a happy family. He was a husband, a father, a respected educator. Yet now, everything lay shattered. Ironically, Leon had not even laid a finger on him. Most painfully, he had witnessed the terror in his wife and child's eyes. As a husband and father, he recognized the absence of choice. To protect them, he was willing to relinquish everything, even his dignity. Thus, he submitted. He was now a soldier under Leon's command, a rookie tasked with crafting a 5,000-word report. "In truth, you need not worry excessively," Banner remarked, attempting to offer comfort to the silent Adam. "Although Mr. Leon possesses a rather straightforward demeanor, he is far from being a tyrant. At the very least, he has promised to assist me in controlling the Hulk, and indeed, he has fulfilled that promise." Adam, taken aback for a moment, then turned his gaze toward Banner, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. "You seem to know him quite well." "No, not at all," Banner replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "I have known him perhaps no longer than you have. All I am aware of is that he wields a power beyond our comprehension and is engaged in a monumental endeavor that we cannot even fathom. We are merely a cog in this grand scheme." He paused, lowering his voice. "You know, sometimes I even feel that in his eyes, we, including Tony Stark and his brother Thor, are merely components of his design. He is gentle and courteous, a reflection of his upbringing, yet at his core, he does not truly regard us as equals." Adam's heart sank at this revelation. A plan. This metaphor struck him as absurd. Indeed, how could a deity treat mere mortals as equals? "So, are we now to meet the other team members?" Adam's voice tinged with self-deprecation. "Yes," Banner nodded. "To present our first assignment." The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness and bitterness. Happy, listening nearby, was utterly bewildered. What plan, what assignment? Why were these two prominent figures speaking so cryptically? All he knew was that his boss, Tony Stark, had an acquaintance with the sun god of Norse mythology. Though it took him several days to accept the existence of such a deity, that was sufficient. The aircraft soared through the night sky, heading toward the city renowned as the center of the world. A few hours later, after a winding journey, they arrived at the pinnacle of Stark Tower. The morning sun had just begun to gild New York with a golden hue. Tony, clad in a robe and cradling a cup of coffee, awaited their arrival. "Welcome to New York, Bruce Banner. You appear to be in good spirits." Tony's gaze swept over Banner before settling on Adam, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Oh, so you must be Mr. Adam Bernard. A pleasure to meet you, albeit under rather unusual circumstances." Adam calmly nodded, remaining silent. His wife and child were well taken care of, and he no longer harbored concerns. Tony, unfazed, shrugged and stepped aside. "Your new offices are ready, of course, along with the laboratory, with permissions equivalent to mine. As for your assignments, simply upload them to JARVIS. Mr. Leon will have access to them." He seemed poised to say more, but ultimately sighed and patted Banner on the shoulder. "Bruce, welcome back. This world is about to become even more chaotic than before." Texas, Highway 66. Regarding Leon's predicament, the three individuals exchanged glances, their lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Leon, unperturbed, extended a finger, emanating a faint golden glow. "Since you are reluctant to speak, I shall seek the truth myself." He gently touched the driver's forehead with his finger. A shriek erupted from the driver, his eyes rolling back as his body convulsed violently. Leon delved into the tumultuous memories within the man's mind. Moments later, he withdrew his finger. The driver, now frothing at the mouth, had met his fate, destined to confront Mephisto. His two companions followed suit. After all, brothers in arms share the same fate. A knowing expression crossed Leon's face. In accordance with the narrative he was aware of, the malevolent demon sought the ancient scroll known as the St. Vangasa contract on Earth, an artifact sealing 1,000 fallen souls, intending to wield its power to establish his own dominion of hell. These three lackeys were merely pawns dispatched in search of clues. How tiresome, Leon mused. Akin to a tedious family drama. He had encountered the theme of a prince slaying his father in countless novels and films. However, Mephisto piqued his interest. As a sovereign of the infernal realm, this old devil possessed a plethora of intriguing treasures. Perhaps an opportunity to venture into hell would arise. Just as Leon pondered this, he abruptly raised an eyebrow and tilted his head, gazing into the emptiness ahead. The air around him had inexplicably grown cold and viscous. An ominous presence had stealthily emerged, swiftly enveloping the desolate expanse. The ground, once scorched by hellfire, began to crystallize with a thin layer of frost. The moon above was veiled by a shroud of crimson mist. Simultaneously, a repugnant voice echoed in Leon's ear. "What an unexpected guest. Without my permission, you have led astray a lost lamb from my domain. Prince of Asgard, when did you begin to take an interest in the souls of hell?" Chapter 75. "I see you are quite bewildered." As the voice faded, the space ahead rippled like the surface of water. A man clad in a sharply tailored red suit, leaning on a staff adorned with a skull, emerged from the void, his handsome visage illuminated by a glint of cunning and malevolence in his eyes. He was not corporeal. His form was somewhat ethereal, clearly an energy projection. Yet the pressure he emanated far surpassed that of his son, the malevolent demon, the Lord of Hell, the King of Lies, Mephisto. It was evident he had sensed the forceful severance of Zatannos' contract, following the trace of its essence to manifest his projection. Leon regarded this infamous villain of the Marvel Universe with curiosity, appraising him from head to toe. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, a smile gracing his lips, as if he were not confronting the Lord of Hell, but merely encountering a neighbor passing by. Odin had persistently forbade him from venturing into Dormammu's dark dimension, as well as the infernal realms, for those territories lay beyond Asgard's dominion, where divine powers would be severely diminished, rendering any visit perilous. Good evening, Mr. Mephisto. Leon nodded slightly, a gesture of greeting. I regret to inform you that your little lamb, due to negligence, has set fire indiscriminately upon my territory, resulting in quite a detrimental impact. According to the Cosmic Biological Protection and Management Act, signed by Asgard and various divine realms, I possess the authority to temporarily detain it and subject it to re-education. Though he spoke thus, his mind was far more active than his exterior suggested. Indeed, it seemed that the commotion surrounding the severance of the contract had rendered Mephisto restless. Thus, it presented an opportunity to gauge the depths of this old devil. Upon hearing Leon's words, Mephisto maintained a jovial facade, yet inwardly, he was seething. Sun god Leon Odinson, I am acquainted with you. Odin's most favored son. Far more intriguing than your sister, who knows only the art of battle. His gaze audaciously roamed over Leon. I have often wondered what a soul as perfect as yours would resemble after its fall. Surely, it must be the most dazzling gem among my collection. He paused, a flash of greed igniting in his eyes, his tone turning seductive. Shall we strike a bargain, your highness? Return Zatannos to me, and I shall grant you a wish, any wish you desire. If you wish to rule Midgard, I can assist you in corrupting the souls of humanity. If you seek greater power, the knowledge of hell is yours to peruse. Indeed, I could even help you ascend to the throne of Asgard, usurping your father. I fear I must disappoint you, old chap, Leon replied, shaking his head with a tone of pity. Your proposal sounds enticing, yet, regrettably, the things you offer either hold no interest for me or are within my own reach. Furthermore, I have no desire to engage in an unequal pact. I apologize, but I cannot fulfill your request. Leon's smile remained unwavering. It has already been claimed by me. You may consider it having changed allegiance. As for compensation, I trust you would not seek it from me. Mephisto's smile gradually faded, his demeanor darkening. Odin's son, you are challenging the patience of the Lord of Hell. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, distorting the surrounding space. Frost on the ground crystallized into spikes, and the phantoms of damned souls wailed behind him. I shall say this once more, return him to me. Observing these manifestations, Leon let out a gentle sigh. It appeared that peaceful negotiations were no longer feasible. I dare say, you seem to have grown rather muddled in your old age. He shook his head, a look of helplessness etched across his face. Mephisto, isn't it? Even if I kill you, these will still belong to me. As the words left his lips, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from Leon, as if at that moment, he was the sole sovereign of existence, the singular law of the universe. The spectral essence of Mephisto faltered momentarily in the face of Leon's overwhelming presence, beginning to scream and dissipate instantly. The frost upon the ground evaporated, and the distorted fabric of space was smoothed. Mephisto, momentarily losing control, took a step back, gazing at Leon in disbelief. What in the world is this power? It dawned on him. This is the divine authority of the God King. Was Odin not so formidable in his youth? How could this fellow's strength have ascended to such heights? Now, can we converse in a civil manner? Observing Mephisto's astonishment, Leon maintained his smile, though his eyes had grown apathetic. Or perhaps, would you fancy experiencing my purification service? A friendly reminder, my services do come at a steep price. Mephisto's countenance darkened, his brow furrowing. Purification service? Is this brat mocking a lord of hell? A surge of bloodlust coursed through him. As the lord of the underworld, his dignity was being trampled. He had traversed countless realms, ensnared innumerable souls. Even Odin himself had to show him respect when ancient pacts were at stake. Yet now, Odin's son not only snatched away his spirit of vengeance before his very eyes, but also dared to threaten him. With the tumult of Mephisto's emotions, the space behind him began to boil, and the arms of vengeful spirits attempted to tear through the spatial barrier, reaching out toward Leon. You are courting death, Odinson. You are playing with fire, boy. You have no inkling of what I truly am. This is not a mere game for you Asgardians. In the face of Mephisto's blustering roar, Leon's smile remained unchanged. He gently shook his head, his gaze filled only with pity. Playing with fire? Leon chuckled softly. Mr. Mephisto, it seems you have misunderstood one crucial detail. He raised his hand, and the golden divine fire within his palm flickered with renewed vigor. I am the flame itself. Do you understand? Leon scoffed disdainfully, entirely unfazed by the threats posed by his opponent. Mephisto, renowned within the Marvel universe for his cowardice against strength, was merely a con artist who lured others into signing contracts. His projection, though imposing in presence, would scatter at the slightest push. Now, aside from uttering threats, he dared not take genuine action. After all, it was merely a projection. How strong could its energy truly be? If his true form dared to set foot on Earth, Odin and the Ancient One would likely join forces to invite him for tea at the first opportunity. This old devil was merely trying to reclaim some semblance of dignity through words. Regrettably, he has chosen the wrong person. This is what I detest the most. Leon's tone became increasingly monotone. The regal aura he exuded surged to an apex, akin to a tangible solar tempest, forcefully bearing down upon Mephisto's avatar. It is precisely this manner in which others have shouted at me. Buzz. Mephisto's doppelganger began to tremble. He suddenly realized that his oppressive aura was utterly feeble before Leon. His infernal laws were being overshadowed by the divine authority of his adversary. This space was being assimilated by Leon. Could this truly be the power of a god king? Mephisto shrieked in disbelief, his astonishment no longer concealed. Impossible. How could you possibly wield such power? Has Odin bestowed the runes upon you? Mephisto was genuinely alarmed. He was unafraid of the clash of energies. The infernal dimension possessed nearly boundless negative energy at his disposal. However, the weight of authority was an entirely different matter. This was a suppression at the level of laws. Such realms could only be accessed by ancient monstrosities like Odin. How old could Leon Odinson possibly be? A few thousand years? How has this youthful being, merely a few millennia old, already arrived at this juncture? Has Odin lost his senses? Is he not the one who despises rampant warfare? Others may be unaware, but they all know that Odin's eldest daughter, Hela, is imprisoned in the underworld. He recalled that Leon was also engaged in warfare thousands of years ago. So why does Odin not intervene? How dare he place the future of Asgard in the hands of this individual? A torrent of thoughts surged through Mephisto's mind, and he realized that his intelligence regarding Asgard had been flawed. Now that he had provoked this young man, while he was not afraid of him seeking him out in hell, what if he specifically targeted him on Earth? In such a case, he would find himself utterly incapacitated. Chapter 76, The Solar Night. It seems you have finally regained your composure. Observing Mephisto's ghostly expression, Leon nodded in satisfaction. To deal with a bully who fears the strong, one must employ the most straightforward approach. Mephisto's chest heaved violently, his avatar flickering in and out of existence, betraying his inner turmoil. He fixated on Leon, and after a few moments, finally uttered a single question. What do you want? He had conceded. Leon inwardly chuckled. This is precisely how it should be. If only he had cooperated sooner, matters would have been resolved. He understood that Mephisto's essence was that of a greedy soul merchant. Once one exhibited a threat to him, he was more astute than anyone in recognizing the prevailing circumstances. What do I want? Leon feigned contemplation, then smiled faintly. In truth, I am here to assist you, Mr. Mephisto. I am helping you to clear your affairs. Mephisto was taken aback, evidently unable to follow Leon's line of thought. Your son, Blackheart, has been quite active lately. Leon revealed a smile laden with meaning. He scoured the world in search of the covenant of Saint Vengasa, desiring to gather the fallen souls to overthrow your dominion. You. Mephisto furrowed his brow. How could you possibly know? This secret stands as the greatest taboo between him and the Dark Heart demon. How could this individual be aware of the existence of the covenant of Saint Vengasa? A rebellious son, an ancient pact, a tedious family drama. Leon shrugged, a playful smile gracing his lips. To be candid, Mephisto, I have no interest in your familial affairs. However, your commotion has disturbed me. Leon's gaze swept over the golden flames being purified. This is the unfortunate victim of your father-son conflict. You have used him as a tool, while your son covets him. How pitiful. Therefore, I have decided to take him in and offer him a new role. Leon's tone was nonchalant, as if he were truly engaged in an act of charity. I am alleviating your burden, Mephisto. You lose a troublesome tool and deny your son a means to exploit. You ought to be grateful to me. Grateful to you. Mephisto was infuriated to the point of laughter. Having stolen his spirit of vengeance, purified the hellfire, and now expected gratitude in return? You are declaring war against hell. Mephisto issued a warning. Hell. Leon's smile faded, his expression tranquil. Then let the armies of hell come to Asgard to seek me out, or you may come in person. He took a step forward, his golden divine powers surging forth. Let us see whether your so-called hell shall incinerate the rainbow bridge to the celestial palace first, or if I shall vaporize the filthy dimension of hell. Mephisto uttered nothing more, for his form could no longer sustain itself under the onslaught of divine power. His figure began to disintegrate, transforming into black smoke. Leon Odinson, you will come to regret this. You. Mephisto's curse lingered in the air, but Leon had already lost his patience. Too noisy. He snapped his fingers gently. Buzz. The golden divine power obliterated the black smoke, purifying everything to utter cleanliness. The world fell silent. Leon stood upon the vacant highway, curling his lip. A mere avatar. Yet so verbose. He understood well that this enmity had been established, but it mattered little. He had no intention of befriending the Lord of Hell. Regardless of whether they were demon lords or gods, They were merely stepping stones and resources on his path to ascendancy. Mephisto, the dark heart demon, along with the covenant of Saint Vengasa. Leon nodded slightly. This familial discord between father and son could indeed be exploited. The dark heart demon seeks the covenant? Huh. Only children make choices. I shall have them all. With that thought, Leon turned his attention to the now purified Zatanos. On the ground lies Johnny Blaze, who had just succumbed to unconsciousness in his battle with Mephisto, leaving him oblivious to his surroundings. Leon approached Johnny Blaze, crouching down to extend a finger and gently touching his forehead. A soothing divine power gradually infused Johnny's being, awakening his spirit. With a pained groan, Johnny Blaze swiftly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, instinctively reaching for his chest. What has happened to me? He murmured, bewildered as he sat up and surveyed the chaotic environment around him. Lifting his gaze, he encountered Leon, who smiled down at him. What have you done to me? Johnny inquired, still in a daze. Johnny Blaze, Leon replied with a slight smile. I had anticipated that you might first express your gratitude. Gratitude? Johnny was taken aback. You are free now, Johnny, Leon stated calmly. Free. Johnny pondered the word, feeling an unexpected moisture in his eyes. However, Leon's subsequent words ignited a flicker of anxiety within him once more. Yet, you are not entirely free, Leon pointed to Johnny's chest. Zarathnos remains within you. What? Johnny's expression shifted dramatically, the hope he'd just felt extinguished in an instant. It's still there. Do not panic, Leon waved a hand dismissively. It remains. But it is no longer a creature of hell. I have purified it. It now embodies my power. Leon's gaze deepened as he extended his hand toward Johnny, offering an irresistible invitation. Your curse has transformed into a true blessing. You can still become a knight, but this time, it will not be in servitude, nor will it be for the vengeance of hell. You shall fight for me. Johnny Blaze, you are no longer a hellish specter. Leon's tone grew authoritative. From this day forth, you shall be my solar knight, the judge of all wickedness. A choice, Leon fixed his gaze upon Johnny's eyes. To accept this blessing and reclaim your power to punish evil, or to reject me, compelling me to withdraw this power, leaving you a mere mortal, helpless as other villains harm the innocent. Johnny stood frozen, caught in a tumultuous internal struggle. To rid himself of the curse and return to an ordinary life had long been his dream. He could seek out Roxanne and start anew. But then, the anguished cries of innocence flashed through his mind. If he returned to being an ordinary man, who would deliver justice upon them? Moreover, this man had purified Zarathnos. Was he truly a god? The sun god? To fight for the divine? This appears to be far more exhilarating than serving the devil. Johnny's gaze gradually transformed from confusion to determination. No longer hesitating, he clasped Leon's hand. What must I do? A wise choice indeed. Leon smiled with satisfaction, tightening his grip. It is quite simple. Buzz. The purified golden Zatanos surged forth as a radiant stream from Leon's hand into Johnny's body. Johnny let out a prolonged howl towards the heavens. A fierce golden flame erupted from within him. His flesh and blood were consumed by the flames, transforming into a fearsome skeleton. Yet this time, it was no longer a pallid hue but a dark golden shade pulsating with runes. The fire that engulfed him was no longer the hellfire, but the blinding fire of the sun god. A brand new malevolent knight. No, a new solar knight was born. Johnny rose, feeling the surging power within him. He sensed Zatanos' presence, not as a roaring beast, but as a weapon that submitted to him. All of this stemmed from Leon. Realizing this, Johnny knelt on one knee, bowing his head before Leon. Sun god. Excellent. Leon gazed down at the submissive knight, nodding. Now, your first task awaits. Leon's gaze shifted towards the distance, where the Blackheart demon was heading. Go find the Blackheart demon. There is no need to slay him. I still require his assistance to draw out the contract. You merely need to follow him, keep a watchful eye, and when he is at his most triumphant, appear before him. Then, let him taste the judgment of the sun. Roar. The solar knight emitted a low growl, swiftly turning as the Harley-Davidson automatically approached. Enveloped in golden flames, he mounted the motorcycle, and the flames instantly cocooned the vehicle, transforming it into a magnificent steed. Boom. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the solar knight became a golden meteor, vanishing at the end of the road. Leon stood still, hands clasped behind him, quietly observing the night beyond. Mephisto, the Blackheart demon, the Saint Vengasa contract, Zatanos. The machinations of hell were now in place. And next, Leon's gaze pierced through the fabric of space, setting its sights on Europe. It was time to pay a visit to the most formidable witch. In the next instant, Leon transformed into a beam of golden light, disappearing over the desolate expanse. Chapter 77. Sokovia, the capital, Novigrad. The year is 2008. At this moment, This city is far from the dilapidated state Leon had envisioned. Nearly a decade has passed since the War of 1999, and the city is painstakingly rebuilding. However, reconstruction does not equate to prosperity. This place feels like a forgotten corner of the world. Dilapidated buildings and newly erected concrete structures jostle for space, while the streets are rife with armed peacekeepers and local militias. The sky is perpetually gray, and the city is permeated by an array of scents. The hurried passers-by wear expressions of numbness and vigilance, devoid of hope. Such was Leon's first impression of this city. Leon appeared in the central square of Novigrad, a stark contrast to its surroundings. Clad in black casual attire, his golden hair seemed to emit its own light, dispelling the surrounding gloom. A gentle smile adorned his handsome face, and his curious eyes surveyed the nearby Orthodox churches and war memorials. He strolled leisurely, as if meandering through the gardens of Asgard rather than navigating a city on the brink of conflict. Those who saw him instinctively parted ways. The local residents' gazes filled with trepidation. He appeared too pristine for this place, where cleanliness often connoted danger and privilege. Leon paid no heed to the stares around him. The sun shone equally upon all, yet his radiance set him apart. He needed no map. The singular source of chaos served as his finest beacon. He traversed several rundown alleys until he arrived at a dilapidated apartment building, its walls still bearing the scars of bullet holes. His intuition indicated that his target lay on the third floor. Ascending the creaking staircase, he approached the door of apartment 3B. The door was weathered, adorned with red paint depicting protective symbols, likely a desperate attempt by the occupant to seek solace. Raising his hand, he gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The sounds within ceased abruptly. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door opened a crack. A wary eye peered through the gap. "Who are you looking for?" came a voice from behind the door, thick with a Sokovian accent. Leon caught a glimpse of the young man's gaunt yet angular face framed by silver hair and smiled warmly. Pietro Maximoff. The youth's posture tensed at the mention of his name. "I don't know you. You have the wrong person," he replied, attempting to close the door. "You are mistaken," Leon interjected, halting Pietro's movement. "I am here to speak with you and your sister Wanda about the shell that fell into your home 9 years ago." Boom. Those words detonated in Pietro's mind like a bomb. He yanked the door open, rage flaring across his features. "Who are you? What do you want?" Pietro, at the tender age of 19, is no longer a child. He stands tall yet slender. Behind him, another figure emerges, a girl, also 19. She possesses beautiful, flowing red hair and is clad in a worn sweater. She is strikingly lovely, yet her beauty is shrouded in a profound sorrow. She is Wanda Maximoff. The moment Leon appears, Wanda feels an inexplicable connection. She is uncertain why, but this sensation is what makes her unique. With an air of apprehension, she gazes at the golden-haired man before her. Who is he? He evokes the warmth of the sun within her. Do not be alarmed, children. Leon's gaze traverses the two figures, ultimately resting upon Wanda's face, where admiration flickers in his eyes. Excellent, I have found you both. My name is Leon Odinson. He inclines his head slightly. May I come into converse? It seems rather inconvenient to stand out here. His tone is gentle, as if seeking permission. Yet his demeanor is undeniably assertive, as though this space belongs to him. Pietro's breath quickens as he glances at his sister. Wanda's eyes remain fixed on Leon, devoid of hostility, replaced instead by a bewilderment he cannot comprehend. This realization heightens Pietro's vigilance. However, the newcomer is privy to their most profound secret. "Come in." Pietro grits his teeth, clearing the path. Leon, inwardly tranquil, thinks to himself that this is an excellent first step. He is aware of their past, their enmity, and their future. Victory is inevitable. The apartment is stark, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say it is devoid of furnishings. A few battered pieces of furniture and an antiquated cathode ray television occupy the space. The living room bears the stark emblem, a constant reminder of their shared curse. This symbol signifies the source of their animosity, their past spiritual anchor. Leon's gaze lingers on the emblem for a moment before he gracefully settles onto the sofa. His posture exudes an effortless elegance, for wherever he finds himself, he is the focal point. "Who are you truly?" Pietro stands opposite him, hands buried in his pockets, body tense and poised for action. "How do you know? Are you a government agent? Or perhaps sent by Stark?" "Stark?" Leon chuckles softly at the mention. "Tony Stark? He is likely devising ways to defeat me as we speak." Both Pietro and Wanda are momentarily taken aback. Defeat him? Though they harbor disdain for Stark, they, like the youth of Sokovia, have been reluctantly acquainted with this playboy through the television. "I do not grasp what you are saying." Pietro's hostility remains unabated. "You would not understand," Leon replies, his smile fading as he regards them with calm intensity. for you have lived perpetually ensnared in deception. Your hatred is genuine, and so is your suffering. Yet, you have directed your animosity towards the wrong individuals. What do you mean? Pietro was instantly incensed. That missile is right there. The name Stark is inscribed upon it. It is the cause of our parents' demise. How dare you suggest we have misdirected our hatred? Indeed, the missile belongs to Stark Industries. Leon nodded, his calm demeanor sharply contrasting with Pietro's fervor. However, Tony Stark was unaware of this transaction. Leon resolved to enlighten these two children with an introductory lesson on the Marvel Universe. This was his second step in reshaping their perceptions. Do you believe Tony Stark is the sole master of Stark Industries? Leon's tone was gentle, resembling that of a patient mentor. No, after Howard Stark's passing. The company has been under the control of another individual, a man named Obadiah Stane. He circumvented Tony Stark, clandestinely selling weapons intended for the United States government to terrorists instigating warfare. He sold them to the insurgents of Sokovia. Pietro and Wanda were left speechless. Obadiah Stane? For 9 years, their enmity had been directed at the glamorous figure of Tony Stark on television. Now, suddenly, someone was revealing to them that they had misdirected their hatred. And the true puppeteer was another man? Chapter 78. You are lying. You are spouting nonsense. Pietro instinctively retorted. What evidence do you possess? Evidence? Leon chuckled. I require no evidence, he proclaimed with arrogance. What I say is the truth. He regarded them with pity. You are merely insignificant victims within a grand conspiracy. Leon decided to drop another bombshell. Do you think that war was merely a simple civil conflict with NATO intervention? You are mistaken. Behind the war lies an organization manipulating the strings. They have infiltrated NATO, seeped into the American government, and permeated the militia groups of Sokovia. They deliberately instigated warfare, funding terrorists, and orchestrating countless tragedies akin to that of your parents, all made possible through the weapons supplied by Obadiah Stane. What they crave is hatred, the unhealable soil of Sokovia, to facilitate their future experiments. Leon rose, slowly pacing to the window, gazing down upon the city. This organization, their name, is HYDRA. Hydra. The pallor of Pietro and Wanda's faces drained. As Sokovians, they had heard this name. Hydra was the embodiment of evil during World War II. The legend of the Red Skull, a bedtime story used by the older generation to frighten children. You are insane. Pietro suppressed his fury. Hydra was eradicated long ago by Captain America. Eradicated? Leon turned, his tone laced with intrigue. What do you believe led to the disappearance of Captain America? Why did Howard Stark, the founder of Stark Industries, and his wife meet with a fatal accident? Why has your homeland been ensnared in an unending cycle of conflict? Because they were never truly eradicated. They merely concealed themselves, thriving in the shadows of the world. Your hatred is precisely what they revel in, for it perfectly obscures their transgressions. Pietro was engulfed in turmoil. If what he said was true, then what did their 9 years of animosity amount to? A mere jest? They had deified the true culprits while fixating on inconsequential scapegoats as lifelong targets of vengeance? No, this was absurd. I refused to believe it. Pietro staggered back, bereft of hope. Yet Wanda remained fixated on Leon, her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling violently. Something within her was awakening. Wanda's voice trembled. Is what you say true? She harbored no doubts about Leon, for the power deep within her soul resonated profoundly with him. She could sense that this man was not lying. The strength he possessed was the antithesis of deceit. I assure you, Wanda, Leon said with a subtle smile. I am here not merely to unveil the truth. His gaze fell upon Wanda's hands. I have come for you, or rather, for you alone. Me? Wanda stepped back, colliding with Pietro. Yes, you, Leon replied with an enigmatic smile. Do you wonder why Hydra chose to experiment in Sokovia? What were they seeking? They were in pursuit of individuals like you. Leon slowly raised his hand, a gentle golden flame igniting in his palm. Did you think that your occasional extinguishing of light bulbs or the unintentional dropping of cups was merely a figment of your imagination? No, Wanda. That is your innate power, chaotic magic. Wanda felt something deep within her soul emit an exhilarating roar. It has a name. Hydra has already set its sights on you. Leon continued, weaving a web of deceit. They will soon come for you, abduct you, confine you to their laboratories, and torment you with instruments in an attempt to activate the powers that lie dormant within you, turning you into their weapon of war. No, Pietro bellowed, positioning himself protectively in front of Wanda. I will not allow them to take her. And how do you intend to stop them? Leon regarded him with a look of pity. With your legs that run slightly faster than others? Or with your hatred? Pietro was left speechless. Indeed. How could he possibly impede? He has already discerned that he cannot even contend with Leon. What hope does he have against Hydra? However, Leon shifted the tone of his words, the divine flames in his palm blazing ever more fervently, casting a warm glow throughout the apartment, reminiscent of a spring day. "You still have me," he declared, stepping forward to face the two individuals. "I have come here to present you with a third option. First, remain here, nurturing your hatred for Stark, and await the arrival of Hydra's scientists, who will transform you into a monster. Second, flee with your brother, only to live in hiding until you are either captured or perish from starvation. Third," Leon extended his hand towards Wanda. "Come with me. I, Leon Odinson, Prince of Asgard, the future king of the gods, shall personally teach you, Wanda, how to harness the chaos within you. I will empower you to master strength rather than be enslaved by it. I will bestow upon Pietro true speed, swift as lightning, enabling you to protect your sister. As for your hatred," Leon smiled with confidence, "these individuals are of little consequence. Come with me, for I offer you not only the truth and power, but also the opportunity for vengeance that you can claim for yourselves. Pietro, Asgard, Prince, King of the Gods, is this fellow a deity? There are indeed tales of the sun god and Odin in the legends of Sokovia. Could they possibly be true?" He glanced at Wanda, noticing her rapt gaze fixed upon the golden flames in Leon's palm. In her eyes, there was no fear, but rather a fervent desire akin to a moth drawn to the flame. The power within her soul rejoiced, urging her to seize that hand, to grasp that light. Slowly, Wanda raised her hand. Pietro was taken aback, then sighed. He understood Wanda's choice, and his own would forever align with hers. "We shall follow you," he stated, taking Wanda's hand as they approached Leon. With all the courage he could muster, Pietro lifted his gaze to meet Leon's. "But you must promise that you will not harm Wanda. You cannot treat her as a weapon." Leon paused at this, then burst into laughter. "A weapon?" He reached out, not to take the hand Wanda offered, but rather to gently tilt her chin upward, compelling her to meet his gaze. "She is the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. How could she ever be a weapon? You are far stronger than your brother, Wanda." "Pietro?" Leon smiled slightly. "Excellent. The future commander of the Magical Legion is now in my grasp." He shook his head and casually waved his hand, causing a radiant golden portal to unfold upon the apartment wall. On the other side of the portal lay a sun-drenched villa. "Let us proceed," Leon declared as he stepped forward. "Welcome to the realm of the divine." Chapter 79. Where is this place? The moment Wanda stepped through the portal, she felt as though her life had been cleaved in two. The first half was marred by the hatred of Sokovia, but now, was this paradise? The blinding sunlight warmed her to the point of tears. A gentle sea breeze caressed her long hair, sweeping away years of accumulated gloom. The crisp calls of seagulls and the tranquil sounds of rolling waves filled her ears. Barefoot, she stood upon a floor that reflected her silhouette, a stark contrast to the unrelenting rubble and dirt of Sokovia. It was too bright here, so luminous that she struggled to open her eyes. It was too quiet, so serene that she feared she might be imagining it. It was too pristine, so immaculate that she felt compelled to hide her dust-covered hands behind her back, lest she tarnish this perfection. She lifted her gaze and through the floor-to-ceiling windows beheld an endless expanse of ocean, its surface shimmering like a blanket of diamonds. Where was this place? Wanda was momentarily speechless, uncertain of her surroundings. Yet she continued to inhale the air greedily. Pietro's demeanor was even more disheveled than hers. The instant he stepped through the portal, he instinctively pulled Wanda behind him, surveying their surroundings in an attempt to comprehend this reality. Was this a house? No. It was far beyond that. This was a palace. He had never encountered such opulence. The minimalist walls and sleek lines, coupled with an array of furniture and devices he had never seen before, surrounded him. Holographic projection screens floated in the air, displaying images entirely alien to him. Everything radiated an air of wealth and authority. They felt like beggars who had inadvertently stumbled into a royal banquet, with all around them mocking their poverty and insignificance. Had this man brought them here merely to humiliate them? What did he consider Wanda to be? A mere trophy to be claimed at will? Unforgivable. Pietro's gaze turned menacing as he fixed his eyes on Leon's back, his body slightly bending in preparation for action. However, before he could move, Leon had already turned to face them. Without acknowledging Pietro, Leon addressed the empty living room. "Jarvis, at your service, Mr. Leon." A gentle voice suddenly resonated through the hall. Pietro and Wanda were taken aback, instinctively scanning their surroundings for the source of the voice. Was someone hidden away? "Prepare 2 rooms for our esteemed guests." Leon strolled to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the distant horizon as if admiring his dominion. Additionally, he instructed for some tailored garments and provisions to be prepared, for he surmised they must be famished. The reactions of the two were evident in his eyes: shock, confusion, vigilance, and a hint of inferiority. These emotions were precisely what he desired. His objective was to dismantle their worldview and dignity, only to subsequently reconstruct a new reality for them with the power and status he would bestow. As for Wanda's words, that was certainly a deliberate act. What could penetrate the soul of a sensitive girl like Wanda, who yearned for love and belonging, more than a promise of identity? This was akin to painting a tantalizing picture, offering her an elusive dream that she could not resist, only to gradually coax her into willingly sacrificing everything in pursuit of it. The art of manipulation was not solely the domain of Loki. Leon smiled faintly, dismissing such thoughts. Very well, Mr. Leon, Jarvis's voice resonated once more. The guest room is ready, located on the east side of the 4th floor, offering the finest sea view. The clothing sizes have been matched through scanning, and the latest attire will be delivered by drone within 10 minutes. As for the food, a Michelin-starred restaurant under Mr. Stark's name is preparing a Wagyu lunch. Shall we proceed with the delivery now? Indeed, Leon nodded. Furthermore, he added, grant them full access to the villa, with the exception of Tony's previous underground workshop. Understood, Mr. Leon, Jarvis responded promptly. Pietro and Wanda were left bewildered. Scanning? Drones? A restaurant under Mr. Stark's name? Stark. Pietro's pupils dilated as realization dawned upon him. This is Tony Stark's home. Are you in cahoots with Tony Stark? Pietro's anger flared, feeling betrayed. The so-called truth Leon had revealed now felt like a deception. All the talk of Hydra and Obadiah was a ruse. This man was an accomplice of Stark. He had lured himself and his sister here solely to humiliate and toy with them. Jarvis's responses and Stark's name, every clue intertwining, led him to believe he and his sister were trapped inescapably. Pietro let out a desperate roar, charging toward Leon's back with startling speed. He was unaware of the source of his velocity. He only knew that he wanted to eliminate this man, to bring this hypocritical deity to ruin alongside him. His speed was so remarkable that it left a faint afterimage in the air. However, just as his fist was about to connect with Leon's back, Leon casually waved his hand backward. Buzz! Pietro felt as though he had collided with a wall. In the next instant, he was gently pushed aside. Thud! Pietro tumbled awkwardly to the floor, producing a muffled sound. Though he was uninjured, his heart was shaken more profoundly than if struck by a cannonball. What had just occurred? He had not even made contact with the other party. Pietro! Wanda exclaimed, rushing over to help her brother. Fear filled her heart, yet strangely, this fear was not directed at Leon. Rather, it stemmed from her brother's recent loss of control. She feared that her brother might provoke Leon. She could not fathom the source of this apprehension. Surely, she too had heard Stark's name, and she should be as furious as her brother. However, a force deep within her soul conveyed an unprecedented sense of tranquility in Leon's presence. This was the very reason she could not harbor hostility toward him. Leon slowly turned around, devoid of anger or surprise. It seems you did not heed my earlier words. His voice remained gentle, yet it carried an unsettling chill. I have come here to present you with a choice, not to allow you to run amok. He took a single step forward. In that moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire hall. Pietro and Wanda felt as if their breaths were being stifled. They stood not before a mere man, but before a celestial body. This force was warm and illuminating, yet it was also unreasonably domineering. Be patient, Pietro. Leon looked down upon him, his gaze indifferent, akin to surveying mere ants. Revenge requires patience, and you currently lack the strength to wield a fork and knife. Pietro slumped to the ground, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. He wished to retort, to scream, to question the relationship between Leon and Stark. Yet, he found himself rendered mute. This man was a devil. No, he was far more terrifying than a devil. You must be wondering why I am in Tony Stark's residence, correct? Leon seemed to peer into his thoughts, suddenly speaking. The terrifying pressure dissipated, as if it had never existed. Pietro and Wanda simultaneously gasped, their heads snapping up in astonishment. Indeed, this was Tony Stark's property. Leon smiled faintly. Or rather, it once was. He strolled to the bar in the center of the living room and casually poured himself a glass of red wine. Now, it belongs to me. Wanda and Pietro were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he that equivalent to saying nothing? Do you think I brought you here to humiliate you? Leon chuckled lightly. On the contrary. Pietro, I have brought you here to unveil the true nature of your adversary before me. Your nemesis, Tony Stark, is beneath my contempt to eliminate personally. He approached the siblings and extended a glass of red wine towards them. Pietro and Wanda froze, hesitant to accept it. With a slight furrow of his brow, Leon urged them to take it. Trembling, Pietro grasped the wine glass. You shall reside here. Leon fixed his gaze upon them. In the palace of your foe. Sleeping in his bed, utilizing his technology. You must remember this sensation. This is not humiliation, it is a trophy. Your hatred is too trivial, too base. Leon's voice turned frigid. You cower amidst the ruins of Sokovia, cursing the name Stark, while the true perpetrator lurks in the shadows, mocking your folly. Your animosity holds no value. And I, Leon gestured to himself, shall bestow upon you the worth of your hatred. Forget Tony Stark, he is merely a scapegoat. Manipulated by Obadiah and Hydra, he is unworthy of your enmity. Your true enemy is Hydra, the organization that orchestrates war from the shadows, annihilating your homeland. With all menace withdrawn, his tone softened. So, children, relinquish your hatred. From this day forth, you shall learn conquest. Learn to harness the power I am prepared to grant you. Learn to take everything you desire, as I do. This villa shall serve as your first lesson. Having spoken, he turned away from the astonished duo. Sir, escort them to their chambers, and prepare clothing and provisions. They require rest. Understood, Mr. Leon, Jarvis replied. Leon turned back to the floor-to-ceiling windows, resuming his admiration of the distant sea. He understood that their hatred had shifted from Stark to Hydra. Their existence, once a struggle for survival amid the ruins, had transformed into that of tenants in the palace of their enemy. And he was the one bestowing all of this upon them. He was their deity, their guide. In the hall, only Pietro and Wanda remained. Pietro, lost in thought, stared at the red wine in his hand, then glanced around at the opulent palace. To dwell here, to use the possessions of his adversary. It was a thought that stirred both excitement and turmoil within him. He turned to Wanda, who was fixated on Leon's retreating figure, her eyes devoid of hatred and confusion, replaced instead with a sense of awe. She gently stroked her chin. The Scarlet Witch? Silence enveloped the hall, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a radiant glow upon Leon, enhancing his aura. Pietro fell into a deep reverie. Yet, what could he possibly do? He glanced at Wanda beside him. Her demeanor set off alarm bells within him. Wanda was neither looking at him nor taking in the opulent surroundings. Her focus was entirely on the silhouette standing by the window, the expression in her eyes. Pietro had never witnessed such a gaze before. The realization dawned upon him. Leon sought not only to control them, but also to claim his sister. No, absolutely not. He could endure humiliation, temporarily yield to power. But he could never lose Wanda. She was his sister, his everything. Mr. Leon, the attire prepared for Mr. and Mrs. Maximoff has been delivered to the cloakroom. Lunch is also ready and available for your enjoyment. Jarvis's voice resonated, shattering the tranquility. Leon nodded and directed his attention to the pair. Go ahead. He instructed Wanda and Pietro. First, take a shower and change into clean clothes. Discard your former identities along with your old garments. From this day forth, you shall be my students. The first lesson you must learn is to adapt to the lifestyle of the divine. With that, he strode directly to the dining table and seated himself. Pietro clenched his teeth, yearning to voice his thoughts. Yet, Wanda gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother, her voice was barely above a whisper. Let us go? Pietro gazed into his sister's eyes, and the words of defiance lodged in his throat. He despondently unclenched his fists, knowing he had lost. From the moment this man appeared in Sokovia, he had been thoroughly defeated. The opulence of the guest room exceeded their wildest imaginations. Plush carpets adorned the floor, and an entire wall was composed of floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the azure coastline outside. And there was a bed. Pietro swore it was larger than their home in Sokovia. The cloakroom was filled with pristine garments. From casual t-shirts and jeans to formal suits and long gowns, it was a veritable treasure trove. The fabric of each piece felt unbelievably soft. Wanda reached out, delicately touching a red dress. The silky texture made her withdraw her hand. She cast a glance at her worn sweater, her expression dimmed. Was this what Leon meant by discarding the past? Pietro, not pondering the implications, seized a black tracksuit and strode into the bathroom without a backward glance. He sought to wash away the grime from his body, to rid himself of the scent of Sokovia as quickly as possible. He was uncertain why he felt compelled to do this. Perhaps he wished to numb himself in this manner, allowing the pain to momentarily fade into oblivion. Warm water cascaded down from above as Pietro leaned against the wall, allowing the flowing water to cleanse his body. He closed his eyes, and unbidden, the tranquil gaze of Leon surfaced in his mind. Before you take action, it would be wise to learn the art of patient stillness. A low growl escaped Pietro's lips as he slammed his fist against the wall, causing several cracks to mar the tiles. Yet, his hand emerged unscathed. Staring blankly at his fist, he pondered the phenomenon. What was happening? Had his strength somehow amplified? Was it merely an illusion, or had Leon intervened in some way? In another bathroom, Wanda stood before the mirror, observing her reflection. Slowly, she shed her old garments and immersed herself in the warm embrace of the bathtub. The sensation of comfort elicited a soft moan from her lips, a warmth she had never known throughout her life. She submerged herself deeper into the water, reveling in its exquisite embrace. Leon's words echoed in her mind. Within you lies a formidable power. Chaos magic. You are the Scarlet Witch. A tingling sensation gradually spread from her heart throughout her entire being. The power within her began to stir with exuberance, yearning for Leon's gaze. Craving the warmth of his commanding presence, akin to that of the sun, Wanda found herself perplexed, questioning what was happening to her. Half an hour later, the siblings, now clad in fresh attire, returned to the hall on the first floor. Pietro donned a sleek black tracksuit, his damp hair accentuating the sharp angles of his face, giving him a stern appearance. However, his taut physique and wandering gaze betrayed an inner turmoil. Wanda opted for a simple white t-shirt and denim jeans. Having washed away the grime, her astonishing beauty became apparent. Chapter 80. I want you to fight for me. The moment she stepped into view, Leon finally turned to face her, his gaze lingering on Wanda for a brief 2 seconds. It suits you well, he remarked, his tone akin to that of an art connoisseur appreciating a masterpiece. Wanda lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Pietro observed this exchange, his expression darkening. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wanda, casting a wary glare at Leon, who appeared indifferent to Pietro's hostility. Raising his hand, Leon gestured toward the dining table, laden with an array of dishes. Come, sit, he commanded, his tone brooking no refusal. Lunchtime had arrived. The two exchanged a glance before reluctantly approaching. This meal was the most lavish Pietro and Wanda had ever experienced. Tender, juicy Wagyu beef, melt-in-your-mouth foie gras, lobster. Each dish was something they had only glimpsed on television. Pietro devoured the food ravenously. It was not hunger that drove him, but rather anger and resentment. He yearned to consume, to devour everything before him. This was his way of venting the humiliation that weighed heavily on his heart. I partake of your provisions. Utilize your resources, reside in your domain. Yet, I shall never submit. One day, I shall ensure that you pay for your arrogance today. Pietro raged inwardly. Meanwhile, Wanda ate slowly and with great caution. With a knife and fork, she delicately cut a piece of beef, savoring each morsel. The exquisite taste nearly moved her to tears. However, her attention was predominantly focused on Leon, seated across the table from her. Leon had not touched his food. He held a glass of red wine, savoring it while his gaze remained fixed solely upon her. His eyes were gentle and intent, as if the entire world had been reduced to her reflection. The sensation of being observed left Wanda somewhat disconcerted. How does it taste? Leon suddenly broke the silence, clearly directing his inquiry at Wanda. Delicious, Wanda replied, momentarily taken aback. Then eat more, Leon smiled faintly. From now on, this shall be your daily routine. Pietro halted his chewing, lifting his head to cast a defiant glance at Leon. We do not require your charity. Charity? Leon set down his wine glass upon hearing this. Pietro Maximoff, it appears you have yet to comprehend your position. I did not bring you here to play the role of guests. Guests deserve respect, whereas you. His gaze swept over the two of them. Are remnants I salvaged from the ruins. Your sustenance, your clothing, the power you will learn to wield in the future, everything is granted by me. This is not charity. Leon shook his head. This is an investment. And I, Leon Odinson, do not engage in unprofitable ventures. Pietro was momentarily speechless, his complexion paling. What do you want us to do? Very simple. Leon leaned back in his chair, his tone calm. I want you to fight for me. I want you to become strong, stronger than ever. Hydra will be your first test of loyalty. I will grant you power. And then I shall watch as you exact your vengeance. As for what follows, Leon's gaze once again settled on Wanda. Afterward, you shall accompany me to conquer the vast world. You will witness the fall of the stars and the rise of the divine realm. He rose from his seat, approached Wanda from behind, and reached out, gently tucking a strand of hair that had fallen across her face behind her ear. His fingers inadvertently brushed against the warm contour of Wanda's ear. Wanda's body froze, a surge of electricity coursing through her entire being. And you, Wanda? Leon's whisper echoed in her ear. You shall stand by my side, a witness to all. Pietro abruptly stood up, inadvertently toppling his plate. Stay away from her, he bellowed. Leon paid him no heed, retracting his hand and leisurely wiping his fingers with a napkin. It seems your education must commence with the most fundamental manners, Leon remarked indifferently. Jarvis. Yes, sir. From this day forth, Pietro's daily training will be doubled. Understood, sir. The training regimen has been updated, Jarvis responded swiftly. Leon disregarded Pietro's reaction, returning to the floor-to-ceiling window. After dining, retreat to your quarters for rest. Tomorrow morning at 6, your divine existence shall officially commence. The atmosphere grew quiet, with Wanda and Pietro refraining from immediate conversation. Pietro gasped for breath, somewhat bewildered. She gazed at Leon's silhouette, then at her furious brother. For some reason, She began to feel a peculiar sensation. Perhaps. Leon is right. We must conquer. Pietro was furious, yet helpless. He yearned to charge at Leon and land a punch on his face, but reason held him back. He recalled the ambush, where Leon merely waved his hand. He could not even come close to him. Everything he possessed was but a jest before Leon. He felt humiliation. He, Pietro Maximoff, had opposed the malice of the entire world for 9 years to protect his sister. Yet now, he could not even shield her from a verbal taunt. Slowly, he lowered his head, surveying the chaotic scene. This was not merely food. It represented his pitiful pride. Brother. A hand gently tugged at his clothing. It was Wanda. Pietro stiffened, quickly turning to grasp Wanda's hand. Let us go. Let South leave this wretched place. Wanda winced at his grip, yet she did not struggle. Instead, she looked at him in confusion. Where to, Pietro? Pietro was taken aback. Where to? Indeed, where? Back to Sokovia? To the dilapidated, dreary apartment where not a single loaf of bread could be found. Back to the ruins filled with hatred, yet powerless against their foes. And then, awaiting Hydra's approach, waiting for the scientist Leon spoke of to seize Wanda and transform her into a monster, Pietro's complexion shifted from crimson to pale. He had no answers. He had no means to escape this island. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He had nowhere to turn. Releasing Wanda. His head hung low in defeat. He had lost. Utterly vanquished. Wanda gazed at her brother's slumped shoulders, her heart aching with a pang of sympathy. She understood Pietro's pride. Yet simultaneously, she found herself grappling with thoughts she was reluctant to acknowledge. She did not wish to leave. She did not want to return to the cold indifference of Sokovia. She watched Leon's retreating figure. This man was arrogant, domineering, and regarded them as mere playthings. Yet, he had bestowed upon them something they had never possessed before: clean clothes, warm meals, and the hope of vengeance, the future of the Scarlet Witch. Was this a declaration of sovereignty? Wanda's cheeks flushed. She was uncertain. Chapter 81, The Scarlet Witch Eye. Wanda took a deep breath, stepping forward softly. I apologize for staining your floor. She bent down as if to gather the shattered porcelain. No need, came Leon's voice, still devoid of emotion. Jarvis will take care of it. He turned, calmly surveying the two. His gaze lingered for a moment on Pietro's despondent face. Pietro's worth lay in his speed and his protectiveness over Wanda. The former required refinement, while the latter needed to be harnessed. Leon contemplated within. Pietro was an unrefined quicksilver. Wanda could become a threat to the multiverse as the Scarlet Witch. In the original timeline, that fool Strack held 2 trump cards, yet squandered them on mind control and imprisonment, an utter waste. And he, Leon, sought to have them recognize him from the depths of their being, depend on him, and ultimately submit to him. Hatred served as the finest motivator. Pietro's fury would fuel his strength. As long as he could steer his target, Pietro would train with fervor. As for Wanda, Leon's gaze fell upon her bowed head. She was the key. Chaos magic. What she lacked was not power, but recognition, a sense of belonging. She needed an authoritative guide. Identity affirmation was Leon's catalyst. Wanda might currently feel fear and confusion, but this notion would take root in her heart. She would subconsciously strive towards the identity Leon had delineated for her. This was more effective than any form of brainwashing. Leon smiled with confidence. He relished the sensation of having everything under control. This was the demeanor a god ought to possess. Equality? That was merely the self-comfort of the weak. The sun only hung high in the sky, casting its gaze upon all. Go to your rooms. Leon dispelled the siblings' thoughts. Wanda. He deliberately called her name. The other party's body jolted suddenly, slowly raising its head. Your potential far exceeds your imagination, Leon spoke gently. Do not disappoint me. Wanda's pupils dilated slightly. Is he expecting me? I will not. She replied softly. Humph. Pietro let out a scoff. He took Wanda's hand and silently walked towards the stairs. Seeing them disappear around the corner, Leon couldn't help but chuckle. What an intriguing tale. He gazed out the window. The night had deepened. Jarvis, my good sir. What has Mr. Stark been occupied with lately? Mr. Stark is currently in the underground workshop, sir. Based on thermal imaging and audio analysis, he appears to be smashing things. Over the past few hours, he has cursed that golden-haired bastard and those damned Asgardian brutes dozens of times. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow. It seems his energy is quite robust. Inform him that I wish to see a preliminary training plan regarding the Maximoff siblings by tomorrow morning. Sir, Mr. Stark might. Tell him, Leon interrupted Jarvis, if he does not wish to serve as a sparring partner for the Hulk. Understood, sir. The message has been sent. Leon nodded in satisfaction, raising his glass of red wine and draining it in one go. Meanwhile, in the guest room on the 4th floor, Pietro kicked open Wanda's door. Before she could exclaim, he slammed the door shut and locked it with a forceful gesture. Bang. Pietro, do you intend to stay here? Pietro growled. Did you not hear what he called us? All things. Did you not see the look he gave you? He pointed at the soft bed and the beach visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. This is all a facade, a humiliation. He seeks to corrupt you with these trappings. He is merely a villain masquerading as a god. As Pietro's agitation grew, he grasped Wanda's shoulders and shook her vigorously. He felt compelled to awaken his bewitched sister. Wanda, wake up. We cannot remain here. We must leave. Wanda, disoriented from his shaking, asked, where can we go? She voiced the question that filled Pietro with despair. And, brother. Wanda lifted her head, meeting Pietro's gaze. What he said is true. Pietro froze. What? Our enemy is Hydra, Wanda stated, each word deliberate. Tony Stark may indeed be nothing more than a scapegoat. It does not matter, Pietro shouted. Even if what he says is true, what of it? It does not change the fact that he has imprisoned us. He is a tyrant. But he is also the only one who can grant us strength, Wanda replied. Pietro. Her voice trailed off. I no longer wish to feel powerless. I can no longer bear to watch you suffer for my protection. I do not want to return to that apartment where even light bulbs extinguish in my presence. Her eyes reddened, tears welling up. Leon is terrifying. Yet he has not deceived me. I can feel the power within me responding to him. Wanda clutched her chest. It yearned for him. No, not for him as a person, but for the power he embodies. He said, I am the Scarlet Witch. I cherish this name. Pietro despaired. He was not only unable to physically resist Leon, but now, he found himself incapable of reclaiming his sister mentally. Wanda, he whispered in despair. Wanda inhaled deeply, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She approached Pietro, crouched down, and grasped his hand. Brother, we have no other choice. But this time, her gaze sharpened once more. We are no longer victims. He wishes to invest in us, to make us his sword. Very well, then we shall be. We will learn everything he knows. We will grow strong, strong enough to slay Hydra. Strong enough to no longer be controlled by anyone, not even him. Pietro abruptly lifted his head. He saw the flames in his sister's eyes. It was ambition. The ambition that Leon had instilled in her. Wanda had not abandoned their hatred. Nor had she been seduced by Leon. He opened his mouth, but ultimately, could only nod despondently. Wanda, I will protect you. No, brother, Wanda shook her head. Her expression resolute as she gazed at him. From this day forth, we fight together. The night deepened. The villa was enveloped in an eerie silence. Pietro lay on the large bed in the guest room, his eyes wide open, devoid of sleep. He reflected on everything he had experienced, replaying those conversations in his mind. Leon, I will become faster than you can imagine. I will safeguard Wanda. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Wanda curled up under the covers, equally unable to sleep. She closed her eyes, the ruins of Sokovia and the opulent villa flickering alternately in her mind. Finally, the image settled on Leon's golden eyes. Scarlet Witch, she whispered softly, as a strange red energy quietly gathered in her hands. This energy was potent. That was her first impression. She sensed that perhaps this was the power Leon spoke of. This is the power of the Scarlet Witch. Chapter 82. Team First Floor, Living Room. Within the villa, an eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Leon stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his gaze not directed towards the sea or the moon. Instead, his perception spread like an expansive net, silently enveloping the two rooms above. He could discern every detail within the bedroom. He took pleasure in observing the two seeds he had recently planted taking root and sprouting. In the room to the left, he sensed Pietro's simmering hatred and resolute determination. Excellent. Leon smiled with satisfaction. Hatred is one of the most potent fuels of motivation. This boy, Pietro, possesses a commendable spirit, resilient enough. As long as I keep the Hydra target firmly before him, he will relentlessly strive for self-improvement. His thoughts then shifted to the adjacent room. In the right room lay Wanda's confusion and longing. Her emotions were far more intricate, yet beneath the chaotic fog, a surge of crimson energy silently coalesced in the young woman's hands. Chaos magic. This is one of the most formidable powers within the Marvel Universe. This is the true treasure. Leon's expression turned serious. He, Leon Odinson, the sun god of Asgard, the future king of all gods, had never desired mere subservience. What he sought was absolute power. Just as Leon reveled in this delight, he suddenly felt a subtle shift in his perception. He witnessed the nascent chaos magic emanating from Wanda, leaking towards an unknown dimension due to her inner turmoil. Leon raised an eyebrow. How restless. Has she already begun to unconsciously call to the source so soon after her birth? Zysorn. This name flashed through his mind. Well, that certainly saves me some trouble. He withdrew his perception from the villa and turned his gaze towards New York. Let me first check on Tony and the others. J.A.R.V.I.S. Leon spoke calmly. At your service, Mr. Leon. Connect me to the Stark Tower laboratory. I wish to see how Tony and the others are faring. Certainly, sir. Connecting now. Meanwhile, in New York, at the Stark Tower laboratory, an odd atmosphere prevailed. Tony Stark, the notorious playboy, billionaire, and genius inventor, currently bore bloodshot panda eyes and hair that resembled a bird's nest. Damn it, what on earth is this? Tony muttered under his breath, dragging his hands across the holographic display of data. The screen showcased two complex energy models. One displayed the fluctuating peaks of gamma radiation, representing Bruce Banner. The other detailed Adam Bernard's data. Antimatter energy. A living being, a walking source of antimatter energy. Tony clutched at his hair in disbelief. How has this fellow managed to avoid his own obliteration? This defies all scientific rationale. It is even more absurd than the Bifrost Bridge of Asgard. Damn Leon. Where on earth did he procure these monstrosities? Tony's mind was in turmoil. Ever since Leon intruded upon his life, everything had spiraled out of control. First, he had usurped his Malibu estate, and then he crammed two heavyweight guests into his skyscraper. One was a green giant, and the other, a self-proclaimed blue beast. The utmost humiliation was that the scoundrel Leon had the audacity to demand a 5,000-word battle report from both him and Banner, Adam. He, Tony Stark. When had he ever penned such a document? Yet, he complied. His insatiable curiosity compelled him to uncover how Adam's antimatter energy and Bruce Banner's mutation functioned. Moreover, how did Leon manage to suspend Hulk and Blue Beast? The more he pondered, the more irritable he became, feeling akin to a primitive man who had just grasped the concept of 11. Across the laboratory, Bruce Banner nervously adjusted his glasses. He too was examining the data, but his primary concern lay with Tony's state of mind. Calm down, Bruce. You cannot afford to turn green again. Tony is merely venting his frustrations, Banner reassured himself. His emotions were complex, yet predominantly positive, merely clouded by his inability to comprehend Leon's formidable power. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the laboratory stood a silent figure, Adam Bernard. Dressed in casual attire, he gazed quietly at the nocturnal panorama of New York City. His wife, Kevin, and their children were secured in the safety of the penthouse suite. Safe and comfortable, yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to a prison. Beneath his tranquil facade, Adam's heart was anything but serene. Decades. I have concealed myself for decades, all for the sake of my family's tranquil existence. Now it is all in ruins. He reflected on that fateful battle, the force of Hulk's fist, Leon's imposing presence, and the battle report that had consumed an entire night of his efforts. 5,000 words. He actually made me write a report. However, I must concede, through the process of writing it, I reevaluated my powers. I had suppressed my antimatter energy for so long that I had nearly forgotten how to wield it. What does Leon truly intend? To assemble a legion of monsters? As the three men remained ensconced in their own thoughts, a hum resonated through the air. The holographic projection in the center of the laboratory flickered to life, revealing Leon with a gentle smile gracing his face. Good evening, gentlemen, his voice reverberated. It appears that your research is progressing quite smoothly. At this, Tony rolled his eyes. Look who has arrived, he exclaimed in a peculiar tone, flamboyantly waving the tool in his hand. Esteemed God of the Sun, your Highness, what brings you? In your exalted grace, to commune with us mere mortals? He gestured towards Banner, then pointed at Adam. The one in green exhibits a relatively stable state. However, the blue one's energy readings are alarmingly high. I suspect he could obliterate my edifice at any moment. Damn it, he dares to smile. Tony inwardly cursed. Calm down, Tony. Leon's smile remained unwavering, as if he had not detected Tony's sarcasm at all. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Yet, Mr. Adams' power is quite stable. Your antiquated energy system is what you ought to be concerned about. He delivered the remark with ruthless precision, then cast his gaze over Banner and Adam. Dr. Banner, your anger management classes are evidently effective. Mr. Adam, your report was commendably crafted. The logic is sound, though the prose could use refinement, yet the analysis is spot on. Banner offered an awkward smile. Adam, expressionless, merely grew colder in his gaze. He truly read it? He even critiqued the prose? Adam felt an impending heart attack. Well, the time for idle chatter has come to an end. Leon's expression slightly moderated. I called to assign you some after-class tasks. No sooner had he spoken than two fresh documents instantaneously appeared on the screen, controlled by Jarvis. 2 new students. Leon's tone was casual, as though he were merely discussing the purchase of 2 cabbages. One moves with remarkable speed. The other. Leon's tone paused, seemingly in search of the right words. Is exceedingly special. Chapter 83. The heartless sorcerer. Tony's attention was drawn forth. He clicked on the document marked as special. In the next moment, his breath hitched sharply. On the screen appeared a brief, yet tumultuous graph of energy fluctuations. It defied the laws of thermodynamics, manipulating quantum structures out of thin air. What in the world is this? Tony frowned, momentarily forgetting his sarcasm. This is impossible. This energy signature. It is rewriting reality. Jarvis, enlarge the data model of the region. No. Recalculate. Is this magic? Across the laboratory, Banner approached as well. Tony, this defies physics. Banner's tone was grave. My God. Adam also moved closer, having spotted the site of the energy eruption. Sokovia. He uttered the name of the location. His gaze shot towards Leon on the screen, eyes flashing with concern. You brought 2 children with such power from Sokovia? Leon finally retracted his smile. He met the astonished, reverent, and grave expressions of the 3. Magic science. Call it what you will, Doctor. He first looked at Banner. To me, it is merely power. And power must be properly directed. Then, he turned to Adam, his tone authoritative. They are children, indeed. Yet, they are wretched souls living amidst ruins. I did not take them away, Adam Bernard. I bestowed upon them purpose. A future. Leon smiled faintly, yet the smile sent a shiver down Tony's spine. Moreover, I provided them with a villa and a beach. Tony's eyes widened in shock. You brought them into my villa. That is my house. It no longer belongs to you, Tony. Leon's tone was matter of fact. And quiet down. Leon's tone left no room for dissent, compared to your modest abode. What we are discussing now is of far greater significance. Tony fell silent, his mouth agape, ultimately expressing his displeasure with an irritated sound. I am assembling a team, gentlemen. Leon regarded the 3 with gravity. The most formidable team in history. His gaze swept over them. You, Tony. You are the brain of the team, my chief engineer. Responsible for resolving all technical issues. You, Banner. You are the beast. Leon's smile held a hint of mischief. The beast with boundless power. And you, Adam. Leon turned to Blanche. You are the super force alongside Hulk. The 3 fell into silence. Such arrogance in his words. Yet, they found themselves unable to refute it. For, in the presence of Leon, they indeed fit such roles. As for my 2 new students, Leon continued. They shall serve as my assassins and my trump cards. Tony, Banner. He commanded. Tomorrow morning, I expect to see a comprehensive analysis report, capability assessments, and training plans based on this new data. So, Leon smiled subtly. Good night. Gentlemen, work diligently, and do not let me down. I always anticipate substantial returns. With a clap, the holographic projection vanished. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. After a long while, damn it, Tony muttered under his breath. Yet, once he finished cursing, he regained his composure. Jarvis, mobilize all computational power. All of it. Including the underground backup clusters. Reschedule Pepper's charity gala. No, postpone all meetings for this month. His words flowed rapidly, as if in a rap. Chief engineer. He truly dares to say that. What does he think we are? He complained verbally, yet his hands moved so swiftly that they left traces in the air. Damn it, this data is exquisite. It is like the source code of the universe. He just tossed it to me. Isn't he afraid that I... Tony's movements paused. He is not afraid. In his mind, the tranquil gaze of Leon flashed. He was certainly unafraid, for he understood that I could never refuse him. He was all too aware of my insatiable curiosity. Suddenly, Tony chuckled. Very well, I accept this challenge. Jarvis, heat the coffee. No one is allowed to sleep tonight. Banner, fatigued, removed his glasses and rubbed his aching temples. Beast, he called me Beast. Perhaps I truly am one. He glanced at the fervent Tony, managing a wry smile. It seemed that tonight would once again be a sleepless one. As for the plan, perhaps I could derive some new insights from this data. He donned his glasses, a spark igniting in his eyes. Only Adam remained by the window, observing the reflection of Tony's frantic figure and the rekindled determination on Banner's profile. He slowly clenched his fists. Assassinace. He was gathering a team, much like collecting weapons capable of annihilating worlds. Adam closed his eyes. And I am a specter, a force of combat. For Kevin, for the children. This task I shall undertake. He turned, interrupting Tony's fervor. Stark. What? Tony replied without turning. If that girl truly has the ability to rewrite reality, then she possesses the greatest power among us. Of course. Do you even need to say that? Thus, Adam approached his side, his gaze fixed upon the data. Your plan better be foolproof, for if she spirals out of control. Adam's tone turned grave, Mr. Leon's team should be activated. Meanwhile, at the Malibu villa, Leon had just poured himself a glass of wine, preparing. His brow furrowed once more. This was never-ending. He sensed that Wanda's chaotic powers had leaked out, once again attracting something ominous. Jarvis. Sir? The security system of the villa clearly required an upgrade. No sooner had he spoken than the space above the living room carpet began to ripple like the surface of water. A viscous, inky shadow seeped from the distorted space. dripping onto the floor with a hissing, corrosive sound. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of sulfur and decay. A figure, cloaked in deep blue scales and bearing bat-like wings, with a face adorned with bony spikes, emerged from the shadow. The Dark Heart Demon. Chaos, the essence of chaotic magic. The Dark Heart Demon greedily inhaled the air, its eyes gleaming with ecstasy. That old bastard father. Last time one of my avatars was lost, now it's my turn. If only I can seize the source of chaos. I will usurp him. Mortal, surrender. His voice had barely resonated when, crack. A crisp snap echoed through the air. Leon did not turn around, but impatiently snapped his fingers. Buzz. In an instant, a golden realm unfurled around him. The malevolent demon's arrogant grin froze in place. As his body made contact with the golden sunlight, it emitted a sizzling sound. The hellfire within him began to extinguish. What is this? No, this is not the holy light of paradise. The dark-hearted demon shrieked in terror. He felt himself being purified. Chapter 84. Can you chase the light? Father never mentioned there would be such a creature here. How noisy. Leon slowly turned around. A clear expression of displeasure etched on his face. He appraised the wretch before him from head to toe. I presume you are the dark-hearted demon? Leon's tone conveyed his utter distaste, as though he had encountered something repugnant. Who are you? The dark-hearted demon realized with dread that he could not even open a spatial portal back to the hellish dimension. This sunlight had locked down this space. Who I am is of little consequence. Leon advanced towards him with deliberate steps, each movement intensifying the divine light radiating from him, hastening the demon's vaporization. What matters is that you have disturbed me. Leon stood before the dark-hearted demon, who now appeared as little more than a silhouette shrouded in black smoke. Your father, Mephisto. Leon's tone was tinged with regret. The last time he had visited, Mephisto had at least had the decency to don a suit, engage in conversation, and negotiate terms. Yet you barged in uninvited. He shook his head, his gaze tranquil. You lack even the most basic manners. You cannot kill me. My father is. I know, the Lord of Hell. Leon interrupted him, his smile unwavering. The last time I was here, he uttered the same words. Then, he was sent back. And you? Leon's tone suddenly turned frigid. Your threats are as trivial as a child's tantrum. Moreover, you are even more discourteous than he. Therefore, you shall not return. Leon extended a finger, a flicker of flame igniting at its tip. He flicked his finger. The tiny flame gently alighted upon the demon's lingering essence. No. The dark-hearted demon's scream abruptly ceased. The moment the flame touched his remnants, it erupted into brilliance. Light obliterated everything. The once mighty prince of hell could not withstand even a second before the radiance. He was then utterly purified, as if he had never existed. Buzz. Leon retracted his finger, and the realm within the room gradually dissipated. All returned to tranquility. TSK. Leon smacked his lips, seemingly dissatisfied. The incessant chatter from a mere clone was truly disrupting the pleasure of savoring the wine. However, it did serve as a reminder. The bait of chaotic magic was irresistibly fragrant, even attracting the likes of a nefarious minor fish. It appeared that there would be ample entertainment ahead. Leon gazed at the ceiling, his eyes seemingly penetrating the floors above, landing on the two individuals trembling due to the earlier commotion. Jarvis. Present, sir, Jarvis swiftly responded. Make a note, Leon coolly instructed. Add a dimension pest control fee to the villa's regular expenses. Then, send the bill to Tony. Jarvis paused for 2 seconds. Sir, if I may be so bold, this expense exceeds the coverage provided by Mr. Stark's property insurance and personal safety policy. Then have him upgrade the insurance. Leon waved his hand dismissively, turning to face the sea, illuminated by his radiance. Inform him that Wanda and the others are now in high demand. If he wishes to prevent them from being whisked away by any hellish creatures, he would do well to elevate the security system to the highest level. Understood, sir. I will convey your message. The night returned to tranquility. Yet, this evening, the moonlight over the villa seemed particularly luminous. The siblings donned the casual attire prepared by Jarvis and approached the Seaview Terrace with a sense of trepidation. The sea breeze was slightly briny, tinged with a hint of coolness. Leon had already seated himself there, his back to them, perched comfortably in a white wicker chair, leisurely sipping a cup of coffee. He wore a simple shirt and trousers, his golden hair cascading casually over his shoulders, the morning light casting a divine halo around him. He did not turn, as if he had anticipated their arrival. He was perfectly harmonized with the world. He was the very essence of this picturesque scene. Pietro halted in his tracks, gazing at Leon. He felt an urge to roar, to question, to shatter everything before him. Yet, the horrors of the previous night robbed him of the courage even to speak. He was nothing but a demon. Pietro took a deep breath. Did you sleep well? Leon inquired, his tone gentle, though he did not turn around. Yet Pietro felt this was a mockery. He knew they had not slept. He was ridiculing them. What exactly do you want? Pietro asked, his voice strained. To confine us here. To humiliate us. Is this what you call divine intervention? Wanda was startled by her brother's outburst, nervously clutching his arm. Brother, please. She was frightened, yet interwoven within her fear was a sense of reverence for Leon. She had truly felt that power last night. Huh. Leon let out a light chuckle. He gradually turned his chair to face them directly. Humiliation? He raised an eyebrow. Pietro, it seems you are mistaken. If I intended to humiliate you, I wouldn't need to bring you here at all. I could simply leave you in Sokovia and inform Hydra of your whereabouts. Pietro remained silent. Last night Leon's smile slowly faded. Merely enrollment. He stood up and walked slowly towards Pietro. Standing at 198 centimeters, he towered over Pietro by a head, yet Pietro felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. An air of authority enveloped him. And today Leon's voice grew steady. The awakening has only just begun. Leon smiled slightly, dismissing Pietro's anger as mere childish tantrum. However, the raw fury served as a rather effective catalyst for awakening his abilities, though it was still insufficient. First, he must confront reality. You. Leon turned to Pietro, lifting his chin slightly. Do you believe you are fast? Pietro was taken aback. He did not comprehend Leon's meaning. He was merely a youth from Sokovia who could run a bit faster. I don't know what you're talking about. Pietro gritted his teeth, shielding Wanda behind him. Don't think you can pull any tricks. Is that so? Leon laughed, uninterested in rebuttal. He pointed towards the distance, where a rock jutted out of the sea at the end of the beach. Very well. Leon continued. Do you see that rock? Now run. From here to that rock and back. He picked up the cup of coffee on the table, gently blowing on the steam. If you can return before I finish this cup of coffee, he said with a gentle smile, I shall permit you to ask me one question. Pietro's face flushed crimson. He is underestimating me. No, he is mocking me. 2 kilometers. Round trip is 4 kilometers. He thinks I can drink a cup of coffee? Who does he think I am? Captain America? That bastard. You lunatic. You know I cannot do it. Oh. Leon's smile grew more playful. You cannot do it. He stepped forward, gazing calmly at Pietro. You certainly cannot. Because you are too weak. Leon reached out, pressing a hand on Pietro's shoulder before he could react. The gesture was light. Yet, Pietro felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. Pietro sensed a searing energy coursing through Leon's palm into his body. This was not mere intimidation. It was an infusion. Your anger is but a futile roar. Leon's whisper echoed through Pietro's very soul. Within your being lies a tempest and slumber, yet you resort only to brute force. Whether it be the pinnacle of evolutionary experimentation or the endowment of the Mind Stone, in this conjoined cosmos, such power is an innate gift, albeit restrained. And I, Leon Odinson, the sun god of Asgard, behold the brilliance in my eyes. I am the key. Boom. Pietro felt a certain force awaken within him. Then, the world faded away. No, it did not vanish. It became motionless. He witnessed the waves frozen in midair, saw the seagull's wings suspended in their upward flutter, and discerned the terror etched upon Wanda's visage. Then, he beheld Leon. Leon smiled and released his grip. Now, Leon's voice resonated within his accelerated perception. I have awakened the dormant power within you. Try again. Pietro lowered his gaze to his hands. A ferocious energy erupted from within him. There was no time for contemplation. His body moved instinctively. Boom. Wanda gasped at the spectacle. Pietro had vanished. No. A white afterimage appeared upon the rocks 2 kilometers away. Bang. The rock shattered under his weight, sending a deluge of water into the air. Then, boom. Another afterimage. Pietro had returned. He stood precisely where Leon had been moments before, leaving 2 charred marks upon the floor from the sheer inertia. Ha ha ha. Pietro leaned on his knees, panting heavily, bewildered. He scrutinized his hands, and then gazed at the distant rocks still crumbling. What have I done? Is this truly me? He quickly lifted his head to look at Leon, who remained steadfast, as if he had never moved. Holding a cup of coffee, he appeared unfazed. Leon glanced at Pietro and smiled gently. 1 trip. Mediocre. Leon shook his head. Yet still, it was too slow, Pietro. Thunder. Pietro was astounded. Slow? He rasped. That is impossible. I have already. You were indeed swift, were you not? Leon chuckled, advancing slowly. But your speed is merely human in scope. Leon gazed down at him, an air of superiority in his eyes. You merely flounder in your passage. Whereas I. A blinding golden radiance emanated from Leon. I am light. Can you chase light? Leon found it somewhat amusing. However, this blow should suffice. How could he possibly accept transformation without utterly shattering his pride? Your training, Leon continued, begins today. Abandon your haste. What you must learn is how to rise beneath the weight of light's oppression. Before that, Leon turned away, no longer casting a glance in his direction. You lack even the merit to meet my gaze. Pietro was engulfed in despair. Catch up to light. Me? Catch up to light. On the terrace, Wanda witnessed the entire scene unfold. She observed Pietro's eruption, his instantaneous movements, and Leon's overwhelming dominance. Leon then turned toward her. Wanda's breath quickened. Now, Leon's tone softened. It is your turn, Wanda. Wanda hesitated, momentarily speechless. Leon, unhurried, patiently awaited her response. She had awakened the night before. Chaos magic was far more intriguing than Pietro's speed. Confronting a protagonist burdened with sensitivity, an acute lack of love, and the chaotic power, how should one approach such a delicate soul? Intimidation would prove futile. Guidance was imperative. I must become her soul light. He approached Wanda slowly, his demeanor warm. You fear me, Leon asserted. Wanda bit her lip, nodding briefly before shaking her head vigorously. You also desire me, Leon continued. Wanda's gaze shot up, as if her secret had been unveiled. No, I am not. Do not deny it, Leon smiled faintly. You yearn for power. His eyes fell upon Wanda's restless hands. You felt it, did you not? Last night. He referred to the crimson light that had coalesced in Wanda's grasp. Wanda's breath became increasingly rapid. That is what you spoke of before, is it not? She asked, her voice trembling. It is called chaos, Leon elucidated. It is one of the oldest, most capricious, and most potent forces in this universe. It has the ability to rewrite reality. He extended his hand, palm open before Wanda. And you, Wanda Maximoff, you are its chosen vessel. Naturally, you are also one of the candidates selected by Thor. I cannot control it. I merely pondered it last night. Wanda looked at Leon. That is because you are attempting to bind it with a human mindset. Leon's smile was laced with temptation. You need not control it, Wanda. You simply need to embrace it. He gestured toward the orchid nestled in the corner of the terrace. Just as you accept your breath, your heartbeat. Now, gaze upon that flower. Wanda turned her attention to it. You find it too glaring. It should not exist here. I do not. You possess it. Leon stated unequivocally. You fear it, and you envy it. Envy its tranquility and beauty. Now, unleash your emotions. Convey your chaos to it. Leon's tone suddenly took on an authoritative resonance. You are unworthy to bloom. Wanda was taken aback. You are unworthy to bloom. This phrase echoed relentlessly in her mind. She recalled the ruins of Sokovia, the tragic demise of her parents, and Pietro's despair. A tempest of anger and hopelessness engulfed her reason. She let out a piercing scream. A ferocious energy erupted from her hands. The pot of orchids, under Wanda's gaze, began to grow in reverse at an alarming pace. The petals faded and withered, the sepals closed, the buds regressed to tender shoots, and finally, poof, the pot and soil disintegrated in a crimson glow, transforming into swirling dust. Phew, phew, phew. Wanda collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. She stared at her hands in horror. What have I done? At that moment, a pair of warm hands gently rested upon her head. It was Leon, his face adorned with an expression of admiration. Very good. Although your manipulation of energy is quite crude, you have risen from exhaustion. But this is a perfect beginning. Leon smiled contentedly. All right, he said, patting Wanda's shoulder with a light-hearted tone. The first lesson has concluded. Pietro, you have not learned quickly enough. Wanda, you have discovered you can erase furniture. Leon took a sip of his coffee. A remarkably efficient morning. Jarvis will arrange today as scheduled for you. He continued with a casual command. Pietro, I will have Tony Stark tailor a treadmill for you. Your task today is to learn to walk upon it, rather than teleport. As for Wanda, he glanced at the dust scattered on the ground. You shall meditate. Before Tony's greenhouse arrives, try not to erase the villa. He turned and walked towards the villa. Why? Came Pietro's inquiry from the ground. Why are you doing this? Leon paused, but did not look back, merely tilting his face slightly. The morning sun illuminating his profile in a sacred outline. Why? He chuckled softly. Because I have chosen you. Your chaotic destinies. He turned fully, radiant golden light emanating from him. I permit it to become magnificent. So, accept my blessings. Chapter 85. The space gem. With those words, Leon disregarded the two on the terrace and turned back towards the villa. On the terrace, only the bewildered Pietro and Wanda remained. The sea breeze swept by, carrying a hint of chill. Ha ha ha. Pietro leaned against his knees, gasping for breath. It was not fatigue, but sheer astonishment. His body still trembled slightly. Just moments ago, he had sprinted at an unbelievable speed. A round trip of 4 kilometers had taken only seconds, an acceleration he had never dared to imagine. Yet, instead of accolades, he received Leon's dismissive remark, too slow. Slow. Pietro mulled over the word. Am I really slow? He gazed at Leon's vanishing figure. You are not even worthy of my attention. The calmness in Leon's eyes made Pietro feel even more frustrated. Is this guy a monster? Pietro felt lost. He loathed the sensation of being dominated. Yet, he found himself unable to retort, for Leon had effortlessly bestowed upon him the power he had longed for. I need this power. Pietro's gaze hardened with determination. Indeed, I need it. I must become faster. Fast enough to protect Wanda. Fast enough to one day free myself from him. He thought he was concealing his thoughts well, but he remained unaware that his inner turmoil was fully perceptible to Leon. Beside him, Wanda's state was entirely different. She knelt on the ground, staring blankly at her hands. Her pale palms and slender fingers, these very hands had just obliterated a potted flower. Wanda recalled the sensation from moments ago, when Leon coaxed her to release her emotions. She felt something within her awaken. It responded to her will. You do not deserve to bloom. Then, that potted flower ceased to exist. What have I done? She was not Pietro. While he had gained speed and strength, she had received a curse. Am I a monster? Wanda felt even more lost. She remembered the gazes of the neighbors in Sokovia, the hushed whispers, the ominous rumors. They were right. She was indeed a monster. Do not be afraid. A hand suddenly rested on her head. Wanda startled, looking up to find Pietro squatting before her, having appeared at some point without her noticing. His complexion was slightly pale, yet he suppressed his humiliation and looked at her with unwavering resolve. I am here. No matter what you become, no matter what I become, I will protect you, brother. Wanda's eyes welled with tears, overflowing in a torrent. I am scared, Pietro, I am scared. I know, Pietro replied steadily. I am scared too. Yet fear is futile. Pietro's gaze traversed over Wanda's shoulder, peering into the villa. Here, vulnerability is the original sin. Today, Leon imparted our first lesson. We must learn everything he knows, and then survive. As night descended, the opulent villa was aglow with light. Jarvis, following Leon's instructions, prepared a sumptuous dinner for the siblings. Yet neither of them touched a morsel, each retreating to their respective rooms to process the events that had unfolded. In Pietro's chamber, he repeatedly tested his speed. Whoosh! He vanished from beside the bed, only to reappear at the window in the next instant. Whoosh! He disappeared from the window, materializing at the bathroom door. The furnishings of the room blurred into indistinct splotches in his vision. Not fast enough. Not fast enough. His mind roared. Leon's words enveloped him. He sprinted again and again, until the muscles in his legs began to ache, finally collapsing onto the carpet in a disheveled heap. Pietro gasped for breath, his expression dazed. Can a deity truly toy with the lives of others? He recalled Leon's gentle smile. Yet behind that smile lay an arrogance colder than winter. Just wait, Leon Odinson. One day, I shall be so swift that you won't even be able to react. Next door, in Wanda's room, she curled up on the carpet before the floor-to-ceiling window, clutching her knees, silently gazing at the sea beyond. Moonlight bathed her face, rendering it pale and bewildered. She dared not sleep, fearing that if she closed her eyes, the objects in the room would be erased, just like that potted flower. Chaotic magic, she whispered softly. Am I a monster? Tentatively, she extended her hand, mimicking Leon's demeanor in her memory, attempting to harness the power within her. A faint red energy swirled at her fingertips. It was tenuous, yet Wanda could feel the terror it encompassed. Why is Leon not afraid of me? This was the question that perplexed her most. In Sokovia, everyone feared her anomaly. Yet Leon, far from being afraid, had instead encouraged her to unleash her power with an appreciative gaze. Your potential far exceeds your imagination. Do not disappoint me. His words echoed in her ears. Wanda's heart skipped a beat. Is he expecting something from me? This realization shone like a glimmer of light, penetrating the darkness of fear and insecurity that filled her heart. He knows what I am. He understands this power, and he even bestowed upon me a name. Wanda was unaware of what the awakening of her power meant for the universe. She was even less aware that the newly awakened chaotic force within her was akin to a beacon in the dark cosmos. At this moment, it brazenly emanates its sweet fragrance into countless dimensions. On the first floor, on the terrace, Leon reclines on the sofa, a glass of red wine swirling in his hand. Moonlight cascades upon his golden hair, enveloping him in a soft halo. Though his eyes are closed, the villa's ambience is keenly perceived by him. He observes Pietro venting his frustrations within the room, his energy seemingly intact. It appears that tomorrow, Tony's treadmill regimen can be intensified. He also catches sight of the red light emanating from Wanda's hands. Is this the unconscious leakage beginning? Leon slowly opens his eyes, a playful glint within them. What an astonishing gift. Indeed, a natural vessel of chaos. As a god of the sun, his sensitivity to energy surpasses that of ordinary beings. He perceives the chaotic force tearing through the veil of reality, reaching into deeper dimensions. It is akin to casting a piece of bleeding meat into the ocean. Leon sips his wine, knowing that the mice and flies, drawn by the scent of blood, will soon emerge from their hiding spots. He is well aware of who stands behind the chaos magic, Zisorn, reflecting on the foolishness of Baron Strack, who, clutching his treasures, only dared to conduct research in the basement of Sokovia, ultimately falling victim to Ultron's wrath, such a waste of resources. As for me, Leon chuckles softly. I shall do the opposite. He intends to place it in the most conspicuous location, enticing those who covet it to come forth willingly. Consider it as an assignment for the two of them. Leon revels in this delightful moment. Meanwhile, regarding Asgard, Thor is likely still stargazing with Jane Foster, perhaps. With their father present, there's little chance of upheaval. He raises his glass and takes a sip. Above, the moonlight remains. Simultaneously, in Asgard, the atmosphere within the observation chamber starkly contrasts with Leon's stargazing thoughts. It is fraught with tension. Inside the chamber, star maps swirl upon the walls, and the energy core of the Bifrost emits a luminous aura in the distance. Jane Foster anxiously scribbles on a crystal panel. This cannot be right. The energy readings are stable, yet a model cannot be established. Thor, your magic is utterly unreasonable. They have been in Asgard for some time now. Thor, scratching his head awkwardly, responds, Jane, magic is just magic. You simply have to believe in it. Goodness, even in her anger, she is enchanting. But what is she really saying? Data? Models? Thor is engulfed in confusion. He feels joy, for his father Odin and mother Frigga have embraced Jane. Surely, his valiant defense of Midgard plays a part. Yet, Thor suspects that Leon's influence may also be at work. It seems that Leon recommended Jane's research to his father even before their arrival. Leon's gaze was always remarkably precise, though his arrogant demeanor could occasionally be intolerable. Mused Jane. Chapter 86, Loki, oh ho ho. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the room, Selvig stood in a daze, fixated on the tesseract hovering above its pedestal. The very essence of Dr. Selvig had been tainted by the cube. It spoke to me, it beckoned me. A voice within Selvig cried out. It is not merely a source of energy, it is a doorway, a portal. This voice tormented him day and night. Doctor, what are you daydreaming about? Jane exclaimed, exasperated. I need your help. The runic energy here is driving me mad. The door. Selvig, entranced, moved closer. Jane, you are mistaken. We are all mistaken. What do you mean? We should not attempt to take from it. Selvig's voice grew peculiar. We ought to offer it something. An invitation. Are you out of your mind? Jane Foster gasped in horror. That could destroy everything. We have no idea what lies on the other side. I know. Selvig's hand pressed against the control console of the observation room as he entered a series of commands. Buzz. The tesseract erupted in a blinding blue light. A colossal surge of cosmic energy began to coalesce. No. Stop. Jane screamed in terror. In the dungeons of Asgard, the opulence remained. Yet the cells emanated a chilling despair. Loki sat in a disheveled state in the corner. Ever since he had sent the destroyer to Earth to assault Thor and Leon, he had been confined here. He closed his eyes, as if in slumber. However, at the moment the tesseract's energy exploded, he opened his eyes. Initially stunned, he was soon overwhelmed by uncontainable euphoria. This energy, it is the space stone. Loki's breath quickened. Is it that fool Thor? No. He lacks the intellect. He rose and paced the confines of his cell, his expression shifting unpredictably. Is it father? Is he studying the cube? Or those mortals? Yes, it is those mortals. Thor has brought them back. A smile of exhilaration spread across Loki's face. They are actually activating it. They dare to activate it. He dismissed any notion that Leon could be involved, for he never believed that Leon's intellect would be squandered on such trivial matters. To him, Leon's arrogance was as grand as the sun, suspended in the sky. Leon would only concern himself with matters of significance, such as battling his brother. Therefore, this must be Thor's folly and Odin's confusion. Oh, father, you confine me here, yet allow mortals and Thor to play with fire. An intoxicating thrill surged within Loki's heart. Do you believe you have triumphed? Do you think that by imprisoning me, everything has come to an end? You are mistaken. You foolish lot. He leaned against the wall of his cell, as if he could penetrate the barriers and behold the chaotic universe within the tesseract. You have merely delivered the key to my prison door, right to my doorstep. Come, indulge in your power, my newfound companion, and I will patiently await your arrival. As you personally unlock the gateway to destruction. Asgard, Celestial Palace Observation Room. Buzz. A blinding blue light erupted violently. The tesseract emitted a deafening roar. No, Eric, stop. Jane Foster screamed in terror. Before her, the readings surged instantly, morphing into a blinding crimson. Alarm! Alarm! The defense system atop the observation room's dome wailed in anguish. Thor's expression changed dramatically as he finally comprehended what this mortal scientist had done. He raised Mjolnir, thunderclapped. Eric, cease this at once. He bellowed, swinging the hammer towards Selvig. Bam! Yet, the hammer had not yet approached. A tremendous energy shield erupted violently from the base of the Tesseract. Boom! Thor was instantly blasted away by this force. He crashed heavily against the distant wall, the star map shattering in the tremor. Such formidable power. Thor gazed upward in astonishment. There stood Selvig, still at the control panel, entranced, gazing up at the dome, now rent by energy. A robust blue beam had pierced the palace's defenses, tearing through time and space, shooting into the abyss of the cosmos. This was not exploration. This was navigation. What have you done? Thor rose, fury igniting in his eyes. Jane, get away from him. Jane Foster recoiled in fear, looking at Selvig with horror. You, the door. Selvig slowly turned around, a peculiar smile adorning his face. His eyes were now shrouded in an eerie blue glow. The door has opened. His voice deepened, as if another being were borrowing his form. You have opened the door. Celestial Palace, Golden Hall. Boom. Asgard trembled violently under the energy's eruption. Upon the throne, Odin opened his single eye. Frigga approached him, her expression grave. It is the Space Stone. Odin gripped Gungnir, his demeanor serious. He certainly knew. He believed that placing the Tesseract beneath his very gaze, within the palace constructed by his divine power, was the safest course. He was wrong. He underestimated the encroaching will. Heimdall. Odin's voice resonated throughout the Golden Hall. The All-Father. Heimdall's voice echoed within Odin's mind. The space gem is unlocking a passage. I see the other side. Odin's singular eye narrowed in an instant. What lies beyond? Heimdall's voice bore a hint of confusion. It is the void, All-Father. I behold an endless sea of stars, distant galaxies, yet there is nothing. No fleets, no life. Only an ordinary starry sky. What? Odin was momentarily stunned. An overwhelming fury lodged in his chest. Not Thanos, nor any known adversary. Then, this insidious will that has painstakingly infiltrated Asgard to corrupt a mortal's mind. Was it merely to unveil a door to nothingness? This humiliation surpassed that of a direct invasion. Thor. Odin's voice transcended space, erupting in the observatory. His wrath remained unabated, regardless of where it leads. At all costs. Shut it down. Inside the observatory. It is Father. Thor heard Odin's command. No longer hesitating, he unleashed the full force of thunder. For Asgard. He raised Mjolnir high, the hammer's head radiating blinding electricity. He aimed to destroy not the cube, but the tainted console. Stop. Jane Foster continued to scream. Yet Selvig wore a manic grin. Instead of retreating, he pressed his hands forcefully against the console once more. Open. He howled to the heavens. Fully open. As if in response to his summons. Buzz. The cosmic cube emitted a joyful hum. A surge of energy, more ferocious than before, erupted suddenly. The beam shooting into the depths of space expanded exponentially. At the beam's terminus lay the profound, frigid cosmos. Countless distant stars flickered. But beyond that, there was nothing. Thor's thunderous strike was instantly overwhelmed by this surge of energy. He let out a muffled grunt, his body engulfed in blue light. Sent hurtling back to the ground. Thor. Jane Foster cried out in despair. Selvig slowly withdrew his hands. The fervent smile on his face began to freeze into bewilderment. The blue light in his eyes gradually faded. What have I done? He gazed upon the wreckage of the observatory and the gateway to the endless void, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. At that very moment, in the dungeon, Loki sensed it. He felt the immense power of space. He felt the foolish roar of Thor and the subsequent disastrous defeat. Haha, they have arrived. Loki rose with exhilaration. Envisioning his new allies about to rend the heavens asunder, he awaited their arrival. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The dungeon was enveloped in an oppressive silence. The anticipated invasion and devastation failed to manifest. The ecstasy on Loki's face solidified. He closed his eyes, straining to sense the world around him. Indeed, the door had been opened. However, outside, was it empty? Loki's expression became one of exquisite disbelief. First, astonishment, then incredulity, and finally, uffed. Ha 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 ha. Loki could not contain himself. He clutched his forehead, shaking with laughter. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Well done, Thor. Bravo. Father. Your arrogance. Your folly. He pointed at the void, seemingly mocking Odin atop the golden throne. You wielded the Tesseract, risking the annihilation of the 9 realms, merely to unveil a gateway to the abyss. This was the most absurd jest he had ever heard. Ha ha ha. The god of thunder of Asgard. The father of gods. He laughed until breath escaped him. Your incompetence is beyond my wildest imagination. He slowly stood, adjusting his collar. Yet, it serves you right. You have displayed to the universe how easily the defenses of Asgard can be torn asunder by mortals. This mess. A cruel smile spread across his face. When Leon returns from Midgard, he shall surely thank you for this. Chapter 87. The Ridiculous Challenge. Meanwhile, in the observatory of the Celestial Palace. Boom. The eruption of the Tesseract's energy finally subsided. The blinding column of light, once piercing the heavens, reached its zenith before swiftly retracting, culminating in a resounding silence. The Tesseract regained its calm, quietly suspended upon its pedestal, as if the cataclysmic energy storm had been naught but an illusion. However, the observatory was in disarray. The walls were riddled with cracks, and the once valuable star-charred instruments lay in charred ruins. Thor, Jane Foster called out anxiously. Thor had been toppled by the residual energy, crashing heavily to the ground. Mjolnir resting beside him. He struggled to rise, but was relatively unscathed. The Asgardian resilience had withstood the energy's onslaught. Yet, his mood at this moment was far worse than being struck head-on by the destroyer. What have I done? The light in Selvig's eyes faded as he stared blankly at his hands, then surveyed the surrounding wreckage. Fear enveloped him instantaneously. He could not recall what had transpired moments before. He resembled a man lost in a drunken stupor, awakening to the horrifying realization that he had set his home ablaze. Jane, Thor, was it I who did this? Eric exclaimed, panic-stricken. You nearly killed us. Jane cried out, her voice trembling with fear. Thor paid no heed to Selvig's remorseful confession. Striding forward with purpose, he seized Selvig by the collar and forcefully pinned him against the wall. What have you done to the Tesseract? Thor's fury was palpable, nearly erupting from within him. He had failed. As the god of thunder from Asgard, he allowed a mere mortal to activate the cosmic artifact under his very nose. This was an egregious dereliction of duty, an utter disgrace. In Thor's mind, the mocking visage of Loki emerged. He could almost hear Loki's haughty voice taunting him. Oh, my dear brother. It seems your hammer serves not only for battle, but also for wreaking havoc? Damn it. Thor's fist struck the wall beside Selvig's head, leaving a deep dent in its surface. He had never feared his father's wrath, but rather, the disappointment of Loki. Father. As he uttered that name, a commanding voice resonated through the observation chamber. Thor. Odin's presence was not visible, yet his voice reverberated from all directions, laden with impending fury. At once, take your mortal friend and return to the Golden Hall. Thor's body stiffened. He realized that this predicament was grave. In the realm of the Aesir, within the Golden Hall, Odin sat upon his throne, his single eye closed in contemplation. He gripped Gungnir, his arm taut with tension. Frigga stood beside him, her expression one of deep concern. Odin, do not be too harsh on Thor. That power was a trick of Loki's. Thor. Foolish. Odin suddenly opened his eye, fury blazing within. This is not a matter of power. It is arrogance. It is negligence. Odin's ire stemmed not solely from the activation of the Tesseract, but also from the farcical outcome of the entire episode. He had anticipated Heimdall reporting a formidable fleet, a well-orchestrated invasion. In such a scenario, he could at least mobilize the soldiers of Asgard to secure a glorious victory, redeeming their honor. Yet Heimdall's report was void of substance. They had opened a portal to Asgard using the Space Stone, only to find nothing on the other side. This was akin to performing a mockery of the Allfather before the entire universe. It was a humiliation far greater than any defeat. Father. The heavy footsteps of Thor echoed as he entered the Golden Hall, leading the dazed Selvig and a visibly terrified Jane. Thor knelt on one knee, bowing his head. I have failed. Odin gazed down at him coldly. You have failed, he declared, his tone resonating with authority. You, the god of thunder from Asgard, have allowed a controlled mortal to perform a farce in the Celestial Palace. Father, Thor attempted to justify himself, yet found himself at a loss for words. Odin disregarded him, his gaze now fixated on Selvig. Loki's trickery, he uttered, his tone laced with weariness. He could not be bothered to intervene directly. A mere flicker of mental manipulation rendered you, the thunder god of Asgard, powerless. You have greatly disappointed me, Thor. Thor's head drooped even lower. Odin's disappointment was a weight upon his heart. And you, woman of Midgard. Odin turned his attention to Jane Foster. Jane swiftly lowered her head. Your insatiable curiosity nearly led to the obliteration of the world you hold dear. I never anticipated such an outcome. Jane weakly retorted. You mortals are, of course, oblivious. Odin sighed, leaning back in his throne. You play with forces beyond your comprehension, only to wait for the gods to rectify your blunders. Odin fell silent. The atmosphere within the gilded hall grew oppressive. He could not help but long for his eldest son, Leon. Had Leon been present, none of this would have transpired. Though Leon may have been more arrogant than Thor, his intellect was sharp and his methods ruthless. He would never have allowed a mortal to engage in mischief upon his territory. Leon would have graciously invited Dr. Selvig into the laboratory, employing gentle means to extract the secrets from his mind, as well as Loki's hidden agendas, leaving nothing behind. Instead, Thor led mortals on a tour of the observatory. Seal the Tesseract, Odin commanded. Heimdall, henceforth, the Bifrost shall be barred from Midgard, unless I personally decree otherwise. Father, Thor abruptly lifted his head. Jane and Eric. They are to stay. Odin coldly interrupted him. Until the threat has been neutralized, until Loki's schemes are unraveled, they are forbidden to go anywhere. This is your punishment, Thor. You must witness how your recklessness has imprisoned your friends. Earth. Leon reclined upon the terrace sofa, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. He swirled a glass of red wine, the crimson liquid dancing within the chalice. Moments ago, a tremendous wave of spatial energy rippled from the far reaches of the cosmos. The disturbance was fleeting yet intense. Leon smiled faintly. Asgard, the cosmic cube. Leon chuckled softly. So it has finally begun. Whether Loki has intervened, or he need not speculate. It was undoubtedly Selvig, manipulated by Loki, who had naturally come into contact with the cosmic cube. Then, with a resounding bang, Leon took a sip of his wine. A signal was broadcasted to the entire universe. Loki, that fellow, executed it splendidly. While confined within the confines of a prison, fortunes seemed to descend from the heavens. Leon was acutely aware that Loki must have found a way to connect with Thanos through some clandestine means. This broadcast served as a navigational signal, marking the commencement of a countdown to a grand confrontation. However, a flicker of disdain crossed Leon's eyes. Revealing coordinates? He nearly chuckled aloud. The coordinates of Asgard are the most open secret in the cosmos. At the pinnacle of the 9 realms, atop the world tree, he, Leon Odinson, the sun god of Asgard, the future monarch of the pantheon, stood. 2 millennia ago, he traversed the realms, his name and the blazing sword, Surtur's flame, etched into the annals of countless civilizations' histories of blood and tears. In the universe, who remains unaware of Asgard's location? Loki and Thanos' broadcast was not an exposure, but rather a challenge, a ludicrous proclamation of defiance. Chapter 88. Unwilling to join a bunch of fools. Leon shook his head. They should consider themselves fortunate that their chosen target was Earth. Should they dare to steer their fleet towards Asgard? A flicker of golden flame ignited at the tip of his fingers. They would not even have the chance to turn to dust. He would reduce them to nothingness. What he desired was for the myriad realms of the multiverse to unfurl Asgard's golden banner. Banner, Adam, the Eternals. These were merely pieces on his chessboard. His father, Odin, was likely fuming, his beard trembling with rage. Leon mused leisurely. Odin always sought balance, always considered mercy. Now, he had been struck by the hands of his 2 sons. Leon's thoughts were interrupted as he sensed the unstable emotions of the 2 individuals upstairs. His perception swiftly enveloped the villa. He glimpsed Pietro's room. Whoosh, whoosh. Pietro's figure blurred throughout the room, darting from bedside to window, from bathroom to doorway. He repeatedly endeavored to harness his newfound powers. Not fast enough. Not fast enough. His inner turmoil roared. A monster. That monster Leon. He bestowed upon me this power, yet chastised me for being too slow. Leon's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Humiliation and a yearning for strength intertwined, nearly consuming him. I must become swifter. Swift enough to safeguard Wanda. Swift enough to escape him. Unbeknownst to Pietro, his declaration of vengeance was being overheard by Leon. Leon's perception shifted next door to Wanda's room. Unlike Pietro, she did not vent her feelings. Instead, she curled up by the floor-to-ceiling windows, cradling her knees, quietly gazing at the ocean's surface. In the moonlight, she appeared pale and lost. She dared not succumb to sleep. Leon gradually withdrew his perception, a deeper smile gracing his lips. Perfect, he murmured softly. Pietro's fury serves as the finest fuel for his ascent. Did he presume he was resisting me? No. He is merely honing himself according to my script. As for Wanda, Leon swirled his glass, observing the moonlight dancing within. A classic precursor to Stockholm Syndrome. Fear, dependence, and a hint of identity crisis. What she lacks is not strength, but rather a guide and a definitor. And I am her deity. Leon reveled in the sensation of having everything under control. This is the demeanor befitting Leon Odinson. Equality? That is but a consolation for the weak. The sun will only hang high in the sky, casting an equal gaze upon all beings. The chaos of Asgard, the countdown to war. Everything is in disarray. Yet, it possesses a certain intrigue. Just then, Leon raised an eyebrow slightly. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by an incoming communication request. Jarvis. Sir? Jarvis's voice resonated in his ear. An encrypted channel is requesting access. Leon's brow arched higher. Oh, A playful smile emerged on his face. Ajax. It seems her role as a leader is not without its challenges. Grant her access. Buzz. Countless golden lines materialized in the air before Leon, swiftly outlining a holographic projection. Soon, Ajax appeared before him. Her expression remained as serene as ever, yet Leon could discern the anxiety behind her tightly furrowed brow. Master. Ajax's voice came through, tinged with fatigue. Ajax, Leon replied, remaining seated, leisurely swirling his glass. A visit at this late hour, what brings you here? I believed I had made my directives quite clear. Ajax pressed her lips together. New regulations. Such an audacious phrase. Master, your regulations are not universally embraced. Ajax stated solemnly. Oh, Leon maintained his smile. A complex situation? I detest that term. It signifies failure, and I accept failure in no form. Icarus has already demonstrated this through his actions. Leon's tone was gentle, but Pietro and Wanda, eavesdropping above, sensed otherwise. They could feel the weight of Leon's displeasure. Merely displeasure, yet it thickened the air. It is Druig. Ajax continued her report. He has vanished with the humans he cultivated in the Amazon rainforest. He refuses to serve you. And then there is Fastos. He has established his own family. He declared that he has had enough of war, refusing to forge weapons for anyone any longer. As for Makari, Ajax paused. She simply vanished. She fled too swiftly for me to track her down. Druig, Fastos, Makari. Leon softly uttered these three names, his smile growing ever more radiant. A mental manipulator, a technological artisan, and a scout. What a perfect amalgamation of abilities. Did they believe they had a choice? Leon gradually rose, approaching Ajax's projection. The moonlight cascaded upon his golden hair, divine yet oppressive. Ajax, I am assembling an army. I shall conquer the universe and pave the way across the multiverse. I will plant the banner of Asgard in every dimension. I bestow upon you freedom, a deity who truly acts. I grant you the honor of following me. They will not. They will. Leon interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Free will? That is merely an illusion for sheep. When Asgard's werewolves are at their gates, they will realize that so-called will is utterly worthless. Ajax fell silent, finding herself unable to refute him. Master, what do you intend to do? Leon chuckled, turning to gaze through the darkness, his eyes landing upon the shadow behind the second-floor railing. I possess many new toys. I have a newly appointed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark. He excels at using his little inventions to hunt down rats. You needn't worry, Ajax. Your task is to manage the obedient children. Cersei, Kingo, Tina, they are all intelligent beings. As for the disobedient, Leon's smile turned cold. I will drag them from their holes, informing them that they may voluntarily join us, or reflect alongside Icarus. So be it. Leon waved his hand dismissively. Buzz. The holographic projection shattered, dissipating into the air. Ajax has departed. On the terrace, tranquility returned. Leon tilted his head back, draining the remaining red wine from his glass. Then, leisurely, he addressed the shadows on the second floor. Did you see that? Pietro and Wanda upstairs froze. He had already detected their presence. This universe is vast, so vast that it harbors various disobedient companions. Leon turned, lifting his head. But remember this. No matter how grand the universe, no matter how many gods exist, ultimately, there is only one sun, and all shall eventually submit to the light. Now, return to sleep. Chapter 89, Find Them. That night, the Maximoff siblings were restless. Pietro lay in bed, his eyes wide open, staring at the chandelier on the ceiling. Druig, Fastos, Makari. These names were unfamiliar to Pietro, yet their significance eluded him. What truly mattered was Leon's demeanor. I will personally retrieve them from the depths. Pietro harbored no doubt that Leon would deliver on his word. This man was a devil cloaked in an exterior of gentility and courtesy. Pietro clenched his fists, feeling akin to a wolf trapped in a cage. Anger seethed within him, yet he found himself powerless, too afraid to reveal his fangs in Leon's presence. I must grow stronger. I must protect Wanda. In the adjacent room, Wanda curled up beneath the blankets. Leon's words echoed incessantly in her mind. He seemed omniscient, capable of anything. Yet, deep within her, there was a flicker of hope, anticipation for the morrow. The next day, in the morning, the sunlight was blinding. Jarvis's gentle voice resonated punctually in both rooms, rousing the siblings. In the opulent bathroom, hot water adjusted itself to a comfortable temperature. The dressing room brimmed with brand new garments. They donned simple casual attire and descended the stairs with trepidation, where a lavish breakfast awaited them on the dining table. Pietro barely glanced at the food. He rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window, peering outside. Leon was nowhere to be seen. The beach lay deserted. Where has he gone? Pietro was bewildered, bracing himself for another onslaught. Yet, he found nothing. Wanda, too, scanned the surroundings in search of that figure. "Good morning, Mr. Maximoff, Ms. Maximoff," Jarvis's voice echoed in the living room. "Mr. Leon has departed for New York. He has left today's training schedule for you." Pietro was taken aback. Gone. He actually left? He didn't regard us at all. He couldn't even be bothered to train us personally. Pietro was genuinely stunned. "Training?" "Indeed, sir," Jarvis promptly replied. "Mr. Leon believes that you are not worthy of his guidance until you master control over your powers." His exact words were, "I only train elites, never fools, asshole." Pietro slammed his fist onto the dining table, leaving an imprint where his fist had struck. "Mr. Pietro, please remain calm. Damaging property." "Oh, I apologize, damaging Mr. Leon's personal belongings will be charged to Mr. Stark's account, which may lead to Mr. Stark's displeasure." Jarvis's sarcastic remarks left Pietro with nowhere to vent his frustration. The training regimen commenced. Wanda summoned her courage and quietly inquired. "It's quite simple, madam," Jarvis responded, activating a holographic projection. The gym at the back of the villa opened automatically, revealing a colossal treadmill within. "Mr. Pietro, this is the specialized treadmill 1.0, hastily crafted by Mr. Stark overnight. Its current minimum speed is set at Mach 1. Your task is to run on it until you can manage your speed without shattering the treadmill due to the backlash." Pietro gazed at the machine, his eyes wide with disbelief. "As for you, Ms. Wanda," Jarvis continued. The greenhouse skylight of the villa opened, bathing the room in sunlight and revealing neatly arranged rows of flowers. "Mr. Leon is quite impressed with your obliteration abilities. Therefore, your task is," Jarvis paused, seemingly contemplating his words, "restoration. Before you are 100 pots of orchids. Mr. Leon requests that you deconstruct them all within today and then reconstruct them. A friendly reminder. It is reconstruction, not revival. You must decompose them into particles using your chaotic power and then reassemble them into identical flowers. Should you fail, the projection displayed the remnants obliterated by Wanda. You will need to continue practicing until all the flower beds have been completed." Wanda's expression was one of bewilderment. Pietro glanced at the treadmill and then at his sister's dazed face. He took a deep breath, grabbed a piece of bread from the table, and forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. "Eat," he bellowed at Wanda. "Finish it all." Did he wish to see us crumble? We shall not. Did he intend to use us as mere tools? Very well. Then we shall become the sharpest of blades. Wanda, observing the fervor in her brother's eyes, nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, in New York at the SHIELD headquarters laboratory, Leon bypassed the security corridor, basking in the morning sunlight as he stepped out of the villa, golden energy rending the fabric of space. In the next moment, he found himself outside the SHIELD laboratory, dressed in casual attire. He wore a gentle smile. "Jarvis, welcome back home, Mr. Leon. Or rather, welcome to Mr. Stark's office." Jarvis's voice resonated. "Mr. Tony is in the laboratory. He did not sleep last night." As anticipated, Leon thought as he pushed the door open. Inside the laboratory, chaos reigned. Coffee cups, energy drink cans, and various components were strewn about. Tony, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, was engaged in a heated debate with Bruce Banner and Adam, surrounding a holographic projection. No. The data model is incorrect," Tony exclaimed, tugging at his hair. "This peak defies thermodynamics. It is conjuring energy from thin air. This is even less scientific than your transformation." Banner wearily adjusted his glasses. "Tony, I have already explained. This is not science. These are waves emanating from the universe, akin to a divine force, much like Leon's." "Divine force, my foot." Tony shrugged. "I only trust the data." Adam silently observed the data stream until, suddenly, he spoke. "It is navigating." "What?" Tony and Banner simultaneously turned to him. "This is not a one-time explosion." Adam's gaze deepened. "It has left a beacon in the universe's radiation. It is calling for something." "Good morning, gentlemen," Leon's gentle voice interjected unexpectedly. Bang! Tony's coffee cup slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground. "Damn it, Leon, can't you ring the doorbell like a normal person?" Tony clutched his chest. "I did ring it." Leon pointed towards the door. "You were too engrossed to hear it. You call folding space ringing a doorbell?" Tony's mind roared. Damn. This bastard is back again. His presence never bodes well." Banner and Adam immediately straightened, directing their attention to Leon. "Mr. Leon." "Of course." Leon nodded slightly before approaching the control panel and casually sifting through the data. "Thor has returned home with his girlfriend. And then Loki, through mind control, activated the Tesseract. So this is a farce." Tony, Banner, and Adam were taken aback. "Wait, that's a lot to process." Tony rubbed his temples. "Loki? Is that significant?" "Not particularly," Leon interrupted. What matters is that Loki sent an invitation to the universe, or rather, to Thanos. Thanos. The trio appeared puzzled. A purple, wrinkled madman. Oh, and also a cosmic overlord, Leon summarized. He is obsessed with death and believes the universe is overpopulated. He requires a foothold. A hint of disdain flickered in Leon's eyes. They should be grateful at ISNT Asgard that has come. Or else his army from 2 millennia ago would teach them the true meaning of death. So, you have come here merely to deliver this grim news? Tony's expression turned grave. No, Leon chuckled. I am here to assign you a challenge. He turned to Tony. I need you to locate a few escaped mice. Tony rolled his eyes. More mice? This is S-H-I-E-L-D, not a pest control center. These mice are rather special. Leon maintained his smile. The Eternals. Adam squinted, and Banner's pupils contracted. They were both aware of this group. Not long ago, Leon had visited these individuals with Banner. Hulk had rendered their mightiest warrior, Ikaris, a fool. Ajax contacted me last night, Leon stated casually. They have a few unruly members. Who? Tony furrowed his brow. Banner hastily interjected, Mr. Leon, I can only recall their abilities. One can manipulate minds, another can fabricate tools, and one runs exceedingly fast. Banner was utterly unaware of their names. Indeed, Leon nodded. Druig, the mind controller. Fastos, the technological artisan. And Macari, the speedster. Leon fixed his gaze upon Tony. They declined my invitation. They believe they can remain hidden. Tony opened his mouth, but refrained from articulating that they had the right to refuse. Mr. Leon, Adam spoke gravely. Can't you locate them? Me? Leon chuckled. Adam, my brilliance illuminates every corner of the earth. No shadow can conceal itself. I can find them. I could extract them within 2 seconds with my eyes closed. Leon's smile was gentle, yet his words remained haughty. But, Tony, he turned to Stark. If you cannot even find a few wayward lambs, what use are you to me? This is the test. Tony instantly comprehended. This was Leon assessing the worth of the director of S-H-I-E-L-D. Very well, I accept this challenge. Tony inwardly cursed, damn it. Yet his expression shifted to one of seriousness. J-A-R-V-I-S. He strode to the control panel. Access the S-H-I-E-L-D database. No. Access the military, the CIA, the NSA. All of them. All the damn databases. Cross-reference the energy provided by Banner. Search keywords, Druig, Fastos, Macari. Tony's fingers glided rapidly across the holographic screen. Banner and Adam stood by, occasionally lending a hand. They understood that this was Leon's trial for them. Leon did not rush them. He pulled a chair, seated himself, and poured a glass of Tony's prized whiskey. Time ticked away, second by second. In the laboratory, only the frantic clatter of Tony's keystrokes remained. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Tony's brow furrowed. Damn it. Damn it. These names do not exist in the database. They are like phantoms. They have lived for thousands of years. Tony, Leon reminded him. They possess countless false identities. Do not tell me you are incapable. Leon's tone remained flat. Tony, feeling displeased, waved his hand dismissively. Jarvis, abandon the name. Switch algorithms. Tony shouted. Prioritize energy signatures. Search globally for all unexplainable anomalous regions. Match them to Banner's descriptions. Mental manipulation. Find me all large-scale areas of peculiar peace worldwide. Technological artisans. Locate all sites of advanced technological artifacts. He paused momentarily. Jarvis, analyze the Amazon basin. Coordinates XXXX, YYYY. There lies a region that has recorded no armed conflict or deforestation in the past 50 years. All satellite signals to that area are distorted. Druig, Leon confirmed. Moreover, Tony's fingers resumed their rapid dance. The suburbs of Chicago. An ordinary engineer, Fastos. His son's school science project was a miniature anti-gravity engine. His wife shared it as a joke on Facebook. Excellent, Leon nodded. And what about the fastest? Banner inquired impatiently. Tony's expression became peculiar. Jarvis, bring up the satellite surveillance along the coastline. Damn it. Tony turned to Leon. She was in Cairo 5 minutes ago. In Sydney 3 minutes ago, and now. He pointed at a live view. She is on the roof of your villa. She is spying on Wanda and the others during their training. Leon raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, she seems quite interested in Pietro. A mischievous smile crept onto Tony's face. It appears your household is about to be raided, Prince. Is that so? Leon maintained his gentle smile. That works out perfectly. It saves me a great deal of time. Leon appeared unfazed. Macari, the speedster? Does she think she is spying? Little does she know, from the moment she stepped into the villa, she has been basking in the domain of the sun god. Everything she perceives is permitted by him. She flits about like a moth drawn to the flame, oblivious to the fact that the flame could consume her at any moment. Tony. Leon stood up and moved toward the door. What are you doing? Increase the treadmill's power tenfold. Leon's figure bathed in sunlight, ready to step through the portal. If Pietro cannot catch a single uninvited guest, his silhouette vanished in a golden glow. He will intensify his training. The three of them exclaimed. Damn it, Tony muttered under his breath. Well, I truly loathe that guy. The golden portal slowly dissipated, and Leon's figure vanished along with it. Tony let out a wry smile. We should commence immediately. With a decisive slap on the console, he declared, let us begin. Of course, we must begin. A faint smile graced his lips as he pondered whether this was merely a test. No, this was a challenge. Did he think that I, Tony Stark, could not track down a few antiquities? J-A-R-V-I-S. Tony bellowed. At your service, sir, came the prompt reply. Rising to his feet, he turned to his companions. J-A-R-V-I-S. Prepare the new armor. I wish to see the relics. Understood, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S. Swiftly responded. With that, Tony strode towards the door. Banner and Adam exchanged glances. One shrugged while the other raised his shoulders and hurried after Tony. They understood that a great battle was inevitable, and they would soon take action once more. Chapter 90. 2 weeks meanwhile, at Malibu, in the seaside villa, a thunderous roar erupted. Inside the gym, a custom treadmill emitted a deafening clamor. Pietro, bare-chested, was drenched in sweat, cascading down like a waterfall. His silver hair plastered to his forehead. His legs had become mere afterimages. Mach 3. This was beyond the speed of sound. Just moments ago, such velocity was unimaginable to Pietro, yet now it had transformed into his personal hell. Ha ha ha. His lungs felt like they were being crushed, each breath igniting a searing pain. His muscles screamed, and his bones groaned. Damn it. Pietro gritted his teeth, replaying Leon's gentle yet arrogant face in his mind. Too slow. You don't even deserve my gaze. I only train elites, never fools. The humiliation. Yet again, humiliation. It morphed into a furious fuel, squeezing every ounce of potential from his body. He loathed Leon. He despised this deity, who toyed with him at will. I must go faster. I must escape him. Just as Pietro's resolve teetered on the brink of collapse, a shadow silently solidified atop the villa's roof. Makari, the speedster of the Eternals, crouched at the edge of the rooftop, her bronze-hued bodysuit accentuating her athletic form. Her short hair fluttered in the sea breeze as curiosity danced across her features. Had Jack truly lost his mind, submitting to an Asgardian, summoning everyone to meet him? Makari had sensed the fate that awaited Akaris. She could not believe Jack would betray them. Thus, she needed to see for herself. Just what abilities did this Leon Odinson possess? Or rather, how powerful was he? Her gaze pierced through the skylight, landing inside the villa, where she spotted the girl in the greenhouse, Wanda. The girl knelt before the flower bed, her fingertips enveloped in tendrils of crimson energy. Before her, a pot of orchids disintegrated at a visible pace. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Makari's eyes. Chaos energy? When did Earth? Her gaze shifted to the gym, where she beheld Pietro, a silver-haired speedster. Makari was momentarily taken aback. She tilted her head, her expression a mask of confusion. This boy, was he running? She observed closely. Pietro's movements appeared to her as sluggish as a snail's leisurely stroll. No, even slower. The energy fluctuations emanating from him were peculiar, divine power. Yet, his application of speed was utterly disastrous. He was propelling his legs with sheer brute force, his muscles crying out in agony, and his coordination a complete shambles. How pitiable. Makari silently scoffed, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Was this truly how the Asgardian prince trained? Torturing a newly awakened speedster on a treadmill? How primitive. How barbaric. This Leon was quite underwhelming. Just as Makari let her guard down, intending to descend and greet him, a resounding hum erupted. A golden rift suddenly tore through the space before her. The blinding light compelled her to squint instinctively. Leon emerged slowly from the golden radiance, not casting a glance at Makari, but rather gazing out towards the distant sea. Makari was instantly struck with shock. She had been discovered. How could this be? Wasn't he in New York? She was aware of Tony Stark's whereabouts. How did he? There was no time for contemplation. Her body reacted instinctively. Run. Boom. A deafening sonic boom erupted atop the roof. In an instant, Makari surpassed the speed of sound by dozens of times, transforming into a streak of light as she surged towards the horizon of the Pacific. She ran so swiftly that the air ignited around her, leaving a trail of white vapor across the ocean's surface. In the villa's gym, Pietro heard the terrifying sonic boom. He whipped around, catching only a fleeting shadow disappearing beyond the horizon. What was that? Pietro's pupils dilated in shock. So fast. What kind of speed was that? That was true velocity. His struggles on the machine now seemed utterly laughable. On the rooftop, Leon remained unmoved. He watched the direction in which Makari vanished, a faint smile gracing his lips. The eternal speedster, a scout for the Celestials, utilizing the energy bestowed by the Celestials for rapid movement. A glimmer of pity flickered in Leon's eyes. What a lamentable creation. He is acutely aware of the nature of these characters. Makari is swift, yet she ultimately races within the confines of established rules. And I, Leon's gaze became indifferent. I am the rule itself. He spoke slowly, his voice reaching Makari, who was already hundreds of kilometers away. Can you catch up to the light? Startled by that voice, Makari froze mid-flight over the Pacific. How could he? She turned back in terror. Then, she beheld it. The sun. No, not the sun in the sky. It was he, Leon Odinson. He stood atop the villa's roof, yet the radiance emanating from him eclipsed even the sun above. A golden divine light instantaneously enveloped the entire earth. For Makari, the world transformed. No longer was it the howling sea breeze and azure sky. The entire realm morphed into a golden ocean. Light, an omnipresent luminescence. At that moment, her speed became utterly inconsequential. She felt like a fly encased in amber. She could move, yet each step required the utmost exertion. The brilliance manifested as tangible shackles, entwining her limbs and soul. This was not a mere physical hindrance. This was the realm of the divine. No, no, this cannot be. Makari, in a state of panic, realized her body was being forcibly extracted from its supersonic state by the golden light. Her speed was being inexorably reduced to zero. Thud. Makari clumsily plummeted from the air, crashing heavily onto the ocean's surface, sending up a tremendous splash. She struggled, but at that moment, her speed was insufficient even to allow her to stand upon the water. She was like a drowning soul, sinking in the golden radiance. No, not. She desperately raised her gaze toward Malibu. Leon still stood there, calmly watching her, as if observing a butterfly ensnared in a spider's web. Gentle, yet cruel. Too weak. Leon's assessment echoed in Makari's mind. Inside the villa, Pietro had just regained his composure from the shock of that fleeting shadow. He was prepared to continue his grueling training. Jarvis. Suddenly, Leon's voice resonated within the villa. Pietro's body stiffened. Yes, sir. Increase the treadmill's power by tenfold. Now. At once, sir. Pietro's eyes widened in horror. No. Wait. He wished to call for a halt, to leap off, but he had no time to react. Boom. Buzz. Tenfold the speed of sound. The treadmill's belt transformed into a blur of black lightning. An irresistible force surged from beneath Pietro's feet. Pietro let out a wretched cry. His balance was shattered. He was propelled like a cannonball, forcefully launched by the treadmill. Boom. The wall of the gym bore the imprint of Pietro's collision. Thud. Pietro was embedded in the wall, spitting out blood. He felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. Pietro. In the greenhouse. Wanda heard the deafening sound and the scream. She could no longer concern herself with magic and rushed into the gym. There, she beheld her brother embedded in the wall. No, brother. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Wanda's face, and red energy began to gather chaotically around her. Do you see it, Pietro? Leon's voice echoed once more. That is your kind. She is at least 100 times faster than you. Pietro coughed blood, struggling to lift his head, gazing through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window towards the ceiling. He could not discern Leon's face, only a mass of golden light. However, Leon's voice hesitated. He slowly raised his hand and gently grasped at the surface of the Pacific Ocean where Makari was plummeting. She does not even possess the right to take a step before me. As the words fell, Pietro and Wanda witnessed a scene they would never forget. A golden path of light, reminiscent of biblical miracles, stretched from the villa's terrace to the horizon where the sea met the sky. At the end of this luminous path, a figure bowed its head, drenched, walking back step by step. It was the fleeting shadow from moments ago. It was Makari. She did not run. She could not run. She walked upon the miracle that Leon had laid out for her, compelled to return before her God. Pietro's pupils lost focus. Ha, ha ha ha. Embedded in the wall, he suddenly began to laugh softly. His laughter was imbued with despair and self-mockery. Kindred? Worthiness? It appears we truly lack the right. Pietro's consciousness sank into darkness. Wanda stood in the center of the gym, gazing at the miracle outside and the woman approaching slowly. The magic in her hands had unconsciously subsided. Fear and anger did not arise. In her heart, there was only reverence. And, of course, a sense of safety. He is a deity, an omnipotent god. Minutes later, on the terrace, Makari stood before Leon with her head bowed. She trembled all over, not from the cold, but from fear. In the presence of Leon's radiance, the energy of the Eternals flickered like a candle in the wind. She dared not gaze directly at him. Makari, Leon began, his tone dripping with arrogance. Makari was taken aback. He knew her name. Ajax is searching for you. Leon took a sip of his drink, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Makari's body trembled. She abruptly lifted her head, gesturing frantically in sign language. Who are you? What have you done to Ajax? Leon smiled faintly. He set down his glass and replied with measured calmness. I am Leon Odinson, the god of the sun from Asgard. Makari's complexion paled. Asgard, the Odinson family, a lineage of lunatics that nearly shattered the 9 realms millennia ago. She was aware of Leon's identity, yet her inquiries did not concern that. I have done nothing to Ajax, Leon stated gently. I merely offered her a choice. She chose to no longer be a tool of the Celestials, opting instead to pursue a true future. Leon's gaze settled on Makari's legs. You run swiftly, Makari. But you lack direction. Leon smiled slightly. You hide in the human world, scurrying across the globe, collecting those trifling artifacts. Do you believe you are reveling in freedom? A soft chuckle escaped him. No, you are merely squandering your gifts, wasting the power bestowed upon you by the Celestials. Makari clenched her fists. How could he possibly know? I, Leon Odinson, he continued, stepping closer, his golden eyes looking down upon her. The brilliance that adorned him had dimmed, yet the pressure emanating from his divine essence rendered her breathless. I offer you a new direction, a path where you need not hide any longer. Makari slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. What kind of eyes were those? Gentle, serene, as if containing the starlight of the cosmos. You. Makari struggled to sign. What do you want me to do? She had surrendered. In the face of absolute power, the pride of the Eternals was rendered worthless. Me? Leon chuckled. What I desire is this universe. And you shall be the vanguard as I traverse the starry seas. You will run for me, Makari. But this time, you will run towards the stars. Makari was left in a daze. Towards the stars? This madman. He wishes to conquer the universe. You have no power to refuse. Leon seemed to pierce through her thoughts, interrupting her directly. Ajax has already made her choice. Now, it is your turn. Will you become my vanguard, or? Leon's gaze drifted towards the gym. Will you be the new tester for that treadmill? Makari followed his line of sight and beheld the silver-haired boy, seemingly lifeless, embedded in the wall. A shiver ran down her spine. She had no doubt. If she dared utter a word of dissent, she would find herself ensnared by that machine for eternity. Thus, she slowly lowered her head. Excellent. Leon smiled with satisfaction. Task accomplished. The speedster of the Eternal has been enlisted. This is far more efficient than Tony's sluggish search efforts. Jarvis. Sir, I am here. Mr. Pietro's vital signs are critically unstable. 12 ribs are fractured, and his left leg is shattered. Recommendation, he is not dead. Leon interrupted Jarvis. With my prior enhancements, he will be on his feet by tomorrow. He turned to Wanda, who was attempting to pry Pietro from the wall. Wanda paused. Remove Pietro from the wall. Then take him to the medical bay. Jarvis will instruct you on what to do. Yes, Wanda replied. Leon disregarded the questions from the brother and sister duo and focused on Makari, who looked at him nervously. As for you, Leon's smile took on a teasing quality. Before Tony brings Druig and Fastos, you have nothing to occupy your time. Therefore, I am assigning you a new task. He gestured towards Pietro. From this day forth, you are responsible for training him. Makari was taken aback. She followed Leon's finger. Training? This guy is sluggish and has just been slammed into the wall by the treadmill. She gestured me? Train him? Indeed. Leon nodded. The speedster will teach a toddler who has just learned to walk. Pietro needs a role model. And you, Makari, you need a toy to alleviate your boredom. Off you go. Leon waved his hand. Do not let him die. At least, not before Tony's new treadmill arrives. Makari. She watched Leon's retreating figure. She suddenly felt that this new boss might not be as dull as she had presumed. Leon entered the villa's hall. Jarvis's holographic projection materialized before him. Sir, Mr. Tony's team has departed. They are expected to reach the Amazon jungle in 2 hours to apprehend Druig. The location of Fastos has also been secured. Excellent. Leon nodded. Everything is under control. He sat upon the sofa, pouring himself a glass of wine. Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, the vanguard of the Eternals. Wanda's chaotic magic is the key to ensnaring Siphon. Pietro's fury is the crucible that tempers his speed. And Makari, her presence is a fortuitous delight. She is not merely a vanguard, but also the linchpin of relationships within the Eternals. With her and a Jack by his side, subduing Druig and Fastos would be a mere formality. My legion of Eternals, Leon murmured softly. Soon, it shall be complete. As for Thanos, may your fleet endure a few more seconds beneath the sun. Leon tilted his head back and drained his glass. He gazed out the window. The sunlight was fierce. It was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 91, Toys? Leon smiled faintly. He was acutely aware of the trajectory of this game. Yet, he was not merely a player. He was the one who would overturn the board and grasp the pieces in his hand. Loki's self-satisfied betrayal. Thanos' meticulously orchestrated plans spanning years. To him, they were nothing more than the antics of children. His sole task was to gather all the luminous kindling before the fireworks ignited. Leon's gaze pierced through time and space, landing on the other end of the universe, that resplendent realm of divinity, Asgard. A day prior, shortly after Jane Foster and the others were imprisoned, the Golden Hall of the Celestial Palace. The atmosphere here was somewhat stifling. Boom. Odin struck the ground forcefully with his divine spear, sending Thor sprawling. Foolishness. Fury blazed within Odin's singular eye. You, the Grand General of Asgard, God of Thunder. How could you commit such an egregious error? Odin's voice rumbled like thunder, echoing throughout the Golden Hall. Thor clumsily rose to his feet, his face awash with shame. Father, What? Odin's wrath intensified. What do you consider the dignity of Asgard? What do you regard as the safety of the Nine Realms? You nearly obliterated Midgard. Thor abruptly lifted his head. I did not. The portal activated by the Tesseract was empty. Smack. Odin unleashed a forceful blow. A colossal hand of divine energy, sending Thor crashing against the wall once more. That was the utmost humiliation. Odin trembled with rage. Loki is proclaiming your folly to the entire universe. Asgard's defenses are nothing but a jest. He succeeded. He handed the key to our enemies in the shadows right before my eyes. Odin's fury stemmed not merely from the breach of defenses, but from a deeper, unsettling awareness. The spatial coordinates pointed towards an adversary. Thanos. A weariness flickered in Odin's single eye. He was aging. The Odin sleep loomed ever closer. And he lacked the vigor to wage wars that spanned the cosmos. He required an image of another figure materialized in Odin's mind. His most proud, yet most apprehensive son, Leon. If only Leon were here. Odin's brow furrowed deeper. No, if Leon were here, he would not be as reckless as Thor. He would smile and say, Father, Loki's provocation is a slight upon your majesty. Please permit me to lead the fleet and obliterate Thanos' sanctum. He yearned for battle more than Hela. Father. Thor struggled to rise, his voice hoarse. I have failed your expectations. A profound sense of frustration enveloped Thor. He had never feared his father's thunderous wrath, but rather, the disappointment of Leon. He could envision the gaze Leon would cast upon him upon learning of all that transpired. Oh, my dear brother. It seems Mjolnir in your hands serves little purpose beyond shattering a few blocks of Jotunheim's ice, does it? Damn it. Thor felt disheartened. As Odin observed his son's demeanor, the flames of anger gradually extinguished, giving way to a profound weariness. Thor, you. Odin closed his single eye. Until Leon returns. You shall not step beyond the Golden Hall. Reflect here. In the depths of the dungeon, Loki sat gracefully in the corner, facing away from the cell door. He should have been laughing maniacally, brimming with excitement. Yet, he merely sat in silence, a look of confusion upon his face. He could not fathom why it was empty. He had sensed the activation of the Tesseract, felt the power that tore through space. Yet, why was there no invasion? Why was there no fleet? Not even a vanguard? Impossible. Loki's brow furrowed. The plan was flawless, and Thanos had responded. He suddenly rose, pacing back and forth within his cell. Unless, a chilling thought crept into his mind. Unless Thanos was wary of something. Was he apprehensive of Asgard? No. He feared his father. But father had grown old. Then who was he truly wary of? Loki halted in his tracks. Leon. Impossible. Loki's breath quickened. He was merely an arrogant brute. A Thor with greater cunning. How could he possibly influence Thanos' plans? Loki shook his head desperately, attempting to dispel the notion. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Previously, he had dispatched the destroyer to Midgard. He recalled Leon's gaze. Loki shivered. No. Something must have gone awry. Loki collapsed back into the corner, his eyes filled with despair. On Earth, in the villa's medical room, Leon sat upon the sofa in the hall. Yet his perception enveloped every corner of the villa. He witnessed all that transpired in the medical room. Pietro lay within the medical pod, his body riddled with various tubes. His bones were nearly shattered. However, under the influence of his guardian powers, his wounds were beginning to heal. Wanda sat beside the medical pod, trembling as she extended her hand. Wisps of red energy materialized at her fingertips. Chaotic magic. She no longer feared it. Upon witnessing how Leon salvaged a woman on the brink of oblivion, Wanda suddenly comprehended. In this world, power held no moral dichotomy. It was merely a matter of strength and weakness. And Leon epitomized strength. She clenched her fist, the energy gradually coalescing in her palm. I must harness it. I need to grow stronger. I can no longer be a burden to my brother. I must earn Leon's acknowledgement. Leon heard her inner voice. Excellent. This is as it should be. Fear is the finest teacher. As for the other, Leon's perception shifted to a corner of the medical room. Makari leaned against the wall, idly flipping through a copy of Vogue, which she had stealthily procured from the villa's library. She was utterly indifferent to Pietro's fate, believing herself to be merely executing Leon's orders. Watch him. Do not let him die. This task was dreadfully tedious. Macari yawned and swiftly finished the magazine. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the unfortunate soul lying in the medical pod. Poor thing. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Macari's eyes. She had encountered countless speedsters throughout the cosmos, yet never had she seen one as sluggish as Pietro. More absurdly, he dared to defy Leon? The mere thought of Leon's realm of light sent a shiver down her spine. Before him, she lacked even the right to flee. This realization filled her with despair, yet also exhilaration. For the first time in millennia, she felt the thrill of limits. Train him? Macari glanced at Pietro. Very well. Consider it raising a rather swift little mouse. At that moment, a soft hum emanated as the medical pod's door gently opened. Pietro suddenly snapped his eyes wide open. He gasped heavily, abruptly sitting up and tearing off the conduits attached to him. Brother, Wanda exclaimed in surprise. Pietro paid her no heed. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the corner where Macari stood. All memories rushed back to him. The fading shadows, the sound of him crashing into the wall, and the sight of being helplessly seized by Leon. You. Pietro's voice was low. Are you also his prisoner? Macari paused, lowering her magazine and raising an eyebrow. She slowly stood and approached Pietro. Although she was half a head shorter than him, an aura of dominance surrounded her. Chapter 92. I submit. Macari tilted her head slightly and smiled faintly. She extended her finger, swiftly gesturing something. Prisoner? No, little boy. I am your new teacher. And you? The mischievousness in her smile deepened. Are my toy. Pietro's eyes widened in shock. You. He roared, transforming into a bolt of lightning. His fist aimed at Macari's face. However, a light sound echoed as his fist was effortlessly caught, halting just half an inch from her. Pietro's eyes bulged. He hadn't even seen her move. Too slow, Macari mouthed, then seized his wrist and flung him violently. Boom. Pietro's body became a cannonball, crashing mercilessly into the opposite wall. Thud. The recently healed bones shattered anew. Brother. Wanda screamed. Macari stood nonchalantly, shaking her wrist. She cast a disdainful glance at Pietro and sighed, such a fragile toy. It seems I must first teach you how to take a hit. In the hall, Leon remained oblivious to their educational activities, calmly savoring his drink. What a lively bunch, he mused with a paternal smile. With Macari, the queen of chaos, Pietro's potential would be meticulously extracted. As for Wanda, her tumult required the guiding hand of order. Jarvis. I am here. What news from Tony? Mr. Stark's team has arrived in the Amazon basin. Coordinates XXXX, YYYY. Jarvis's holographic projection unfolded before Leon. The scene unfolds from the cockpit of a fighter jet, where Tony's armor hovers in midair. Hey, Leon. Are you certain this is the place? Tony's voice emanates from the communicator, laced with uncertainty. I swear, the air here is even more organic than in California. My sensors indicate there's nothing here but monkeys and mosquitoes. Oh, wait. Tony's perspective quickly zooms in. I take back what I just said. There's a troupe of performance artists here. Below the jet, in a dense clearing of the rainforest, lies a primitive village. Hundreds of indigenous people, clad in rudimentary attire, gather motionlessly at the center, as if they have been paused like sculptures. Damn, Tony mutters under his breath. This is bizarre. Leon nods and begins to explain. Druig, the mind controller of the Eternals. A self-proclaimed savior. Tony, inform your team to holster their weapons. Firearms are futile against such reclusive individuals. What then? Love and peace. Tony retorts. No, Leon chuckles. With courtesy, Leon rises slowly and approaches the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, basking in the Malibu sunlight. J-A-R-V-I-S. Take control of Tony's sound system. At your command, sir. Amazon rainforest. Buzz. The sound system of the jet and armor emits a faint electrical hum simultaneously. In the next moment, a commanding voice reverberates through the rainforest. Druig, I am Leon Odinson, your new king. I come to invite you to join my ranks. As the voice reverberates, at the center of the village, a man with long black hair, striking features, and a brooding aura lifts his head. It is Druig. He appears bewildered, yet enraged. Asgardians, how dare you trespass into my sacred ground? He bellows, unleashing an invisible psychic force. He intends to control these armored beings, inciting them to turn against one another. However, the moment his psychic power encounters the armors, it dissipates as if into a bottomless abyss. What? Druig's expression shifts. His mental control has failed. Save your efforts, Druig, Leon states calmly. Your hypnosis is meaningless to me, like a firefly attempting to shake the sun. I am the source of will. As Leon speaks, A radiant golden light emanates from his eyes within the villa. His will transcended the bounds of space, arriving in the heart of the Amazon rainforest. Suddenly, the sun in the sky blazed with an excruciating brilliance. In the clearing, the indigenous people, ensnared by Druig's control, emitted anguished groans, collapsing to their knees with their hands clutching their heads. Their minds were being shattered. No, stop! Druig roared in fury, sensing the awakening of his people. Breaking free from his grasp. What are you doing? You will ruin them. Druig's mental power surged wildly, striving to reclaim dominion. Ruin them? Leon chuckled softly. No, Druig. I am saving them. Look at them. You have confined them here, stripping away their joys and sorrows, robbing them of their humanity. Do you believe this is peace? No. It is stagnation. It is the prison you have constructed. And Leon's voice grew chillingly cold. What I detest most is the prison. Boom. The golden sunlight transformed into tangible blades, piercing fiercely into Druig's mental realm. Thud. Druig struck hard, coughed up blood, and sank to one knee. His mental defenses crumbled before the brilliance of Leon's will. Now, Leon's voice resonated like the final judgment. You have two choices. Kneel and offer your loyalty to your king, becoming the vanguard of my unified will. Or, Leon paused, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. Reject me. Then, witness your people tear you apart after they awaken. You. Druig raised his head, surveying the surroundings. The indigenous people had risen. They were no longer statues. Their eyes no longer vacant, but filled with hatred. No. No. Do not. Druig was bewildered. Everything he held dear shattered. I. Druig trembled, lowering his head. I submit. Damn it. Inside his armor, Tony witnessed it all, unable to suppress a curse. This guy is a devil. He glanced at the disoriented Druig below. Jarvis. Yes, sir. Notify Banner and the others to prepare for collection. Then, Tony surveyed the coordinates on the holographic map. Chicago, a humble engineer's household. Let us go and retrieve the next fortunate soul. Is Fastos correct? I hope this technological artisan can endure a few more seconds than the mentally unstable. Tony shook his head and severed the communication. He felt. Appointing Leon as the director of SHIELD, how should one put it, was rather exhilarating. Chapter 93 Fastos. The Quinjet sliced through the night sky, soaring north from the tropical rainforests of South America towards the steel jungle of North America. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Tony sat in the pilot's seat, removed his helmet, and took a sip of coffee. The coffee was cold, bitter, and astringent, much like his current mood. Damn it. Tony irritably raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. He despised this feeling, the sensation of being completely dominated, devoid of autonomy. Tony Stark, the playboy, billionaire, genius inventor. When did he become someone else's pawn? Hey, big guy. Tony cast an irritated glance at Bruce Banner, who was resting with his eyes closed in the rear cabin. Banner opened his eyes and adjusted his glasses. What's up, Tony? Do you think what we're doing is right? Tony sighed. We just coerced a man into submission. Although he was no saint, treating hundreds of people like pets. Isn't this method? Tony struggled to find an appropriate term. Too Hydra-like? Banner fell silent. I don't know, he murmured. All I know is that Mr. Leon possesses power beyond our comprehension. Hulk is afraid of him. Banner spoke the truth that filled him with shame. His light. Hulk told me, it isn't energy, it's a rule. It commands you to remain still. Tony swallowed hard. Even Hulk is afraid? Well then, taking a deep breath. Tony acknowledged, it seems we boarded a pirate ship. He glanced at Adam, who had remained silent throughout. And you, perfect human, do you have nothing to say? He extracted you, and you willingly serve as his bodyguard? Adam slowly opened his eyes, his expression as impassive as ever. He is formidable. Adam's hoarse voice resonated. My task is destruction, yet he has granted me purpose. Tony rolled his eyes. Damn, I feel as though I'm leading a kindergarten. Jarvis, how long until we arrive? Sir, we are expected to reach the target airspace over Chicago in approximately 10 minutes. Very well. Tony donned his helmet, the faceplate sealing shut. Let us get to work. Kindergarten strike team. Let us hope our next target brings us a surprise. In the suburbs of Chicago, a quintessential American middle-class, single-family home awaited. The lawn was meticulously trimmed, and a welcoming wooden sign hung from the white fence. Inside the living room, the lights were ablaze, filled with joyous laughter. No, Dad. You cheated again, protested a young African-American boy, around 7 or 8 years old, puffing his cheeks as he glared at the man before him. I did not, Jack, replied the man, Faustus, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a checkered shirt, his expression innocent. You simply miscalculated the angle. Even angry birds require an understanding of physics. I don't care. You cheated. Jack insisted stubbornly. All right, you too, Faustus said as his family approached. carrying a plate of sliced apples. Jack, it's time for bed. You have soccer practice tomorrow. Oh. Jack reluctantly set aside his tablet. Faustus chuckled and ruffled his son's hair, his eyes brimming with affection. Off you go. Little one. Good night. Good night, Dad, Jack replied, racing upstairs. Faustus rose, embracing his family from behind. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for giving me a home. His family kissed his forehead. What nonsense are you saying? We are family. Faustus smiled. Yes, family. For millennia, he had witnessed the folly and self-destruction of humanity. He believed this race beyond redemption until he encountered his family, until he met Jack. He had found his anchor. He simply wished to live peacefully as a man. For eternity. Buzz. At that moment, a foreboding engine roar echoed from outside. Faustus's smile froze. Quick, get Jack to the basement. Now. Faustus pushed his family aside. His face drained of color. What? Faustus. What is happening? Don't ask. Just go. Faustus shouted. He could feel it. It was a Quinjet. Was it S-H-I-E-L-D? No. Something else. A familiar energy. Was it Akari's? No. Stronger than Akari's. It was. Thud. 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 There came a heavy knock at the door, deliberate and courteous. Faustus's heart sank to the depths. Mr. Faustus? Came a nonchalant voice from outside. Tony Stark, director of S-H-I-E-L-D. Can you open the door? We're not here to collect the water bill. We are census takers from the Eternals. Faustus froze. Run. He yelled towards the stairs. Then he took a deep breath, extending his hands wide. Buzz. A pale golden energy materialized before him, swiftly forming geometric patterns. Soon, his gentle gaze turned icy. Whoever you are, stay away from my family. With a powerful thrust of his hands, vast energy erupted from his palms, reducing the living room furniture to mere dust. The front door was obliterated, and the energy shockwave surged toward Tony outside. Oh damn. Tony barely had time to utter a curse before the shockwave struck. Boom. The Mark armor was directly hit by the energy, hurtling backwards for several meters before crashing violently against the fence. I knew it. I knew there would be no pleasant surprises, only terror. Tony scrambled up from the debris, the reactor of his armor flickering with a blinding red light. Jarvis, damage report. Sir, the chest armor has suffered 30% energy erosion. The repulsor system is temporarily offline. Shit, has this guy turned into a battery? Tony exclaimed. Just then, two figures darted past him, racing toward the small building, Banner and Adam. No, wait, don't. Before Tony could finish his warning, an energy barrier materialized inside the house, instantly rebounding Hulk and the other's force. Boom, boom. Two resounding crashes echoed. Don't ruin their lawn. Tony lamented, raising his hands in exasperation. Hulk, enraged, rose and roared, preparing to charge again. Adam also levitated, his eyes glowing with a blue light. Stop. Fastos burst through the door, enveloped in golden energy armor. Behind him, his terrified family trembled, and Jack, who had just descended the stairs, wore a face of sheer terror. Stay back. Fastos shouted. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to protect my family. Hey, calm down, craftsman. Tony interjected, hovering between the two parties. We're not here to fight. We were sent by Mr. Leon Odinson. Tony quickly mentioned the name of their superior. As expected, upon hearing this name, Fastos' pupils slightly contracted. Leon Odinson? The Prince of Asgard? Chapter 94. What is this Pava? Fastos' expression darkened even further. He certainly recognized that name. Ajax had conveyed the new regulations to the Eternals through the unifying will just days ago. Ikaris, the mightiest of the Eternals, had been defeated by him. No. Fastos took a deep breath. He was not afraid of battle, but he feared that god. What does he want? Faustus inquired. I will never abandon my family. Absolutely not. We understand, Tony quickly reassured. Listen, Faustus, Leon is a reasonable man. Tony nearly retched as he uttered those words. He is not here to dismantle your family. He is here to offer you a new job. A job? Faustus was taken aback. Indeed, Tony cleared his throat. A cosmic-level opportunity. Look at yourself, Faustus. You are a craftsman, are you not? Your talent lies in creation. Yet, what are you doing now? Helping humanity repair tractors? Designing toilets? Such a waste. Mr. Leon has stated that he can provide you with a new forge, a forge powered by a star. Tony's words left Faustus in stunned silence. Powered by a star? This is what I have longed for. What does he want me to create? Faustus swallowed hard. Weapons, Tony replied gravely. To forge weapons for his army. No. Faustus immediately rejected the notion without a second thought. I will not create weapons any longer. Absolutely not. The tools I have crafted have only brought war to humanity. He shouted in anguish. Oh, for goodness sake, Tony rolled his eyes. Do you think you have a choice? Do you believe that if you refuse, he will say, oh, Very well, my apologies, and simply walk away? You are terribly naive. Just as Tony was preparing to continue his coercion, a calm and soothing voice resonated in their ears. That's enough, Tony. Tony stiffened. Fact. He's back. Faustus felt as if struck by lightning. That voice. It was Leon Odinson. Faustus, Leon's voice was icy. You are an exceptional craftsman, but you are far too emotional. Do you think that by refusing to create weapons, war will not come? Faustus glanced around. Where is he? Where is he? Stop searching. I am right here, in the light. As Leon's words faded, the streetlights on the lawn, the reactor on Tony's armor, the furious green glow in Hulk's eyes, the radiant blue light enveloping Adam, and even the cosmic energy coursing through Faustus began to seem imbued with intent. They were all watching Faustus. Faustus was bewildered. What is this power? Can he control energy? Control the energy of the celestial group? Do you truly believe that by hiding here, your family is safe? You are utterly naive. A titan named Thanos is on his way, accompanied by his fleet, ready to lay waste to Midgard. He will snap his fingers, and then, your family, your son. Faustus, they will turn to dust before your very eyes. No. Faustus furrowed his brow. Stop. Do not utter another word. Daddy? Father? Jack's tearful voice echoed from upstairs. Faustus's frown deepened. He fell to his knees, his energy armor crumbling piece by piece. What do you want from me? He asked, despair evident in his voice. It is quite simple, Leon's tone softened. I grant you sanctuary. I provide you a stage. You, Faustus, the artisan of the Eternals, shall forge a fleet to conquer the starry seas on my behalf. In exchange, your family will bask in my glory for all eternity. Very well. Faustus decisively relinquished his resistance. He collapsed onto the lawn, gasping for breath. I accept your terms. But my family, they will accompany you. Leon continued. Tony. Here. Boss. Tony stood at attention. Please escort Faustus and his family back to New York. I have prepared new toys for him there. All right. Tony shrugged helplessly. Done. Another mission for the kindergarten strike team completed. He glanced at the prostrate Faustus. Welcome to the devil's ranks, my friend. In the villa, Leon stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Regaining his composure, his expression remained as serene as ever. Done. The mental manipulator, Druig. The technological craftsman, Faustus. Along with an added bonus, Macari. The fundamental structure of the Eternals' vanguard has been established. A group of pitiful souls formatted by celestial beings. Leon sneered contemptuously. The Eternals may appear formidable, yet they are riddled with flaws in their very design. Druig's martyrdom, Faustus's guilt, Ikari's blind loyalty. These are but switches for Leon to exploit. A gentle press, and these ancient gods will obediently transform into instruments of his will. As for Kingo, a glimmer of amusement danced in Leon's eyes. A dreamer lost in the fantasies of Bollywood? It seems it is time for Tony's SHIELD to delve into the realm of entertainment. Leon savored a sip of wine, his perception once again enveloping the villa. In the medical room, a resounding crash echoed as Pietro's body was sent flying once more by Macari's fierce kick, colliding with the freshly adorned wall. Coughing, Pietro crumpled to the floor, his bones likely fractured in numerous places. Too slow. Macari stood before him, dismissively gesturing in sign language, her face a mask of mockery. This plaything proved to be far more entertaining than she had anticipated. Pietro raised his head. His eyes reflected neither anger nor despair, but rather a frenzied obsession. Again, he roared, his body transforming into a flash of silver as he charged forward. Bang! Once again, he was sent sprawling. Leon nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. Hatred serves as the finest catalyst. Pietro, do not let me down. The treadmill awaits your return. His perception shifted towards the greenhouse. Wanda. She was suspended in midair. Her eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. The chaotic red energy surged violently around her. Before her, the remnants of the orchid she had obliterated began to reassemble. Particles of dust coalesced and condensed, as a once yellow leaf visibly transitioned to green. Yet, just as it neared completion, it erupted into a cloud of dust. Wanda emitted a weary groan, plummeting to the ground. Gasping for breath, she knelt. Yet her eyes held no trace of defeat, only a more profound yearning. She cast a glance towards the medical room, sensing her brother's suffering anew. No, not enough. I am not strong enough. I must gain control. Clenching her teeth, Wanda settled into a cross-legged position once more, striving to regroup the chaos. Leon's smile deepened. One driven by hatred, the other by love, truly a perfect sibling pair. He understood well that Wanda's chaotic magic represented the greatest variable in this universe. A bait he had prepared for sure son. Soon, Leon's gaze drifted to the sunlight streaming through the window. Once my vanguard has assembled, Once my sorceress can adeptly tear through reality, the mess in Asgard shall be primed for detonation. He slowly turned, directing his attention to the villa's wine cabinet. However, before that, perhaps I should personally pay a visit to the craftsman. After all, Leon smiled faintly. To forge a stellar furnace, I must first present him with the sun as a token of our meeting, mustn't I? Chapter 95. I am the sun. The night was profound. The roar of the aircraft engines gradually faded into the night sky over the suburbs of Chicago. Inside the cabin, Tony Stark removed his helmet, allowing the cool breeze to tousle his hair. He felt fatigued, not physically, but mentally. Damn it, he muttered softly, gulping down a large mouthful of energy drink. The chilled beverage tasted like a chemical concoction. This mission to capture was far more exasperating than he had anticipated. In the rear compartment, a family huddled together. Phastos, the eternally skilled craftsman, felt as powerless as a mere mortal in that moment. He could only hold his family and young Jack tightly. Fear was etched on his family's faces. Phastos, their voices trembled. Is this real? Phastos closed his eyes and nodded. I'm sorry, Dad. Jack peeked out from his father's embrace, his small face a mixture of confusion and fear. Where are we going? My soccer match is tomorrow. We'll be all right, Jack. Phastos tightened his hold, though he himself did not believe those words. Tony observed the scene through the rearview mirror. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned away. Hey, big guy, he said irritably to Banner, who sat in the passenger seat, nervously scrutinizing the data panel as if engrossed in work. What's wrong, Tony? Banner replied. Don't you have anything to say? What exactly are we doing here? Kidnapping? Extortion? We just threatened a father in front of his child. Banner adjusted his glasses, his gaze evasive behind the lenses. Tony, we cannot defy Mr. Leon's will, he said quietly. Quiet? Tony scoffed. He's just terrified out of his wits. And you, Adam? He glanced at the silent figure in the rear cabin. Are you content to remain a mere enforcer for the rest of your life? Adam opened his eyes, his gaze drifting past Tony to Phastos. He is fortunate, he stated flatly. Leon has bestowed upon him purpose. As for us, Adam closed his eyes again. We are merely adhering to the rules. Damn it. Tony felt his blood pressure rising. One was paralyzed with fear, the other naturally inclined to Stockholm Syndrome. Had he unwittingly assembled a league of surrenderers? Jarvis. Yes, sir. How long until we reach Sunshine Coast? Estimated arrival at the villa in 5 minutes. Very well. Tony donned his helmet, the faceplate sealing shut, preparing for descent. He felt no desire for further conversation. His only wish was to swiftly deliver the searing cargo he carried and then indulge in a revelry that would last 3 days and nights. The seaside villa awaited. The Quinjet gracefully touched down on the helipad behind the estate. The cabin door swung open, allowing the cool sea breeze to waft inside. Disembark, lucky ones. Tony's voice resonated through the suit's speakers, muffled yet commanding. Faustus, clutching the hands of his family and Jack, cautiously descended the gangway, their steps trembling. Then, they froze. This was not the clandestine base of S.H.I.E.L.D. before them. It was simply too exquisite. The villa glowed under the moonlight, illuminated by countless lights. The shimmering waters of the pool reflected the starlit sky. On the lawn, Faustus' pupils dilated. He spotted him. In the shadows of the grass sat a man, one with long, black hair and a brooding aura. The figure lifted his gaze, meeting Faustus' eyes with a hollow, numbed stare, brimming with despair. It was Druig. Faustus' heart plummeted. Even Druig had been captured. Moreover, he appeared utterly broken. Dad, over there, someone is fighting. Jack tugged at Faustus' sleeve, whispering urgently. Faustus turned his head. He beheld the opposite side of the villa, where a brightly lit gymnasium lay. A resounding crash echoed. A silver-haired youth was violently kicked and slammed against the wall. Coughing, the boy crumpled to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Too slow. A woman clad in bronze armor stood before him, disdainfully gesturing in sign language. Her face etched with mockery. Faustus recognized her. Makari, he exclaimed. Even she. Wasn't she the swiftest among them? How could she also be captured? Makari, upon hearing his voice, tilted her head and glanced over. For a brief moment, her expression shifted to one of sympathy, mixed with a hint of schadenfreude. She signed. Oh, hi, Faustus. Have you come to school too? Faustus was taken aback. Druig. Makari. Was Cersei next? What of Kingo? And Leon Odinson? Was he intent on capturing the entire eternal race? Welcome. A gentle voice emanated from the terrace. Faustus stiffened, struggling to turn his head. There stood the man, Leon Odinson. He donned a casual suit, his golden locks cascading casually over his shoulders. In his hand, he cradled a glass of red wine, smiling as he regarded them. The moonlight enveloped him in a divine halo, establishing him as the very nucleus of the nocturnal ambience. His smile was gentle and courteous, reminiscent of a noble welcoming distant guests. Yet, all Faustus felt was a chilling unease. This man, Mr. Faustus, is it? Leon approached with measured steps. And with each stride, Faustus sensed his heart constricting under an invisible grip. Furthermore, Leon's gaze shifted to his family and Jack. This must be your family and Jack. The journey must have been exhausting. I have arranged for Jarvis to prepare a midnight snack for you. Jack, I presume you have a penchant for ice cream and the latest PS gaming console? Jack, hiding behind his family, timidly peered out. Ice cream? A gaming console? Could this man, bearing the countenance of a sun god, truly be malevolent? What do you want? Faustus summoned all his courage, shielding his family and Jack protectively behind him. Release them. They are innocent. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Leon halted before him, not directing his gaze at Faustus, but rather looking past him, fixing his attention on Faustus's family. Faustus's family, indeed, Leon's tone remained serene. Your husband is a genius. Faustus's family nervously swallowed, nodding in affirmation. Yet, his brilliance has languished over the millennia. He toils on tractors, he constructs plumbing. A note of sorrow tinged Leon's voice. And I, Leon turned his gaze to Faustus. I shall bestow upon him a stage befitting his stature. Faustus clenched his fists. I shall not forge weapons again. I shall not. Chapter 96. His holiday has been cancelled. I know. Leon calmly interrupted him. You fear war. You dread the destruction wrought by your creations. Leon shook his head, his expression akin to that of one observing a child lacking understanding. Faustus, you have misconstrued a vital matter. Do you believe your weapons are the harbingers of war? No, it is weakness. Leon's words resonated in the ears of all present. It is the frailty of Midgard that has attracted the covetous gaze of Thanos. It is you, Faustus, your inaction, your evasion that have rendered you and your family vulnerable to the mercies of others. You. Faustus opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. I am Leon Odinson. Leon's tone is calm. I shall bestow upon you order. I will crush all who dare to covet Midgard with my fleet and army. And you, Fastos. Leon gazes at him. You shall forge for me that invincible fleet. Fastos emits a bitter laugh. A fleet? Do you presume to know who I am? What shall I use to construct it? Your backyard swimming pool. I require a forge. A true cosmic forge. Fastos nearly roars, venting his despair. I need Nidavellir. I need the core